Traversing into the desolate wasteland, it is customary to be an orphan. What should one do? The foremost task is to survive, yet achieving this is far from simple. Once warmth is secured, one must consider the path to strength. An even more formidable challenge. As Jianlei gradually begins to gain strength, he unexpectedly discovers that this wasteland is not as he had imagined. Chapter 1 captured. Alarm, alarm. Unknown powerful electromagnetic waves detected. On the touch control screen, dozens of red lights flashed frantically, and a sweetly synthesized female voice conveyed a palpable sense of fear. Clad in his pajamas, Jianlei stared in astonishment at this scene. Faraday cage. Is there a frequency gap? Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. In the next moment, a chill coursed through his body, and he awakened abruptly, his head pounding fiercely. Am I dreaming of Shenzhou again? Jianlei sighed inwardly, slowly opening his eyes. The surroundings were dim, rendering it difficult for him to discern his location. But why were his hands and feet bound? Were they after his riches, or perhaps a more sinister intention? If it were the former, he had traversed for 6 years and remained destitute. The assailants must possess exceedingly poor judgment. As for the latter, the original owner of this body was not unattractive, yet he was far too frail. However, there was no doubt that he remained in the barren expanse he had secretly dubbed the Fidu. As his vision gradually adjusted to the dimness, he faintly discerned white, dangling objects. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to find that these white objects were human limbs, dissected, human bodies. A shiver ran down his spine. Had he been captured by the Fallen? The Fallen were cannibalistic mutants. This wasteland had been contaminated by some unknown force, resulting in numerous mutants among the survivors. Yet few were cannibals. Upon his arrival in this realm, he had learned of the Fallen's existence, yet he had never encountered them. A sharp pain surged at the back of his head, not the familiar throb of internal pressure, but rather the sting of an external injury. He felt slightly dizzy. He deduced that he had been struck from behind. What had he been doing before being knocked out? How could he have been so careless? He strained to recall snippets of his experiences since crossing over, scenes flickering through his mind. After each return to Shenzhou, he would review his encounters to soothe his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The original owner of this body was also named Jianlei, an orphan of about 8 or 9 years, lacking in intelligence, who perished from cold and hunger. The original self had left him no grudges, yet was an easy target for others since his arrival. Although he had devised some means to generate income, wealth remained a source of original sin for someone as weak as him. Currently, he worked as a cart driver, earning a meager living by transporting garbage. The wasteland had vast garbage fields, often yielding valuable items for repurposing. Many survivors relied on scavenging these fields for sustenance. Jianlei had also attempted to salvage useful items from the garbage heaps. Yet unfortunately, his frail state rendered him incapable. He could not contend with others for territory, and any decent finds he managed to unearth would invariably be snatched away. No hiding place was secure. Thus, in a moment of desperation, he fashioned a tricycle to assist scavengers in transporting their gathered refuse. Not all scavengers were willing to spend money on hiring help, and Jianlei had scraped by for years, living from hand to mouth. On the positive side, everyone knew he earned little, leading to a noticeable decrease in his encounters with robbers. Yet, such incidents were not entirely absent. This time, he pondered, he must have been knocked unconscious while transporting garbage. The one who hired him was a scavenger who had been visiting the garbage field for less than a year, notoriously stingy. This individual seemed to have stumbled upon something valuable, willing to pay for his homemade tricycle. Jianlei, feeling particularly famished, had only requested a tube of nutrient solution as compensation and consumed it on the spot before commencing work. However, he had not ventured far before feeling a jolt to his head, and then everything went dark. Who would have thought he was captured by the Fallen? Upon realizing this, he could not help but sigh, alas. It was disastrous, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden, where misfortune would soon follow. Just as his sigh escaped his lips, a voice nearby uttered a soft, "Is that Silly Chu?" At the sound, Jianlei turned his head to see a shadow huddled a few meters away. The voice was not unfamiliar. Rogers? Rogers was one of the few who never bullied him, yet their relationship was hardly amicable. He was a year or two younger than Chu Jianlei and had nearly perished from cold and hunger himself, saved only by a bowl of hot water and half a tube of nutrient solution provided by Chu Jianlei. They had once shared a period of mutual reliance, but Roger's subsequent betrayal had led to Chu Jianlei receiving a severe beating. Afterwards, he had said simply, "Silly Chu, I just wanted to live better." The fragile bond of friendship had shattered, and Rogers had successfully joined a small gang, now considerably more robust than Chu Jianlei. Yet he had never bullied Chu Jianlei. When witnessing others torment him, he remained silent, but never participated himself. Initially, Chu Jianlei harbored intense hatred towards him. Yet over time, that animosity had significantly diminished. In the Wasteland, every individual possessed their own principles of conduct. Rogers sighed lightly. "Silly Chu, do you still harbor resentment towards me? Silly Chu?" Chu Jianlei snorted coldly, too weary to elaborate. Once, he had been addressed as Brother Chu by this individual. What a revelation it had been to witness the treachery of human nature. "Silly Chu, we are on the brink of death. What is there left for you to let go of?" Rogers retorted nonchalantly. "I truly lament not possessing a mind as sharp as yours. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly thrive 100-fold. Humph." Chu Jianlei scoffed again. "Living 100 times better than me? Your intelligence is truly touching." However, Rogers perceived no fault in his words. Simply aligning oneself with any organization allows you to showcase your value. What value? Do you understand what it means to be used up and discarded? Chu Jianlei could not be bothered to respond. Communicating with such intellectually deficient beings was futile. Fortunately, during their time together, he had retained many secrets. Otherwise, he might not have survived these 6 years. Still resentful towards me? So be it. Rogers seemed unconcerned. He chuckled lightly. "Do you know why we are still alive?" "I do not," Chu Jianlei replied flatly, not genuinely seeking an answer, but rather wishing to avoid appearing too peculiar. If Rogers was willing to speak, he would not mind listening. "It is because the fallen believe in flesh feeding flesh." Rogers laughed, a tone filled with malicious glee. "Weren't you supposed to uphold some moral standards? Silly Chu, let me ask you, would you consume human flesh?" Chu Jianlei fell silent, pondering for a moment before querying. "So, have you eaten?" "I have, of course," Rogers answered without hesitation. In the next moment, he became agitated. "Whether I have or not is none of your business. Don't presume you are more virtuous than me. Survival. Survival is of utmost importance. Those who had consumed human flesh could never be friends." Chu Jianlei had long since made up his mind. Yet he was disinclined to engage further with this dimwit. After a prolonged silence, he abruptly spoke. "In truth, you have not eaten human flesh, have you?" Rogers fell silent, and after a few seconds, he spoke through gritted teeth. "Do you know? I particularly despise your self-righteous attitude. You seem to know everything. How come you don't know they're falling out to capture you? I am merely more familiar with you." Chu Jianlei responded coolly. "So now, do you wish to seek death?" "I wish to live. I do not want to die." Rogers replied swiftly. "I am merely sparring with you in banter, out of defiance." "Ah, Brother Chu, I do not want to die. You must have a way, right?" "I see no way out," Chu Jianlei replied with an unruffled demeanor. "We can only wait for rescue and peace. The fallen are the common enemy of all survivors in the Wasteland. Even those who are typically at odds with one another will readily unite against the fallen. The reason is simple. The fallen not only consume human flesh, but also absorb the mutated genes of their victims. In essence, the more they devour, the stronger they become. This malevolent existence is intolerable to anyone, and survivors exhibit zero tolerance towards the fallen. Therefore, the rescue he mentioned is indeed plausible." "Rescue my foot," Rogers scoffed, his current mood exceedingly unstable. He then let out a bitter laugh. "Chu, do you know? I've been trapped here for 3 days. Where's the rescue coming from? 3 days, and they haven't even given me a bite of human flesh, claiming I am too robust. But you, perhaps, have already had a taste." As he spoke the last part, he seemed to recall something amusing, and a laugh escaped him. Concerned about attracting the attention of the fallen, his laughter was not loud, yet it carried an unsettling undertone. "Is he truly this self-deprecating?" Chu Jianlei couldn't help but let out a sigh. "I really didn't expect to impose such psychological pressure on you." "Stop pretending," Rogers growled in a low voice, unable to restrain himself. Yet the next moment, he pleaded, Chugo, please help me. Saving me is saving yourself. Do you wish to consume human flesh or be devoured by the fallen? His swift change of roles was something Jianlei had grown accustomed to. In the Wasteland, who isn't wearing multiple masks? However, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Could this be a trap specifically for me? In other words, perhaps there are no fallen at all, but rather individuals interested in his secrets. Thus, they devised this scheme, with Rogers performing the act. This possibility objectively exists. The Wasteland is a place where interests reign supreme, and Rogers, to some extent, is aware of his uniqueness. Jianlei took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. He knew that his most prudent choice would be to refuse the other party or simply pretend he hadn't heard. I have yet to untangle my own secrets. At this critical juncture, shouldn't I focus on self-preservation? Yet, despite knowing this was the correct choice, he found himself unable to control his impulses, for he was afflicted with a malady. Chapter 2. Save Me. Jianlei was indeed unwell, and it was not merely a case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. His intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Prior to his transmigration, he was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome in a hospital on Lanxing. However, Jianlei considered himself to possess high-functioning autism, excelling particularly in cognitive abilities. After transmigrating into the original body, the intellectual impairment of this physical form did not hinder his IQ in the slightest. He was quite content to accept the label of intellectual disability, as the manifestation of Asperger's syndrome often leads others to perceive him as someone with a problem. Jianlei identifies with high-functioning autism, but to outsiders, are the distinctions between these labels truly significant? Similar conditions exhibit various manifestations, yet they invariably boil down to the same essence. The mind cannot govern the body. It is not a matter of the eyes say yes, while the hands insist no. Instead, his intellect recognizes that such actions are inappropriate and require careful consideration. However, the body reacts with, I cannot endure this. If I do, I shall erupt. Moreover, in many instances, the body acts before the mind reaches a conclusion. Thus, Jianlei resolutely declared, I do not wish to be consumed, whether by the fallen or the individuals behind you. At his words, Rogers was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, doubling over with mirth. Do you truly believe this is my doing? Haha, that's simply hilarious. One must admit, Rogers' intelligence is not to be underestimated, despite Jianlei's consistent disdain for him. Is it truly amusing? Then continue laughing, Jianlei replied, allowing his eyelids to droop. The bindings on his limbs were likely composed of non-elastic alloy ropes. Such ropes can be quite troublesome. There are numerous types of ropes, categorized in various ways, with the distinction between elastic and non-elastic being a major classification. Non-elastic ropes, when used to bind individuals for extended periods, can lead to tissue necrosis, and amputation is not uncommon. Elastic ropes, on the other hand, allow for considerable movement, permitting discussion in case of misunderstandings. Since the captors were the fallen, the use of non-elastic alloy ropes was to be expected, ensuring that escape was not an option. However, the lack of elasticity in the ropes also presented advantages, making them easier to untie. In the darkness, his hands were contorted at an exceedingly unnatural angle as he began to probe the ropes binding his wrists. A dead knot, but that's of little consequence. As he fumbled with the knot, Jianlei cautiously shielded his hands, fearful that Rogers might catch sight of his subtle movements. Fortunately, the darkness was so profound that the other party could not possibly detect his small actions. Yet Rogers was not one to be easily pacified. After a brief pause, he resumed his incessant chatter. Chugo, if you need my cooperation, just say the word. Chugo, you aren't waiting idly for rescue, are you? I know your character. You would never give up. Silly Chu, if you truly attempt to escape without me, I will struggle to control my emotions and surely do something. Gujiu, Kuda. Yi. Chu Yi. You must stay strong. Jianlei tuned out the incessant noise, focusing intently on devising a strategy to untie the deadlock. After approximately 20 minutes, he had formulated a potential solution. If he exerted himself fully, he should be able to free his hands within a minute. At last, Rogers' incessant prattle attracted the attention of a fallen. This creature had two heads, one large and one small. The smaller head bore a semblance of features, with its mouth opening and closing. Clad in tattered leather armor and wielding a club, it entered with a flurry of blows. As it struck, it spat curses. "If I weren't afraid you'd die too soon, I'd chop off your arm for a drink." After delivering the beating, it collected 2 severed arms from a hook and turned to leave. Jianlei paid no heed to the creature's fate. Instead, he noticed a crucial detail. The door was unlocked. In truth, locking the door was unnecessary, as they were both bound tightly, and their weapons had long been confiscated. Although the fallen consumed human flesh, they were still human, armed, and potentially wielding firearms. Yet Jianlei was undeterred. With the door unlocked, the chances of escape had significantly increased. Seizing the moment while Rogers was dazed from the beating, a peculiar flush crept across his face. Calculation. His pride lay in his intelligence and computational abilities, which had not diminished since his arrival in this world. In fact, as he aged, his cognitive prowess continued to strengthen. He had a vague sense that the artificial intelligence he once developed had somehow integrated into his brain waves, accompanying him through the transmigration. The thought of artificial intelligence stirred an unusual fluctuation in his emotions, a testament to his hard-earned accomplishments. Jianlei was not an orphan on Lanxing. Both his parents were alive, and he had 3 living grandparents. His father was a doctor, and his mother a teacher. Their family was relatively well off, with his grandfather owning a building that was slated for demolition on the outskirts of the city. While not a family of immense wealth, they were certainly of above-average means. Jianlei aspired to undertake a significant venture, and securing startup capital was not an issue. He had also made a name for himself, leveraging his formidable computational abilities to cause ripples in the international financial market, reaping substantial profits. In a mere 3 years, he multiplied his initial investment manifold, drawing the ire of international financial tycoons. Naturally, the nations sought to protect him. He was not a mere pawn, but a valuable asset worth safeguarding. However, when he sought to navigate the financial sector further, he was confronted with the question, what do you intend to pursue? Certainly, it is artificial intelligence. Jianlei, aware of his social ineptitude, finds more comfort in facing machines than in engaging with people. Consequently, although his artificial intelligence project commenced as a private endeavor, it has grown to an enormous scale, with significant support from Shenzhou in terms of manpower and resources. Regrettably, he encountered an extraordinary electromagnetic storm, which resulted in his abrupt transcendence. Jianlei perceives that his current computational capabilities far exceed those he possessed on launching, and he continues to enhance them. However, he laments that the intensity of cerebral operations consumes an excessive amount of energy. Over the past 6 years, he has struggled to find sustenance, barely surviving, and thus has little energy left for enhancement. Yet now, he must expend energy once more. Under his concentrated maneuvers, the hands bound behind him moved with the agility of butterflies fluttering among flowers. In less than half a minute, he untied the knots and, in a mere 15 seconds, fashioned a new one. At first glance, this knot appears even more intricate and despairing than the last. However, in truth, with a gentle tug on the central cord, his hands would be liberated in an instant. As for his bound feet, he had devised an escape plan, yet he refrained from untying them, as doing so would demand too much energy. The brief 40 seconds of effort had already left beads of sweat dotted across his forehead. The process of computation alone is energy draining, and even the freedom of his joints requires significant energy expenditure. This technique is not of the Wasteland, but rather a continuation of Shenzhou's legacy. Though Jianlei was not socially adept on launching, he possessed a keen interest in the Taoist scriptures. Lacking a systematic inheritance, he had dabbled in various fragments and theories for a time. Though he had not derived substantial results then, his time in the Wasteland has yielded some insights. Nevertheless, it remains true that such methods are particularly taxing on energy. Jianlei possesses the potential for numerous endeavors, and the prospects are indeed bright. The challenge lies in his lack of strength. Though he has the capability to untie his bonds, can it truly help him establish a substantial dominion? Living requires a degree of realism. As for Roger's assertion that aligning with an organization could vastly improve his situation, Jianlei could only dismiss him with a single word: shabby. Thus, he is in no rush to untie his feet. If he were inclined, it would merely take half a minute. The heat within him is rapidly depleting, seemingly beginning to consume his scant reserves of fat. Therefore, he must accumulate sufficient strength so that when the opportune moment arises, he can escape. After a while, Rogers appeared to regain some composure. Brother Chu? Chu Jianlei ignored him completely. They were not of the same ilk, so what was there to discuss? Approximately 10 hours later, the two-headed man re-entered, retrieving half a fan's worth of human flesh. He glanced at Chu Jianlei and coldly remarked, "Care for some human flesh?" Chu Jianlei averted his gaze in silence, clearly displaying a mix of anger and helplessness. Fool. The two-headed man, evidently weary of such situations, could not be bothered to elaborate further. He turned to Rogers. "And you?" I'll eat. Rogers nodded frantically. "I want to live a few more days." "Not too foolish," the two-headed man casually commented before departing. "Next meal, you'll get meat." Once he left, Chu Jianlei cast a dispassionate glance at Rogers. "Don't look at me like that," Rogers retorted, his brow arching in frustration. "I just want to live. Is that wrong? Furthermore, if I don't eat, I'll die." Chu Jianlei lowered his eyelids once more, opting for silence. After about 7 or 8 more hours, the two-headed man returned, his gaze fixated on Chu Jianlei. "Kid, I intended for you to put on some weight." He drew a dagger from his waist. Time was of the essence. Chu Jianlei tensed his core muscles, ready to spring into action. However, just then, a series of dull thud, thud, thud sounds resonated from outside. Gauss automatic rifles? The three turned their heads simultaneously toward the noise. Someone is coming," Rogers exclaimed with delight. "Rescue has indeed arrived. I was planning to give you meat." The two-headed man shouted in anger, flinging the dagger toward Rogers. As the dagger sailed through the air, he dashed outside without a backward glance. To him, these meat people were hardly worth his concern. Something significant was unfolding outside, and had to be involved. Rogers struggled desperately, the dagger grazing his neck and embedding itself in the earth. Even so, his carotid artery was pierced, blood gushing forth with a hissing sound. "Chu! Brother Chu! Save me!" Chu Jianlei disregarded Rogers' plea for help, having almost injured himself while attempting to act decisively. The presence of Gauss automatic rifles indicated that rescue was imminent. The fallen also wield Gauss automatic rifles, but due to supply difficulties, they can only be obtained through plunder. When the survivors attacked the fallen, they not only acted in unison, but also showed no mercy. Thus, salvation was a highly probable event. His current concern was to avoid being slain by the fallen before rescue arrived. Blood continued to spurt from the wound on Rogers' neck as he struggled to roll toward Chu Jianlei, hoping for assistance. Unfortunately, after barely rolling once, he felt weak and dizzy. "Brother Chu, save me," Chu Jianlei scoffed. Only now did he wish to approach after having kept his distance before. He understood that Rogers harbored doubts about him, which is why he had maintained that distance. Now, seeking his aid was too late. Despair clouded Rogers' gaze, the light within gradually dimming. Chu Jianlei began to maneuver his own body, deliberately circumventing Rogers to position himself behind him. The flow of blood from Rogers' neck had slowed, but it continued to seep. His jaw twitched slightly, as if he wished to utter something, but ultimately he remained silent. Chu Jianlei, maintaining his composure, untied the bindings on his feet, fashioned a slipknot, and then resecured his hands. Next, he reclined in the pool of blood on the ground, narrowing his eyes to feign death. The battle outside raged fiercely, punctuated by the sporadic sounds of gunfire. "There's heavy firepower," Chu Jianlei mused inwardly. It seemed more than just scavengers had arrived. The conflict persisted for nearly half an hour, with gunfire gradually diminishing. After a few scattered shots, voices began to rise. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, sending a cloud of dust swirling. "This is a dismemberment storage," someone shouted. "There are people on the ground. Be cautious of the fallen." A woman's voice coldly interjected, "Whether they're fallen or not, we'll know with a few shots. Lives in the Wasteland are cheap, and the survivors attacking the fallen are intent on extermination rather than rescue." Fortunately, someone intervened. "Don't be foolish. Do you think the settlement can identify the fallen?" The woman dismissed. "Not everyone undergoes testing, do they?" "Enough. It's not worth wasting 2 bullets," someone grunted, "if you 2 aren't dead." "Get up quickly." Chu Jianlei shifted his body and slowly sat up, careful not to make any sudden movements that might lead to his demise. In the Wasteland, one can never be too cautious. Rogers, clearly unable to rise, still attempted to kick his legs, signaling, "I can still be saved." Though lives are cheap in the Wasteland, every individual possesses an indomitable spirit. The carotid artery was severed for half an hour, yet he astonishingly perished without a single drop of blood spilling, a true miracle of life in the realm of Blue Star. However, the survivors showed him little regard. Rescue? What a jest! Could you afford the fee? One survivor, aiming a gun at Jianlei, slowly approached, inquiring, "Have you ever consumed human flesh?" "No," Jianlei responded with a slow shake of his head. "I am willing to undergo testing." "Were you?" A woman stepped forward and kicked him, sending Jianlei tumbling several times. From her tone, it was clear she was the same individual who had attempted to kill Liang Mao for credit. Her face was marred with scars, and her left ear was nearly severed, leaving only a small portion of the upper ear. "Will you pay for the testing? If you lack funds, spare us your chatter." "Lock him up. Let him starve for 2 days," a man with a severed left arm interjected. "The cannibals will exhibit abnormal reactions or perhaps they won't react at all." The scarred woman replied nonchalantly, "Better to sell him to the mine." The mine she referred to was, in truth, the dump. The refuse was piled high, and in certain areas, the danger of collapse loomed. Digging through the debris did evoke the essence of a mining site. The survivor with the gun addressed Jianlei, "Kid, did you hear that? Quickly reveal your worth. It was all a ruse." Jianlei understood that these individuals were intent on extracting whatever benefit they could from him. The act of saving lives was never the focal point. Since they had saved him, it was only natural they sought a reward. The methods employed by these individuals to demand compensation were somewhat crude, yet they epitomized the Wasteland's essence. Spending excessive time on trivial matters was simply not worthwhile. Jianlei glanced outside at figure. "Sanyi, you know I have no money." The man referred to as Sanyi had a leg amputated and had a mechanical prosthetic. He bore no large firearms, merely a strangely shaped handgun at his waist. Do not underestimate this handgun. It was a legitimate laser pistol, with lower power but superior performance compared to a Gauss automatic rifle. Sanyi also eked out a living in the dump, and it was customary for him to carry a laser pistol while scavenging. He had never regarded Jianlei highly, never offering payment when cargo needed moving, at most providing a tube of nutrient solution. If he was displeased, he wouldn't even offer that, leaving the foolish Chu Bai to help for free. However, Jianlei never helped without some form of compensation, preferring to endure a beating instead. Over time, Sanyi recognized this fool's nature and grew too apathetic to strike him. After all, even beating someone required effort. In any case, he held a rather indifferent opinion of Jianlei, yet they were familiar acquaintances. "Chu Bai, these individuals are hunters." Hunters did not survive by scavenging. Rather, they hunted various beasts and mutated creatures, sometimes accepting bounty tasks. Their status was significantly higher than that of scavengers, representing the primary combat force of the Wasteland. Sanyi had once been a hunter in his youth, but after losing his leg, combat became cumbersome, forcing him to the dump as a scavenger. His attitude towards Jianlei was poor, yet he expressed little kindness towards the hunters as well. The scar-faced woman sensed his hostility and cast a cold glance in his direction. Jianlei lowered his eyelids. "I truly have no money. I merely scrape by in the mines." The notion of selling him to the dump was impossible. He already belonged to that realm. This was not to say he held significant influence in the dump, but rather, anyone who sought to purchase him would be treading on a taboo. Those who mingled in the same circles. If one could buy Chu Bai today, could they not purchase Sanyi tomorrow? The scar-faced woman's expression darkened at his words. "In such a vast dump, do you really think everyone will recognize you?" The dump was indeed immense, practically boundless. At the very least, Jianlei had lived in the Wasteland for 6 years and still had no clear understanding of its true size. Despite her threats, he remained silent, merely enduring the moment. Jianlei had ample reasons to counter her claims, yet he was not foolish enough to argue with an armed individual, but he believed others would provide this foolish woman with a hint. "Sure enough," Sanyi spoke up, "Chu Bai has a mouth beneath his nose. He can write as well. As long as he claims to make a living in the mines, no one will buy him. Do you not understand? Those who might purchase him wouldn't want to find themselves sold to another mine one day." Sanyi was not attempting to save Jianlei. Rather, he was considering the welfare of all scavengers, Disruption of order in the dump would be catastrophic. No matter how poor the order, it was preferable to chaos. Such a waste of time. The woman exclaimed, raising her leg to kick Chu Jianlei to the ground. Chu Jianlei maintained his lowered eyelids in silence, a habit he had cultivated to control his anger. All right, here's a rope from S16. Untie him first. The man with the severed arm spoke. Lock him up for observation for 2 days. This was the most standard response, and at that moment, it was surprisingly the most amicable remark. A man armed only with a long knife approached, crouching down to help Chu Jianlei untie the ropes. Judging by his weapon, he too was likely a scavenger. However, the long knife at his waist was no ordinary implement. It appeared to be a super-frequency oscillating knife that, in essence, scavenging was not merely a technical endeavor. It tested both vision and strength. Moreover, equipment was inherently a part of one's strength. As he untied the ropes, 2 guns remained trained on Chu Jianlei, prepared for any sudden movements. But soon after, the man with the long knife exclaimed, "Oh, you had already untied yourself." Chu Jianlei had exceptional knot-tying skills, yet unfortunately, this time he had encountered an expert. He felt no embarrassment, merely replying with drooping eyelids, "I was looking for an opportunity to escape." "This is unlikely to survive," the woman remarked, prodding Rogers's body with her toe. Then she cast a disdainful glance at Chu Jianlei. "You merely watch him die, without even attempting to staunch the bleeding." Chu Jianlei wished to respond, but upon reconsideration, he realized that remaining silent would only exacerbate his fallen suspicions. So he muttered softly, "I fear death. What nonsense!" The woman retorted angrily, turning on her heel and striding out of the room. "You truly have no sense of shame." The long knife man could not help but remark as he stood up, "Since you freed yourself, then handle it yourself." Chu Jianlei rolled his eyes. They were unbothered by the shame of killing Liang Mao for credit. Yet now they dare to criticize him? However, the others found no fault in his words, and none voiced any accusations against him. Killing Liang Mao for credit required capability. Chu Bai, do you truly wish to kill Liang Mao for credit? Can you accomplish it? It is indeed reasonable for one to be criticized for having the means to assist a fellow being, yet choosing not to act. That, of course, no one condemned him for being cold-hearted. Survival was paramount. The survivors of the Wasteland were simply that pragmatic. Sanyi glanced at Royce, recognizing him. Isn't this a member of that small faction involved in washing? Or, to extract valuable items from the dump, they had to be submitted to specific individuals for processing, commonly referred to as washing, or the profits from washing were not significant. Yet it was not a task one could undertake alone. Sanyi even had a recollection that this dying fellow might have some connection to Chu Bai. Chapter 4 Nutrient Solution. In the end, Sanyi did not bring up the grievances between Chu Jianlei and Rogers again. Perhaps he had forgotten, or perhaps he deemed it not worth mentioning. Was it necessary to dwell on the squabbles of 2 insignificant ants? Chu Jianlei was taken back to the survivors' temporary camp in the wilderness and thrown into a pit 5 meters deep. He could not clear his name, especially since his wrists and ankles were bound with living knots. The suspicion loomed excessively, making observation inevitable. Accompanying him was the corpse of Rogers. They seemed to intend to use this to determine whether he had indeed consumed human flesh. Chu Jianlei would never resort to cannibalism, yet the unbearable hunger gnawed at him. Thus, he cried out, "Sanyi, could you spare a tube of nutrient solution? I'll help you transport goods once. Do I have a warm stream of urine? Would you like some?" Came Sanyi's curse from a distance. "Could you kindly provide me with another filter paper?" Chu Jianlei, devoid of any sense of dignity, realized that in the Wasteland, one should relinquish any thoughts of pride that a stream of urine is at least warm. Is warmth not a blessing? Furthermore, the water resources in the Wasteland are exceedingly scarce, and the frequency of defecation far exceeds that of urination. Such an observation carries a certain odor, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Then, a tube of nutrient solution descended from the heavens and landed in the deep pit. Following this, the voice of Sanyi erupted in anger. 2 deliveries. Or, I shall dismantle your 3-wheeled cart. In the Wasteland, there exists little in the way of human sentiment. Yet when it does not involve significant interests, most are indifferent to occasionally performing acts of kindness. Sanyi indeed found Chu Jian to be foolish, but apart from his simplicity, Chu Jian had never committed any grievous acts. The pivotal point this time, within the Den of the Fallen, was that Chu Jian remarkably managed to untie the knots binding his hands and feet, which surely indicated a degree of skill. Not to mention, he also understood how to retie new knots, masquerading as immobile. Such a feat is typically arduous for ordinary survivors, and Chu Jian's accomplishment demonstrated that while he may be simple-minded, he possesses a certain capability. Those with abilities are undoubtedly worthy of investment, and San Yu was quite cognizant of this fact. After all, it was merely a tube of nutrient solution, which Chu Jian had acquired with great difficulty, yet San Yu truly did not lack in this regard. It can only be a one-time delivery, Chu Jian muttered softly, indifferent to whether his words were heard. Upon consuming the nutrient solution, he contentedly hummed, "How delightful." The size of the nutrient solution was modest, approximately the length of half a thin sausage. The taste, however, was rather unimpressive, even somewhat peculiar. Yet, this single tube was capable of sustaining a person's daily consumption, inclusive of essential trace elements and vitamins. Thus it was quite miraculous, and Chu Jian had been persistently attempting to decipher the manufacturing process of the nutrient solution. Admittedly, to say decipher is somewhat exaggerated. With limited sources of information and no finances, what could he possibly hope to unravel? He merely wished to ascertain how to counterfeit a low-quality version of the nutrient solution. Presently, he was so famished that his head spun, and although he had swallowed a tube of nutrient solution, the ensuing relief only exacerbated his hunger. After all, it had been 2 days since he last ate. In the next moment, another tube of nutrient solution fell from above, accompanied by a voice, "Is that three-wheeled cart yours?" Chu Jian stared blankly at the tube of nutrient solution but did not raise his hand to retrieve it. Finding the contents difficult to digest, he swallowed hard and replied, "The three-wheeled cart is mine. It was designed for ease of maneuverability. However, I was knocked unconscious during transit. Whatever transpired with the three-wheeled cart is unrelated to me. Your statement has answered all the questions I wish to pose," the voice responded coldly. After a brief pause, it continued, "The transmission system is quite intricate. Would you be willing to work for me? If I were inclined to work for anyone, I would have done so long ago." Chu Jian silently lamented. Labor was out of the question. He had never worked in his previous life, and it was even less likely in this one. Moreover, he had an additional reason to resist. He could not bear the thought of an overseer dictating his actions, nor could he tolerate the fear of having his true capabilities exposed. That Chu Jian swallowed again and replied, "If I do not work for you, then this tube of nutrient solution shall have no bearing on me, correct?" As expected, the other party retorted arrogantly, "It is merely a tube of nutrient solution. If you refuse, I shall take it back to feed my dog." The phrasing was precise. It showed a lack of regard for the nutrient solution while simultaneously refusing to indulge the greed of others. However, it was rather insulting. Chu Jian was not angered. He knew it was futile to take offense, and being courted by such a domineering force could indeed pose a future risk. Thus, there was no need to react immediately. A mere verbal concession would suffice. What significance lay in showing weakness through words? "Ah, how amusing," the individual scoffed, "since you have declined. Do not touch the nutrient solution. When you starve to death, I shall reclaim it." The tone was distinctly high-handed, steeped in condescension, as if to say, "Even if you perish, you shall not touch my nutrient solution. It is reserved for my dog." For an ordinary person, such words would be intolerable. Yet Chu Jian was truly no ordinary individual. His thought process diverged from the norm. He murmured quietly, "3 days to starve me. That seems rather unlikely." Upon hearing this, the individual could not suppress a vexed gesture, smiting his forehead in frustration. Indeed, a fool, utterly incapable of understanding. The days swiftly passed, and Chu Jian found himself growing faint from hunger, his vision blurring. He had studied various Taoist practices and attempted to practice the turtle breathing technique, but, clearly, the current circumstances were unsuitable for its application. Just then, a powerful engine roared from afar, shaking the very heavens. Could it be? Hong Xi's team has emerged? Chu Jian could not help but ponder. Hong Xi was the only settlement in the vicinity, rumored to be accompanied by Hong Wu and Hong Qi. Though those settlements were far afield, the combat prowess of the settlement's team was formidable, akin to an official battalion. While hunters were already considered strong, Not every hunter was qualified to reside within the settlement. The bounty missions issued by the settlement were eagerly pursued by every hunter. The disparity between the two was self-evident. For Chu Jian, he had only heard whispers of the settlement, and, at most, had glimpsed it from a distance once. He lacked even the qualifications to approach, let alone enter. Shortly thereafter, a series of gunshots erupted, and Chu Jian immediately recognized Gauss machine guns. Gauss machine guns were significantly more powerful than Gauss automatic rifles, boasting fierce firepower and long range. From the resounding noise alone, it was evident that they were mounted on vehicles, but thankfully, he could tell that the gunfire was directed skyward. The machine guns unleashed a rapid volley, followed by an announcement from a loudspeaker. This is the patrol team of the Hongxi settlement. All individuals, remain in place with your hands raised above your heads. Those who disobey shall be executed without mercy. Chu Jian was uncertain about the situation outside, but he leaned against the pit wall, feebly lifting his hands. Moments later, a commotion ensued, with someone bellowing in anger, followed by several gunshots. Someone muttered, "Damn wanted criminal." Clearly, a fugitive had attempted to flee and had been shot down. Chu Jian had lost interest in deciphering the commotion. He was far too hungry, and thinking required energy. At this moment, he even felt a tinge of amusement. Among the survivors outside the settlement, how many were wanted criminals? It was merely that one individual lacked patience, leading to their being targeted. The next moment, two armed men in uniforms approached the edge of the pit. The uniforms were not particularly new, covered in dust and various stains. Nevertheless, both men wielded automatic weapons with sidearms and grenades at their hips and short daggers strapped to their legs, exuding an air of intimidation. One of them, with a long sword strapped to his back, looked down at Chu Jian and inquired, "What are you doing?" "I am eking out a living at the mine," Chu Jian replied weakly. "I was previously captured by the Fallen." Due to his lack of strength, he endeavored to keep his words concise, clearly stating the situation in just a few sentences that you've got some nerve. The patrolman with the long sword frowned, dissatisfied. "Is this how you address someone?" The very tone suggested he was ready to act lethally at any moment. "Forgive me, my lord," Chu Jian offered a bitter smile. "In 5 days, I have consumed only a tube of nutrient solution and am too weak to muster any strength." The other patrolman scoffed. "If you're going to lie, at least put some effort into it. Look to your right. What do you see? They refuse to let me eat, saying they will reclaim it to feed their dog." "Oh, are you that detestable?" This man blinked, casually tossing down 2 tubes of nutrient solution. After a moment's thought, he threw down 2 more. "Since you're hungry, consume them all." Immediately, compared to the survivors in the wild, the patrol team was not short on resources. They could certainly spare a few tubes of nutrient solution. However, he is not a fool, only a pawn. Consuming all 4 tubes of the nutrient solution, can it be proven that you have not spoken falsely? Those who have ever tasted compressed biscuits are well aware that indulging excessively in high-calorie foods leads to considerable discomfort. Yet for Chu Jianlei, this is hardly a concern, as he is perpetually engulfed in hunger. The notion that binging after a period of starvation would invoke adverse reactions within the body is utterly unfounded. The nutrient solution is easily digestible and poses no discomfort to the gastrointestinal system, provided one can withstand the caloric content it harbors. Chu Jianlei is least troubled by caloric intake. His physique has long been deprived, and he expresses gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your generosity." He voraciously consumed 3 tubes of the nutrient solution before pausing. The observer, with a bemused smile, reached for the pistol at his waist, inquiring, "Can't eat any more?" "I require a bit of water," Chu Jianlei replied earnestly, "as it aids in the distribution of calories that in truth, the issue is not merely the distribution of calories. Rather, the caloric surge within him would soon trigger a dehydration response." He could force down the 4th tube, but why would he wish to torment his body? "That is a fair point," the Longdao Xuanxia remarked with intrigue, tossing him a water skin. "Here is your water." The patrol team carries canteens, yet this water skin contains water intended for the engine's radiator and is far from pristine. Chapter 5. Cold-blooded and hot-blooded. The water in the leather pouch was rather unclean, yet in this desolate wilderness, having something to drink was already a stroke of fortune. Were mere survivors of the wild truly worthy of touching the water canisters of the patrol team? "Thank you, my lords," Chu Jianlei sincerely expressed his gratitude. opening the pouch and taking 6 small sips. 6 sips were sufficient. He understood well the intended use of the water contained within and dared not indulge further. The murkiness was unavoidable, but as long as it was not toxic, a little consumption was inconsequential. The key was to maintain control. He then opened a vial of nutrient solution and swallowed it without hesitation. Subsequently, he stood and bowed, thanking the 2 gentlemen once more. The patrolman, wielding a long knife, evidently grew intrigued. "Can you still eat? I have a few more vials of nutrient solution here." This inquiry was not born of goodwill. He was already contemplating whether to set up a gamble. "Thank you, my lord, but no." Jianlei slowly shook his head. "Too much of a good thing can be detrimental." What was this fellow saying? Someone spoke up, and another one-eyed patrolman, appearing to be a minor leader, approached. Jianlei's manner of speech had always differed slightly from that of the local natives, reflecting a nostalgic sentiment for Shenzhou. He could not change it, but he deemed it unnecessary, as others already believed him to be somewhat unhinged. The one-eyed minor leader did not comprehend the phrase, "too much a good thing." But after some communication, he grasped the other's predicament. "Pure nonsense," the minor leader scoffed, producing a small, delicate disc and tossing it down. "You know how to use this, right?" It was a disposable injector. Pressing it firmly against the skin would release a needle for injection. The fluid within was minimal, yet it sufficed for simple testing, making it a convenient means to assess the fallen. However, the phrase "you know how to use it" was for Jianlei a true marvel of technology. It was fortunate that this individual was a minor leader. Otherwise, he would not have had such an item readily available. Jianlei examined the injector, attempting to press it against the back of his hand, and then looked up, questioning with his eyes. "Like this?" "Exactly." The minor leader nodded, unable to suppress a remark. "This fellow's observational skills are quite impressive." Jianlei had no idea what this device was, but it was evident he had no authority to refuse it. As the liquid was injected into the back of his hand, he felt a wave of warmth surging up his arm, racing directly towards his heart. After nearly half a minute, the minor leader spoke. "No change. You should not have consumed any human flesh. Carry that corpse on your back." Jianlei attitude. But he could not help but silently criticize. "Your testing method is rather crude, isn't it?" The sudden heat was a rather unpleasant user experience. Yet, after all, it was a free testing item, so one could not set expectations too high. As for exiting the pit, it posed no significant challenge, even while bearing a corpse. "All right, gather together." The minor leader nodded slightly and turned to leave as pressing matters awaited. Jianlei, carrying the corpse, approached to find around 20 scavengers, over 30 hunters, and several injured individuals. These were the main force attacking the fallen, but at present they all huddled on the ground, heads cradled in their arms. Surrounding them were at least 50 patrol team members. Not far away stood 3 off-road light trucks, 2 armored vehicles, and a dozen wide-tired motorcycles. The light trucks were open-topped, rugged and simple, equipped with heavy Gauss machine guns, their caliber menacing. The armored vehicles were armed with smoothbore cannons at the front and machine guns atop, true instruments of devastation. The off-road light trucks and armored vehicles encircled Jianlei and his group, with personnel stationed at the relevant weapon platforms. Anyone daring to disobey and run amok would find those weapons were far from mere decorations. After casting a brief glance, Jianlei discarded the corpse and obediently moved aside, crouching down with his hands clasped atop his head. Technically, he was a support worker, completely distinct from these individuals. However, in the Wasteland, attempting to assert one's uniqueness often equated to courting death. The prudent course was to conform and follow the crowd. From a larger armored vehicle emerged a group of individuals, led by a young man in his late 20s or early 30s. This individual was exceptionally handsome, adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of authority. Yet his eyes bore a hint of sinister coldness. Jianlei caught a glimpse of him from the corner of his eye. Astonishingly, he was even more handsome than I am. He must be the antagonist. The young man mounted an open light truck and addressed the crowd through a loudspeaker. "Do not inquire as to my identity. You are unworthy to know. I pose a single question. Whoever has found a set of pink mech armor will be granted 10 days of life." His commanding presence was overwhelming. The patrol team members seemed as insignificant as kittens compared to a tiger. However, among the crouched survivors, few were simpletons. They exchanged furtive glances, none daring to speak. Observing the lack of response, the one-eyed minor leader interjected, Mr. Sai comes from the Hongzi settlement, a rare opportunity indeed. The Hongzi settlement governs all outposts bearing the Hongzi designation, its power incomprehensible to the average person. Someone voiced their astonishment. It was the one-legged man, San Yi, who sat on the ground. Mr. Sai, there are many pink mechs. The sinister young man glanced at him, scoffing lightly. I demand all information regarding pink mechs. San Yi promptly fell silent. With his experience, he recognized the gravity of the situation and understood that listening more and speaking less was the wiser path. However, the scarred woman, with only half an ear remaining, lacked such keen perception. She boldly asked, Mr. Sai, is there any unusual sign regarding the pink mechs? We can inquire further. Mr. Sai slightly lifted his chin, and with a resounding gunshot, the scarred woman's head erupted in an instant. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the wind's mournful whisper. After a moment, Mr. Sai coldly huffed, I am the one asking the questions. Who gave you the misguided impression that you were entitled to inquire? Do not attempt to instruct me. You are unworthy. We are hunters. A man stood up, glaring defiantly at him. You are venting your anger in the wrong direction. You surprise me. Mr. Sai examined him from head to toe, unexpectedly unperturbed. You are not afraid of death? To hell with you. The man's feet ignited with flames as he lunged forward like a cannonball. Wait for me, you wretched woman. He and the scarred woman were not only comrades, but had sworn to stand by each other through life and death. In the Wasteland, lives were cheap, yet fervent blood coursed through their veins. None truly valued their existence. The Gauss machine guns erupted with a rapid fire, turning the man into a sieve, blood spraying into the air. Almost simultaneously, Jianlei shut his eyes and pressed himself to the ground. As expected, a thunderous explosion shook the earth. As the man was shot, he ignited the incendiary devices on his person. Mr. Sai could underestimate the courage of these lower-tier individuals, but Jianlei was all too aware, which is why he avoided disaster. A shock wave swept past. Jianlei felt a stinging pain in his back, as if he had been slightly affected. When he crouched again, the light truck ahead had been utterly obliterated. Mr. Sai, however, had not sustained severe injuries. Two individuals stood before him with shields raised. Only his clothing bore some damage. His face displayed traces of smoke, with half of his hair and eyebrows singed. Enraged, he bellowed, These scum deserve to die. Eliminate them all. Mr. Sai, please temper your rage. The one-eyed minor leader felt compelled to intervene. These are all survival experts. If we can eliminate everyone, then so be it. But what if we cannot? As he spoke, the smoke began to dissipate. Several of the crouched survivors had vanished, their whereabouts unknown. Mr. Sai paused, swiftly making a decision. I will only question those from a mine. This does not concern the hunters. It was evident that he had realized the might of the Hongzi settlement, yet could not contend with the unruly survivors. This is merely the norm of the Wasteland, where your strength bears no significance to me. Division is essential. Otherwise, should one provoke the ire of Hongzi's patrol team, they would merely stand by and watch, granting him great amusement. His purpose here is to seek detailed information. Arrogance is inevitable, yet if it adversely affects the outcome, he would face dire consequences. The recent act of murder was merely a response to personal affront, a means to establish authority, for life in the Wasteland is cheap. However, he has also witnessed the fierce resolve of the lower class, compelling him to temper his demeanor. There is no alternative. Encountering an individual who is quick to anger leaves one with little recourse. With his capabilities, erasing the entire Hongzi settlement would be trivial. Yet could he silence all witnesses? Thus, it is wiser to admit that his primary targets are scavengers. Hunters, being more unruly, are not worth antagonizing a group that poses no real threat. Yet, San Yi objected, lifting his head with a light chuckle, suggesting that the miners are easier to bully. Those who make a living in the junkyard indeed possess a lower social status, unlike hunters who actively pursue mutated beasts. However, a lower social standing does not equate to diminished power or economic gain. In fact, the upper class of the mines earns significantly more than their hunter counterparts, and the upper echelons of the patrollers are far inferior. One should never underestimate scavengers. Without exceptional capabilities, one cannot thrive in this industry. Hunters merely risk their lives, but managing a mine requires not only bravery, but also acumen. Many elite scavengers are backed by powerful factions, negating the need to process or, as they can absorb it themselves. To assert that these individuals are mere frontmen is a claim others would readily believe. Sanya's departure from the hunter profession indeed severed his leg, rendering him incapable. Yet, he does not believe that hunters are inherently nobler than scavengers. It is merely a matter of perception. Anyone can engage in violence, but to become a proficient scavenger, one must employ intellect. Chapter 6. Useless due to Sanya's understanding. He held little respect when confronting the scar-faced woman. Hunters are indeed formidable, yet exchanging life for money is akin to blood on the blade. Do you not realize that in the scavenger's trade, many times, killing does not involve bloodshed? In the depths of the scavenger elite's hearts, hunters are merely a band of desperate rogues. In response to Sanya's inquiry, Mr. Sai surprisingly laughed, asking with interest if he was dissatisfied. I merely inquired. San Yi replied coolly, believing that having just experienced the survivor's self-immolation, the other party would need to consider their actions. Unfortunately, the sinister young man emitted an ominous signal. In the next moment, a gunshot rang out. Sanya's head exploded, red and white splattering. His body trembled violently, his prosthetic limb no longer able to support his headless form as he collapsed to the ground. The sinister young man chuckled lightly, mocking the few scavengers who fancied themselves significant. Do hunters dare to risk their lives? Chu Jianlei understood the implication. Scavengers do dare to gamble with their lives. Yet there is a profound difference between risking life and risking life. San Yu was killed because he failed to comprehend that scavengers typically do not engage in life-threatening actions unless it involves their interests. As expected, no one responded. Mr. Sai paused for a moment, evidently waiting to see if anyone would retaliate. Meanwhile, the patrollers by the weapons platform were on high alert, fingers resting on their buttons. Then, Mr. Sai laughed, declaring that mere scavengers were not worthy of comparison with hunters. Chu Jianlei lowered his eyes. Realizing this was a belated acknowledgement of the necessity for factional division. However, these words finally provoked one of the scavengers, a man named Tai Tu. True to his name, he bore a severe head injury, his forehead replaced with an alloy skull. He raised his head and spoke indifferently, asking if eliminating all scavengers would yield the information sought. I am curious whether you are here to conduct business or to cause mischief. Mr. Sai hesitated, his sinister visage revealing a hint of surprise. Are you not afraid of death? Who is unafraid of death? Tai Tu replied flatly. But after asking, can we continue to live? Such blunt honesty. Chu Jianlei kept his head down, his body trembling slightly. The possibility of silencing witnesses existed after the inquiry, yet it was not guaranteed. However, upon stating this, the other party, even if for the sake of face, felt compelled to consider eliminating witnesses. Otherwise, how shameful would it be? The response from the other side truly surprised him. The next moment, another gunshot echoed, and Tai Tu slowly fell to the ground. Mr. Sai sneered, silencing witnesses? You overestimate your importance. Is it worth my effort? Although another life was taken, this time, the survivors felt no panic. Instead, they secretly sighed in relief. If the other party was indifferent to completing the task, it implied that they would not face extermination. However, Chu Jianlei was not so optimistic. He understood that unless these individuals ceased pursuing the fleeing survivors, he could not believe they would refrain from silencing witnesses. He lived pragmatically, disregarding any promises and preferring to trust his judgment. The next moment, Mr. Sai's words plunged his heart to the depths. The emotionless man declared that those hiding should present themselves. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to kill them. The authority of the Hong character settlement was not something a few insignificant ants could provoke. Yet, how many among those who could seize the opportunity to flee were foolish enough to remain? Approximately a minute passed, and seeing no response, Mr. Sai's sinister countenance grew more severe. Find those fleeing and kill them. The reward will match that of exterminating a C-class mutated beast. 20-some patrollers responded in unison, swiftly mounting their motorcycles and splitting into 4 small teams. Only 4 individuals had escaped, and they had already confirmed their identities. Such a situation is perilous. Chu Jianlei could not help but squint. With 22 scavengers remaining, Mr. Sai began to interrogate each one. Soon, it was Chu Jianlei's turn, and he asserted that he was merely responsible for transporting garbage and was a target for rescue this time. His involvement in this matter was indeed an accident. Mr. Sai pondered for a moment before impassively questioning. So, you are now useless? The implication of death hung in the air, Yet Jianlei replied earnestly, I have always been of little use. I can barely fill my belly. Mr. Sai, slightly puzzled, regarded him for a moment before shifting to the next target. The questioning was brief. With over 20 individuals, it took less than an hour. In fact, mechs were nearly non-existent in this mine. Remnants were all that remained, with even decent parts being scarce. Now someone inquired about a pink mech, which was itself a rather comical question. However, with 4 survivors already dead, the others naturally responded obediently. Unsurprisingly, the inquiry yielded no results. Mr. Sai glanced around, cleared his throat, and declared, You truly disappoint me. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted slightly, wondering if he intended to change his mind. 3 of the 4 fleeing individuals had already been captured and were now corpses. At this moment, everyone hoped that the 4th individual would not be caught. Only his survival would offer a chance for everyone else to live. Are you afraid of me silencing you? Seeing the silence, Mr. Sai burst into laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. Strangely, despite his apparent joy, the sinister aura surrounding him showed no sign of diminishing. After a brief moment of laughter, he took out a handkerchief to dab at the corners of his eyes. All right, enough of the jesting. I shall honor my promise. However, your lack of information has left me rather displeased. How about this? Once you return, could you keep an ear out for any relevant news? No problem. The crowd responded in unison, finding the request perfectly reasonable. In fact, compared to the previous carnage, this request seemed almost trivial, akin to lifting something high and then gently placing it down. Yet, it was unfortunate that Mr. Sai interjected with a caveat. However, while the matter may seem minor, it is not something to be spoken of lightly, and I am uncertain whether you will truly commit to your tasks. Should you still harbor resentment over my actions, it would be unfortunate indeed, as you may very well withhold any news from me. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of apprehension as they regarded Mr. Sai with disdain. After a short silence, a young scavenger finally spoke, his demeanor surprisingly calm. Even if we claim the likelihood is low, I fear Mr. Sai may not believe us. Perhaps you should tell us what you wish us to do. I possess a serum, Mr. Sai stated plainly. After injection, one must regularly receive an antidote. The crowd fell silent once more, realizing that he intended to exert control over them. Mr. Sai, after a moment of cold contemplation, declared to inject or to perish. Those are your choices. The young scavenger sighed. The information may also be leaked by the hunters. Will they inject? At this, a sinister-looking youth erupted with rage, kicking the young scavenger to the ground. You little insect! How dare you sow discord? I trust the hunters implicitly. He then cast a glance at the nearby hunters and muttered, But surely, registering information is not too much to ask? What could the hunters say? If registration was required, so be it. In truth, while most hunters operated on the darker side of the law, their backgrounds were generally clean, or else they would not be able to accept bounty tasks. As for their private dealings, few cared to inquire. As long as they went unseen, taking a few lives was hardly a concern. In the Wasteland, lives held little value. Yet, they understood the purpose of the registration was to serve as a warning against information leaks, for they could not escape unscathed either. Nevertheless, this treatment was still preferable to that of the scavengers. The hunters gathered at one station to register, while the scavengers moved to another to prepare for their injections. Jianlei, however, remained squatting on the ground, obediently cradling his head. The Long Dao patrol once again took notice of him, approaching and kicking him in the rear. Aren't you going to line up for your injection? My lord, I am not a scavenger, Jianlei grumbled, unwilling to partake in this absurd injection. But he understood the necessity of his words. I have always wanted to enter the mine, but cannot. I do not care whether you can enter. The Long Dao patrol snapped. You are still involved with the mines. I merely handle transportation outside the mines. Jianlei replied earnestly. That serum must be quite expensive, correct? The Long Dao patrol was left speechless. What does it matter to you whether it is expensive? Jianlei replied with utmost seriousness. If it is costly, I cannot afford to fail. I cannot bear the loss. Who says you must bear the loss? The Long Dao patrol was growing impatient. Had it been anyone else, he would have dispatched them swiftly. Yet, this fool was different. He felt it beneath him to bully someone so dim-witted. However, Jianlei persisted in his refusal to take the injection and felt compelled to argue. That serum belongs to Mr. Sai. Should I inquire with him? He had discerned some of Mr. Sai's temperament. arrogant, self-important, and clever, capable of adapting to circumstances. Crucially, that man likely did not appreciate others taking matters into their own hands. During their exchange, Mr. Sai had been observing this scene, listening intently as a one-eyed lieutenant provided low commentary. Upon hearing that this individual was a simpleton, Mr. Sai lost interest. Nevertheless, the earnestness in Chu Jianlei's words showed no intent to provoke, prompting Mr. Sai to listen quietly. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. The transport worker might serve as a pawn. Much like taxi drivers on Blue Star, those in this role often possessed a wealth of diverse information. Chu Jianlei remained oblivious to the fact that his defense had inadvertently spurred Mr. Sai's interest in exploiting him. Chapter 7. Injection. When Chu Jianlei was summoned by Mr. Sai, he felt profoundly bewildered. "You wish to hire me? Remember, do not question me." Mr. Sai raised his hand and pointed at him. "This is a one-time opportunity. Next time I will kill." Chu Jianlei quickly gathered his thoughts. "I will not question again. However, my transportation business is not thriving." "Not thriving?" Mr. Sai found this Blue Star style phrasing somewhat peculiar. "Why not just say your transportation business is sparse? Clearly, there is something amiss mentally." Mr. Sai mused briefly before inquiring, "Are you implying your ability to acquire information is lacking?" "Indeed, que je ne dead." Among the scavengers, few can afford to rent vehicles, and most keep their wealth concealed. In truth, scavengers were tight-lipped, and their circles were quite exclusive. He was merely an auxiliary worker on the periphery. This did not concern Mr. Sai, who did not want to admit he had misjudged the situation. Moreover, having a pawn in place was necessary. It was merely a matter of transitioning from a hidden piece to a visible one. "You need only inform me whether you accept the employment." "What happened if I decline the employment?" Chu Jianlei nearly blurted this question, knowing full well others perceived him as mentally unstable. Yet, considering it was a one-time opportunity, he replied, "I am foolish and fear I may not perform well. Please keep the hiring fee reasonable. If the fee is too high, you would likely require the injection to mitigate risks." "You are not foolish, Mr. Sai replied with a knowing smile. Their interaction had been brief, yet he sensed no significant deficiency in Chu Jianlei's intellect. However, there seemed to be some mental issues present, yet his candid nature was a sign of intelligence. Mr. Sai was disinclined to elaborate further. It was merely a casual move in a game. 2 tubes of nutrient serum daily. What does that sound? Que je ne lies up. He had been starving for 6 long years. Surely, news of critical importance warranted such a reward. "As long as you dangle rewards before me, I shall work diligently." Mr. Sai chuckled at his quick response, realizing he was not the fool he had initially assumed. "There are plenty of rewards, depending on what information you can uncover. Now, go and receive your injection." "Must I still receive the injection? Que je ne lies at 5. Is this all you can envision? Do you not understand? Different treatment incites competition, allowing you to gather more information." He internally scoffed at the notion, but maintained a composed exterior. "Ah, but the serum is quite costly." Mr. Sai had heard this complaint for the second time, and thought to himself that Chu Jianlei had indeed led a sheltered life. However, upon reflection, it was evident that someone capable of consuming 4 tubes of nutrient serum likely endured a harsh existence. He gestured to a nearby individual, raising 2 fingers, indicating the second type of serum. The second serum was an improved version of the first, with slightly reduced toxicity. Chu Jianlei was ultimately a simpleton and lacked resilience. It would be a pity if he succumbed before receiving the antidote. Chu Jianlei, however, remained oblivious to these subtleties. His mind clouded with frustration. Must I truly endure this injection? He could not abide being subject to another's control, especially when it concealed a significant threat to his life. The Wasteland's environment was exceptionally harsh, yet, judging by the weaponry alone, one could discern the advanced technology of the pre-apocalyptic era. It was quite normal to have batches of antidotes for toxic serums, was it not? Instinctively, he yearned to flee, struggling to quell the impulse within him. Yet, as he glimpsed the headless corpses not far away, he forced himself to suppress the turmoil within. Due to his intense restraint, his body could not help but tremble violently. Bystanders cast curious glances at him, yet none found it peculiar that he was about to receive an injection of a toxic substance. Was it not natural to feel fear? Everyone knew that Sha Chu possessed a timid disposition. He would rather toil than scavenge. Chu Jianlei, while forcefully suppressing his impulses, rapidly analyzed everything he observed. The pale blue syringe. He attempted to discern the name from the vial, but it was evident that the other party would not commit such a blunder. The injection was to be administered into the deltoid of the left arm. This was dire news, as it implied that the toxin could swiftly reach the heart. Wait, could it also be injected into the right arm? This appeared to be an opportunity. If the toxin took a moment longer to reach the heart, it could still be considered chance. Jianlei subtly twisted the deltoid of his right arm, a tactic he had devised during his escape, something he had painstakingly honed. If it served any purpose, it was the temporary occlusion of the blood vessels. This method was indeed peculiar, yet it was ineffective in combat, which explained why he had remained weak for the past 6 years. Similarly, it consumed an exorbitant amount of energy, making it impractical for regular use. However, he had no choice now. He had to endure. Fortunately, he had just consumed 4 vials of nutrients, and, disregarding those long-term deficits, his body was temporarily replenished with energy. Jianlei exposed his right arm and stepped forward, causing the one responsible for the injection to glance at him. Logically, the injection should have been administered into the left arm, precisely as Jianlei had surmised. Nonetheless, this requirement was not overly stringent. Since the individual revealed his right arm, which was covered in scabs, they proceeded accordingly. Without even changing the needle, approximately 3 milliliters of liquid were injected within 5 seconds. A testament to the brutality of the act. But this was the Wasteland. Few cared for the sentiments of the weak. Jianlei speculated that if the other party were not averse to changing the syringe for fear of breakage, the speed might have been even greater. As the injection was completed, Jianlei furrowed his brow slightly. Something was amiss. Although he had temporarily occluded the blood vessel, he could still sense the violent energy contained within the syringe. Puzzled, he maintained a stoic expression, lowering his eyelids and silently retreating to the side. He had initially believed it to be a controllable neurotoxin, yet turned out to be a chaotic surge of energy. But could this energy surge be lethal? Moreover, was there an antidote? Unable to fathom it, he decided to cease his contemplation and stood there in silence. Before long, he felt a scorching sensation from his deltoid to the tips of his fingers on the right arm. Following the injection, each scavenger was handed a cup of clear water to drink. The water was remarkably pure, clearer than mineral water, a rare find in the Wasteland. Yet, no one expressed gratitude. Every survivor in the Wasteland was an expert in survival. They understood this was to promote the circulation of the drug within their bodies. Someone murmured about feeling a bit warm. Was this an early onset of effects? The one responsible for the injection glanced at him, stating that the onset occurred every 5 days. And this was a normal reaction. Upon hearing the term onset, Jianlei grew increasingly reluctant to allow this unknown substance to enter his shoulder or armpit. However, resisting was truly arduous and consumed a significant amount of energy. After a brief period, someone approached him, handing him a stained cloth bag. The bag contained 10 vials of nutrients and a rudimentary alloy ring. The nutrients represented 5 days' wages, and the alloy ring featured a protruding button. It contained vital information that could be accessed by pressing the button. Less significant information still needed to be reported to the Hongxi settlement to receive the next 5 days' remuneration. Grateful, Jianlei expressed his appreciation while opening a vial of nutrients and directly squeezing its contents into his mouth. In the end, he turned the outer membrane inside out and licked the residue from the vial. In the Wasteland, every impoverished soul, consumed nutrients in this manner. Jianlei's resentment even diminished slightly concerning the advance wages. It was sufficient for him. The timing was crucial, as he was nearing his limit. 5 minutes later, the last of the fleeing individuals was apprehended, the person now lifeless beyond recovery. Subsequently, Mr. Sai sped away with the convoy, resembling their arrival. The survivors' weapons were returned. The affluent of the Hong settlement looked down upon such meager possessions. A burly man with a face full of flesh approached Jianlei, shoving him slightly and inquiring, "What did you acquire?" The man was a hunter carrying a Gauss automatic rifle on his back, yet he deemed it unnecessary to lower his weapon. The scavengers watched the scene with indifference. Some silently regretted their delayed actions. This burly man was not the most elite among the hunters. There was a leaner individual even equipped with a laser sniper rifle. However, the higher-tier hunters did not stoop to harass such insignificant pests. He merely observed coolly, "Mister, Sai has hired me. Chu Jianlei replied expressionlessly. Do you wish to take the communicator as well? Commission? The man's eyes brightened, revealing a hint of ignorance. Yet, in the next moment, he regained his composure, a flicker of apprehension crossing his gaze. What did Mr. Sai hire you for? To report on the mining site. Chu Jianlei replied straightforwardly. I feel ill-equipped for the task. Perhaps you would prefer to take my place? The burly man turned and walked away. What a joke. Mr. Sai may underestimate scavengers, but I dare not. In a life-or-death situation, hunters certainly surpass scavengers in strength, yet he would not accept such a task, fearing the consequences. The hunter with a laser sniper rifle posed a question. Why did Mr. Sai choose you? Perhaps it is because I am not a scavenger. Chu Jianlei struggled to explain the matter. I hope your intellect is sufficient to comprehend my words. Surprisingly, several individuals did indeed understand, for the survivors were adept at survival, with at least a few possessing adequate intelligence. A filthy female scavenger spoke up. You are Sha Chu, right? Are you attempting to use this to threaten us? The other scavengers' expressions shifted slightly upon hearing this. Countless individuals had contemplated uniting the scavengers of the junkyard, yet none had succeeded, often disappearing instead. Mr. Sai was indeed formidable. But how formidable could he truly be? I never engage in wrongdoing. Chu Jianlei responded somewhat perplexly. However, in the next moment, he turned to a hunter and coldly declared, Put down the laser pistol you're holding. Chapter 8, Chaque intimidation. Though Chu Jianlei found himself in dire straits, he truly had his limits. He disdainfully refrained from causing trouble under Mr. Sai's name, holding a poor impression of that individual. He had never considered consolidating the scavengers. Even if he did, he would rely solely on his own abilities. However, he could not overlook that laser pistol, for it was a relic of San Yi. San Yi had treated him rather indifferently and had even struck him several times, yet he had not forgotten the life-saving vial of nutrients. He even recalled owing San Yi a delivery. While this debt could not be repaid, Chu Jianlei did not wish to remain indebted. Thus, bullying the deceased San Yi and taking his weapon without permission was simply unacceptable. Coincidentally, Chu Jianlei was also in need of a weapon, prompting him to speak up. The hunter seizing the laser pistol was a bald man, extraordinarily muscular and covered in tattoos. He wielded a Gauss automatic rifle and bore 2 long knives on his back, with a dagger hanging from his waist, clearly the type one would not wish to provoke. All he lacked was a laser pistol strapped to his waist. Consequently, after seizing the laser pistol, no one among the hunters dared to contest him. The bald man regarded Chu Jianlei with indifference, then proceeded to holster the pistol. Do you wish to die? Are you going to kill me? Chu Jianlei produced an alloy ring and shouted, Mr. Sai, someone is trying to kill me. The expression on the bald man's face instantly turned pale. I'm in. Do you want this handgun? Oh dear, I forgot to press this button. Chu Jianlei glanced at the circular device, eager to rectify his mistake. You take it, the bald man exclaimed, tossing the laser handgun to the ground. Don't press the button. Chu Jianlei rolled his eyes, momentarily stunned before stating, I seem to be unable to use a gun. This statement was readily believed. How could someone who barely managed to feed himself possibly wield a firearm? Mastering the weapons of the Wasteland is not overly difficult. Yet knowing how to shoot and knowing how to use a gun are fundamentally 2 different realms, akin to the distinction between wielding a weapon and repairing one. The bald man was genuinely surprised. Did this fool think that summoning a figure like Mr. Sai was a casual endeavor? He could not help but retort, If you can't use a gun, why attempt to take one? Chu Jianlei responded with confidence. Third Master has saved my life. If one were to be precise, he could claim to have been saved twice by that scarred woman, who had nearly attempted to kill him for the reward. As for the connection between the life-saving favor and the ownership of the laser gun, he had yet to contemplate that. At worst, he could fabricate a story. The one-armed scavenger spoke up, This is the relic of our scavenger community. Jianlei, don't overstep your bounds. Survival in the Wasteland is also about maintaining circles. Tanlan's previous actions had already crossed the line. As a hunter, seizing the belongings of scavengers was tantamount to treating them as if they were all dead. Previously, no one had contested this, as Jianlei was formidable and the number of hunters was greater, so everyone tolerated it. Now that someone was contesting it, it was imperative to address the matter to preserve the dignity of the scavengers. I haven't overstepped. Jianlei spread his hands. I even discarded my gun. Now I will unholster my weapon. He removed his holster and tossed it to the ground, yet a sense of indignation stirred within him. Thus, he remarked, if you can't use a gun, then you ought to practice more, although the energy cells are running low. A laser gun without energy cells is less useful than a metal rod, and energy cells are quite expensive, even for Third Master, a seasoned scavenger. Purchasing energy cells requires a significant sacrifice, let alone for someone as impoverished as Chu Jianlei. Jianlei believed that foolish Chu, though simple-minded, was not entirely lacking in sense. He should weigh his options. Chu Jianlei contemplated and then glanced at the twin blades on Tanlong's back. Actually, I prefer using a knife. You foolish fool are pushing your luck. Jianlei exploded. You want my hyperfrequency oscillation knife? Chu Jianlei blinked. If you can use Third Master's gun, why can't I take your knife? Matters in this world tend to be fair, do they not? I have nothing more to say to you, fool. Jianlei huffed coldly. Then go ahead and take it. It was clear that he could have purchased it, yet he insisted on stealing. If he killed Chu, mister. So I cannot fault him for it. Chu Jianlei produced the alloy ring again. Then I shall have Mr. Sai assist me in taking it. That should be acceptable, right? No. Jianlei felt himself about to erupt again. Fool Chu, why must you insist on stealing from me? Call me Brother Chu. Chu Jianlei casually replied, then countered. Then why are you trying to take Third Master's gun? Because I am strong enough. Jianlei longed to respond. Mr. Sai had no interest in Third Master's gun, perhaps to avoid inciting further outrage. Hence he did not take it. However, once Mr. Sai departed, Jianlei believed he had the right to covet it. So he took it. Was that wrong? The reactions of over 30 hunters were enough to affirm his qualifications. Yet, it was evident that there was no need to explain himself to this fool. So Jianlei turned and left quickly. He could not leave behind the hyperfrequency oscillation knife, even if he possessed two. Jianlei was also gambling, betting that this fool was not exceedingly simple-minded. By leaving, he hoped the other would not continue to contact Mr. Sai. In this land, true fools certainly do not survive. As expected, Chu Jianlei stood there, momentarily dazed as he watched Jianlei depart. In truth, his desire to seize the other's long knife had been a spur-of-the-moment whim. He had heard that hyperfrequency oscillation knives were not particularly expensive. The other did not offer the knife, but did not linger either, turning to leave without hesitation. And the outcome was quite satisfactory. Thus, he would not contact Mr. Sai again. He was merely pondering what this syringe was all about. Indeed, his thoughts were quite scattered, and resolving the issue with the syringe was undeniably urgent. The others remained silent until the sound of Jianlei's motorcycle faded, at which point a filthy female scavenger finally spoke. Xiao Chu, why not take Ironhead's oscillation knife? After all, he has no family. Chu Jianlei returned to the present. Glancing at her, don't you want it? Ironhead's gear was not shabby. He had a Gauss automatic rifle and a short knife. Compared to the hunters, this equipment was rather ordinary, yet sufficient for self-defense among scavengers. The woman waved her hand. If you want it, take it. But remember what you said about not doing bad things. Chu Jianlei looked at the others and saw no objections. Thus he approached Ironhead's corpse. He not only retrieved the oscillation short knife, but also the Gauss automatic rifle and the ammunition belt. After a moment's pause, he began to search the body thoroughly. Since he had already taken on the guise of authority, a little more would not matter. The scavengers exchanged glances with one another, thinking, so, you intend to keep it all for yourself? However, considering how Jianlei had awkwardly departed, they felt there was nothing unacceptable about this. After all, if this fool truly sought to confront them, it would only invite trouble for Mr. Sai. When Chu Jianlei began rummaging through Third Master's body, a stout man could finally endure no longer. Fool Chu, do you wish to take over Ironhead and Third Master's territory as well? In a garbage dump, scavenging naturally comes with its respective territories. The order of the Wasteland is rather chaotic, yet it does exist, even if the regional divisions are somewhat flexible. Given the deceased scavengers and the arrival of new ones, there remains some semblance of organization. Is that not permissible? Chu Jianlei asked without raising his head. The stout man was momentarily speechless. It was indeed true. Why should he stop the fool from taking over? He then cast a pleading glance toward the others. Will you just allow him to take over? The other scavengers remained unresponsive, their gazes largely indifferent. The scavenger community tends to be quite exclusionary towards outsiders. Yet now that someone stepped forward to draw ire, why should they expose themselves? After all, the territories of those two would not be claimed by a single individual. It was indeed pushing fool Chu to anger, leading him to abandon his original intentions and commit wrongful deeds, which would not be ideal. Once Jianlei finished searching the bodies, he stood up and muttered softly, "Paupers." These two were indeed destitute, possessing nothing of value aside from some ammunition, food, and water. However, upon reflection, it was also understandable. They had come out to ambush the fallen and were mentally prepared for peril. Everyone looked at him peculiarly. The words life-saving benefactor still echoed in their ears, yet now he referred to them as paupers. It was evident that he had some issues with his reasoning. Jianlei paid little mind to this and turned his attention to the stout man who had spoken earlier. "I currently have no intentions of scavenging, but I must state that I am qualified to take over their territory." "No intentions." "That's good to hear." The stout man thought to himself, relieved. Had he known it would be this way, he would not have rushed out to play the villain. He sought to ease the tension, thus smilingly inquired, "What do you plan to do next?" "Continue to pull my tricycle." Jianlei replied without hesitation, "I must assist Mr. Sai in completing the task." He then looked at the scavengers. "I need to gather information from you. Once I begin scavenging, I will have no time for that." The stout man's expression shifted slightly. "Are you planning to keep an eye on us?" "Yes." Jianlei nodded readily, then spread his hands. "I do not wish to, but it is necessary." The stout man's eyes darted. "Xiao Chu, you wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for us, would you?" "No. Que je ne l'en soit de without hésitation." Just as everyone sighed in relief, he added, "As long as you cooperate well." What does cooperate well mean? This is rather subjective, isn't it? Many scavengers silently cursed in their hearts. However, they had no choice but to humor the fool, right? Yet, the filthy woman could no longer contain herself. "Fool Chu, you don't intend to inspect the trash we've collected, do you?" "Of course, I must inspect," Jianlei replied earnestly. "Rest assured, I will keep your other gains confidential." The filthy woman's gaze turned hostile. "You are breaking the rules of scavengers. What can I do about it?" Jianlei shrugged innocently. "Should I fabricate something?" Chapter 9. Genetic Modification Serum. Jianlei's predicament did not sway the woman. She pointedly remarked, "This is a betrayal. You should understand the rules of scavengers." "As of now, am I not still a scavenger?" Jianlei felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He had to clarify, "This is an order from Mr. Sai. It is not something I initiated. Since you all disagree, shall I report back to him?" When Mr. Sai was present, they said nothing. Now, they were dragging their feet. Who were they trying to intimidate? At that moment, someone could no longer tolerate it. It was the lean hunter carrying a laser sniper rifle. He cleared his throat. "Do not mention Mr. Sai so casually. After this matter concludes, you still have to make a living here." He had encountered many who wielded authority without merit, but this one was particularly clueless. The lower strata had their own rules. Do not assume that climbing the social ladder grants immunity from these regulations. In the lean man's view, whether this fool could survive until the end of this affair was uncertain. Among scavengers, there were undoubtedly treacherous characters. Jianlei cast a strange glance at him, thinking, "What business is it of yours?" Then he stated, "I have these 3 weapons. You may loot the bodies of others." The lean man retorted coldly, "We do not disturb the corpses of scavengers. You should not touch the hunters." The stout scavenger protested, "You didn't stop the greedy wolf earlier." The lean man replied without hesitation, "That was because you lacked the courage to stop him. It has nothing to do with me. Hunters do not engage in infighting." He understood the rules, yet everyone had their own factions, naturally leading to biases. Jianlei observed the conflict silently, without offering any commentary. Just as he suspected, the other corpses yielded little in terms of valuables, primarily water and ammunition. While these individuals were rummaging through the bodies, Jianlei remained lost in thought. Before long, he retrieved a vial of nutrient serum and consumed it. A middle-aged scavenger could not help but interject, "What kind of hunger drives you?" "The reason for the injection," Jianlei replied without hesitation. "Who knows what this serum entails? I offer a generous reward." The crowd paused in surprise. Moments ago, he was invoking Mr. Sai, and now he was discussing the serum? However, this was not necessarily a bad sign. It indicated that this fool's loyalty had its limits. At least he cared about himself. "I can speculate a bit." The lean hunter spoke up. "What can you offer?" The middle-aged scavenger, who had been smiling at the unfolding scene, was taken aback by the question, then cleared his throat. "Little Chu, when it comes to discerning matters, do you think hunters can match our scavengers?" This was no exaggeration. Scavenging was indeed not a task for just anyone. Initially, He had intended to leverage his expertise to secure better terms, hence his silence. But now that someone was encroaching on his territory, he could not afford to remain quiet. However, Jianlei held steadfast to his principles, insisting, "Let the hunter speak first." The lean hunter glanced at the middle-aged scavenger, shook his head, and turned to leave without uttering a word. Yet, his stance was clear. "If someone else knows, then I shall remain silent. Your secrets are of no interest to me." This is the true nature of wasteland dwellers. Despite their formidable strength, they never pry into matters that do not concern them. The middle-aged man turned to Jianlei. "What compensation can you provide?" Jianlei tilted his head in contemplation before responding. "You know, I am rather impoverished. My compensation is that I will report your information truthfully, without fabricating anything." "That is sufficient." The middle-aged man interrupted. "I hope you do not spread this information." He perceived the other's words as a threat. "If you do not inform me." And so forth. However, Jianlei was taken aback. He intended to say, "If someone wrongs you, I can intervene." Nevertheless, since the other party was willing to speak, he would not obstruct him, nodding, "I promise not to disclose it to others." One must admit, although he had lived in squalor these past few years, his reputation had been established. He may be a bit foolish, yet he never harmed others. He was true to his promises and would rather endure hardship than engage in actions he detested. Generally, people would not believe the promises of a fool. But for most scavengers, this fool was an exception. Thus, the middle-aged man pulled him aside and spoke softly. "Strictly speaking, this serum is not a poison. It is a genetic modification agent for the human body. However, it failed prior to the apocalypse." Jianlei regarded him thoughtfully. "Failed?" "Yes, due to severe side effects." The middle-aged man nodded decisively. "It is an exceedingly violent energy." Jianlei silently nodded. This aligned with his understanding. It was indeed a ferocious energy. The middle-aged man continued. "This energy is remarkably persistent and can inflict irreparable damage to muscles, blood vessels, and nerves. Thus, an artificial repair fluid is required to mend these damaged tissues. I happen to know that the maximum time for artificial repair is 5 days. Beyond that, it becomes exceedingly difficult to restore." Jianlei blinked. Taking out a vial of nutrient serum to consume, savoring it thoroughly. "I can grasp what you're saying, but why is there a second 5 days?" "Because this energy is exceptionally enduring." The middle-aged man looked at him quizzically. "Did I not explain it clearly enough?" "Durability is appealing." Jianlei smiled slightly. What man can resist durability? Yet, he still had one question. How long does it last? "Approximately 1.5 to 2 months. The middle-aged man pondered before responding. He added, "In fact, this is a very effective modification agent for the body. It is a good thing." Jianlei nodded. "All right, you need not elaborate further. Just share the subsequent but." Inevitably, there would be a but. Otherwise, how could this serum have failed? However, the middle-aged man sighed. After the deadline, a small portion of individuals will not withstand the modifications and will perish. Of course, a small number of deaths does not equate to absolute failure. The key issue is that many will end up with lifelong disabilities. Only a very small percentage of individuals, less than 5%, will experience a certain enhancement in their physique. However, this enhancement varies in strength and lacks predictable patterns, hence it is deemed a failure. 5%, Jianlei mused, feeling that this ratio was not insignificant. Cultivating exceptional talent. Such odds could be worth the gamble. The question was, by that time, the apocalypse would be upon them. Should they not focus their efforts on a final push? At his words, a flicker of confusion appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. The apocalypse was a conundrum that no one could clearly articulate. "I originally came from a family of doctors, but after an ancestral mistake, we were exiled to the wilderness. We retained a limited legacy, but I truly know nothing of the events that transpired during those days." Jianlei stood there in a daze, pondering for a long moment before asking, "Is there any other evidence?" He asked his question in a disjointed manner, a quintessential characteristic of high-functioning autism. However, the middle-aged man opposite him comprehended it quite well. He raised his hand and pointed to the area over his chest, indicating the heat he was experiencing, which I had already sensed. No wonder he exuded more confidence than the gaunt hunter, aside from his esteemed lineage. The key was that he had been injected with a serum. Even if the lean hunter possessed extensive knowledge, he remained merely an observer, unaware of the genuine reactions that accompany such injections. Thus, he could only turn away, as the other was a first-hand experiencer. The Ziphoid process? Chu Jianlei pondered this for a brief moment. His primary reference for self-improvement stemmed from the Taoist classics, which predominantly emphasize concepts like the Dantian and Qi Si. The Ziphoid process is seldom mentioned within Taoist teachings. The common adage about striking someone in the chest to cause death typically refers to this very area. A fracture of the Ziphoid piercing the heart, if not treated promptly, would surely result in death. Moreover, the Ziphoid process is exceptionally fragile. Without deliberate training, one cannot naturally strengthen the muscles surrounding it. This is akin to the well-known six-pack or eight-pack abs, specifically the upper two segments. These muscles must be developed through targeted exercise. Thus, Chu Jianlei felt there was merit in the notion that prioritizing the genetic modification of the Ziphoid area could indeed hold significance. Wait a moment. Isn't the Ziphoid process adjacent to the Zhongdanshan? The Zhongdanshan is famously recognized as a major Dantian. While cultivation typically commences from the lower Dantian, this involves genetic modification, not the Taoist practice. These are fundamentally two distinct systems. Therefore, initiating modifications of the Zhongdanshan is not implausible. However, Chu Jianlei remained uncertain about the sensations expressed by the other man. Most of the serum had been concentrated in his right arm. Although some effects had permeated throughout his body, he primarily felt the warmth in his right arm. He had no particular sensations concerning the Ziphoid process. Nevertheless, individuals with Asperger's syndrome, aside from exhibiting abnormal behavior, often have a tendency to act impulsively. Whether the other's claim was true or not mattered little to him. As long as the logic was sound, he was willing to believe it. Ideally, he could seek validation from other scavengers, but he chose to act impulsively. He did not wish for others to discover that he felt no abnormalities in his Ziphoid process, as that would expose his secret. Chu Jianlei released the pent-up qi and blood, allowing a surge of turbulent energy to envelop his entire being in an instant. After approximately 30 to 40 seconds, he exhaled gently. This sensation was truly exhilarating. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming power coursing through him. The area around his Ziphoid process had noticeably grown warm and increasingly heated. Concurrently, his mind became remarkably clear. Chapter 10. Is this serious? After the middle-aged scavenger revealed his secret, he looked at Chu Jianlei with keen curiosity. However, the latter paused momentarily, exhaled slowly, and exhibited no immediate reaction. After about half a minute, this fool gradually opened his eyes and simply turned to leave. Hey, Xiao Chu. He could not help but call out, "Where are you going?" "Where am I going?" Chu Jianlei turned back, regarding him with suspicion. "Of course, I'm going to rest, and then get to work." The middle-aged man glanced at the scavengers and hunters on site. "Aren't you going to help wrap things up?" Not participating, Chu Jianlei replied curtly, shaking his head without looking back as he departed. He had already acquired 3 weapons and examined 2 corpses. Anything beyond that would be excessive. Most importantly, the failed genetic serum still posed a potential threat to him. He was unaware of how the Gene warriors trained before the apocalypse, but it was evidently different from the Taoist methods he was familiar with. He intended to ponder the distinctions thoroughly, and if feasible, he would delve into the physical conditioning methods from Blue Star. After all, he could not afford to let the mutations commence with a mere 5% probability starting from the Ziphoid process. As he watched his silhouette diminish, the scavengers and hunters exchanged glances. Eventually, someone scoffed, "Indeed foolish." Under the circumstances of the day, this should have been a pivotal turning point for the foolish Chu. In the past, he was a victim easily taken advantage of, without any reservations. Now that he had gained some stature, he should have seized the opportunity to establish rules and secure some benefits for himself. Yet he simply walked away. Some were indifferent to Chu Jianlei's intentions, eagerly stating, "We should discuss the other items." Someone muttered quietly, "What a bunch of greedy fools." Chu Jianlei moved swiftly, soon vanishing from their sight. Then he bent down and sprinted away, for his long-standing malnutrition rendered his body light, enabling him to run swiftly. However, as he ran, he began to feel increasingly warm, his skin reddening. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, several uneven mounds appeared ahead. He had finally arrived. Chu Jianlei reached the side of one small mound, brushed the ground a couple of times with his hands, and then pushed forcefully. A fissure appeared before him, over 20 centimeters wide and approximately a meter long. He inspected the hidden strands of hair within the crevice, found nothing amiss, and without hesitation, he crawled inside. This was not his dwelling, but rather a temporary refuge he had excavated in the wilderness. Jianlei was exceedingly frail, making this a significant undertaking for him. Yet he suffered from a profound lack of security. Even with irregular meals, he had managed to dig out 3 temporary shelters in the wild. Each refuge was pitifully small, but to Jianlei, having something was better than nothing. This particular refuge was the largest, yet even with the Gauss automatic rifle, he still faced some difficulties entering. He burrowed down at an angle nearly 3 meters, arriving at a cramped space. The area was about a meter from the surface, 2 meters long, 60 centimeters wide, and approximately 1.5 meters high, roughly the size of 2 stacked coffins. Within this space, he had hidden a small jar of water, half a tube of nutrient solution, and a broken candle. It was no wonder he felt so insecure, having inexplicably traversed dimensions once. He did not wish to undergo that experience again. Setting aside survival rates, could he guarantee that he would traverse into a human body the next time? However, at present, he had no time to contemplate these matters. After pushing the door shut from within, he retrieved the newly acquired flashlight, checked it for functionality, and proceeded into the cave. He then quickly sat cross-legged, beginning to assess the qi and blood throughout his body. Due to the extensive physical exertion earlier, his breathing was rapid, and he struggled to enter a meditative state. Nonetheless, he could feel the soreness in his muscles, which was not merely the result of excessive lactic acid secretion. Jianlei wished to meditate, but regrettably, he possessed no techniques for cultivating qi. Before his traversal, he had studied the Wuqin Qi and Baduan Jin. Though he was not well-versed in Tai Chi yet, in such a confined space, these methods of physical cultivation were utterly unfeasible. Perhaps he could manage a standing posture? His stance was quite standard. He had previously sought guidance from experts in Shenzhou. Unfortunately, since arriving in the Wasteland, he had been too impoverished to practice this energy-intensive exercise frequently. However, given the rare opportunity to indulge, and with the intense heat within him, it was the perfect moment to try. While standing, he focused his qi on the lower dantian, not the zongdanshan. The foundation of this body was still somewhat lacking. After standing for less than 2 minutes, he began to experience discomfort in his lower back. Yet, shortly thereafter, a miracle occurred. The heat at the xiphoid process began to diminish, and the overall warmth throughout his body gradually subsided. Correspondingly, the lower dantian began to warm up. The heat within him surged like rivers converging into the sea, continuously flowing toward the lower dantian. In an instant, Jianlei felt revitalized, with no more pain in his waist or back. However, what exactly have I cultivated? A failed gene potion has surprisingly begun to assist me in honing my internal energy. This fervent heat transforming into inner vitality, is it truly authentic? In the next moment, a phrase suddenly emerged in his mind, wherein the human body is not a dantian. Thus, this surge of warmth might indeed be genuine. Yet, as he recalled this phrase, his mind jolted and an image began to take shape. It was a cartoon butterfly with a disproportionately large head and a small body, its wings resembling little muscles sprouting from the legs of a stick figure. Although the details were indistinct, Jianlei felt a sudden tremor throughout his body. He murmured softly, almost in a dreamlike state, "Xiaohu, is that you?" Xiaohu was the artificial intelligence he had created in Shenzhou. At that time, feeling a touch of disillusionment, he had chosen the image of a butterfly, believing that even if it only lived for a summer, it should still bloom beautifully. However, when it came to naming, he thought Xiao Dai was rather common and sounded too similar to his father's name. No one should take advantage of him, not even an artificial intelligence. Thus, the butterfly was named Xiaohu, which seemed quite reasonable. Xiaohu possessed a high level of intelligence, and Jianlei, as its creator, was not frugal with resources. He invested generously in hardware, resulting in swift computational speeds. Furthermore, with the support of the Shenzhou government, a wealth of data was made accessible, enhancing its learning capabilities significantly. Aside from the absence of self-awareness, Jianlei felt it was not much different from sentient life. As for bestowing it with consciousness, he refrained from contemplating that, despite a genuine impulse to do so. Firstly, he believed it would be a challenging feat. As intelligent as he was not delusional. Secondly, the notion of granting artificial intelligence consciousness was inherently antisocial. Who could guarantee it would not turn against humanity? Regardless, he felt immense joy at the prospect of seeing Xiao Hu once more. Unfortunately, the cartoon butterfly quivered slightly before abruptly disintegrating into a shower of starlight. The starlight barely lasted a second before dimming into oblivion. Shortly thereafter, a familiar throbbing pain surged through his mind, reminiscent of a familiar pressure. Let it hurt, Jianlei thought, as his body remained rooted, his hands instinctively reaching for his waist to retrieve a vial of nutrient solution. Swallowing the first vial intensified the throbbing pain. Without a second thought, he procured another. Previously, he had received 10 vials of nutrient solution as payment from Master Sai, and had scavenged 12 more from Taitu and Sanyi. Now he could afford to indulge a little, and he was certain that this throbbing pain would likely enhance his cognitive abilities. After approximately 10 minutes, and having consumed 3 vials, the throbbing in his head ceased to escalate. However, he could no longer maintain his stance. After all, this body had never been accustomed to standing for long periods. He plopped down on the ground and grabbed a water pouch, drinking deeply. Standing had expended considerable energy, and his brain had consumed even more. With 3 vials of nutrients in him, he could not afford to forego hydration. The water pouch was likely one that Taitu had carried, and the water was surprisingly refreshing. Nevertheless, despite his intense thirst, Jianlei restrained his desire to drink excessively. Rationality dictated that the peculiar state of his body could persist indefinitely, making it imperative to manage his intake judiciously. Although there were moments when his impulses overwhelmed him, under normal circumstances, his self-discipline was formidable. This was not merely an obsession. The perilous environment allowed little room for error. After 6 large gulps, equivalent to 12 small sips, he decisively set the water pouch aside. Then, quite naturally, he assumed a 5-heart position, uncertain of the benefits it might bring. But was this not the essence of cultivation? His breath calmed somewhat, yet the throbbing in his head remained severe. After another 10 minutes, he retrieved another vial of nutrient solution. However, this time, he refrained from drinking water. The resource was far too precious. Over the next hour, he consumed 2 more vials of nutrients and took 3 large sips of water. Just as he pondered how long this enhancement would last, the throbbing in his head gradually subsided. 5 minutes later, it had diminished to an inconsequential level, leaving Jianlei uncertain if any pain lingered at all. Suddenly, a set of incantations appeared in his mind. Wuming Lianxi Ju. Was this a cultivation technique? Jianlei was taken aback. After traversing worlds, much of the knowledge from Blue Star had faded from his memory, leaving him with a superficial understanding. After all, his strength lay in supercomputing, not supermemory. Nevertheless, he was certain that he had never encountered such a technique on Blue Star. Even if there were indeed cultivation techniques, it was unlikely one would be named Wuming Lianxi Ju. Thus, had the golden finger of my transmigration finally arrived? Had a system been activated? After the initial astonishment, Jianlei collected himself and began to think rationally. He had never been particularly interested in systems. Logically speaking, having a remnant soul of an old man accompanying him was far more plausible than a system. If such a system existed, especially one capable of issuing tasks, what formidable force lurked behind it? Jianlei believed he should not relinquish his intellect lightly. Thus he began to calculate meticulously. He then recited the Wuming Lianxi Ju, savoring its essence repeatedly until he finally untangled the concepts. This cultivation technique truly deserved its name. In just over 4,000 words, many details of the practice were vague and imprecise. It was not that the descriptions were unclear, but rather that they lacked essential details. Moreover, the areas lacking detail did not indicate a lack of cultivation ideas, but rather presented numerous possibilities. Jianlei slapped his thigh. Finally, he understood. This Wuming Lianxi Ju was fundamentally a product of his own deductions. Xiao, who had likely accompanied him through the transmigration, as artificial intelligence, could be viewed as a sequence of electromagnetic codes. Previously, due to the frailty of his physical body, he had been unable to awaken Xiao Hu. This unexpected opportunity, combined with his consumption of substantial nutrients, had activated Xiao Hu. Since Xiao Hu could already communicate with him through brainwaves, it sensed his recent needs. Thus, the artificial intelligence began to function, hurriedly deducing a cultivation method. Was it fantastical? Certainly, but Jianlei found it far more reasonable than being possessed by a system. As evidence, he could now recall many Taoist texts that had once slipped from his memory, word for word. Well, this was not merely a matter of enhanced computational ability. He had also acquired a remarkable memory capacity. However, those afflicted with supermemory faced a more arduous existence. They could not forget what they had seen, which was quite frustrating. Nevertheless, these were not pressing concerns. What truly mattered was understanding why the Wuming Lianqi Ju contained ambiguities. How potent could a technique developed in just over an hour truly be? Moreover, supporting Xiao Hu's computational power was not the vast supercomputing systems of Shenzhou, but rather a nutritionally deprived human brain. The driving force was not an endless supply of electricity, but merely a few vials of nutrient solution. While the human body itself is an inexhaustible treasure, he was already content with the results achieved. Chu Jianlei steadied his resolve and rewarded himself with a generous sip of water. After pondering for nearly 2 minutes, he made a decision to proceed boldly. Incomplete as the cultivation method may be, it mattered not. As long as he could demonstrate that he had developed a sense of energy in his dantian, that would suffice. He spent 10 minutes conducting 18 trials. The final trial was spaced 5 minutes apart to prevent the onset of habitual illusions. After another half hour had passed, he attempted once more and had no issues. This was a job well done. The incompleteness of the refining technique was truly inconsequential. As long as he clarified his thoughts and gradually deduced the matter step by step, all would be well. Although Chu Jianlei possessed a remarkably high IQ and exhibited a highly agile mind, he lacked the restlessness often associated with such intelligence. It was entirely normal for a project to take 3 to 5 months, and he derived immense pleasure from the process of tackling challenging problems. Most importantly, from this moment forward, he had a clear direction for his efforts. The most terrifying aspects of life are confusion and despair. Once hope emerges, one's spirit transforms entirely. He then stood in a meditative posture for 10 minutes, and after exhausting himself, lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Although his slumber was not particularly long, the quality was exceptional, and when Chu Jianlei awoke, he felt revitalized. Subsequently, he consumed half a tube of nutritional supplement and, with the spoils from the previous day, returned to his dwelling. His residence was approximately 40 kilometers from the refuge, which also constituted the radius of Chu Jianlei's daily activities. The farthest he would venture was a little over 60 kilometers, never exceeding 70 kilometers, lest he encounter undue peril. His abode was a semi-underground structure, roughly 9 square meters in size, a result of his recent expansion. When Chu Jianlei first arrived, this modest building was not much larger than the refuge itself. Surrounding his dwelling were about 100 similar structures, forming a makeshift settlement in the desolate wilderness. However, this community had formed spontaneously, without any governing authority. No one had the power to oversee anyone else. Some building owners would suddenly vanish, never to return, and newcomers would then occupy those spaces. In the event of an attack by mutated beasts, residents could choose to flee or to resist, with no obligations or responsibilities. This was starkly different from a formally organized settlement, where responsibilities and obligations were explicitly defined, along with corresponding systems of rewards and punishments. Consequently, petty thievery was not uncommon in such wild settlements. Strangely, however, serious acts of violence were quite rare. Ultimately, it was merely a collective of survivors banding together for warmth. If the security conditions were too poor, who would choose to remain? In the face of mutated beasts, individuals could opt to escape, but when confronted by the fallen, fleeing was futile. One could only fight to the death. Chu Jianlei had not returned home in a week. Upon his return, he was relieved to find that no one had occupied his small haven. However, he discovered that the spare tricycle was missing, along with several metal rods and most of his charcoal. Charcoal was an incredibly vital resource in the Wasteland. It could not only provide warmth, but also protect against toxic gases and filter contaminated water. Chu Jianlei's supply of charcoal was limited to about 10 pounds. It was not that he did not wish to store more, but the more one stored, the quicker it was lost, and, as a standard miser, he would not take such risks. Typically, losing that small amount of charcoal would elicit a few mild curses, as retrieving it was impossible. Yet, not cursing felt unsatisfactory. However, the loss of the spare tricycle was rather excessive. Thus, he approached another semi-underground building and spoke in a low voice, "Fat Jia, I would like to inquire about something." A plump woman, approximately 1 meter 60 tall and weighing around 160 pounds, emerged from the underground. She recognized Jianlei's voice and initially wore a face of impatience. However, upon noticing the Gauss automatic rifle slung over his shoulder and the laser pistol at his waist, a smile immediately graced her features. "Ah, it's little Chu. Need something from Fat Jia?" Jianlei, with an expressionless demeanor, inquired. "I would like to know who took my spare tricycle and my charcoal." "How would I know?" Fat Jia immediately frowned, her expression changing with remarkable speed. "I run a grocery store selling bits and pieces. I'm not your family's guard. Why would you ask me about this?" Even in this wild settlement, there existed grocery stores, and Fat Jia also dabbled in meat sales. Jianlei's expression darkened. "You have purchased my tricycle from outsiders twice." Although Fat Jia operated a small business, her dealings were extensive, and acquiring stolen goods was a common occurrence. It was certainly not her who had stolen it. She could even recount who had sold the items to her. For her, conducting business this way was already quite refined. She could steal from you, and you would be powerless against her. However, upon hearing this, Fat Jia became incensed, brandishing her 2 firearms. "Do you think you're impressive just because you have a couple of guns?" The audacity with which she conducted her business was not without support. Merely possessing a weapon did not confer superiority. This was precisely the predicament Jianlei had faced previously. Although he was weak, acquiring a gun or a vibrating knife was not insurmountably difficult. He was skilled at setting traps, and violence was all too common in the Wasteland. For instance, if 2 groups clashed, he could quietly observe and perhaps find an opportunity to scavenge. Jianlei would not resort to such tactics, as he understood that even if he obtained a firearm, he would remain isolated. If surrounded by a dozen guns, he would have no choice but to kneel. Resistance would be futile. Unless he could leverage his abilities to assemble a team and form a faction, this was unrealistic due to his poor social skills. Jianlei had only ever genuinely befriended one person and had entertained such thoughts, but that individual had died just days prior. Thus, even if he managed to acquire several guns, it would ultimately lead to humiliation and possibly even jeopardize his life. A heart filled with murderous intent was better left dormant. Hence, it was wiser not to entertain such notions. Fat Jia was well aware of this, and thus faced with a fully armed Jianlei, she felt no fear. Jianlei silently removed the Gauss automatic rifle from his back and disengaged the safety. "Say that again? Are you mad?" Fat Jia's expression shifted, and truth be told, she felt a twinge of concern that this fool might act rashly. "My brother is a member of the hunter team, and my sister is with the motorcycle gang." This was her leverage in business. Her brother was a blood relation, while her sister was a close ally. How strong their ties were remained uncertain, but there was indeed a connection. "I knew that all along," Jianlei replied with a slight smile as he pulled the trigger. The Gauss automatic rifle discharged, striking the ground and sending dust flying, leaving a hole the size of a wine glass. "However, since I have 2 guns, I might as well take a chance." "What chance are you talking about?" Fat Jia internally cursed. What a complete fool. Yet, facing such a single-minded individual, she had no recourse. She could hardly wait for him to go berserk. Thus, she straightforwardly replied, "I heard that Morrison has been using a tricycle to transport goods at the mine recently. I don't know if it's yours." "Morrison?" Jianlei was familiar with this individual, and his expression shifted considerably. Could he endure such hardship? Perhaps he merely intends to sell the tricycle. Fat Jia replied begrudgingly. She understood Morrison better. That guy might be adept at petty theft, but he could certainly not endure hardship. Jianlei scrutinized her for a moment before abruptly asking, "Did you also take my charcoal?" Fat Jia's grocery store sold charcoal, a product that was not locally sourced due to the lack of trees. Jianlei's charcoal had been stolen numerous times, often finding its way back to Fat Jia. After all, charcoal appeared largely indistinguishable, making it impossible to mark. Even if surreptitious markings were made, a single kick would shatter it into pieces, rendering identification futile. Chapter 12. A clean break in response to Jianlei's inquiry. Fat Jia shook her head decisively. "No, a few pounds of charcoal. Why would I bother collecting that?" "A few pounds?" Jianlei regardait de toute folie. Realizing she had let slip too much, Fat Jia candidly admitted, "It was also taken by Morrison, but I didn't collect it." This guy was truly courting disaster. Jianlei muttered softly as he turned to leave. Watching him walk away, Fat Jia spat disdainfully. Just because he got his hands on 2 guns, he thinks he's impressive. Who's going to die, him or me? Que Jianlei tweaked slightly. And he was astonished to hear the soft mutterings of Pang Jia. However, he couldn't be bothered to engage with someone who only dared to insult him behind his back. If she truly had the audacity, she would confront him face to face. He was not in a rush to retrieve his tricycle, as it was a proven fact that it would eventually find its way back to him. Over the past 6 years, he had assembled only 3 tricycles. One of them had been completely dismantled by someone and repurposed, never to return. The remaining 2, regardless of where they may have been discarded, would inevitably return to his possession, with the only difference being the cost he would incur to reclaim them. Even the tricycle lost among the fallen would eventually find its way back to him if it remained intact. This business was one that others could not undertake. Wealthy scavengers possessed motorcycles or even cars and had no need to hire tricycles. The impoverished scavengers could not afford to hire, resorting instead to public transport or carrying refuse on their own backs. Chu Jianlei's little tricycle was entirely human-powered, not only slow, but also charged more than public transport. Its only advantage was its discretion. With his meager transport capacity, public vehicles did not perceive him as a competitor. However, the lack of business was inevitable. At most, he could secure 3 jobs in a day, with many days yielding none at all. The crux of the matter was that he had to remain vigilant throughout. Unable to leave, selling hard labor, enduring hardships, and earning little, he doubted anyone else would wish to engage in such a trade. Regardless, he returned home for a brief rest, and the following morning, he equipped himself entirely before heading to the mine, feeling insecure and reluctant to draw attention. However, several days had passed since Mr. Sai's incident, and everyone was bound to be aware. Concealing himself was futile and might even arouse suspicion of ulterior motives. Thus, he set off for the mine with 2 guns and a knife in hand. His small abode was less than 15 kilometers from the mine. Any closer would be impossible, and any farther would be inconvenient. Upon arriving at the refuse site, he immediately observed the bustling activity within. For scavengers, there was no concept of a 9-to-5 job. The idea of a 996-work schedule was utterly absurd. If the refuse site were to enforce such rules, scavengers would undoubtedly protest vehemently, insisting they could not afford to miss any opportunity. Ultimately, working for a boss and working for oneself are fundamentally different. Chu Jianlei was not in a hurry. Observing that no one was emerging from several exits before he began to practice standing meditation. The benefits of this practice were numerous, besides strengthening the body. It could also cultivate inner energy. However, having practiced for only a few days, he ceased after about 10 minutes, recognizing that mastery could not be achieved in an instant and that excess could be counterproductive. Just as he was putting away his stance, a dilapidated truck approached from a distance, a public transport vehicle carrying several scavengers sitting atop a heap of rags. The driver, spotting Chu Jianlei from afar, noticeably slowed down as he approached. He had already heard of Chu Jianlei's association with influential figures at the Hongzi Collective. After all, several people had perished, including the formidable San Yi and Tai Shou, news that had spread among scavengers. He recalled a rumor. Foolish Chu might be tasked with inspecting cargo. The driver, not being a scavenger himself, but rather an auxiliary worker, had no desire to confront a force capable of indiscriminate violence. However, noticing that Chu Jianlei did not attempt to flag the truck down, he continued to drive past at a reduced speed. Chu Jianlei had no intention of stopping the vehicle. He had not considered inspecting all the scavengers. He was aware of over 300 scavengers along the 100-kilometer stretch of the mine. But that was not the entirety of the crowd. The refuse site was simply too vast, so much so that Chu Jianlei had yet to grasp its full extent. If Mr. Sai intended for him to seek out all the scavengers for information, he would be overwhelmed. Even if he focused on just the 300 or 400 individuals in this area, it would be an insurmountable task. The key question was, why would they submit to his inspection? Mr. Sai merely sought information, granting him no authority and sending no one to accompany him. Was it worth risking confrontation with hundreds of scavengers over just 2 tubes of nutrients? He only needed to remember the 20 scavengers and inspect them, as they were already well acquainted with Mr. Sai. As the truck passed in front of Chu Jianlei, a voice called out, "Stop." The truck halted, and one person leaped down from the back, brandishing a long knife. This individual, known as Huaya, though lean, possessed considerable strength and had a penchant for bullying the weak. He had often taken advantage of Chu Jianlei in the past. Stumbling over, He grinned and taunted, "Foolish Chu. You got some skill, managing to acquire a gun? Come on, let me see it." Bullying others was indeed an addiction for him, without consideration for the possibility that the other party might dare to retaliate. Among survivors, there were many outlaws, but also those timid as mice. Chu Jianlei had always been perceived as weak and conflict-averse. He had once possessed a Gauss automatic rifle, which had long since broken down, and he had yearned for a new weapon. As he ambled closer, Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow slightly, questioning, "Why should I show it to you?" "Well, maintaining his swagger, continued to approach, chuckling, "Oh, with a gun in hand, you dare talk back?" He then turned to his companions in the truck, laughing. "Foolish Chu's gotten bold, hasn't he? How amusing." As Huya closed the distance to about 20 meters, Chu Jinlei's hand moved toward his waist. However, Huya's laughter abruptly ceased as a scavenger, wearing a tilted hat and smoking a cigarette, spoke up from the truck's bed. "Huya, I admire your courage. That automatic rifle belongs to Taisho." Another scavenger leaning against the garbage added, "He also has Sanye's laser pistol. Be careful, Huya." Huya froze in place. He had heard about Sanye and Taisho's demise, but he had not inquired further, as he had been preoccupied with his own affairs. By the time he realized, he turned to leave, muttering that it was just a joke. Chu Jianlei had already drawn his laser pistol from its holster, commanding, "Huya, stop right there. Show me that knife on your back." Huya halted, turning back with a forced grin. "It's just a broken knife, little Chu." Chu Jianlei disengaged the safety on his laser pistol and calmly inquired, "Are you unwilling to show me some respect?" He hesitated, gritting his teeth. He conceded, "Fine." As he spoke, he drew the long knife and tossed it to the ground. After all, robbery was a gamble, and one must accept the consequences. He reminded himself that he still had a better knife at home. It was no wonder Mr. Sai looked down on scavengers. Some truly lacked the spirit. He did not even remove the knife sheath. That was his last vestige of defiance. Chu Jianlei did not press the matter, as in his memory. While Huya had bullied him, he had never actually robbed him. A single high-frequency oscillation knife would settle their score. The truck driver, witnessing the exchange, became curious and leaned out to ask, "Little Chu, aren't you going to inspect the cargo?" Chu Jianlei shot him a surprised glance. "I'm only checking those who were present at the time. Do you really need a medal?" "I was just asking." The driver replied with a forced smile as he started the vehicle and drove away. Once the truck had moved a considerable distance, Huya curiously inquired, "How did this foolish Chu come to possess those two guns?" The scavenger with the tilted hat scoffed. Sanye's laser pistol was forcibly taken from the hands of the greedy wolf. The solitary hunter, known as the greedy wolf? Indeed, that very greedy wolf. Huya fell silent, eventually letting out a huff. "Well, I didn't give him the knife sheath." This fellow was indeed a bit foolish, the truck driver sighed. With power comes responsibility. He insists on tackling the hard challenges. Let him await the consequences of his reckless actions, Huya exclaimed with a cruel delight, while a twinge of pain lingered within him. After all, it was a high-frequency oscillating knife. Chu Jianlei did not take this matter to heart. After all, they had settled their scores, and he had no fear of Huya seeking retribution. The Wasteland is a realm that respects strength, and scavengers are adept at avoiding danger. Those lacking awareness often find themselves buried in unmarked graves. He did not pursue the matter further, as there was no reason for the other party to seek their own demise. Subsequently, 2 motorcycles passed by, slowing down momentarily to observe Chu Jianlei. But upon noting his lack of reaction, they sped away. Clearly, individuals like Huya, who are oblivious to their surroundings, are quite rare. How expansive can the circle of scavengers be? News travels faster than birds, especially when several formidable individuals have perished. However, shortly thereafter, someone approached him seeking trouble. It was a slightly overweight young man. "Stupid Chu, did you acquire my boss's laser pistol?" This person was a subordinate of Sanye, and could be considered a half-disciple. Sanye had lost a leg, making it difficult for him to navigate the garbage mountains, and due to his age, he had taken on 2 individuals to assist him. Scavenging requires a sharp eye, and while Sanye possessed this, his mobility was lacking. Thus he imparted much knowledge to his 2 aides. Ironhead was different. Although he had replaced his skull with an alloy one, it did not hinder his movements, and he continued to operate independently. Being young and formidable in combat, he had no need to share his spoils. Sanye treated his 2 subordinates well, even providing them with weapons. This one possessed a high-frequency, oscillating short knife. One could tell from his physique that he had been living well, as it was not easy to gain weight in the wasteland. Jianlei furrowed his brow. I found it. What do you wish to say? The slightly overweight young man did not hesitate in his response. Of course, my boss's weapon is meant for me. If you are sensible, return it immediately. He was not unaware of Mr. Sai and knew that Jianlei had accepted Mr. Sai's commission. However, demanding back what rightfully belonged to him seemed reasonable, did it not? He was 7 or 8 years older than Jianlei, and having habitually underestimated stupid Chu, he felt justified in his tone, which grew confrontational. Jianlei blinked. This was a laser pistol seized from the greedy wolf. A weapon from someone who had once threatened to take a life. Had he not intervened, the pistol would have undoubtedly returned to the greedy wolf. And no other scavenger had spoken up. He questioned in confusion. On what basis should I give it to you? Senyi is my boss. The slightly overweight young man replied without hesitation. He is gone, so the belongings must belong to me. Jianlei could not be bothered to engage further with this dimwit, and simply disengaged the safety, coldly observing the other party. Very well, you are quite something. The slightly overweight young man nodded and turned to leave. This is not over. To be honest, stupid Chu's presence was so minimal that even with a gun in hand, most still looked down upon him. Whether it was this slightly overweight young man or the earlier Hoya, they could not resist the urge to bully him. This was a true reflection of Jianlei's 6 years of life at the bottom, having been bullied far too often. He certainly acted with enough discretion to avoid major issues. However, under the weight of preconceived notions, even possessing a gun could not intimidate others. After returning, the slightly overweight young man sought out San Ye's other subordinate, Red Hair. Red Hair had a softer temperament and was not as impulsive as the slightly overweight young man. Wasn't my boss's gun almost taken by a hunter? But it wasn't taken, was it? The slightly overweight young man retorted. I only wish to reclaim the pistol. He did not mention that the value of other items combined would not equal that of the pistol. Red Hair pondered. But isn't he connected to the Hong Zi communal settlement? Why are you so timid? The slightly overweight young man snapped. That guy is a loner. If he dies, so be it. This was Jianlei's greatest shortcoming. Red Hair hesitated. But those are people from the Hong Zi settlement. What could they possibly see in stupid Chu? The slightly overweight young man scoffed, displaying a knowing smile. He is merely a lucky fool, a product of fortuitous circumstances. You need not overthink it. If we cannot retrieve my boss's gun, how can we safeguard our meager holdings at the mine? Red Hair instinctively felt something was amiss previously. Stupid Chu merely did manual labor, yet he survived, didn't he? However, being soft-hearted, he refrained from further comments about stupid Chu's past hardships. No one aspired to such a life. So what shall we do? Gather some people to ambush him? With Sanyi recently deceased, some favors still lingered, and it was not difficult to find a few individuals to assist. After all, it was merely a matter of killing someone. The survivors of the Wasteland live pragmatically, yet there are those willing to take desperate risks. Ultimately, life is far too cheap. No need. The slightly overweight young man shook his head. Let us simply go out and talk to him and take the opportunity to eliminate him. Deep down, he still looked down upon stupid Chu, viewing him as weak, someone who had never acted out of line. Red Hair understood his mindset, but felt somewhat unconvinced. After all, stupid Chu was still associated with the Hongzi settlement. Yet upon further reflection, they could justify their actions as reclaiming their boss's belongings. So they could not be wrong, could they? Some missteps arise not from foolishness, but from a lack of high-level information leading to poor decisions. However, he ultimately suggested, shall we not involve Langmi? Langmi was also a scavenger, not particularly bright, but remarkably formidable in combat. The key was that he possessed half a set of pre-apocalyptic mecha, a family heirloom. That mecha came with an oscillating knife, boasting tremendous offensive power and formidable defense. While it may not withstand a Gauss automatic rifle, it could certainly resist an ordinary laser pistol. No need. The slightly overweight young man shook his head, responding indifferently. He cannot control his mouth. That is troublesome. He was not as foolish as Jianlei thought. He might underestimate stupid Chu, but he would never underestimate the Hongzi settlement. Eliminating him and establishing a fait accompli was the only proper course of action. In the Wasteland's code, the dead hold no value. Only in this manner can one sever stupid Chu's external support. The two deliberated for quite some time before finally confirming their course of action. However, Prior to executing their plan, they needed to borrow a Gauss automatic rifle. With only 2 high-frequency oscillating knives, they could manage to survive at the mine, but they were at a disadvantage against someone armed with 2 guns. This was still a testament to San Ye's generosity. It should be noted that many scavengers making a living at the mine only carried a personal dagger. The Gauss automatic rifle was soon borrowed from a woman named Sister Na, an outsider. They did not possess such influence, but with San Ye's recent passing, they still had some favors to call in, especially since they had pledged territory as collateral. After further discussing their action plan, and with the day drawing to a close, they exchanged glances and set off. If they did not hurry, Chu Jianlei would likely return home to sleep. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Jianlei was currently facing a bit of trouble. He had encountered the thief Morrison. Morrison was strikingly handsome, the type who could claim, "Annie, I don't want to work hard," and subsequently swindled several Annies. It was not merely a matter of living off others. The key was that his hands were not clean either. As a result, his face had been scarred, leaving it a ghastly sight. However, such a visage found acceptance on the wilds of the Wasteland. One would not survive without some capability. He likely navigated the underworld, sporting tattoos that made him seem more acceptable. Yet upon arriving near the mine, Morrison became particularly unruly, engaging in deception and trickery without remorse. Scavengers had dealt with him multiple times, imparting the rules of the land. Morrison was merely lazy, not lacking in intelligence, and soon accepted the established norms. However, the rules evidently do not encompass individuals like Shaku. When he discovered that Shaku had not returned for several days, he casually ventured to Shaku's home to take a few items. Morrison did not perceive this as theft. In his mind, Shaku was likely deceased. Since he was presumed dead, it was only prudent to act decisively, for the swift would reap rewards while the slow would miss out. Unfortunately, the reality was that Shaku's household was truly impoverished, possessing little more than a tricycle, a few metal rods, and some charcoal. Morrison, during his visit, took everything he could. He left some charcoal behind, just in case Shaku was still alive. In launching, this was referred to as leaving a line for future encounters. While in the Wasteland, it was a lesson learned through bloodshed. Afterward, he ceased to concern himself with Shaku's fate and instead sought opportunities for food outside the mining area. He had no genuine interest in the business of transporting goods. He merely wished to sell the tricycle. Yet, this dilapidated vehicle was man-powered and hardly worth anything. Nonetheless, he would engage in cargo transport if an opportunity arose, as earning money was not a matter of shame. When business was scarce, he wandered aimlessly, inquiring about potential buyers. Being no scavenger himself, and outside that circle, he was unaware that Chu Jianlei had returned. Naturally, he did not feel compelled to care about such a trivial person as Shaku. He felt it was inconsequential to bully him. He left the tricycle at a distance and began to solicit business. He had only completed one transport job thus far, but had spread the word about selling the tricycle. However, upon spotting Chu Jianlei, he was momentarily taken aback. Shaku? He then noticed the automatic firearm strapped to Chu Jianlei's back. Where had he been? Morrison was genuinely a coward. Seeing that Shaku was armed made his legs tremble with fear. He knew Shaku was timid, but he truly dared not wager whether the other possessed the courage to kill. Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. "Where's my tricycle?" "I don't know about your tricycle," Morrison hastily denied. Such a lie was easily debunked. But he was not foolish. As long as he could feign ignorance in the moment, he would soon make his escape. Without hesitation, Chu Jianlei drew the laser pistol from his waist and aimed it at Morrison. With an expressionless face, he commanded, "I allow you to reorganize your words." "You come with me." Morrison quickly changed his tune and turned to leave. "I'll temporarily keep it for you," also out of concern for theft by others. This was the Wasteland. Some were brash and fiery, some cunning as foxes, while others were shameless. The tricycle was hidden 2 kilometers away, concealed beneath a pile of inconspicuous refuse. Surprisingly, Morrison had even cleaned the tricycle, making it appear more appealing. This was an attempt to fetch a higher price. Chu Jianlei understood this at a glance. He unsheathed the long knife acquired from Hoya and spoke emotionlessly. "Now we could discuss compensation." Morrison's scarred face contorted in distress. "Brother Shaku, I truly have no ill intentions." Without a word, Chu Jianlei raised his hand and struck with the knife. Morrison reacted swiftly, leaping aside just in time to avoid the blow. Chu Jianlei twisted his wrist for another horizontal slash. Are you still daring to evade? If I don't evade, I'll surely die. Morrison dodged again. Brother Chu, let's talk this over. He contemplated fleeing, but observing Shaku's readiness to strike, he realized that if he ran, the other would undoubtedly shoot. Chu Jianlei's skills were commendable, though he did not exert his full strength, allowing some leeway. Yet, Morrison's agility made it challenging to land a hit. Thus, he reached for the laser gun once more, brandishing the knife in one hand and the gun in the other. He coldly declared, compensation. Seeing Chu Jianlei's ruthless demeanor, Morrison no longer dared to argue. After stepping back 2 paces, he replied with a furrowed brow, I am poorer than you. How can I compensate? Chapter 14. A life-saving grace. Repaid with a gun. Morrison's most irksome quality was his laziness, combined with a loathsome demeanor and abject poverty. Shooting him would feel like a waste of a bullet, as he truly seemed worthless. This was why Chu Jianlei opted to wield a knife. Hearing this, he was not surprised. What about my metal rods and charcoal? Having conceded to the theft of the tricycle, Morrison acknowledged the worthlessness of those trivial items as well. Chu Jianlei stared at him blankly for a moment before speaking. From now on, you will pull the cart for me. If he couldn't secure compensation, he would have to exploit the other's labor. Morrison's eyes darted. What about the payment? Chu Jianlei pointed his long knife at him and asked coldly, what else do you want? You must at least provide me food and drink. Morrison truly lacked shame. Figure it out yourself. Chu Jianlei showed no leniency for his faults. Repay your debt, and I'll let you go. With a resigned click of his tongue, Morrison reluctantly acquiesced, no longer willing to press the issue. He was accustomed to petty theft, and when survival became difficult, he did not shy away from labor in exchange for food. However, working for free was something he simply could not accept. Thus, he contemplated escaping, quietly making a decision. Then his eyes shifted to the short dagger at Chu Jianlei's waist, grinning as he spoke. Little Chu, I can work for you. But could you lend me a short dagger for self-defense? Many people have it in for me. Chu Jianlei, devoid of expression, drew the dagger and asked with a lowered gaze, this one? Yes, yes. Morrison nodded eagerly. Rest assured, it's just a loan. No sooner had he uttered these words than Chu Jianlei struck, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. In the next moment, blood erupted, and a gaping wound appeared on Morrison's thigh. He had no time to react, feeling a jolt in his leg. After 4 or 5 seconds, he clutched his thigh in disbelief, looking at Chu Jianlei. You actually attacked me? Chu Jianlei showed no interest in even raising his gaze, speaking flatly. Try shouting again. Clutching his thigh, Morrison gradually sank to the ground, gasping in shock. He dared not scream, only muttering through gritted teeth, my leg is injured. I cannot ride. Then you'll have to drag it. Chu Jianlei's voice bore no emotion. Work or die. Morrison fell silent. I am the one working for you. And you hurt me? This is madness. After a long pause, he sighed. With this injury, my efficiency will drop. You cannot blame me. Que j'en ai hésitatingly replied. You can try and see what the consequences of slacking off are. Morrison couldn't help but complain. Little Chu, brother Chu, can't you be reasonable? Chu Jianlei finally lifted his eyelids. Looking at him coldly, I allow you to reorganize your words. All right. Morrison sighed. My intention was to help you protect your goods. Could you refrain from attacking me at every turn? Protecting goods, my foot. Chu Jianlei was well aware of Morrison's intentions. However, he was too lazy to explain, simply stating, you may attempt to escape if you wish. Morrison chuckled awkwardly. I wouldn't run away. How could I? He genuinely considered fleeing, planning to swipe the short dagger before making his escape, but unexpectedly, he had received a knife wound to his leg. Survivors in the Wasteland possess remarkable resilience and self-healing abilities. This knife wound on the outer side of his thigh would likely take half a day to heal enough for him to hobble about. However, escaping at speed was out of the question for at least 3 to 5 days. Moreover, an injured survivor was more susceptible to accidents in the wild, as both the fallen and mutated beasts possessed keen senses. The location they occupied was over a kilometer from the refuse site, shrouded in garbage. So most would overlook the scene. Yet a filthy woman stood atop the garbage heap, peering through a pair of binoculars. She beheld the scene before her, letting out a soft sigh after a long moment. How could one's resoluteness change so swiftly? Beside her stood a robust young man. Sister-in-law, this person appears somewhat perilous. Should we inform others? Why would we tell anyone? The woman cast him a glance. It suffices for us to know he is not to be trifled with. She was indeed somewhat taken aback. The timid Chu was unexpectedly showing such courage. However, she knew that it was enough to keep their distance. She believed that among the scavengers, she was not the only one who thought this way. Chu Jianlei did not pay heed to the low murmurs of Morrison, but instead moved towards the junkyard once more. After walking approximately half a kilometer from the junkyard, he halted, continuing to observe the passers-by. Before long, a slightly plump young man and a red-haired individual emerged, striding purposefully towards him. Chu Jianlei did not need to ponder their intentions. The high-powered Gauss rifle in their hands made it evident. Thus, he turned to face them and began to retreat slowly. The wasteland was indeed chaotic, and life was cheap, yet under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was ultimately unseemly to strike first. Coincidentally, the two adversaries shared this sentiment. Upon seeing Chu Jianlei retreat, they approached at a leisurely pace. Observing this, Chu Jianlei quickened his retreat. Fortunate that his agile physique allowed him to maintain the distance between them. Before long, he had retreated nearly a kilometer, coming to a halt not far from Morrison. He paused, ceasing his retreat, and removed the Gauss rifle. Seeing this, the two adversaries also slowed their approach. The plump youth spoke loudly. "Stupid Chu. We do not wish to trouble you. We need to retrieve the laser gun belonging to Third Master. Name your price." The laser gun was seized from the hands of the greedy wolf. Chu Jianlei replied loudly. "Third Master has shown me kindness. I must reclaim it." "Kindness to you?" The plump youth felt a surge of joy within, for he did not wish to engage in a gunfight unless absolutely necessary. "In that case, I thank you on behalf of Third Master for helping him recover his belongings." "That is unnecessary." Chu Jianlei did not wish to attack recklessly, so he attempted one final persuasion. "Third Master said he would look after me. This gun should rightfully be mine." "Your boss said he would look after you?" The plump youth raised his eyebrows in surprise. "But we are his men. It is only natural for us to claim his inheritance, is it not?" He had no intention of reasoning, aiming to lower Chu Jianlei's guard in order to launch a surprise attack when close enough. However, before Chu Jianlei could finish speaking, he raised the Gauss rifle and decisively opened fire. A series of bullets erupted, not only blocking the adversary's escape, but also anticipating their prone positions. Chu Jianlei's marksmanship was indeed rather mediocre, yet his computational abilities were formidable. Although his accuracy was lacking, at this distance, it was sufficient. The key was that the Gauss rifle could fire continuously. Despite a slight recoil, Chu Jianlei's computational prowess was beyond doubt. Suddenly, 3 holes appeared in the plump youth's body. While none were vital, the power of the Gauss rifle was overwhelming. In an instant, his right arm was severed, his left ankle shattered, and one shot took off his left ear. "You!" The plump youth glared in fury, yet by the time he contemplated retaliating, it was already too late. His entire body was propelled by the tremendous force, spinning violently to the right before being flung away. He had never anticipated that the opponent would harbor the same intent to strike first as he did. In that moment, his mind was filled with rage. How dare you act so decisively? Ultimately, Chu Jianlei had previously projected an aura of harmlessness, leading others to underestimate him. The plump youth had dared to approach Chu Jianlei for the gun based on this judgment, and Chu Jianlei's reaction had emboldened him. Thus, he believed that he and the red-haired man could easily subdue the solitary figure before them. At this moment, he was consumed by an intense fury. "How dare you?" Chu Jianlei exhibited no expression, yet internally scoffed. "If I do not dare, would it not be me who perishes?" The red-haired man, on the other hand, was left utterly dumbstruck, then suddenly knelt, raising his hands. "Brother Chu, it's not my fault." Chu Jianlei regarded him with disinterest, raising his hand to fire 3 more shots. The plump youth had wielded a Gauss rifle. The plump youth's eyes were filled with disbelief until his demise. After eliminating this individual, Chu Jianlei turned his expressionless gaze towards the red-haired man. The red-haired man, hands raised, trembled as he spoke. "QQ brother, Third Master is my boss. He saved your life." "Indeed, Third Master is my savior." Chu Jianlei nodded, then turned the gun's barrel and pulled the trigger. Witnessing the red-haired man collapse in a pool of blood, he sighed softly and muttered, "But does Third Master's rescue concern you?" He then lifted his head, coldly regarding a certain direction. "Have you seen enough?" That's sufficient," Morrison hastily replied. "I am merely recuperating and cannot move far." Chu Jianlei shot him a frosty glance. "I trust you can keep your mouth shut without requiring my assistance?" No need, Morrison quickly responded, his trepidation deepening. He had always believed that stupid Chu had become somewhat arrogant after acquiring weapons, thus acting without restraint. Yet now it appeared that this individual's mind was remarkably calm. He had merely inflicted a wound upon himself, but had unhesitatingly eliminated 2 of Third Master's aides. The Wasteland was not lacking in those who could kill without a second thought, yet delivering a warning after a kill was a delicate balance to maintain. Morrison vaguely guessed why these 2 had perished while he remained alive. Nevertheless, without warning, taking a life was not something an ordinary person could achieve. To engage in a 1 against 2 without a hint of hesitation was simply beyond the capability of a timid individual. The key was that he had succeeded. In that moment, he fully believed the rumors circulating outside. Stupid Chu's mind was indeed not normal. Thus, he proactively inquired, "Shall I help you bury them?" Chapter 15. Tolerance misinterpreted as weakness. This was the first time in over 6 years since Jianlei arrived in the Wasteland that someone had proactively offered assistance. Reflecting on how other transmigrators had thrived from the outset, he realized his own survival had been far from easy. He felt compelled to emphasize one point: all spoils belonged to him. Against others, he need not assert this, but with Morrison, it was essential, for he was far too shameless. Sure enough, Morrison paused in disbelief. "For weapons, and you 1 spare even one for me?" The plump youth and the red-haired man possessed 2 long knives, had borrowed a Gauss rifle, and the red-haired man also carried a short dagger at his waist. Morrison found himself perplexed, unable to restrain his words. "I am also considered one of your people. Even a short dagger would enhance our collective combat capability, wouldn't it?" Jianlei could not be bothered to engage him. "Even if I were to give you a weapon, would you dare to kill?" He thought it prudent to remain wary of any tricks Morrison might pull. He cast a sidelong glance at him. "You think you're worthy of my people? This is merely settling debts." Morrison was instantly rendered speechless, reflecting that Jianlei clearly did not understand how to strengthen the group. No wonder he remained a solitary figure. "Then can I at least have a pair of pants?" His trousers had been torn by stupid Chu, and in the event of extreme cold, that would be fatal. Jianlei remained silent, tacitly permitting it. Morrison skillfully searched the bodies. Besides ammunition and some minor items, he also found a vial of nutrient solution on the red-haired man. As he turned his back to Jianlei, he intended to quietly open the nutrient solution. A hard, cold object pressed against the back of his head, and a chilling voice echoed, "Do you wish to die?" Morrison's eyes had turned blue from hunger, yet he did not wish to meet his end. He felt an overwhelming urge to cry, but the 2 cold corpses before him served as a stark reminder of who stood behind him. He could only obediently set down the nutrient solution. The subsequent matter was that burying the bodies also required physical strength. However, Morrison truly dared not utter another word, nor did he even entertain the thought of slacking off. Whenever the urge to be idle crept upon him, he would remind himself, that fool is truly capable of murder. As for why the previously submissive Shaku was now in such a state, he could not fathom. After more than 2 hours, he finally buried the 2 corpses amidst the refuse and cleaned up the bloodstains from the ground. Exhausted, he collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, feeling as if he might fall apart at any moment. At that moment, Jianlei spoke up, asking if he was hungry, suggesting he could lend him a gun. Morrison cast a suspicious glance at him, sensing something amiss. "What I need a gun for? You could hunt other scavengers," Jianlei replied, letting his eyelids droop. "With the spoils divided equally between us." Morrison blinked in confusion for quite some time before finally asking, "Whom should I kill?" "Anyone you choose," Jianlei answered impassively. "It would conveniently solve your hunger problem." Morrison stared at him blankly for a while before slowly shaking his head. "I dare not." Though he was timid, the pangs of hunger made the thought of murder somewhat conceivable. However, there was a problem. His leg was injured, and if he encountered a vengeful scavenger, he wouldn't be able to flee. The discomfort of an empty stomach was indeed unbearable, but he had no desire to die just yet. "Ha!" Jianlei's lips curled slightly, a smile devoid of warmth. "This is all you amount to." "Well, this is all I am," Morrison retorted, unwilling to waste energy unnecessarily. The filthy woman nearby took note of Jianlei's murderous intentions. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed a young man beside her to take the goods out shortly and allow Xiao Chu to inspect them. Allow him to inspect? The young man appeared reluctant, fearing it would make a fool of him. "What do you know?" The filthy woman snorted coldly. "If I tell you to do it, then just do it." The young man, unable to withstand the elder's authority, soon took the goods outside and sought out Jianlei. Initially puzzled by the identity of this individual, Jianlei soon recognized him. The first to voluntarily request an inspection had appeared, and shortly thereafter, the second one followed. The third visitor was the stocky man who had previously attempted to sow discord between him and the scavengers. This man was more straightforward, requesting after the inspection, "By the way, could you help me transport some goods with your vehicle?" Jianlei looked at him quizzically. "By the way, I'll pay," the stocky man stammered, grinning. "Wouldn't your vehicle be useless if I didn't pay?" Jianlei nodded, his expression unchanged. Just a moment. This amount of goods wasn't worth sending a tricycle for a special trip, especially since he wasn't the one hauling it anyway. Following this, others gradually came for inspections. As for how many noticed his murderous act, Jianlei himself was uncertain. However, he now possessed an automatic Gauss rifle and 3 long knives, which were visible to all. The scavengers were quite astute, generally aware of how to protect themselves. Even those who hadn't participated in the incident voluntarily approached Jianlei to have their goods inspected, although they didn't know why they were doing so. They felt no harm in following suit. After all, Shako hadn't taken anyone else's trash. What was the big deal? However, while Jianlei refrained from intervening, Morrison secretly hid away some relatively cheap refuse. Jianlei chose to overlook this. Having a cowardly accomplice was better than watching him starve to death. He did not concern himself with upholding justice. Such customs were absent in the Wasteland. He had nearly starved to death numerous times without anyone advocating for fairness. If you don't fight for your own rights, how can you expect others to help? Unbeknownst to them, dusk approached, and the tricycle was filled with goods. This time, the destination was not the camp where Jianlei resided, but rather another location nearly 20 kilometers away. Morrison struggled to pull the tricycle to the place after 4 long hours. The scavengers sought familiar faces to sell their refuse, and Morrison took his haul to sell as well. Jianlei arrived at a grocery store, intending to sell one of the 3 long knives he possessed. The blade with a chipped edge was rather damaged. The store owner, a cripple, recognized the foolish Shaku before him and immediately offered a price: 3 vials of nutrient solution for the damaged vibrating knife. This was somewhat excessive, given that a brand new vibrating knife was worth around 50 vials of nutrient solution. Jianlei, lacking negotiation skills, stated flatly, "Raise the price." "Don't even think about it," the cripple snorted. "I could easily find a knife in the garbage. Do you think this is valuable?" Jianlei gazed at him in disbelief, then replied, "I want to sell it." Can one really find a usable vibrating knife in a dump? While not entirely impossible, the odds were exceedingly low, akin to winning the lottery. Not selling? The cripple eyed him. Although he noticed the other had numerous weapons, he was well aware of Shaku's reputation. He didn't believe the fool would dare to act, and considering the weapons, he merely snorted in dissatisfaction. "If you aren't selling, then don't waste my time." What a downer. As expected, Jianlei made no further response, picking up the long knife and turning to leave. Though he had a gun, he understood the necessity of avoiding excessive violence in such situations. Moreover, he was aware of his poor social skills. The other's crude remarks might merely be filler words, which he chose to ignore. However, this reaction caught the attention of a man with a mohawk waiting outside the grocery store. In any society, things are seldom black and white. Someone waiting for easy prey was entirely normal. How could someone armed appear so spineless? The mohawk man's eyes lit up, recognizing an opportunity. He felt the hilt of his dagger at his waist, contemplated briefly, then turned and left. Shortly thereafter, he returned with 2 burly men, one carrying a Gauss automatic rifle and the other a long knife. The mohawk man now brandished a short-barreled shotgun, asking the cripple, "Where is he?" The store owner, familiar with these types, replied nonchalantly. He went to inquire. "That's from the Stone Camp." "Stone Camp?" The mohawk man sneered, calling such a small place a camp. "This guy seems rather timid." "Just a fool." The cripple waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, I'm busy." "Busy with what?" The mohawk man's expression darkened. "Are you looking for a fight? You want to take me on?" The cripple lifted his hand, revealing a laser pistol, his face stern. "That fool named Shaku had better scram." "Thanks for the warning," the mohawk man replied dismissively, turning to leave with his companions. The cripple watched their retreating figures, shaking his head nonchalantly as he began to clean his laser pistol. Jianlei had not anticipated that his restraint would be perceived as weakness. He found Morrison. who had just finished licking clean a vial of nutrient solution packaging, a look of satisfaction on his face. All right, time to work. I need to hurry back to the camp. Wait until I take a sip. Morrison produced a small plastic capsule, about the size of his pinky, filled with a blue liquid. Jianlei observed this scene with an impassive expression, recognizing that the capsule contained a low-quality hallucinogen, highly addictive. The Wasteland also had cigarettes for sale, albeit expensive. Compared to cigarettes, the Blue Beauty was not only pungent, but also more harmful to the body. Yet some individuals, like Morrison, seemed to relish it. Jianlei could sense that this fellow had not purchased any bandages, aside from nutrient solution. He had spent his money solely on Blue Beauty. However, that was someone else's choice, someone else's life. It had no bearing on him. Morrison first bit into the capsule, taking a deep draw, then ultimately shoved the capsule into his mouth, chewing it with apparent delight. His eyes narrowed, a look of ecstasy washing over his face. At that moment, the trio led by the Mohawk man also spotted the two of them, the man with the long knife exclaiming softly in surprise. Isn't that the worthless Morrison? The notoriety of Morrison surpasses that of the foolish Jianlei, for while Jianlei poses no threat, Morrison is universally acknowledged as a scourge. The two insignificant ants are indeed a fitting pair. A man wielding a Gauss automatic rifle spoke up, suggesting they wait outside the camp. Chapter 16. Ambushed Jianlei was unaware that someone was waiting for him outside the camp. However, he had always been plagued by a lack of security, and after being discovered with firearms today, he naturally became doubly cautious. As night fell and the confiscated binoculars became unusable, he propped up some clothing with metal rods to create a decoy on the tricycle. He then lay flat on the tricycle, hiding behind a few pieces of trash. Morrison, on the other hand, did not complain. Today he had acquired a Blue Beauty and felt invigorated. The three men lurking in the shadows began to murmur among themselves, questioning why it was Morrison driving the cart. The man with the long knife speculated that Morrison, known for his cowardice, must have been intimidated by the weapon of the foolish Chu. The man with the Gauss rifle nodded, thinking that since there was no one following him, they could take action. Wait a moment, Brother Air, the man with the rooster comb, spoke up. Don't you want to know where the foolish Chu obtained his gun? What is there to know? The Gauss rifleman replied dismissively. He had seen far too much violence and believed that picking up the spoils at a shootout was sufficient. I have heard of the foolish Chu, the rooster comb man replied with seriousness. He doesn't have the guts to engage in a shootout. Then, the Gauss rifleman's eyes lit up at the thought. Could it be that he discovered remnants from before the apocalypse? Not necessarily remnants. The rooster comb man quickly shook his head, aware of Brother Air's temper and wary of speaking recklessly. It is more likely a mutually destructive skirmish. Isn't that the same? The Gauss rifleman retorted, somewhat irritated. However, after a moment's pause, he realized, are you suggesting that there could be a large cache of weapons on site? I think that possibility exists, the rooster comb man urged. Brother Air, why not leave a survivor? It's pitch black. If we don't get closer, we might miss our shots. Why would we want to leave a survivor? The long knife man grumbled, still agitated. Just block them off, the rooster comb man suggested confidently. The foolish Chu wouldn't dare to fire. Nothing is certain, Brother Air, armed with the Gauss rifle, declared. Watch me. He was skilled at handling such matters. Quickly, you go ahead and intercept them, but remember to maintain your distance. The long knife man sprinted ahead, calling out from several hundred meters away, stop. Immediately, a series of gunshots erupted from behind the tricycle, followed by rapid bursts of fire. After 2 rounds, Brother Air shouted, stop. Raise your hands or face the consequences. He was less than 400 meters from the tricycle, but with the darkness obscuring his vision, he was uncertain whether he could hit the target. Regardless, he believed that firing first would establish authority, and with a pincer attack for both sides, he doubted the adversary would dare to move. As for the possibility of killing someone, he thought, if that happened, it would be unfortunate, but at least they could seize the opponent as weapons. The source of the weapons was of little concern to him. Having them would be advantageous, but lacking them was also acceptable. Above all, ensuring his own safety was paramount, an understanding shared by every survivor in the Wasteland. Upon hearing the gunfire, Morrison released the tricycle and quickly dropped to the ground, shouting, spare me. I surrender. The lingering effects of the Blue Beauty invigorated him, allowing him to decisively choose surrender, demonstrating that the will to survive was deeply ingrained within him. You're Morrison, I know, came a sharp voice, none other than the rooster comb man. What do you say, foolish Chu? A pained voice emerged from the tricycle. You can tell me what you want directly. Why resort to violence? Huh. The rooster comb man chuckled lightly. What if you refuse? You might even dare to resist. Chu Jianlei groaned in pain and indignation, replying, You fire your guns out of fear that I will resist? What if I get killed? Then so be it. Came Brother Air's voice from the shadows. People die out here all the time. Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment before asking, If I leave behind a gun and knife, can I go? The adversary showed no concern for his life and launched an attack, clearly targeting his belongings. Want to leave? The sharp voice chuckled. You still need to answer some questions. Que j'en ai hésité. If I answer the questions, can I leave? The sharp voice laughed again. Getting closer. That depends on whether you can satisfy us. Chu Jianlei chose to ignore him and whispered to Morrison, Strike your wound. Strike my wound? Morrison paused, then realized, joyfully asking, You aren't hurt? However, he soon caught on, thinking, Why would I strike it after finally scabbing over? Que j'en ai whispered. Are you willing to gamble that they might not silence us? Silence enveloped Morrison. He understood the implication. Yet, he felt a pang of dissatisfaction and impulsively declared, I want a Gauss automatic rifle. Then be on your way. Chu Jianlei's eyes flashed with ferocity as he drew a laser gun from his pocket. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, but the wasteland was rife with those deserving of death. A soft thud sounded, accompanied by Morrison's voice exclaiming, I struck. Just then, the rooster comb man swaggered over, shotgun in hand, commanding, Foolish Chu, get down from that cart. The night in the wasteland was not in absolute darkness. There were some faint glimmers of light from unknown sources. At a distance of 50 or 60 meters, one could still discern silhouettes. Chu Jianlei sighed. I am injured. I can only sit on the tricycle. Do you wish to die? The rooster comb man snapped. Do you know what weapon I'm holding? A shotgun. In the wasteland, shotguns were not mainstream weapons, akin to the status of bows and crossbows in Blue Star. While bows and crossbows excelled in silence, shotguns were known for their wide impact, albeit with a rather lacking range. Chu Jianlei replied calmly, I need treatment. Given that the adversary still sought to ask questions, he presumed they would not fire easily. Morrison, lying on the ground, couldn't he help but exclaim, I need treatment. What do you want treated? The rooster comb man approached confidently, his shotgun still aimed at Chu Jianlei. Foolish Chu, I know you. You've had quite a haul recently. As it turns out, Chu Jianlei was not surprised. However, he was taken aback when he finally recognized the figure approaching. It's you? He was indeed uninjured, but did not dare retaliate, primarily because he was uncertain of the adversary's numbers. Even in the face of an ambush, Chu Jianlei had an inkling that the opposing force was not numerous. 2 guns and 3 knives aimed at this trivial matter. How formidable could this team be? Yet he was unwilling to take risks. If he guessed wrong, he would be in peril, and even if he guessed right, he might not manage to eliminate them all. Once he recognized the distinct rooster comb man, he understood exactly who he was dealing with. He had seen him outside the general store previously, and this time he had brought along 2 armed companions. The rooster comb man's trio had hidden well, but Chu Jianlei had remained in a heightened state of vigilance. An individual with high intelligence could possess an astonishing level of observational acuity while on high alert, something the average person could hardly fathom. Chu Jianlei had memorized these 3 figures, although they had been buried deep in his memory, now surfacing in an instant. It was outside the general store that they had noticed him, and they had invited 2 accomplices. Thus, there were a total of 3 individuals with 2 guns, one of which was right in front of him. This battle could be fought. Suddenly, he cried out, No, don't ask me. I absolutely won't tell you. Huh? The rooster comb man was momentarily taken aback. I haven't done anything. Why are you shouting? As he realized that matters might have taken an unexpected turn, just as he was about to pull the trigger. A flash of blue light appeared before him. A gaping hole formed in his forehead, and his body crumpled to the ground, his eyes remaining wide open. The rooster-headed man, until his last breath, could not comprehend how his opponent possessed a laser gun. What he could not anticipate was that Chu Jianlei not only concealed a laser pistol, but also had the ability to mimic others' voices. In the next moment, a shrill voice echoed, If you do not recognize your place, then perish. Immediately thereafter, flames erupted, followed by the deafening sound of a shotgun discharge. Boom! Then, the sharp voice resounded once more. Ha! I've struck gold. There are energy blocks. Energy blocks? Upon hearing this, Urge and Kwai Dao were equally elated. How many miscellaneous hairs do we have? 5, 5.5. The keen voice hesitated. What kind of metal is this? Do not move. Quidao commanded from the front. Let Urge take a look at Morrison. Spare me. Morrison's voice came forth, his oily tone unmistakably revealing he was not a simpleton. I am willing to cooperate. In the next instant, hurried footsteps echoed from behind the tricycle, clearly indicating that Urge was also slightly excited. He slowed his pace when he was about 50 or 60 meters away from the tricycle. Miscellaneous hairs. Why don't we leave any survivors? The rooster-headed man's sharp voice chimed in. Urge. He attempted to ambush me. That shout was meant to stifle my cries. Urge, with his rich experience in the underworld, instantly discerned the rooster-headed man's tactics. He nodded slightly, realizing that this fool had two sides, not entirely foolish. However, just then his nodding motion faltered slightly. It was too late. Simultaneously, a series of gunshots rang out, the sound of a Gauss automatic rifle. Urge's reaction could not be deemed slow, but the distance was simply too short, only a mere 50 meters. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, still muttering, You are not a miscellaneous hair? Jianlei remained silent, delivering another burst of fire before turning and sweeping his gun at Quidao. Quidao had already sensed the impending danger, but he was too close to the tricycle to escape. Witnessing him fall, Jianlei unleashed two more bursts before he sighed. My ability to mimic sounds is, in truth, rather mediocre. Chapter 17. You are unprincipled. Jianlei's words were not an expression of modesty. His mimetic abilities surpassed those of the majority. Yet they had not reached a professional level. The reason he managed to deceive the two was purely because the rooster-headed man's voice was exceptionally distinctive. Even so, the Gauss rifle-wielding Urge detected the anomaly, albeit too late to evade. After eliminating 3 individuals, Jianlei felt no sense of triumph. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find that only these 3 had followed him. Upon inspecting his spoils, he was astonished to discover that Urge's Gauss rifle had been damaged. This revelation left him increasingly disheartened. What had he accomplished that night? Just then, Morrison approached eagerly. Tsuge, I believe I performed quite well, did I not? Not only did he punch open his own wound to release a whiff of blood, but he also refrained from exposing Jianlei's actions, instead collaborating with him to deceive their adversaries. Of course, had he shouted, he would have likely been shot dead on the spot. However, by keeping silent, he effectively tied himself to Jianlei's chariot of war. If their opponent emerged victorious, he would not escape death either. Considering that Morrison was unaware of the number of ambushers, he had indeed taken a gamble. Jianlei recognized that this individual was rather troublesome. Yet stealing a tricycle was hardly a capital offense. Rewards for merit and punishments for transgressions were the principles that should be upheld. Thus, he nodded him, well done. Our debts are cleared. You may leave now. You're not dismissing me, are you? Morrison was taken aback. Had this been said a while ago, he would have eagerly accepted. But now, with Jianlei in possession of 5 firearms, he found it hard to part ways. This afternoon, he had managed to seize some goods amidst the chaos, and that evening, he could afford the Blue Beauty, all thanks to Jianlei's influence. Since we are settled, may I follow you? What purpose would you serve by following me? Jianlei furrowed his brow. What use are you to me? Seeking trouble is not a worthwhile endeavor. I have my strengths. Morrison hastily asserted his value. I excel at communication. Everyone knows this. You excel at begging for mercy. Jianlei retorted succinctly. Is this a jest at my expense? Begging for mercy is a form of communication too, Morrison replied nonchalantly. If I were not skilled in communication, I would have perished a dozen times. Jianlei rolled his eyes in exasperation. You are shameless enough to take pride in that? While he spoke, he secretly acknowledged that Morrison's social skills far surpassed his own. Survival was paramount, and Morrison was wholly indifferent to Jianlei's mockery. He even suggested, if you take me in, I can handle all the embarrassing tasks in the future. For a fleeting moment, Jianlei felt a twinge of temptation. Having such a subordinate would indeed be beneficial for his development. However, this thought was short-lived as he recalled Rogers. Rogers, the one he had saved, had ultimately betrayed him, claiming he sought to live a better life. Thus, Jianlei shook his head. You have offended too many people. I have no interest in making enemies of all. Those are trivial matters, Morrison replied without hesitation. If it were a significant grievance, would I still be alive? Jianlei resolutely shook his head. I do not wish to be distracted by uncontrollable factors. Once I resolve the current issues and mitigate the risks associated with the transformation serum, I will devote all my efforts to becoming stronger. Morrison paused, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. Now that our debts are settled, does that mean we are equal? If you say we are equal, then so be it, Jianlei replied lazily, disinterested in further discussion. Coming from launching, he believed all individuals should be born equal. However, old Mo, you have strayed. Discussing equality at this juncture is somewhat disrespectful. Morrison's eyes narrowed. Now that we are on equal footing, I have a suggestion. Would you be interested in collaborating? Jianlei pondered for a moment, tilting his chin slightly. Speak. I am listening. The one who leaked your information is undoubtedly the cripple, Morrison stated bluntly. You do not deny this, do you? After contemplating, Jianlei replied. I can only say that he is not entirely innocent. His compulsive tendencies were not severe, yet when confronted with matters requiring precise definitions, he would strive for accuracy in his wording. Very well, not entirely innocent, Morrison conceded, not wishing to dwell on this further. Since you have established this point, it is only right to seek compensation from him, is it not? Jianlei shook his head. I find it unnecessary. Why must there be compensation? As long as life can return to normal, I need not worry about earning money. How much can a grocery store lose? I have never considered myself petty, at worst. I simply will not engage with that grocery store in the future. Being kind to others is the true essence of life. Being overly calculative is unwise. Am I being foolish again? Morrison pondered, somewhat baffled. Nevertheless, this remained inconsequential. Go. If you believe it is unnecessary, may I advocate for you? Want to be an agent? Jianlei squinted. Your advocacy is your affair. I will not intervene. He was resolute in his refusal to meddle, especially since this fellow's reputation was already in tatters. Not intervening means not opposing, Morrison chuckled. This guy's emotional intelligence is truly peculiar. Yet when they're targeting me, you wouldn't remain indifferent, would you? Otherwise, others might look down on you. I ultimately stand up for you. You may distance yourself, but can you allow others to slap your face? Jianlei felt a slight headache. He was genuinely inept at navigating interpersonal relationships. He did not wish to be exploited, yet he also did not want to be belittled. After contemplating for a considerable time, he finally uttered, Do not invoke my name. I must receive half of what you harvest. He indeed had confidence in earning money, but that had yet to materialize, hadn't it? It is easy to proclaim that money is worthless, yet one must remember that sustenance is cultivated from the very soil deemed insignificant. Very well, Morrison nodded decisively. As long as you are willing to share the profits, this matter can be easily settled. Whether or not to invoke his name was truly inconsequential. Did he genuinely believe others would not speculate? Observing Morrison's prompt agreement, Jianlei pondered before stating, Should others press you too hard, feel free to seek my temporary refuge, provided you have not acted excessively. Of course, Morrison replied without hesitation. If I were to act improperly, how could I come to you for shelter? Then it is settled. Jianlei declared plainly, Safe travels. Is that it? Just part ways? Morrison was taken aback. It was the dead of night, in the wilderness, and not only were there 3 corpses nearby, but his wounds had reopened. Jianlei curiously gazed at him. Do you wish for a midnight snack or something? Morrison was unfamiliar with the concept of a midnight snack, yet he understood that this fool spoke little of substance. Thus, he directly requested, Could you lend me a gun? I will deduct it from my future earnings. Jianlei inquired with curiosity, I could lend it to you, but do you dare to fire it? There must be appearances. Morrison replied candidly, At least I would possess a gun, would I not? Very well, I shall lend you one. Jianlei handed him a Gauss automatic rifle along with some ammunition. After doing so, he turned and pedaled away on his tricycle. Upon returning to his humble abode, it was already past midnight, yet Jianlei paid no mind and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, he arrived at Fat Jia's grocery store. Fat Jia. I wish to sell a knife. Fat Jia offered a price significantly higher than that of a cripple, 5 tubes of nutrient solution. However, Jianlei still found it insufficient and insisted on a bit more. The knife, though somewhat damaged, could still serve its purpose for a substantial time. Let us exchange it for charcoal. Fat Jia did not dwell on their previous dispute. Charcoal can be more plentiful, as winter is fast approaching. Would you wait for someone to steal such a large quantity? Who would dare to steal from you? Fat Jia retorted nonchalantly, You are armed. Those with guns die quicker. Chu Jianlei replied casually, "Do you have any meat? I would trade for meat as well." This was not a euphemism. He genuinely sought real meat. In the Wasteland, there was indeed meat to be had, albeit at a far higher cost than nutrient solutions. The flavor would certainly surpass that of nutrient solutions, but most could not afford it. Typically, it was livestock that was raised, yet in the harsh conditions of the Wasteland, survival was already a challenge, let alone raising animals. There was wild game available, but most of the beasts were mutated, with few edible varieties. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, what most could access was primarily the flesh of these mutated creatures, as the cost of farmed meat was exorbitant. Having not tasted meat in over 6 years, Chu Jianlei resolved to indulge himself. If he were truly a native of the Wasteland, he might never have the opportunity to savor natural meat in his lifetime. Fat Jia regarded him oddly. "For mutated meat, your knife can only be exchanged for a small piece." Chu Jianlei paused, swallowed hard, then snorted coldly. "One day, I'll buy a large chunk." Though somewhat timid in his words, Chu Jianlei spoke with conviction. Should he wish to squander everything, he could afford it now. But the timing was simply not right. Ultimately, he exchanged the long knife for charcoal, yet he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. His spoils were increasing, yet their convertibility remained a source of frustration. In the foreseeable future, he would require substantial financial resources or energy. Previously, his existence had only sought mere sustenance, and he had hesitated to explore profitable avenues. Now, a turning point had emerged. Seizing this momentum to strengthen himself could effectively deter the majority of those who coveted his position. Thus, aside from addressing potential threats, the next consideration was how to generate wealth. However, it seemed that relying on theft for prosperity might prove to be quite challenging. 2 hours later, he arrived at the outskirts of the junkyard on his tricycle. Just as he came to a halt, a figure suddenly dashed out beside him. "Brodeur que, your actions are somewhat unscrupulous." Chapter 18. The day has come. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianlei's anger flared. "Who dares to claim that my actions are unscrupulous?" Turning to see the speaker, his fury dissipated, replaced by a cold smile. "Morrison, my tolerance does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. What have I done that is unscrupulous?" The newcomer was none other than Morrison, with whom he had parted ways the previous night. He raised the Gauss automatic rifle in his hand, visibly aggrieved. "The gun you lent me is faulty." "Oh, is that so?" "Que j'en ai nodded slightly, maintenant à calme demi-heure." "I'm aware of that." "You are aware?" Morrison was taken aback, not expecting such a response. "Why?" Chu Jianlei frowned. "Why what?" Morrison gathered his thoughts and slowly replied. "This is the gun you lent me, is it not?" "Indeed," Chu Jianlei answered plainly, "but did I ever state that I would lend you a good gun?" Morrison's mind reeled at the absurdity of the situation. Indeed, Chu Jianlei's reasoning was unlike that of ordinary individuals. "But you expect me to confront a cripple with a faulty weapon?" Chu Jianlei retorted nonchalantly. "Is there a distinction? After all, you wouldn't dare to fire it." Morrison felt the urge to curse. Was there truly no difference between wielding a faulty gun and being too fearful to fire? He was at a loss for words. "Do you not understand how close I came to death at the hands of that cripple?" Chu Jianlei glanced at Morrison's thigh, nodding slightly. It had been bandaged, indicating a positive outcome. How did we arrive at this topic? Morrison was somewhat perplexed. Only moments later did he realize, "You mean?" Chu Jianlei regarded him with a look of disbelief, too apathetic to elaborate. Morrison finally grasped the underlying implications, yet he still found it hard to believe. "You are so certain that the cripple would not dare to retaliate and would willingly accept my extortion?" Chu Jianlei pondered briefly before shaking his head. "I cannot say with absolute certainty. There remains a possibility of failure." When he lent that faulty gun, he had anticipated how Morrison and the cripple would interact. The old cripple was certainly no pushover, but he was far from fool. It was highly unlikely that he would willingly acquiesce to extortion. However, the crux of the matter was that Morrison had returned to camp alive. As long as Morrison lived, the owner of the firearm, Chu Jianlei, also had a high probability of survival. The fate of the 3 individuals tailing them could be easily deduced. Moreover, the Gauss automatic rifle had indeed sustained damage from a bullet. As long as the old cripple was not particularly foolish or stubborn, he should rightfully compensate some form of reparation. After all, he was a prime suspect in this affair. Of course, Chu Jianlei could not guarantee the accuracy of his deductions. For instance, what if the old cripple had no connection to this incident? Yet, These thoughts were for his own contemplation. There was no need to elucidate them to Morrison. Upon hearing this, Morrison's expression darkened. If I were to fail, would I die? How would I know? Jianlei lowered his eyelids, perhaps half dead? That is a bit excessive. Morrison's expression grew increasingly grim. And you did not warn me. Is it necessary? Jianlei inquired curiously. The cripple must consider the possibility that I might still be alive. That is true. Morrison reluctantly conceded, acknowledging the soundness of Jianlei's logic. However, recalling how close he had come to death, he felt somewhat resentful. Could you not have lent me a decent firearm? Do we share such a bond? Jianlei observed him with curiosity. Look at the size of your face. After a moment of contemplation, he added, if you were killed, would that gun not become a weapon against me? Upon hearing this, Morrison's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that someone could be so blunt in their speech. Are you implying that I lack eloquence? Jianlei also grimaced, questioning what was wrong with being straightforward, as it was the unvarnished truth. Your thought process is indeed remarkably refreshing. Morrison found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could not resist asking, if I were to be slain by a cripple, would you seek vengeance for me? This question left Jianlei momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, it depends on my mood. Morrison nodded, realizing at last why you are a wandering spirit. Your recklessness is quite pronounced. Yet, Jianlei raised his hand and seized a defective gun, asking, what about my share of spoils? 10 vials of nutrient solution and a bag of clean water. This was all Morrison was willing to offer, his gaze unguarded. Jianlei glanced at him helplessly. Doesn't the bandaging of wounds count? He had not expected much honesty from the other. Yet could they not respect his intelligence regarding such an obvious matter? I thought you would understand, Morrison replied calmly. I can give you 6 vials of nutrient solution. Would that suffice? Que j'en ai fait somewhat speechless. Is this truly your interpretation of an equitable division? Nevertheless, considering that this fellow had indeed taken risks, he was too apathetic to argue further. Very well. Just give me the nutrient solution. Upon seeing his outstretched hand, Morrison hesitated for a brief moment. Could you continue to lend me that gun? Jianlei looked at him incredulously. Didn't you say it was useless? Morrison smiled awkwardly. It holds some value. It allowed me to converse with the old cripple yesterday, which is a factor. Jianlei recalled his conversation with Fat Sister, realizing that having a gun might expedite death, even a malfunctioning one. I understand, Morrison nodded, but I still prefer the feeling of having a gun. Then you should purchase it. Jianlei responded without hesitation. 2 vials of nutrient solution will suffice. This Gauss gun was damaged beyond repair, yet the disassembled parts could be utilized in other firearms. I am merely borrowing it. Morrison declared decisively. 2 vials of nutrient solution could extend my life by 2 days. Why would I buy it? Well, it seems you know how to capitalize on opportunities, Jianlei retorted, handing the gun over. Essentially, he was not a miser, but the harsh living conditions in the Wasteland had forced him to be frugal. For the next 2 days, Morrison remained with Jianlei, even assisting in pushing the tricycle. However, this arrangement became a paid service, earning him a third of the fare. The earnings were somewhat laborious. Yet Morrison's primary income was not from this. He regarded pilfering as his main occupation. One must concede, this fellow had an uncanny knack for thievery, taking only items of little value with remarkable discretion. Consequently, others were too weary to contest his actions, merely issuing a warning like, don't touch that. Ultimately, it was still the pressure from Mr. Sai that weighed heavily on everyone. Many involved preferred to forego the convenience of public transport and rent a tricycle just to maintain a good rapport with Jianlei. Comparatively, being lightly pilfered by Morrison was a trifling matter. On the 3rd day, individuals approached Jianlei to discuss the need to seek out the antidote from Hongxi settlement. The first to arrive was a filthy woman, followed by a stout man. Jianlei had been preoccupied with this matter as well, so they agreed to set out for Hongxi that very night. Initially, there had been 20 scavengers involved in this endeavor, but this time, the number swelled to over 40. The treasures within the dump could only fetch a decent price at the settlement. The group hired 3 trucks, barely accommodating the people and goods they intended to bring. Jianlei brought along 2 guns of varying lengths and one of each type of knife. He left the tricycle for Morrison, while the rest of the weapons were entrusted to Fat Sister for sale. One could not bring everything out. The settlement lay over 200 kilometers from the dump, and the dilapidated trucks traversed the wasteland throughout the night, finally arriving at dawn. The settlement was rather expansive, enclosed by walls that spanned about 10 square kilometers, reportedly housing over 50,000 residents. Jianlei had previously calculated that with 5,000 people per square kilometer, there might even be some land left for agriculture. Unfortunately, survivors from the wild were not permitted to reside there. Even temporary entry required a hefty deposit. Numerous makeshift houses outside the walls exceeded 10,000, appearing densely packed. Jianlei and his companions arrived at the southern small city gate, seeking the one-eyed little leader they had encountered previously. This leader, named Tu Zhuofu, turned out to be a squad leader of the Imperial Guards. Tu Zhuofu was not on duty, but upon hearing that survivors from the wild had come seeking him, he took over 2 hours to arrive. Accompanied by 8 or 9 individuals, he constituted a standard combat squad. Upon meeting the group, his first question was, "Is there any news regarding the mech?" This was rather unfortunate. While the group was concerned with the antidote, he was fixated on information. No one answered his inquiry. The previous incident remained vivid in their minds, as some individuals were truly unflinching in their lethality. The crowd's attention shifted to Jianlei. He could not evade responsibility, for his ascent in status over the past few days was palpable. With gains came obligations. He stepped forward and replied earnestly, "My lord, we have been diligently searching, but regrettably, we have no news as of yet." Tu Zhuofu's solitary eye narrowed menacingly as he spoke coldly. "No news? Then why have you come?" Jianlei felt somewhat helpless. "My lord, we can only gather information while we are alive. The deceased can accomplish nothing." While Tu Zhuofu had previously treated him with some courtesy, this time his temperament appeared less amiable as he coldly questioned, "Are you complaining?" Jianlei lowered his eyelids and answered honestly, "I dare not." It was not that he held no grievances, but rather that he did not dare to voice them. His social skills were indeed lacking. Tu Zhuofu had already placed his hand on the laser gun at his waist, but in the next moment, he seemed to reconsider. He then addressed the others. "This fool harbors grievances. Aside from him, does anyone else?" No one spoke. The crowd shook their heads in succession. They spared the foolish Chu due to his ignorance, not wanting to meet a bullet-esque fate. "You scoundrels, not a single one of you speaks the truth." Tu Zhuofu berated. "Is it only the fool who dares to speak candidly?" The crowd remained silent, allowing him to rage on. They would pretend not to hear as long as he provided the antidote. Observing the silence, Tu Zhuofu grew increasingly irate in such a cowardly fashion. "Do you expect the antidote to be given freely?" Chapter 19. The antidote. Tu Zhuofu's outburst was inexplicable, leaving everyone bewildered. After a prolonged silence, Tu Zhuofu's irritation escalated. "Since you refuse to speak, all of you, get lost." Onlookers who had gathered to witness the commotion were swiftly chased away by the Imperial Guards. The scavengers' gazes once more converged upon Jianlei. Jianlei, feeling rather exasperated, shrugged and spread his hands. "Surely, I cannot be the only one to speak." If not for necessity, he truly preferred to remain in the shadows, finding solace in self-entertainment. Yet the stout man grew anxious. "Little Chu, we have supported your business. Will you not speak on our behalf?" Upon seeing this, Tu Zhuofu unsheathed his laser gun, without hesitation, pulling the trigger. A gaping hole the size of a wine cup appeared on the stout man's forehead. With an expression of utter disbelief, he slowly collapsed to the ground. He could not fathom why, having already been injected with the poison and being under control, he would still be shot. If they truly wished for him to perish, wouldn't he, withholding the antidote, suffice? Tu Zhuofu, however, snorted coldly. "Who gave you the audacity to look down on me?" He was not intentionally rescuing Jianlei. He primarily aimed to set an example. Just because you promised them the antidote does not obligate you to deliver it. The filthy woman, witnessing the event, promptly spoke up. "My lord, we will intensify our efforts to gather information. Please grant us an opportunity." Tu Zhuofu glanced at her, letting out a cold snort, wondering if she was either a fool or if all the men among the scavengers had perished. "My lord," another man spoke up, "we are making every effort to search, but the mine is truly vast." Tu Zhuofu narrowed his single eye and spoke ominously. "Are you suggesting that you cannot accomplish this task?" "No." The man quickly shook his head. "It merely requires time. I beseech you to understand." A hint of amusement flickered across Tu's face. "How much time is sufficient?" The man, feeling small, replied respectfully, "It is possible that the items are not even within our mine." Tu Zhuofu waved his hand dismissively. "There must be a reason for selecting you. I have provided you with the antidote this time. But let me make myself clear. If there is no news next time, someone will die. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, finally realizing that the other party killed merely to assert their authority. Understanding this brought a faint sense of helplessness and desolation to their hearts. In the wasteland, life truly held little value. Tu Jiu gestured, and a member of the guard stepped forward, retrieving a box from his waist and opening it. Inside were neatly arranged little paper packets. Each of you will take one. In 5 days, I hope to hear good news. Having just asserted his authority through murder, the scavengers were as docile as sheep, hardly daring to harbor any other thoughts. The dirty woman glanced around, noticing no one else moving, and proactively stepped forward to take a packet of antidote, thanking Tudun. Others, seeing this, followed suit, taking their medicine and expressing their gratitude. Jianlei was the last to approach the antidote. At that moment, the dirty woman had already opened her packet and poured the brown powder directly into her mouth. She did not discard the paper, but carefully folded it and solemnly placed it in her bosom. Observing this, others quickly followed suit, swallowing their antidotes. Jianlei watched in astonishment. He understood their actions, yet 5 days had not yet elapsed. What if taking it early meant a delay in receiving the next dose? Tu Jiu, having just killed one man, felt his rage dissipate significantly and then noticed his unusual behavior. He smiled and asked, "What? Do you not comprehend their logic?" "I do understand," Jianlei replied honestly, though still somewhat puzzled. "If you claim not to understand, then you are feigning ignorance." Tu Jiu nodded slightly, noting that even animals know to protect their food. He commented, "The malice of humanity is beyond your imagination. Taking it now ensures at least 5 days of survival." Jianlei nodded absently, pondering thus. Was the 5-day time frame merely a general reference? There must be individual differences among survivors, so the timing was not so precise. Seeing Jianlei lost in thought again, Tu Jiu grew weary of him and casually handed over a small cloth pouch. "This is for the next 5 days." Coming to his senses, Jianlei opened the pouch to find 10 nutrient injections inside. He sighed with a bitter smile, feeling undeserving. "It's merely a casual gamble." Tu Jiu glanced at him. "Aren't you concerned about your antidote being stolen?" Only then did Jianlei realize, swallowing the antidote from his paper packet and tucking it away. Tu Jiu patted his shoulder, seemingly approving of his preparedness. After saying this, he turned and left, followed by the other guards, without any further words. Jianlei's gaze wandered, experiencing the antidote's effects on his body while remaining alert for potential attacks. The antidote proved effective, and within 5 minutes, a gentle warmth spread throughout his body. The various tearing pains he had felt diminished significantly. Moreover, the effects were long-lasting. Even half an hour later, they persisted. With the pain fading, Jianlei felt as though he could soar with the wind. No wonder Jiu resorted to murder, he murmured thoughtfully. If his deductions were correct, this so-called antidote was indeed a rare and beneficial potion for the body. Killing one person at least saved a dose of the antidote. The act of murder was merely a means to an end, not a simple matter. While he was lost in thought, others were similarly absorbed in the joy of healing their bodies. However, some remained more vigilant. A robust, fully armed man approached, his facial muscles quivering involuntarily as he suppressed them. "Xiaoqi, this time we let it go. What about next time?" Jianlei snapped back to reality, rubbing his forehead in frustration. "I have no solution. We will take it one step at a time." The burly man furrowed his brow slightly. "They value you highly. Why not take the lead and negotiate a solution?" Hearing this, others chimed in, "Indeed, we cannot allow deaths to occur so easily." "You want me to take the lead?" Jianlei raised an eyebrow and slowly shook his head. "I lack that capability. Others are even less capable." The burly man stated solemnly, "Kelin will fully support you. Those who disagree can come to me." Kelin was among the top-tier strength among scavengers, known for his solitary and ruthless nature, and had never bullied Jianlei in the past. It was not due to his integrity, but rather that Jianlei was too weak to be worth bullying. Jianlei rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm not afraid of death just because you are?" However, he had no intention of explaining himself, and turned to explore other shops. Watching him leave, Kelin furrowed his brow slightly, then turned to his companions nearby. "Do you not support this?" Someone sighed. "It seems we need to have a serious discussion with that fool. Is he perhaps someone's illegitimate child?" They were genuinely confused as to why this fool received such preferential treatment. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Colin C's eyes. We got involved to save him. After all, unaware of this unfolding drama behind him, he, having arrived at the settlement for the first time, was eager to broaden his horizons. Here, he finally encountered the legendary currency, the Hong Si Bai. This currency was issued by the Hong Si settlement, but to his surprise, it was actually made of stamped silver. In the Wasteland, silver was a relatively rare metal, not considered too valuable. While silver had good conductivity, there was little industrial application here. In his hand, Chirjvi held a small silver token, which he had obtained from San Yi, unsure of its purpose. He pulled it out and asked the shopkeeper, "How much is this worth in silver dollars?" The shopkeeper, a slightly plump middle-aged man, glanced at the token and replied nonchalantly, "It can only be exchanged for 5 silver coins." "Then forget it," he said, putting the token away and leaving, unaware of the greed glimmering in the shopkeeper's eyes. As he departed, the shopkeeper furrowed his brow slightly, wondering how this fellow came to possess such a rare silver token. At that moment, another person entered the shop, a burly man. "Arda, who are you trying to scheme against now?" The shopkeeper glanced at him and lowered his voice. "Hello, that fellow just now had a rare silver token." "A silver token?" Lao's interest was piqued. "Can you discern his background?" "No," the shopkeeper shook his head. "I offered 5 silver coins, and he refused. At least worth 5 silver dollars. You're quite the crook," Lao chuckled. "Shall we have some fun with him?" The shopkeeper nodded slightly. "He is a newcomer, likely an uncommon wild man, but his equipment is not bad." "What of his good equipment?" Lao replied dismissively. "If 7 or 8 people surround him, would he dare to act?" "Better to be cautious," the shopkeeper said sternly. "Go assess that fellow's character. Let us ensure it isn't a trap." In the Wasteland, schemes and being schemed against were all too common. It was hard to say if the other party was fishing for trouble. Before long, Lo returned. They're a group of external scavengers. They even had Jianlei kill one. "So, the scavengers merely stumbled upon it?" The shopkeeper raised his eyebrows. "How many companions did he have?" "Near the junkyard." Scavengers were indeed not to be trifled with. Yet the elites of Hong Si Ju Dian were not intimidated by them. It was merely a case of black eating black. Who could outsmart whom? Upon hearing this, Lao Wu's expression darkened. It seemed that over 40 of them had arrived. With 3 vehicles. Over 40? The shopkeeper was taken aback. When did the scavengers become so united? Lao Wu stood halber, saying he had heard it was somewhat related to the one-eyed wolf, though the specifics were still unclear. This left the shopkeeper furrowing his brow in distress. Chapter 20. Preventing addiction. The shopkeeper did not regard the scavengers as a threat, but a large number of them posed a considerable challenge. He pondered and asked if those individuals would leave together. Lao Wu nodded, reluctantly responding that the probability of them returning together was quite high, making any attempt to act costly. "Let's gather more information first," the shopkeeper decided, to verify the identity of that individual. They were local tyrants on the outskirts of Hong Si Ju Dian. Yet obtaining information about the scavengers was not an easy task. The scavenger community was rather insular and did not welcome outsiders' inquiries. It was not until evening that Lao Wu managed to glean some information through an acquaintance in the scavenger circle. Ergo, it turned out was a fool, but it was said that the one-eyed wolf valued him greatly. As for Y2's Wafu held Chu Jianlei in high regard. The scavenger community dared not leak any information. Ergo pondered for a moment and nodded. They would send someone to the junkyard to keep an eye on him and discern what lay behind him. Before long, the scavengers sold their goods and procured some necessary items, with the 3 vehicles returning as a convoy. On the way back, they revisited old topics, wanting Chu Jianlei to take the lead in organizing the matter. However, Chu Jianlei remained silent, and when pressed, he finally uttered, "I fear death too." "No one is fearless," someone retorted loudly, "but you are not like us." Chu Jianlei rolled his eyes at this, asserting that he did not believe no one could fathom that the antidote was, after all, a rare medicine. The others were momentarily taken aback, and then someone inhaled sharply, realizing that killing was intended to conserve the medication. It was no wonder they were slow to comprehend. Had Chu Jianlei not been privy to the details of the injection beforehand, he would not have been so certain. However, a few appeared unfazed, clearly having anticipated the underlying implications. The filthy woman even managed a bitter smile, saying, "Little Chu, only you would openly reveal this matter." This revelation was indeed astonishing. Anyone with a modicum of discernment would not dare to voice it publicly. Only Jianlei, the fool, would not think too much and simply stated outright. Nevertheless, the woman's words became the best footnote to Jianlei's statement, and for a moment, silence enveloped the vehicle. After a while, Colin spoke up. Little Chu, do you have any suggestions? Please share them with us. None, Jianlei replied decisively, shaking his head. We will take it one step at a time. His concerns diverged significantly from those of the others. Shortly thereafter, whispers filled the vehicle, as it was evident they were discussing strategies. When the truck was about 10 kilometers from the chaotic stone camp, Jianlei requested to disembark. This was the closest point to his home, and he intended to walk back to rest. Once he departed, Collins ominously remarked, "We don't have much time left." The filthy woman sighed, saying that mining could no longer continue. The urgent matter was to disperse and gather information. Abandoning scavenging would inevitably affect their income in the short term. But when it came to one's life, which was more important? Ultimately, the scavengers had initially underestimated the seriousness of the situation. They believed they had escaped the initial slaughter and could merely get by for the time being. It was only after another vibrant life was lost that they realized the situation was far graver than they had imagined. Yet someone scoffed. It's just a matter of not making money for a few days. That's manageable. But who can guarantee we will be able to gather information? Huh, Colin sneered in response. Even if we can gather information, who can ensure we won't be silenced? This question darkened everyone's expressions further. Jianlei returned to his small abode, carefully checking around and discovering that no one had been there and nothing was missing. How fortunate! He did not go to sleep, instead retrieving the paper package that still contained a trace of the antidote. This was a small amount he had skillfully hidden away. Others likely treated their paper packages similarly, and surely some would be pondering the composition of the antidote. However, as Jianlei scrutinized it under the flashlight, he could not discern its ingredients. The crux of the issue was that without testing equipment, he could only brood in silence. When it came to research, Jianlei had some confidence, but at present, he could only lament his situation. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a familiar throbbing pain in his head. This was the second occurrence since the last injection. His spirits lifted instantly, and without hesitation, he pulled out the nutrient solution, laying it out on the ground. Perhaps the reaction was triggered by consuming the antidote? This time the pain was not as intense as before, but its persistence was notable. After 2 minutes of throbbing pain, Jianlei began to practice stances, holding for nearly 20 minutes. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing on his dantian. The effectiveness this time was remarkably good, with a substantial feeling of energy, particularly in terms of caloric expenditure. A cartoonish little lake, small with a large head, reappeared in his mind, though it did not linger for long. Perhaps 4 or 5 seconds. He continued to delve deeper into his thoughts. Que Jianlei's mind said. One nutrient solution after another was consumed, occasionally accompanied by sips of water. Fortunately, his material conditions had greatly improved. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure such strain. Time passed without his notice, and when he reached for another nutrient solution, his hand grasped only air. 8 nutrient solutions consumed just like that? He felt that if he could hold on just a little longer, the Wuming Lianqi would ascend to the next level. However, he had initially taken out 8 nutrient solutions to establish a self-regulating mechanism against addiction. Regardless of how high the completion rate was, there came a time to stop. Too much of a good thing could be detrimental. In terms of self-control, he had trained himself deliberately. Most individuals with Asperger's syndrome struggled in this area. Yet for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, achieving their goals was paramount. 8 nutrient solutions were already a substantial quantity, equivalent to 8 days' worth. He took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, and organized the Wuming Lianqi in his mind. Sure enough, this time the Lianqi was somewhat more refined than the last. However, he still did not attempt the Zhou Tian transportation. He simply remained focused on his dantian. After resting for a while, he stood up, feeling particularly light. As for whether he had accumulated dirt on his surface, Jianlei felt none of it. Bathing in the wasteland was a mere fantasy. It was not that there was no water in certain places. Some appeared quite clear. However, taking a bath could lead to unpredictable changes in the body, and the possibility of sudden death could not be ruled out. Jianlei had always valued personal hygiene while on Blue Star, but he was not obsessive. Otherwise, he would not have survived these 6 years. Ultimately, in the wasteland, survival was paramount. Whether or not one bathed or had an odor was a trivial matter. He then exited the cave and looked up at the sky, realizing it was already afternoon. He made his way to Fat Jia's general store, inquiring if anyone wanted to purchase the weapons he was selling on consignment. In the Wasteland, weapons were never in short supply, but Fat Jia noted that most inquiring about prices were merely looking to buy low. Jianlei's disposition is one of self-reliance. He would rather utilize resources for his own benefit than sell them at a low price. Thus, he inquires about another matter. Do you have any news regarding the Hype Gang Mao shoe? I am interested in purchasing one. The Hype Gang Mao shoe is a mutated beast, albeit a remarkably stable variant, recognized for its practicality. Its taste is said to be average, yet it provides a substantial amount of energy, and, as an ordinary mutated beast, it is not particularly difficult to hunt. Pang Jia, however, looks at him with surprise. Are you planning to become a hunter? Curiously, que Jianlei vaguely répond. If the opportunity arises, I would like to experience it. Pang Jia glances at him and reveals that she does have some information, though its timeliness is uncertain, and she cannot guarantee the absence of any traps. Jianlei is reluctant to spend money on outdated news. As for the possibility of traps, that cannot be assured. Where there is prey, hunters are likely present. In any case, he deems it inappropriate to delve deeply into the garbage dump. To acquire more energy, he must resort to hunting mutated beasts. The crux of the matter is that he has not consumed meat in over 6 years, and once this thought crosses his mind, it is impossible to suppress. Pang Jia ponders for a moment before shaking her head. She does not have any recent information at the moment, but promises to inform him in a couple of days. If he were still the naive Chu from before, she would not hesitate to take advantage of him by selling some relatively outdated information. However, considering the weapons he is currently consigning, she feels it is unnecessary to take such a risk. While she may look down upon him internally, it is evident that he has managed to procure numerous weapons from a state of utter poverty in a short time, which is clearly no stroke of luck. Jianlei nods. This is not an urgent matter. He wonders if he could glean information from the Hongyu team. He is aware that Pang Jia's brother is involved with the hunters team. Pang Jia glances at him and snorts softly. How could hunters possibly disclose information about their prey? I have other channels. Jianlei does not doubt her words. While Pang Jia is not a professional information broker, her connections are undoubtedly valuable. Yet, he muses, the information from the old cripple cannot be too shabby, can it? With this thought, he turns to leave the camp, hoping to reach his destination before nightfall. As for the business at the garbage dump, he has ceased to consider it. Those scavengers insisted on him taking the lead, and he genuinely despises such coercion. The two camps are approximately 17 or 18 kilometers apart. Fully equipped, he strides forward. If all goes well, the journey should not exceed 2 hours. However, encountering unforeseen circumstances in the wasteland is entirely normal. After walking about 10 kilometers, a sudden sense of foreboding arises within him. Without a second thought, he performs a lateral dive, followed by a series of rolls. Almost immediately, a volley of bullets strikes the ground where he had just been, sending dust and debris flying. Then the sound of gunfire reaches him, unmistakably the report of a Gauss automatic rifle. They are using a silencer. Que Jianlei's expression d'arquence. Chapter 21. Quick on his feet, the wilderness of the wasteland is inherently perilous. Mutated beasts are terrifying, but even more frightening are the people. Based on the bullet impacts and the clouds of dust they stirred up, Jianlei can roughly ascertain the enemy's position, likely concealed behind an inconspicuous little hill ahead. It appears unremarkable, particularly with 2 slightly taller hills nearby. Yet, height does not necessarily equate to advantage. Jianlei understands that suitability is paramount. In his haste, he cannot discern why the adversary chose this location to ambush him. However, he is certain of one thing. There are not many of them, only 1 or 2 individuals. If there were more, they would have approached him to kill him rather than shoot from a distance. For this reason, he concludes that the one firing the shots is using a silencer, not Fallen. While the Fallen also employ firearms, they lack ammunition supplies and rely solely on confiscated rounds, making such wastefulness improbable. Moreover, the Fallen prefer to band together for safety, typically operating in groups of 3 to 5. Solitary individuals are a rarity. Nevertheless, even with the knowledge that the adversary is few in number, Jianlei has no intention of retaliating. The situation remains unclear, and the terrain is unknown. To act recklessly would be irresponsible. In this desolate land, Those who utilize silencers are countless. Any seemingly unremarkable individual, when placed in the wilderness with a firearm, may develop unwarranted ambitions. Even someone as mercantile as Pang Jia, or a coward like Morrison, could impulsively take on the role of a bandit. Jianlei, being a solitary traveler himself and armed, is naturally perceived as prey. As Pang Jia remarked, possessing a weapon can often lead to a swifter demise, as ambushers will strike without hesitation. One would think that Jianlei, with his temperament, would harbor a deep resentment towards those who employ silencers. Why seek to kill me when I have done you no wrong? Yet, he understands all too well that as long as the order of the Wasteland remains unchanged, such scenarios will persist indefinitely. Every survivor could potentially transform into a bandit under suitable conditions. This phenomenon is relentless and beyond his capacity to alter. He bears no obligation to change it. Rather than simmer in frustration, it would be wiser to retreat quietly. As for who the assailants are, he has little interest in knowing. The potential suspects are too numerous, and overthinking would only lead to unnecessary distress. However, if he wishes to flee, he must do so with strategy. It is evident that the enemy is familiar with the surrounding environment, given their choice of ambush location. Jianlei has traversed this area a few times in the past. While his memories are not particularly vivid, he recalls enough to connect the dots. Suddenly, it dawns on him why they chose to hide behind that small hill. Though it is not the optimal ambush point, it is not significantly inferior to higher ground. The critical factor is that this location facilitates an easy escape. Should the ambush party attempt to counterattack, they must consider the possibility of a second ambush. Furthermore, Jianlei's current position makes it inconvenient for him to launch an offensive or retreat. Of course, convenience is relative and not absolute. Nevertheless, the fact that the enemy could find such a position in the Wasteland for an ambush is commendable. Jianlei quickly contemplates 3 potential escape routes. However, after consideration, he decides against these options. The reason is simple. What if the enemy has set traps or landmines? Never underestimate the bottom line of those who utilize silencers. To them, it is worth it to kill a person with a vibrating knife, even if the profit margin is merely a nutrient supplement. As long as the output exceeds the input, they are willing to act, not to mention that he is armed. Given sufficient time and space, Jianlei would not be concerned about traps. But there is no time to spare. He rolls forward a few more times, then throws a low-quality smoke grenade. As the smoke billows, he begins to charge towards the side front. He has no intention of counterattacking. It is merely safer to withdraw from his position, as he understands the nature of humanity in a wasteland all too well. Encountering a vigilant one, the ambusher sighs. He is a stout middle-aged man, his face weathered and expression simple, dressed in tattered clothing. He wields an old Gauss automatic rifle, with a short knife strapped to his leg, and a small pouch containing a grenade. To an outsider, he appears to be a rather unfortunate survivor. Although armed with knives and guns, he does not exude an aura of competence. Without that battered Gauss rifle, he would essentially be just another low-tier survivor, possessing only rudimentary self-defense weapons. Most people would never guess that he has already hunted down 5 survivors, and today marks the 6th. Just as Jianlei surmised, he is not a bloodthirsty killer. He merely finds this method an easy means to acquire external wealth. Whenever his resources run low, he resorts to hunting a solitary traveler. Upon seeing the smoke grenade thrown by Jianlei, he realizes that he may return empty-handed today. Shortly thereafter, Jianlei surprisingly fires a grenade, landing not far from him. And it too turns out to be a smoke grenade. Is he preparing to attack? He let out a cold sneer in his heart. Merely a lone wanderer. Do you know how many people I have on my side? Thus, it was merely a display of bravado before retreating. However, one must be cautious, for he is here to make some quick money, not to engage in a life-and-death struggle. When he decided to withdraw, he certainly had a method, rolling over a couple of times to change his position. He then raised his Gauss gun and fired 2 precise shots, still remaining here. Following this, he rolled several times and swiftly crouched down to make his escape. Despite his ruthless demeanor, he was indeed a cautious individual, valuing his life greatly. The opponent might be retreating while advancing, yet he dared not gamble on that certainty. He merely wished to make a little extra profit. Risking his life would be pointless. Therefore, he did not retreat in the conventional manner, but instead crouched and moved sideways for 300 or 400 meters before dashing away in a zigzag pattern. The numerous small dirt mounds around him provided excellent cover for his figure. He excelled at escaping. Even though he bore numerous wounds and his clothing was tattered, they were tightly bound and fit closely to his body. After running nearly 3,000 meters, he finally turned into a hollow beneath a slope. This small pit was not large, but curling up in it allowed him to evade observation, and a covering of earth-toned rag would make it perfect. While he panted heavily as he circled around, he unexpectedly came face to face with the dark muzzle of a gun. Jianlei felt quite helpless. He swore he had just happened to run this way and intended to take a breather here. Though he was angry at the one who had attacked him, he had never considered investigating or seeking revenge. However, less than a minute after sitting down, he heard light footsteps approaching from a distance. The opponent's footwork was indeed impressive, but the heavy breathing could not be concealed. Jianlei, holding a laser pistol, aimed at the suddenly emerging head. Both were taken aback. The honest man recognized him immediately, but the distance was too close and the opponent was wielding a handgun. He wanted to turn and flee, but it was already too late. After a brief moment of shock, Jianlei sighed and remarked, "You run quite fast." The honest man obediently raised his hands and then decided to lie. "This is my resting place, my friend. We have no grievances. If you wish to rest, you may borrow it for a while." Jianlei paid no heed to the man's words. What a coincidence could exist in this world, especially since the man indeed had a Gauss gun and was panting heavily. Even if he were not the one, it could only be him. With a resigned smirk, he said, "To be honest, I never intended to retaliate. There are too many who have attacked me." The honest man paused in surprise, shaking his head and responding earnestly, "I truly do not know what you're talking about." Jianlei shrugged dismissively, not expecting it to be meaningful to force an admission. He simply sighed, "Apologies, but it seems your luck is quite poor. You did not run fast enough. If you had arrived here first, it would have been you who perished." Observing that the man was talking to himself, the honest man realized that continuing this conversation would lead to his demise. He promptly admitted defeat. "I only wanted to rob a little money. Surviving in the wasteland is genuinely difficult. I never intended to kill anyone." After a pause, he added, just as he did not plan to seek revenge, "I was originally going to escape." Jianlei silently regarded him and, after a while, uttered two words, "Is that so? I could buy my life." The honest man finally got to the point. "I have some good items hidden in the camp." Jianlei did not believe this claim. Wasteland survivors rarely kept valuable items at their residences, apart from gangs. If they were hidden in the wild, there was a chance. However, following him could lead to encountering his accomplices, and it would be unwise to kill indiscriminately in the camp. Thus, he disarmed the man and then had him bind himself. He then raised his hand and struck the man's thigh with a knife, murmuring, "Just a little injury. It shouldn't matter, right?" The assailant, even if he had no intention of killing him, would inevitably cause injury with a Gauss gun. If he did not sustain injury, how could the man rob him? He spoke expressionlessly. "Tell me where your valuable items are, or I will let you bleed to death." Upon receiving the blow, the honest man's expression changed. "You really intend to kill?" Those who often attack others are not necessarily murderers. After all, their purpose is simply robbery. Of course, injuring someone is inevitable, but killing could invite retaliation. He regretted not attempting to resist earlier, even if it might have led to his immediate death. Yet, ultimately, there is no remedy for regret. He forced a bitter smile. "How can you guarantee you won't kill me to silence me? Then you must take a gamble." Jianlei's expression remained unchanged. The honest man hung his head in silence, clearly resigned to his fate. Jianlei did not hold back, rummaging through the man's belongings. This fellow was genuinely impoverished. Apart from 2 vials of nutrients and some bullets, he carried no water. However, he unexpectedly discovered a brown stone, about the size of a small fingertip, in a box at the man's waist. "What is this?" Jianlei cautiously prodded it with his short dagger. The honest man's face turned ashen in an instant. Chapter 22. An overwhelming surprise, Jianlei scraped the small stone with his dagger, revealing a faint reddish glow within the brown chunk. His brow slightly raised. He could hardly contain his delight. He glanced at the honest man and tentatively asked, "Is this a mutated beast crystal?" The honest man bowed his head in silence. The discovery of such an object rendered any further discussion unnecessary. Jianlei had heard of this legendary item, said to be produced only by mutated beasts of B grade or above. Mutated beasts are categorized by levels. For instance, the black-skinned, bristly rat he wished to hunt is an unranked mutated beast. With sufficient luck and skill, one could slay it using a high-frequency oscillating blade. More formidable mutated beasts are classified as C-grade, which can be dealt with using a Gauss automatic gun, but typically, a single Gauss gun is not entirely secure. B-grade, above C-grade, at minimum, requires the deployment of a Gauss machine gun or a laser sniper rifle. However, not all B-grade mutated beasts contain crystals. In fact, B-grade crystals are quite rare. If one were to speak of probability, it might exceed 1 in 10,000, but would certainly be far less than 1%. Because of this, the price of mutated beast crystals is exorbitantly high. Generally speaking, a B-grade mutated beast crystal could exchange for an armored vehicle suitable for Sirsi's use, along with a substantial amount of ammunition. It is said that someone once traded a mutated beast crystal for residency rights in a Hongxi settlement and received a wealth of goods as well. Jianlei never expected to encounter something resembling such a treasure. Truly, the swiftest path to wealth lies in crime. However, he was uncertain, hence the inquiry. Seeing the other party remain silent, he raised his hand and sliced off half of the man's foot. "Let me jog your memory." The honest man writhed in agony on the ground, incessantly pleading, "Spare me. I will tell you. Can you guarantee you won't kill me?" The answer has already been provided. Jianlei replied coolly, "You must take a gamble." "Is half a crystal?" The honest man gasped. "I stumbled upon it by chance." He was not someone who took life lightly. Having survived alone for so long, without incident, clearly indicated a strong will to live. He had initially refrained from answering, primarily because he felt certain of his demise. Now he realized that, besides death, enduring pain was equally unbearable. Stumbled upon it? Jianlei thought it absurd to believe such an excuse. However, this was of little consequence. He was curious about which mutated beast this half-crystal originated from. "I truly do not know," the honest man gasped in response. His honest face contorted in pain, revealing the truth that the mutated beast was not slain by him. Jianlei pondered for a moment before asking, "With this crystal, why do you not head to the settlement and instead engage in such heinous deeds?" The honest man replied through gritted teeth, "With my strength, if word gets out, I would meet my demise even sooner." Jianlei fell silent, having overlooked this crucial aspect. Once upon a time, he too refrained from seizing opportunities due to his own weakness. Even now, he was uncertain whether he could safeguard this half-crystal. He glanced at the man, shook his head apologetically, and said, "I truly did not intend to. Your surprise was simply too overwhelming." The honest man did not plead for mercy any further, but quietly asked, "Can you make it quick?" "As you wish." Jianlei raised his laser gun and decisively pulled the trigger. As he watched the man collapse to the ground, he could only shake his head and mutter, "It is merely unfortunate luck on your part." Next, he did not rush to seek out the old cripple, but instead curiously focused on the crystal before him. After observing it for a while, he retrieved a broken pair of tweezers, intending to return the crystal to its box. However, the instant the tweezers grasped the crystal, a peculiar sensation surged through his mind, as if yearning for something. Jianlei's brow furrowed. Would this be the influence of unknown energy? Almost simultaneously, he sensed a subtle tremor in his dantian, likely triggered by the crystal. Following this, an extraordinarily strange sensation enveloped his entire being, and he was suddenly struck by an intense feeling of hunger. This was evidently abnormal. Although he had traversed a distance and engaged in battle, he had consumed a total of 8 nutrition agents beforehand. In the depths of his mind, Jianlei felt an inexplicable unease, yet he could not pinpoint its nature. He realized that something wondrous was unfolding, but it was clear that this was not the time for contemplation. The wilderness of the Wasteland was fraught with danger, and he deemed it necessary to return to the launcher camp to organize his thoughts and conduct tests in a more secure environment. Upon returning to launcher, he spent over an hour burying the old Gauss gun in the wilderness to avoid drawing attention. Silently, he returned to his room and began to contemplate the crystal. After half an hour of deep thought, he discovered that the crystal could not only effectively enhance brain vitality, but also repair the body. In other words, the components of those antidotes might contain elements akin to the crystal. However, this remained pure speculation, and he had no means to verify it. After recently having eliminated the honest man, Jianlei was not inclined to seek out the old cripple, wary of potential connections others might draw. Instead, He opted to visit another camp to inquire about the black-skinned hairy mice. This time, he encountered a small trading caravan from the Hongxi settlement. The caravan had come primarily to procure goods, sparing survivors the burden of traveling to the settlement for meager earnings. They did not sell many products, otherwise. The general stores of various camps would not have consented to their presence. The small caravan provided Chu Jianlei with a piece of information at a modest cost of 2 silver coins, with the option to settle in nutrition agents if he lacked currency. However, there was an additional stipulation. Should Chu Jianlei catch any black-skinned hairy mice, he was to prioritize selling them to the caravan, barring any for personal use. This requirement held negligible binding power, serving mainly as a gesture of goodwill. Nevertheless, Chu Jianlei consented, recognizing the mutual benefits of such an arrangement. Just as he expressed his agreement, a trio of hunters approached him with an invitation. Claiming to have news of a C-class mutated beast, they hoped to form a team of 4 to hunt the beast, asserting that it would be far more rewarding than pursuing mere mice. However, Chu Jianlei politely declined, aware that in the Wasteland, caution was of utmost importance. The hunters appeared somewhat displeased. One burly man scoffed, "You little brat, are you afraid?" Chu Jianlei maintained his composure, smiling without engaging further. "Is it for you to determine whether I possess courage?" Even due to the presence of the trio, he decided to postpone his hunt for the black-skinned hairy mice, wary of attracting their attention. As for the possibility that the information fee might go to waste, he was not overly concerned. In times of financial struggle, he had valued each nutrition agent greatly, but now he felt liberated from such worries. After leaving the camp, the 3 hunters exchanged glances, noting the boy's vigilance. One smaller member expressed dissatisfaction, remarking on the insignificance of a Gauss automatic rifle. The burly man who had mocked Chu Jianlei earlier straightened his expression. Sister Na is quite generous. She lends weapons for a fight, fully aware of the possibility of not getting them back. I only felt a bit indignant. Killing someone is one thing, but daring to seize their weapon? The Sister Na he referred to was the one who had lent the Gauss automatic rifle to the subordinates of the third master. After Chu Jianlei had slain the 2 men, their weapons were naturally considered spoils of war, and he did not care to inquire about their origins. Sister Na did not seek retribution from him, but merely mentioned it in passing to her friends. As a result, the burly man took her words to heart, feeling that this little brat was rather naive to not inquire before extending a hand. Sister Na was somewhat aware that the foolish Chu was no longer the same as before, but she did not elaborate further. The burly man remembered this incident, but did not press for more details, instead pondering when he might encounter this boy again to impart a lesson. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, he did indeed cross paths with Chu Jianlei and attempted to lure him out of the camp. However, Chu Jianlei's vigilance was acute, and he was unwilling to risk his safety for pride, thwarting the man's efforts. His companions reproached him for being overly cautious. Hunters were predominantly desperate individuals, yet engaging in a life-and-death struggle without cause seemed too great a loss. While Chu Jianlei possessed commendable weaponry, such advantages also heightened the risks involved in conflict. If it were a matter concerning the burly man himself, his 2 companions might assist him, but risking their lives for another woman seemed pointless. Unbeknownst to Jianlei, there was indeed a deeper connection between him and the 3 hunters. However, even if he were aware, he would likely only reflect that the wasteland was indeed not vast. As he gradually grew stronger from humble beginnings, a series of reactions and entanglements were inevitable. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was once again the day to demand the antidote. In the interim, Collins and others had tirelessly sought information regarding the pink mecha, neglecting their scavenging duties. Ultimately, none had discerned the true nature of the pink mecha. Surprisingly, a filthy woman managed to gather a rumor. Mechas should not be pink. Thus, it was presumed that the mecha was custom-made, a revelation that sent chills down their spines. On the evening before their journey, Chu Jianlei appeared near the junkyard, where impatience was palpable. "What have you been up to these past few days?" one inquired. Chu Jianlei feigned innocence. "I was seeking information, especially since you wouldn't let me enter the mine." Collins could no longer suppress his frustration. "Don't tell me you were slacking off? Even if I were, it is hardly your concern," Chu Jianlei replied, somewhat irked. However, he recognized his own shortcomings in communication. He often spoke without tact, resulting in misunderstandings. Thus, he chose to ignore the comment. Morrison interjected, Little Chu is not a mere scavenger. Why should you speak to him? His business had been thriving, and he was still able to manipulate goods, living quite comfortably. With the big boss facing difficulties, he felt compelled to step in and provide protection. Morrison's words elicited a cold glance from Collins, who dismissed him. Is it your place to speak here? The filthy woman also shot him an impatient look. Do you think we are eager to have you transport goods? We hardly cherish this trifling, three-wheeled vehicle. Then she turned her gaze towards Chu Jianlei, saying, Xiao Chu, we must devise a plan to ensure we can avoid casualties. Chu Jianlei replied with a hint of resignation. Everyone is at risk. That is the nature of the Wasteland. A middle-aged man, the one who had previously divulged the secrets of the serum, chimed in, they all admire you. If you could take the lead in organizing, the number of deaths would likely diminish. While they did not expect that the naive Chu could entirely prevent bloodshed, even a slight reduction would be a blessing. Survivors in the Wasteland seldom contemplated absolute survival rates. Such notions were impractical. What truly mattered was the probability of survival. Higher odds meant greater hope. I cannot organize. Que Jianlei replied bluntly, gesturing toward Morrison. Anyone wishing to organize for self-preservation can approach him. He is far more eloquent than I. We have seen many who are eloquent. Collins said ominously, and they appreciate your foolishness. Chu Jianlei, uninterested in engaging in a futile argument, retorted, am I consuming your rice out of foolishness? Such words are not what a rational person would utter. Collins was momentarily rendered speechless. Eventually, he begrudgingly asked, do you truly believe you will emerge unscathed this time? Chu Jianlei paused to reflect before responding. Having avoided the fallen, I have survived to this moment. I consider myself fortunate. There's no point in conversing with a fool like you. Collins was utterly exasperated. Nonetheless, many survivors indeed harbored such sentiments. In the Wasteland, living another day was considered a boon. Early the next day, everyone gathered at the Hongxi settlement. Regrettably, after waiting for an entire morning, they received the news. Captain Tu Zuofu was unavailable, having gone on an errand. As they contemplated the matter of the antidote, the member of the Imperial Guard who had previously delivered the medicine arrived. He brought sufficient medical supplies, distributing them one by one, and stated, with the captain absent, I cannot take any lives. However, if you lack any information, the captain has instructed that if there is still no news next time, he intends to provide only 15 medicine packets. Previously, 20 scavengers had received the serum, along with Chu Jianlei, totaling 21 individuals. One had been killed last time, so this time, only 20 would receive the antidote. Upon hearing this, the filthy woman was momentarily taken aback. Are 5 to be killed next time? If there is no information, it shall be as such, the Imperial Guard replied impassively. After a brief pause, he added, it need not be 5. Perhaps someone is severely injured. The captain's marksmanship is average. This dark jest elicited no laughter from the crowd. Collins muttered in frustration, even if one is only lightly wounded without the antidote, death is inevitable. Chu Jianlei, maintaining his composure, cast a sidelong glance at him, thinking to himself that it was also him who should worry about being silenced in the end. However, Collins possessed keen perceptive abilities. Sensing a gaze upon him, he turned to look at Chu Jianlei. While his expression remained neutral, this did not signify indifference. Many survivors were adept at managing their expressions. Once again, everyone consumed the antidote on the spot. Yet, Chu Jianlei played a trick, swapping the packet from last time with a new one. Thus, the antidote he ingested was but a mere trace. Yet, surely no one would notice? This time, he had brought an abundance of supplies, trading 3 Gauss rifles and a long knife for a rudimentary motorcycle. In the Wasteland, motorcycles were far more valuable than Gauss rifles. While the rifles were weapons, motorcycles were considered substantial assets. Typically, the exchange rate was approximately 1 to 3, but the rifle he offered was rather antiquated. Hence, he added an extra long knife to the deal. The motorcycle provided was no ordinary vehicle. Although it was second-hand and appeared quite worn, it was sturdy and reliable. Chu Jianlei had some mechanical knowledge, so inspecting the used motorcycle posed no challenge for him. Once he acquired the motorcycle, he revved the throttle and sped away. Unbeknownst to him, at least 5 groups of individuals were silently observing him from behind. Collins glanced sideways at the filthy woman, his expression devoid of emotion. Even now, will you tolerate him continuing his foolishness? I do not quite understand, the woman replied casually. Can he truly influence those madmen? Collins scoffed coldly. The more people there are, the greater the chance of survival. Do you think he is certain to perish? A faint smile crept upon the woman's lips. Then, it is you who will surely die. Is that so? A glint of sharpness flickered in Colin's eyes. Not far off, the proprietor of a general store observed Jianlei's departure with mild interest, pondering whether the fool truly possessed any strength. Strength was a nebulous concept, difficult to define. Beside him stood the burly Lao Wu, who remarked, "If you wish to deal with him, then do so." The shopkeeper sighed softly, genuinely curious about what lay hidden within the secret silver metal. The secret silver metal was not large. In terms of silver weight, it was approximately the size of half a silver dollar, equivalent to 5 silver coins. However, the intricate designs on the metal rendered it a work of art, especially given its exquisite craftsmanship. Jianlei's desire for 5 silver dollars stemmed from the value of the craftsmanship. Otherwise, why would he sell such an item? He was not in desperate need of money. Yet the shopkeeper understood that the secret silver metal was more than mere silver and artistry. It served as a key. Not far from him, a group of obvious hunters was also watching Jianlei. A short individual chuckled lightly. "I underestimated him. I didn't expect this fellow to have some assets." Those brave enough to ride a motorcycle alone into the wilderness possessed not only assets, but also a certain audacity. Among the hunters, only 2 or 3 out of 10 had motorcycles. However, those who dared to venture out alone on motorcycles numbered only 2 or 3 in 100. This was not solely a matter of bravery. Hunters were somewhat cleaner than scavengers, yet many were desperate rogues. The value of one's life was trivial. Should a motorcycle sustain damage in the wilderness, it would only exacerbate the plight of an already struggling family. True wealth resided within the settlements. Even when venturing out, they drove off-road vehicles. Who would ride motorcycles? Among the trio, another masked individual spoke. "I suggest we do not provoke him." The man who recognized Sister Na paused. Though he acted impulsively, he held great respect for his companion's judgment. As for the other gazes, some came from scavengers and others from various individuals. Jianlei rode his motorcycle for over 3 hours, covering more than 100 kilometers to a transit camp. The camp was sparsely populated, yet stocked with goods primarily for the survivors. Jianlei filled his tank, purchased a large plastic container brimming with fuel, and procured a selection of outdoor supplies before departing. This shopping spree nearly emptied his resources. His expenditure even attracted the attention of some, their gazes far from benign. Fortunately, he arrived swiftly and departed even more so, before those who coveted him could act. Under the cover of night, Jianlei reached the chaotic stone camp, retrieving the supplies he could utilize before quietly leaving once more. This time, he brought all his possessions, intending to take a bold risk. His arsenal included 2 Gauss rifles, 1 shotgun, and 1 laser gun, along with 2 blades of varying lengths and numerous rounds of ammunition. In terms of sustenance, he had over 40 nutrient packs, 3 water bladders, and various outdoor equipment. He could not entrust his safety to the hands of others pulling triggers. Having escaped twice by mere chance was already a stroke of luck. He would not be foolish enough to think of himself as a favored child of destiny. The Wasteland offered no safe havens, yet he must take the plunge. Riding his motorcycle, he arrived 70 kilometers away at the very location where the Fallen had previously held him captive. This was an abandoned town, stripped of any useful resources long ago. The landscape before him was a desolate expanse of crumbling walls and shattered structures, with only a few meager rooms offering scant protection from the elements. Following the last purge of the Fallen, the hunters had incinerated the corpses and detonated several buildings, rendering the scene even more dilapidated. Jianlei meticulously surveyed the area for an extended period, ensuring the absence of both humans and beasts before unloading his belongings from the motorcycle. He concealed the motorcycle behind a corner of the wall, draping it with tattered earth-tone cloth and weighing it down with some broken bricks, achieving a flawless disguise. Yet, the preparations were far from over. He chose an inconspicuous section of the ruined wall to hide, then retrieved various items to set traps. Jianlei possessed a remarkable talent for trap setting, but lacked the means to implement them previously, only managing to rig rudimentary alarm devices at his lodgings. This time, however, he was well equipped, bringing along supplies that included incendiary powder and an abundance of steel balls. His ambitions were modest. He sought merely to provide adequate warning and impede the advance of any intruders. As for lethal traps, he constructed 2 of them, employing minimal materials, yet capable of incapacitating two adversaries without question. He could only hope that any potential intruders would possess enough discernment to avoid relentless pursuit, which would force his hand. With all preparations complete, the clock struck noon, and Jianlei, feeling fatigued, decided to indulge in a brief slumber. As evening approached, he was jolted awake by excruciating pain throughout his body. Had the side effects of the transformation serum finally manifested? Gritting his teeth, he rose and assumed a lotus position, attempting to endure this ordeal without resorting to the antidote. However, the agony intensified, ultimately preventing him from concentrating on his internal energy. Slowly, he opened his eyes with a sigh and retrieved a small paper package, consuming approximately 1/3 of its contents. The antidote took effect almost instantaneously, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Sensing the warmth swiftly mending his body, Jianlei hesitated briefly, casting a glance at the half-crystal of the mutated beast. Chapter 24. Disappearance. After much contemplation, Jianlei ultimately refrained from utilizing the mutated beast crystal. The unpredictable risks involved were rather daunting. Should the two substances prove incompatible, he would be left in a precarious situation. He could not help but indulge in self-deprecating thoughts. A half-crystal was a loss he could ill afford. As the clock approached midnight, the last lingering traces of pain dissipated entirely. Jianlei had consumed 3 vials of nutritional supplement and sipped water 9 times. He exhaled slowly, opened his eyes, and surveyed his surroundings. The area was deserted and eerily silent. He felt a semblance of strength returning to his body and cautiously navigated around the traps he had set, making his way to a relatively level area. There, he began to gather his energy, focusing his mind as he performed a set of Ba Duan Jin exercises. Due to the absence of similar physical training, he began to feel warmth coursing through him after completing the set. Relishing this sensation, he decided to practice a series of Wu Qin Shi exercises. It had been quite a while since he last performed the Wu Qin Shi, and he stumbled through the movements, but upon finishing one set, he felt compelled to repeat it. After completing 2 sets, energized by the practice, he decided to go for a 3rd round. Following this session, he felt invigorated and refreshed. As beads of sweat began to form on his forehead and his stomach emitted a growl of hunger, he retrieved a vial of nutritional liquid and consumed it, followed by 3 sips of water. Once the sweat subsided slightly, a flash of inspiration struck him, prompting him to sit cross-legged on the ground and resume meditating. Without hesitation, he grasped the half-crystal and continued to concentrate on his internal energy. In the next moment, a torrent of violent energy surged from his palm into his body, rushing directly toward his head. For a fleeting instant, Jianlei felt as though his head might split open and darkness threatened to engulf him. He fought to maintain his composure, guiding the energy within his mind toward his dantian. Yet, almost immediately, a vision of small lake appeared in his mind, its cartoonish eyes displaying a hint of sorrow. Jianlei could not ascertain whether he was hallucinating, but he was acutely aware that if he allowed this energy to overwhelm his mind, he would erupt uncontrollably. Ignoring the small lake's presence, he resolutely endeavored to channel the energy into his dantian. He was uncertain of the precise pathway required to direct the energy, yet he understood that failure to attempt it would lead to dire consequences. The pain in his head intensified unbearably, but he valiantly endured, striving to retain the last vestiges of clarity. The agony persisted for an indeterminate duration until, suddenly, his entire body convulsed. The energy gradually released, flowing into the blood vessels and muscles of his head, swiftly absorbed by his meridians. Subsequently, waves of warmth surged through his meridians, flooding into his dantian. The pressure in his head diminished almost instantaneously, and in a daze, Jianlei seemed to catch another glimpse of the small lake. Its large eyes appeared to hold a trace of grievance, coupled with a hint of joy. Yet, Jianlei still could not ascertain whether it was a mere figment of his imagination. He had designed such subtle cartoon expressions himself while on Blue Star. Simultaneously, he became aware that the Wu Ming Lian Qiju seemed to be operating autonomously. This was utterly perplexing. He harbored a strong aversion to such a lack of control over the situation. The immense uncertainty posed a significant threat to his well-being. However, there was no opportunity to halt, otherwise his head would surely explode. He attempted to document how the warmth circulated within his body. Regrettably, the excruciating pain in his head demanded all of his focus to resist. Soon, hunger struck him once more. This sensation did not originate from his stomach, but rather was transmitted from various parts of his body directly to his mind. Hunger. Intense hunger. Overwhelming hunger. Chu Jianlei squinted, seizing 2 vials of nutritional liquid, tearing them open and gulping them down. There was no time to consider whether his body could endure such caloric intake. This was merely the beginning. As anticipated, it was not long before various parts of his body began signaling hunger once more. After consuming 6 additional vials of nutritional supplements, the throbbing in his head diminished to a tolerable level. Chu Jianlei had been holding back, striving to regain focus and assess his physical condition. Once his perception reached a sufficient threshold, he decisively began to mentally recite the Wu Ming Lian Qi Ju, and the technique reappeared in his mind. Following this infusion of energy, the Qi technique had indeed undergone considerable transformation. He had no time for thorough examination and instead sought to understand how the warmth had entered his dantian through the meridians. To his astonishment, he perceived a wetland teeming with water systems. His lower dantian was situated there, with various acupoints resembling shallow puddles, interconnected by small channels of water. This sensation was indescribable, a confusing tangle of thoughts. It could be said that aside from the acupoints, the rest of his body resembled a vast, enigmatic box. This was truly beyond words. Upon witnessing this, Chu Jianlei was devoid of any other thoughts and could only delve deeper into the Wu Ming Lian Qi Ju. The technique had indeed evolved significantly, becoming remarkably intricate, though some ambiguity still persisted. Data refinement was his forte. Chu Jianlei suppressed the discomfort and began comparing each detail meticulously. Beyond mere comparison, he also sought to discern the most efficient pathway for the warmth circulation. This was an exceedingly complex task, and the continuous trial and error would inflict serious harm upon his body. Had he been cultivating on Blue Star at this moment, he would have received numerous warnings. Never attempt reckless experimentation. A slight deviation could lead to catastrophic consequences. The phrase going mad was not to be taken lightly. In truth, Chu Jianlei was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, yet at that moment, he had no alternative. It was not merely a matter of whether he could cultivate, nor was it solely about improving his quality of life in the wasteland. The crux of the matter was that he was facing imminent peril. Failing to address his own vulnerabilities could prove fatal. Chu Jianlei's genetic makeup was not devoid of reckless tendencies. Having made his decision, he was determined to follow through with unwavering resolve. The process of trial and error need not be mentioned. The myriad pains and torments led Chu Jianlei to silently vow that he would never repeat this mistake. After approximately 3 days of diligent effort and the consumption of over 10 vials of nutritional supplements, Chu Jianlei finally managed to refine the Wu Ming Lian Qi Ju to a considerable degree. Although there were still some details that required adjustment, he could no longer endure the fatigue and needed a respite. After surveying his surroundings and finding no anomalies, he promptly fell asleep. This slumber lasted nearly a day and a night. Upon awakening, he assessed his possessions and felt a pang of regret. Of the 40-plus vials of nutritional supplements, only half remained. The essence derived from the mutated beasts had diminished by about a third. He then devoted half a day to fine-tuning several minor aspects of the Lian Qi Ju, deciding to pause for the moment. Drawing a deep breath to recalibrate his state of mind, he engaged in some physical activity with Wu Qingxi and Bajuanjin. Following that, he consumed another vial of nutritional supplement, took 3 small sips of water, and settled onto the ground to commence his first proactive cultivation. As his qi circulated for half a cycle, he sensed a slight stagnation. Without hesitation, he reached for the essence of the mutated beast. Just as he completed a full cycle of circulation and was about to introspect on the changes within his body, he felt a sudden jolt in his mind. In the next moment, he beheld the little lake in his mind's eye. With a large head and a small body, it fluttered its almost imperceptible wings, slowly revolving in place. Could it truly have been brought along? Chu Jianlei found this hard to believe. The little lake's rotation was rather slow, inconsistent with his previous habits. Yet he surmised that this was due to a lack of foundational hardware. What troubled him more was the question of what existence this little lake represented. Unable to decipher it for the time being, he resolved to proceed cautiously, at least avoiding any more dire circumstances. How could he make it vanish? Chu Jianlei was reluctant to constantly harbor such an image in his mind. The moment this thought crossed his mind, the cartoonish butterfly dissipated into a myriad of twinkling stars, vanishing with remarkable speed. Opening his eyes, he glanced at the essence in his hand. Indeed, it had shrunk yet again, now roughly half its original size. The consumption was astonishing, Chu Jianlei mused, only to be met with a renewed sense of hunger throughout his body. He had no choice but to continue consuming nutritional supplements, letting out a sigh as he took another vial. Yet, it was still insufficient. The feeling of hunger remained quite pronounced. After consuming another vial and drinking a few sips of water, his body finally relayed the message. Satiated, he then performed a set of Bajuanjin and Wakingsi, feeling that his body was nearly ready before continuing his meditation. This time, following the latest version of Wuming Lianqiju, he managed to circulate his qi for 3 cycles before slowly coming to a halt. He refrained from using the essence, as it was truly scarce, and he needed to contemplate the possibility of using it for bodily repair. Thus, he swallowed 2 more vials of nutritional supplements without the aid of the essence, as his body demanded substantial energy. To his astonishment, he discovered that only 17 vials of nutritional supplements remained. Shaking his head in resignation, he acknowledged the truth in the rumors. Cultivation was indeed a costly endeavor. Nevertheless, the outcome was still commendable. At least he had acquired the technique, and theoretically, the essence could aid in repairing his body. As evening approached, it was time for everyone to gather again. Tomorrow, they were to claim the antidote. However, this time, Chu Jianlei had no intention of attending, nor did he harbor any thoughts of covertly observing. Regardless of whether he could ultimately resolve the hidden dangers himself, he wished to avoid further contact with Mr. Sai and his associates. If fate had not forsaken him, the slight peril was inconsequential. Even if he truly could not save himself, then so be it. He was utterly disinclined to gamble with his life by reading others' expressions. Furthermore, even if he could somehow survive to locate the pink mech, the likelihood of enduring until the end remained exceedingly slim. In the words of Collins, would they really spare him? Chu Jianlei had never lacked in resolve and was unafraid of death. Having made up his mind, he truly would not go. After all, he still had half a pack of antidote left, and if he gritted his teeth and persevered, there was a fair chance of navigating this crisis. He took a brief rest for a few hours, and as midnight approached, he rose to pack his belongings. Aside from a concealed, lethal trap, he gathered all his belongings. The trap was merely a precaution, with no specific target in mind. Starting his motorcycle, he vanished into the desolate expanse of the night. Chapter 25. Sand scorpions, approximately 500 kilometers from the chaotic stone encampment, lay a small outpost, known as Poway. One day, a motorcycle arrived at the Poway encampment, its rider fully armed and wearing a scarf across his face. Such attire was common in the Wasteland, where the wind and sand were relentless, and it was entirely natural to wear a scarf outdoors. Of course, if one intended to commit murder or robbery, the scarf would also serve as a convenient disguise. The rider procured some fuel and water before retracing his path. At that moment, several hunters were also at Poway. 2 motorcycles hastily pursued him, but were a tad slow and lost sight of him. The rider was none other than Chu Jianlei, who intended to linger in this vicinity as it approached the territory of the mutated beasts. He circled the encampment to shake off any potential pursuers. Then, he selected a sheltered location less than 30 kilometers from Poway to establish a temporary camp. Chu Jianlei was profoundly lacking in a sense of security. This mindset accompanied him continuously, compelling him to excavate a refuge even in a temporary camp. He spent a day and a half digging a semi-open shelter before commencing his cultivation. As fate would have it, on the second night of his cultivation, a swarm of sand scorpions, each about half a foot long, encircled him. Chu Jianlei was elated. He was no stranger to these sand scorpions, which were common insects, edible, and whose venomous sacs could be exchanged for currency. He was troubled by dwindling supplies of food and water and had no funds to purchase more. Yet here was prey delivered to him. The swarm was substantial, numbering in the hundreds. He drew his long knife and commenced a flurry of slashing, laboring for nearly an hour before finally eliminating the scorpion horde. A few scorpions managed to escape, but it was of little consequence. The scorpion meat was sufficient to sustain him for 3 to 4 days. If he were to reflect on his past destitution, This amount of scorpion meat would have sustained him for 20 days. However, after clearing the battlefield, he pondered a critical question. What had attracted these scorpions? He surmised that the most likely answer was the essence of the mutated beasts, for aside from that, all his other possessions were entirely ordinary. Even if there were a few more sand scorpions here, it should not have exceeded the numbers at the chaotic stone encampment. Unfortunately, with the scorpions either dead or fled, he could no longer find any living specimens for experimentation. Yet, it mattered little. The essence he possessed was already limited. This treasure not only aided his cultivation, but also assisted in repairing his body, damaged by the transformation agents. Thus far, he had endured over 20 days of injections, requiring at least 4 doses of the antidote to survive. He had only received a meager 2 doses. The third dose involved consuming a small amount of antidote and expending some essence to endure. During the 4th dose, he again used a bit of antidote as a catalyst, consuming additional essence. Originally, he had attempted to repair his body through the cultivation of lianqi ju, but it had proven somewhat wishful thinking. Nevertheless, the necessity for external substances in the bodily repair process was diminishing, and he felt confident in his ability to navigate through this crisis relying solely on his own strength. With the scorpion meat in hand, he began to indulge in cultivation extravagantly, yielding remarkable results. However, 3 days later, with only 1/10 of the scorpion meat remaining, he was compelled to halt his cultivation and seek means to earn money. The venomous sacs of the sand scorpions were in high demand. Not only were they potent, but they could also alleviate certain mutation tendencies. Alas, during his indiscriminate slaughter, nearly half of the venomous sacs had been damaged. It was an unavoidable circumstance. Although Jianlei had cultivated a sense of qi, he had not thoroughly studied any form of swordsmanship. Back on Blue Star, he had once had opportunities to learn some knife techniques, but he had simply lacked interest. Utilizing brute force has indeed achieved the intended purpose, albeit the scene was rather appalling. However, it was precisely due to the extensive leakage of venom that other creatures were deterred from approaching. Otherwise, how could Jianlei have practiced so leisurely? He managed to collect just over 400 venom sacs, which should fetch a modest sum. Subsequently, he made his way to Poway Camp, this time donning a different mask. Yet, the camp's general store was a bit unscrupulous, making various remarks about the fullness of the venom sacs, attempting every means to drive down the price. Jianlei was not adept at bargaining. Thus his stance was clear. I will sell at a 30% increase, otherwise I shall not sell. Even with the 30% markup, it fell well below his mental expectations, but he was unwilling to linger. Indeed, human greed knows no bounds. The store owner presumed he could still negotiate, continuing to haggle. Without a word, Jianlei turned to leave. The shopkeeper, observing him take several steps away, realized he was not jesting and hastened to catch up. Friend, we have yet to conclude our discussion, he began, but before he could finish, a dart gun barrel was already aimed at him, the safety being disengaged simultaneously. Jianlei, with an inscrutable expression, uttered 2 words. Rob me? I had no such intention, the shopkeeper replied with a forced chuckle, regaining his composure. I merely meant the price is negotiable. That was merely a somewhat polite form of robbery. Jianlei remarked indifferently. I have made my final offer. If you agree, we shall transact. If not, do not follow me, for it could be fatal. He did not perceive himself as a threat. He would indeed dare to fire. Such malignant incidents were rare in wilderness camps, but he had no intention of lingering here, harboring no fondness for the place. After all, with his face concealed. Once he departed, who could ascertain who had acted? Upon seeing him turn once more, a flicker of malice crossed the shopkeeper's face. Nevertheless, he raised his voice. Wait. I agree. There was no alternative. Currently, the Sahak scorpion venom sacs were exceedingly sought after, and he could make a handsome profit. Being a resident of Poway, he cannot brazenly rob in front of everyone. Once the price was set, Jianlei did not collect any money, but merely exchanged for some nutritional supplements, water, and 2 first aid kits. Everything else was traded for ammunition. In truth, he did not acquire an abundance of supplies. These venom sacs merely compensated for the losses incurred in recent days. The pursuit of cultivation is indeed costly. Jianlei sighed upon returning to the temporary camp and revved up his motorcycle. He could no longer remain here, for prolonged stays in one place would inevitably lead to trouble. The shopkeeper was evidently a difficult character. Being targeted by such individuals was best avoided. His thoughts proved accurate. As a day later, someone indeed discovered this location, realizing that the Sahak scorpion swarm was nearby. After leaving, Jianlei found himself at a loss as to where to go. Reflecting on having endured 2 bouts of antidote reactions, a sudden curiosity arose within him. How was the mine faring? Thus, he rode his motorcycle back, concealing his motorcycle and supplies in the wilderness. He donned his mask and approached the camp where the old cripple resided. However, to his surprise, the general store had changed ownership. He did not approach directly to inquire, but instead took out a piece of rag and inscribed a line: large purchases of unflowered purple lichen. The wasteland was not devoid of plant life, merely lacking in large trees and shrubs, though wild grasses were abundant and lichens flourished. Purple lichen has a pungent odor but a high water content. When desperately hungry, consuming lichen could sustain life. However, overindulgence in it could result in diarrhea. Thus, many stockpiled purple lichen as a reserve for hydration. This substance held little value, and few sought to buy it, since he was willing to purchase. There were naturally sellers, albeit none accumulated much of it. Purple lichen is best harvested before flowering, as it contains the most moisture. Moreover, lichens can still bloom after being harvested, and once they do, their water content drastically diminishes. This is not a commodity that can be preserved for long. Impoverished individuals gather some for emergencies. With little value and limited quantity, collectors find it challenging to acquire, and sellers find it difficult to sell. Consequently, familiar acquaintances often convene to sell collectively, later settling the accounts among themselves. During this process, communication between both parties is inevitable, until Jianlei inadvertently voiced a complaint. Every general store refuses to sell lichen, looking down on small business. To those big shots, does this even count as business? Replied a downcast woman. What, that old cripple here? Jianlei continued. Oh, has he gone to the settlement to enjoy life? He.S. dead. The destitute woman replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Jianlei was genuinely taken aback. How did he die? Although he was not particularly adept in social interactions, he deemed his reaction entirely reasonable. The destitute woman's lips moved as if to speak, but a man beside her scoffed, "You should keep your mouth shut." Then, casting a glance at Jianlei, he continued to reprimand the woman. What can be said and what cannot? Do you not understand? The woman wore a disgruntled expression, but ultimately ceased to speak. Jianlei, however, grew increasingly curious and could not resist inquiring. Did he offend some powerful figure? This was indeed his flaw. Knowing he should be more circumspect, his curiosity got the better of him. Generally, he was quite cautious, yet this time, he truly could not restrain his tongue. Had a typical person heard him continue to ask, they would undoubtedly have grown wary. Is he here to gather intelligence? Yet, ironically, the man lecturing was no ordinary individual. He had endured the lower strata for long and had witnessed the myriad of deceptions therein. He perceived the other's curiosity as purely inquisitive rather than an espionage endeavor. What kind of spy would be so foolish? Had the other refrained from further questioning, he might have harbored some suspicion, but now he saw the individual merely as a naive youth. Thus, he cleared his throat. Do you understand the rules of gathering information? The rules of gathering information? Jianlei pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I'm just curious, and 1T pay. Regardless. He could not admit he was gathering intelligence. Could he? The man grew increasingly convinced that this fellow was no spy. Where could one find such a straightforward informant? Lowering his voice, he stated, let us consider your lichen as half a portion. This small matter shouldn't be an issue, right? To prevent rejection, he added a temptation. Let me tell you, this information is crucial, and I am genuinely offering it to you a bargain. Listen to me. You must remember not to divulge it. Otherwise, I will die, but you will die before me. As he reached the conclusion, he even employed suggestive language. I know you will agree. Chapter 26. Pursuit and escape. Jianlei's communication skills fell short compared to his counterpart. However, he contemplated that this minor advantage was truly inconsequential. Thus, he nodded, fine. You both can have half, to share what you can. In truth, the information was not complex. The cripple had been sought out by the law enforcement team from the Hongxi settlement. The law enforcement had inquired about certain matters, though no one was particularly clear on the specifics. It was evident that his responses failed to satisfy them. The cripple's ability to engage in such business was somewhat connected to the settlement, and the law enforcement berated him thoroughly, seemingly intent on letting him go. However, Another group directly executed the cripple. Finally, the man, speaking with an air of mystery, declared, "Do you know? Those were from the Hong settlement." He forbade the woman from speaking, yet grew animated in his own narration. Those powerful individuals could squash you or me as easily as stepping on an ant. I see. Jianlei murmured softly, choosing not to speak further. Originally, he intended to inquire about the waste yard, but upon hearing that even the cripple had been killed, he decided to postpone his inquiries. Most of his time since his crossing had been spent there, yet to claim any gratitude or concern for anyone there. None. Not a single one. He merely wished to discern how Mr. Sai would react to his disappearance. Observing the fate of the old cripple, he could surmise what the reaction would be should the central settlement discover he was still alive. Hence, he was not particularly eager to inquire about the fates of those individuals. However, complete ignorance was not an option. He needed to analyze the outcomes of those individuals to gauge the perilous nature of his own circumstances. After collecting some purple lichen, Jianlei exchanged a few items from metal wires and similar materials to replenish his trap supplies. He then turned and exited the camp, heading toward the location where the motorcycle was concealed. Noticing his departure, the man who had just sold the information shifted his gaze and approached a large, semi-underground structure. This place served as a recreational venue for the camp, offering not only cigarettes and alcohol, but also some semi-legal items. The last time, Morrison's Blue Beauty had been procured here. The room was filled with smoke, where 4 individuals were drinking and chatting, accompanied by 3 casual patrons. The man approached the group of drinkers, facing a gaunt fellow, and whispered, "Donggu, I have news." Donggu glanced at him sideways, took a sip of the murky liquor, and casually uttered a word, "Speak." The man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. "Donggu, you have always been generous." The gaunt man shot him another sidelong glance. "I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it?" The man, startled, could only respond honestly just now. A stranger inquired about the cripple. "What is so worth inquiring about the cripple?" A heavily tattooed man scoffed. "He is already dead." "Hey go, even the dead have value." The man cautiously explained. "What if he has someone the central settlement is looking for?" "Mata, do you dare to covet anything?" The tattooed man glared at him. "I wouldn't dare to meddle in matters concerning such figures. I'm just curious who gave you the audacity." The gaunt Donggu remained silent, staring blankly at his cup. "What if?" The man replied with a forced smile. "Connecting with someone significant from the central settlement would be worthwhile, even if it doesn't bring profit." The tattooed man snorted dismissively and turned to Donggu. "Donggu?" Donggu set down his cup, indicating indifferently, "Continue." The man recounted the events, emphasizing the weapons Jianlei carried. Jianlei had entered seeking information, thus only brought a Gauss rifle and a short dagger. This configuration suggested he possessed certain capabilities, yet the one who initially attacked with a blunt instrument had the same equipment. Moreover, having fallen so low as to gather purple lichen, how formidable could he truly be? Of course, if he were indeed gathering intelligence, it could serve as a deceptive tactic. But could it really be so? All right, the gaunt man abruptly stood. "Brothers, let us go for a trip." Though he appeared dazed, one does not ascend to the role of a gang leader without some prowess. Silent as a ghost, swift as a hare, decisive in action. That was his true nature. Yet the tattooed man hesitated. "Donggu, do you genuinely believe we can connect with those significant figures?" "It matters not if we fail. We must at least try." Zhugo nonchalantly replied. "If it doesn't work out, we can seize his equipment." "It's just a gun." The tattoo man scoffed. "Is it really necessary?" The gaunt man shot him a look. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" "Donggu, that is not what I meant." The tattooed man raised his hands in surrender. Donggu was undeniably the soul of the gang. He could voice dissent, but must never question. Thus, he tactfully explained, "I'm merely concerned he might have some tricks up his sleeve. Our recent losses have been severe. Will it be worth it? In warfare, one must consider costs and benefits. For the sake of seizing a gun, is it worth risking our brothers?" "Indeed, we are short on manpower," Donggu replied casually. "We could always recruit others as cannon fodder." In essence, he was juggling 3 intentions: to curry favor with the powerful figures of the settlement, to coerce the other party into becoming cannon fodder if that failed, and if both avenues were unviable, then to resort to plundering and killing, deeming the gains to outweigh the losses. In the Wasteland, who wouldn't he know how to calculate? If only the third possibility were true. Donggu would not bother to act, but with the first 2 still in play, it was worth a gamble. The 4 men exited the room, and the tattooed man directly inquired, "Which direction did he head?" The informant pointed, and the gaunt Donga waved. Get in the vehicles. Both will proceed. Both vehicles? The tattooed man expressed surprise. So it's just one person? Donga glanced at him and shook his head. That's a narrow-minded view. If it's a real target, even two vehicles may not suffice. True, the tattooed man nodded, charging toward one of the motorcycles. Hey, Goo, the informant called out. What about my information fee? Shut your mouth. The tattooed man snapped without looking back. Wait here, don't you dare complain. The informant immediately fell silent, and the two motorcycles roared off into the distance, while he spat in frustration. As Jianlei exited the camp, he felt a heightened sense of vigilance, aware that the Wasteland survivors harbored ill intentions towards solitary travelers. Not far from the camp, he crouched low and sprinted, intent on evading any potential pursuers. After running nearly 2 kilometers, he heard the sound of motorcycles approaching from behind. Damn it, why does bad luck always come knocking? Jianlei calculated that he was still about a kilometer away from where the motorcycle was hidden. A series of numbers flashed through his mind. Having run 2 kilometers, he estimated that completing the remaining distance would take no less than 4 minutes. Though the Wasteland motorcycles were capable of off-road travel, they typically did not exceed speeds of 40 kilometers per hour. He had chosen a rugged terrain for his escape, where the motorcycles would likely average around 30 kilometers per hour. Therefore, for his pursuers to reach his current position would also require approximately 4 minutes. By that time, Jianlei would barely have reached the location of the concealed motorcycle. However, this distance was already within the effective killing range of the Gauss rifle. Thus, he could not underestimate the pursuers. The slightest lapse in caution could lead to an irreversible situation. Unbeknownst to him, he had no idea how many people were pursuing him. He had no intention of engaging in combat. His sole objective was to escape. Yet, Jianlei found himself feeling somewhat fatigued. The physical prowess of Wasteland dwellers surpassed that of the Blue Star inhabitants, allowing for slightly swifter running speeds. However, he was burdened with considerable supplies, and after running 2 kilometers, it would be challenging to accelerate further. In desperation, he decided to channel his limited internal energy into his legs. He had never attempted such a thing before, primarily due to his poverty. Yet now, faced with a life-or-death situation, he could not afford to hesitate. As soon as he infused his legs with internal energy, he immediately felt a difference. His speed markedly increased, roughly estimating it should have doubled compared to before. This meant he could now reach the location of the motorcycle and supplies in approximately 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, those pursuing him would still be 2 kilometers away. The effective range of the Gauss rifle exceeded 3 kilometers, but accuracy was the real issue. To hit him from 2 kilometers away, they would need to fire in succession, compensating for any inaccuracies with bullet density. Thus, the saved 2 minutes were crucial. He finally felt confident about his chances of escaping. However, a minute later, as he continued to run, Jianlei suddenly realized he felt a bit hungry. It had been some time since his last meal, but this hunger was clearly due to the consumption of internal energy. Frustration welled within him. Must I consume 2 more nutritional supplements to successfully escape? He had already been somewhat reluctant to flee, but ignorance of the enemy's equipment and numbers left him no choice. The thought that fleeing would require using his limited nutritional supplements only intensified his anger. What exactly had he done to provoke such circumstances, allowing my already meager circumstances to worsen? As discontent brewed within him, he quickly contemplated another dilemma. Someone was aware of his prior purchase of a motorcycle outside the settlement. Thus, fleeing on a motorcycle could likely attract unwanted attention from the central settlement. He had considered this possibility before, but had deliberately overlooked the paramount importance of survival in the vastness of the world. Now that he was contemplating a counterattack, he resolved to eliminate this hidden danger. However, he pondered the number of pursuers and their armament. In the next moment, he smacked his forehead, realizing the futility of overthinking. After all, my speed surpasses that of a motorcycle. On the desolate terrain, a motorcycle rarely exceeds a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, often crawling at 30. Conversely, his current speed reached approximately 35 to 36 kilometers per hour. If endurance were not a concern, he truly had no fear of the motorcycle. Chapter 27. Rapidly enhancing strength. 2 primary factors influenced Jianlei's decision to retaliate. The first stemmed from his mental unrest, yet the second was of greater significance: poverty. The means by which he acquired his current equipment and continued his training did not rely on the facade of engaging in competitions. Ultimately, his wealth was amassed through numerous skirmishes, where bloodshed and plunder became the secret to his prosperity. Therefore, it was imperative to engage in this battle, not only to attain clarity of thought, but also to earn funds for further training. With this notion in mind, he accelerated towards the location concealing the motorcycle, halting a mere 100 meters away. He had hidden the motorcycle and supplies in a shallow pit, covered with tattered, earth-colored fabric. Passers-by would typically overlook it unless they observed with keen eyes. He then turned and picked up binoculars to survey the distance behind him. How many adversaries were there? He murmured softly, "When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you." Indeed, as he scrutinized his foes, they were also observing him. The air in the wasteland was far from pristine, and visibility was poor. However, visibility was not a constant. At this moment, he could vaguely discern two motorcycles racing towards him from about 2 kilometers away. Dong-gu sat on the back of one motorcycle, binoculars in hand, and had also spotted him. "This little fellow is quite swift. Has he discovered us?" Jianlei memorized their positions before swiftly concealing himself beside a rock, kneeling with his weapon raised. Theoretically, if the binoculars could detect the enemy, his naked I should be able to as well. However, at a distance of 2 kilometers, the figures appeared as mere dark dots, rendering aiming exceedingly difficult. Frustratingly, the high-velocity Gauss rifle he wielded lacked a sight, given the rifle's range and power. The absence of a scope was rather unreasonable. Jianlei could only conclude that the dire conditions of the post-apocalyptic world rendered such devices unnecessary. After all, the practicality of firearms is paramount, overshadowing range and power. Yet, attempting to aim and fire proved to be a challenge. This was not a matter of marksmanship. Previously, his shooting skills were lacking, but with the Gauss rifle in hand, he had improved after just a few practice sessions. Without boasting, Jianlei believed he grasped the technique of shooting quite rapidly. It was only in his former life on launching that he had little interest in firearms, and opportunities to engage with them were scarce. There were countless pursuits to explore, and if he wished to delve into firearms, he would need to interact with others. Why bother? He considered his aim to be decent, but the lack of clarity posed a dilemma. In the next moment, he channeled his inner energy to his eyes, and indeed, it proved effective. The target's figure did not grow larger, but the clarity surged dramatically, akin to a sudden boost in resolution. So what I saw earlier were cavalry. However, his vision abruptly darkened, followed by a throbbing pain in his eyes. This was bad. Realizing he had exerted too much force, Jianlei quickly retracted. He felt fortunate that his first use of inner energy had been on his legs. Otherwise, his eyesight might have been compromised. Such tests must be conducted more frequently in the future. Otherwise, relying on sudden efforts could lead to misfortune. The necessity for testing hinged significantly on economic constraints, so he resolved to earn more this time. As his vision returned, he noted that the adversaries had advanced approximately 400 meters, prompting him to concentrate and aim. Dong-gu observed his actions through the binoculars, unable to suppress a sneer. He dares to resist, believing himself to be an unseen shooter? The unseen shooter is the most renowned sniper in this territory, having successfully eliminated enemies from 10 kilometers away. However, he wielded a laser sniper rifle equipped with a scope. How could a Gauss rifle compare? Nonetheless, Dong-gu remained cautious as the motorcycle swayed slightly. At such a distance, aiming was already challenging. Any movement from the motorcycle would render hitting the target nearly impossible. He then remarked, "Advance another 300 meters. Should he dare to fire, we will suppress him with our firepower." The heavily tattooed man held a Gauss machine gun, a singular type capable of providing sufficient firepower at a distance of 1,500 meters. Yet, he hesitated, expressing Dong-gu. Suppressing fire from a moving motorcycle consumes too much ammunition. The undulating nature of the ride makes it an unstable platform for firepower output. The Gauss machine gun is potent, but it is also extremely ammunition-hungry. I fear this battle may result in a loss. Dong-gu scoffed, asserting he must have the audacity to shoot at us. In the Wasteland, sheer numbers confer a significant advantage. For individuals on 2 motorcycles, does he dare to act alone? The Wasteland lacks a shortage of ruthless individuals. Yet recklessly challenging 4 is virtually impossible. One must consider the circumstances. We have no motorcycle, Naturally, his thoughts were based on the assumption that the opponent's marksmanship could not possibly hit a moving target from 1,000 meters away. Hitting a target beyond that distance is already impressive, let alone one that is both mobile and swaying. He believed the most probable scenario was that the adversary would feign aiming and fire a warning shot. Regrettably, Jianlei had no intention of firing a warning shot. He had resolved to strike decisively. What need was there for warnings? As for the notion that the enemy might simply share the same path, but Jianlei never believed in misunderstandings. The inhabitants of the Wasteland acted with ruthless intent, and his nature was stubborn. When fleeing, he could disregard face and justification. Likewise, in attack, he would not adhere to any rules. The Wasteland was vast, and, after trailing behind him for so long, could one truly claim to harbor no malice? Apologies, but he would not grant them the opportunity for explanation, nor consider the possibility of coincidence. Jianlei held his breath, and, 3 seconds later, he decisively pulled the trigger. He had mentally calculated the necessary adjustments. The zigzagging movement was not entirely devoid of patterns. After the shot rang out, the motorcycle carrying the tattooed man toppled to the ground. The tattooed rider, armed with a Gauss machine gun, was thrown from the vehicle, tumbling several times. What the hell? A gaping, bloody hole appeared in the rider's chest, a fatal wound. Dong Ge was taken aback, as this single shot completely upended all his plans. Firstly, the opponent was a marksman who, with a Gauss rifle lacking a scope, had hit a moving target over a distance of more than 1,000 meters. Secondly, the opponent's ruthlessness was evident. He had mercilessly killed without a moment's hesitation. It was clear that this individual was a seasoned killer, a fierce adversary that no one wished to encounter. The rider, an experienced adventurer, immediately slowed down and executed several wide turns to avoid being struck. In the next instant, another gunshot rang out. The dazed tattooed man had only just risen when a bloody hole appeared in his chest. He had not even managed to raise the muzzle of his Gauss machine gun. Jianlei discerned the situation with utmost clarity among the 4 individuals. This one wielded the most formidable weapon. Thus, he dispatched the flower-inked rider with his first shot, and the second bullet claimed the life of the flower-inked companion. As for the other motorcycle, it seemed far less threatening, prompting no urgency to confront it. However, Dong Ji's rider grew anxious. Shall we flee? Dong Yi, in a fit of exasperation, understood that running was the only option, stay and face certain death. As the rider turned sharply, preparing to speed away, another gunshot rang out, tragically marking Dong Ge in the back seat as the target. The rider's abrupt movements caused Jianlei's shot to miss its mark, merely grazing Dong Ji's left shoulder. Yet, the kinetic energy of the Gauss gun was no trifling matter. The bullet struck, sending a shudder through Dong Ji's body, obliterating everything below his left shoulder. But the ordeal was far from over. The bullet continued onward, tearing away a sizable chunk of flesh from the rider's left shoulder. The rider, in a heightened state of tension, was oblivious to the significant injury he had sustained. Steady yourself, Dong Ge, for it is time to showcase my true driving prowess. No sooner had he uttered these words than a muffled thud echoed, as half of Dong Ji's shoulder was violently severed, casting him from the vehicle. The rider was momentarily taken aback. Dong Yi, he contemplated fleeing, clearly outmatched. It was akin to crashing into an iron wall. Were Dong Ge anyone else, he might have escaped, for in the Wasteland, survival of the fittest reigned supreme. But this was Dong Ge, and even in flight, his future would be bleak. Days from the fall, Dong Ge retained clarity of purpose. You go. This is the main target. He had already concluded that this individual was the one he needed to find at the Hong character's collective stronghold, for such strength was unmistakable. He instinctively believed he was doomed, thus resolved to convey this information. If you dare to kill me, I shall ensure you do not fare well either. At that moment, he embraced a mindset of reckless abandon. Take care, Dong Ge, the rider cried out, his voice filled with anguish. He then turned the handlebars to depart, intent on spreading the word. Yet what was this? His left hand lacked strength. In the next instant, he and his motorcycle crashed heavily to the ground. In the Wasteland, there are those who can operate a motorcycle with one hand, but he was clearly not among them, especially given the suddenness of the incident. The motorcycle flipped twice, while he somersaulted 7 or 8 times. The resilience of survivors was no mere boast. Despite his left arm being incapacitated, he managed to reach for his gun with his right hand. Another gunshot rang out, shattering his right arm. Chu Jianlei rose, gun in hand, and advanced slowly. Upon reaching a distance of approximately 500 meters, he aimed at Dong Ji's right arm. I concede. Dong Gu raised his right hand in surrender, indicating he bore no weapon. Battling the dizziness from blood loss, he shouted loudly, "This is a misunderstanding. I am willing to compensate." Even he did not believe his own words, yet he had to speak them, for no further opportunity would arise. To his astonishment, the assailant actually raised his weapon and approached with deliberate steps. Chu Jianlei's movements were light and somewhat ethereal, clearly still on guard. When he drew near, he raised his gun once more, targeting Dong Ji's head, and in a flat tone inquired, "Why are you pursuing me?" Chapter 28. Hearing of the change, Dong Gu was unafraid of death. In his younger years, his wiry frame had earned him a formidable reputation due to his willingness to fight. However, now, confronted by the dark muzzle of a gun, he sorrowfully acknowledged his aging. His sensitivity to the tension in the air was acute, and he knew the adversary would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Thus, he hastily replied, "Someone mentioned you were inquiring about the old cripple." Chu Jianlei was unsurprised by this response. Such was the Wasteland. The concession he had made to that individual was hardly of significance. He countered smoothly, "Is the old cripple off limits for inquiry?" Dong Gu replied quickly, "The death of the old cripple has stirred significant unrest among powerful figures. May I tend to my wounds first?" Que Jianlei, expressionless, lifted his chin slightly before holstering the Gauss gun and drawing forth a short dagger. At such close range, the high-frequency oscillating dagger was swifter than the Gauss gun. Dong Gu was indeed losing too much blood, but his question served a dual purpose. Was there a chance for survival? For wandering survivors in the wilderness, a first aid kit was invaluable. Seeing the agreement in Chu Jianlei's demeanor, Dong Gu retrieved a packet of healing powder from his waist and sprinkled it upon his shoulder. He then pulled out a roll of bandage, biting it with his teeth as he adeptly wrapped it around his left shoulder wound. After tying off a knot with remarkable skill, he glanced at Chu Jianlei and quietly asked, "May I have a sip of water?" Que Jianlei remained immoving, his gaze coldly fixed on Dong Ji's neck. With a sigh, Dong Gu began to speak. "In the camp, I have a stockpile of supplies." Que Jianlei replied calmly, "First answer my question. I shall not repeat myself." Dong Gu pressed his lips together before speaking again. The old cripple was killed by those from the main stronghold. The incident stemmed from the stronghold's massacre of a group of scavengers, some of whom were connected to the old cripple. Que Jianlei felt silent, contemplating. It was evident that Mr. Sai's group did not regard survivors as human. Yet, he found it perplexing that Mr. Sai would commit murder merely to seek information about himself. Surely, no one could ascertain that without an antidote, he could struggle to survive. Was it worth such a grand display for a dying or already dead individual? After a prolonged silence, he again posed a question. What was their reason for killing the scavengers? Dong Gu shook his head with a bitter smile. "How could I possibly know?" Chu Jianlei spoke with chilling intensity. "I permit you to reorganize your words." How could he claim ignorance? Countless witnesses had seen Tu Zhuofu slaughter the scavengers at the Hongxi stronghold. Sure enough, Dong Gu hesitated before replying. It seems the main stronghold instructed the scavengers to search for something. He was well informed, even aware that the scavengers had been poisoned, and knew they received antidotes regularly. On the eve of receiving the third batch of antidotes, Collins had launched a fierce attack, ambushing 5 scavengers. His justification to Tu Zhuofu was, "These 5 were inattentive in gathering information, and we handled it internally." He had not anticipated that the foolish Chu would not appear, allowing Tu Zhuofu to require only 14 antidotes. Tu Zhuofu was somewhat taken aback by this outcome. "You operate in the shadows, and yet kill your own?" He did not express his outrage over the matter. After all, the pretext was to eliminate careless scavengers. Hence, he issued 14 antidotes, informing the other party that there would only be 12 next time. Yet, a day later, someone from the main stronghold arrived. Upon hearing the news, they directly headed to the garbage dump. It was said that the leader was exceedingly displeased. How to deal with the scavengers is not for you to decide internally. This could very well be the reason they slaughtered 400 to 500 scavengers. However, among the 14 involved, some reportedly escaped due to being elsewhere, thus eluding death. As for who those fortunate survivors were, Dong Gu admitted he did not know. "All I know is that Collins is dead. If he could kill, he must be prepared to be killed as well." At this point, a hint of scorn appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was normal for survivors to scheme against one another, and murder to avert disaster was equally common. Yet, to thwart disaster only to be killed thereafter was indeed farcical. It was unlikely that mere luck was the reason for escape. Jianlei inquired. What is it that the powerful figures seek? I dare not pry, Dongge replied, his expression stoic. It could result in death. You are bound to die. Jianlei staggered slightly, the dagger slicing through the artery at Dongji's neck. Dongge stared at him in shock, attempting to reach for his neck to stem the flow, but his entire body felt weak and limp. The blood he had lost was simply too much. Originally seated, he collapsed softly onto the ground, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Why must you kill me after allowing me to bandage my wounds?" Jianlei could not be bothered to respond. Is permitting you to bandage your wounds the same as granting you a reprieve? He then executed the final rider and began erasing traces of his actions. 2 motorcycles were secured to the rear wheel of his own, their front wheels raised. He left no corpses behind, binding the bodies to the motorcycles and transporting them to a location 50 kilometers away for burial. This haul was quite substantial, containing not only nutritional agents, but an array of weaponry including a Gauss machine gun, laser assault rifles, Gauss automatic rifles, and 2 laser pistols. Noteworthy as well were the considerable amounts of ammunition and even an energy block. Additionally, he acquired $8 silver, which alleviated Jianlei's financial predicament. This operation proved to be immensely profitable. He drove recklessly without any particular destination, going wherever the road took him. He traveled by day and rested in meditation at night. As his supply of nutritional agents dwindled rapidly, after a week of travel, just as his 3 fuel tanks were nearly empty, he stumbled upon a survivor camp. This camp was relatively large, significantly more so than the rocky outpost he had inhabited. Riding in on his motorcycle, towing 2 others, he was indeed a striking sight. While some expressed discontent, upon seeing the Gauss machine gun mounted on his bike and the laser assault rifle at his side, they wisely chose not to provoke him. A lone individual daring to traverse with 3 motorcycles was certainly not to be trifled with, and it was likely these machines were acquired through violent means. Jianlei located a general store and exchanged a Gauss automatic rifle and a long knife for water and additional fuel. He refrained from using silver dollars, knowing that bartering goods would be more effective and less likely to incite suspicion. The storekeeper recognized the dangerous aura surrounding him and offered a surprisingly fair trade. After completing the transaction, Jianlei inquired whether the store accepted motorcycles. The storekeeper confirmed they would, but accepting such large items in exchange for nutritional agents would strain resources. Thus, Jianlei opted for meat and grain, as he wished to avoid an exclusive diet of nutritional agents. The storekeeper admitted that their stock of meat and grain was limited and would require 2 days to replenish. Such was the nature of smaller outposts. How many could afford to purchase meat and grain in the wilderness? Jianlei was not surprised by this and seized the opportunity to repair his motorcycles. The 2 seized motorcycles had sustained damage during transit. Although robust, they required some minor repairs. Additionally, Jianlei sought to modify his motorcycle for smoother operation. The camp featured a private repair shop, albeit the owner claimed he did not work on motorcycles. Jianlei replied, "I do not require your assistance. I merely need to borrow your tools." What he termed borrowing was actually a rental agreement, and the owner provided some raw materials as well. 2 days later, all 3 motorcycles were repaired, with Jianlei's personal bike undergoing the most significant transformation. The primary enhancement was a boost in output, increasing speed by approximately 2 to 3% under comparable conditions, with a notable improvement in acceleration. Jianlei was not seeking a mere thrill. Rather, faster acceleration meant an easier escape, a crucial factor for survival. The shopkeeper regarded him with newfound respect, recognizing his mechanical prowess and remarkable dexterity. Jianlei felt a sense of pride, recalling how he had constructed a motorcycle from scratch back on Blue Star. The remnants of technology in the Wasteland were surprisingly advanced, with fuel not being petrol or diesel, but a hybrid energy liquid. Given these circumstances, his ability to modify his vehicle was indeed a source of accomplishment. Naturally, some superior components from the 2 commandeered motorcycles were transferred to his own, enhancing its performance while leaving the others relatively intact. During these 2 days, the storekeeper busied himself sourcing various supplies, but meat and grain remained scarce. Eventually, he managed to procure a substantial amount of nutritional agents, fuel, and ammunition, barely enough to exchange for 2 motorcycles. For Jianlei, This represented a rare opportunity, one he might encounter only once in a year. He was momentarily taken aback by the suggestion of 2 motorcycles. He had initially intended to sell just one. The storekeeper, sensing his hesitation, insisted, "My offer is exceedingly fair." "Very well, 2 it shall be," Jianlei conceded, prioritizing the enhancement of his own motorcycle, which was of utmost importance. With improved defensive capabilities and ample supplies, he felt confident in his ability to continue honing his skills. However, he had accumulated slightly more resources than anticipated, necessitating the assembly of a 2-wheeled cart to attach to his motorcycle. Jianlei lingered in the camp for 5 full days, remarkably without attracting any trouble. This underscored the notion that a powerful presence could effectively deter conflict even in a wasteland. As he departed, motorcycle and cart in tow, the onlookers merely observed in silence. It was not until he had completely vanished from view that the storekeeper approached the repair shop owner, inquiring about any insights into Jianlei's background. "This individual is far beyond a mere drifter. With his motorcycle repair skills, we have few who can compare," the owner replied, shaking his head with envy. Chapter 29. I am poor. Jianlei's supplies replenished. He spent 3 days to find a relatively secure area to set up camp. It was alongside a small river, upon a gentle slope. This slope featured a moderately level platform, bordered by a protruding rise that obscured external sight lines. Such terrain would have been unthinkable for Jianlei during his more desperate times, but with a measure of self-defense capabilities, it became exceptionally valuable. He remained here for 15 days until he felt a slight surge of energy and declared to himself, "Let this be considered the 2nd level of Qi training." 10 days later, he confirmed that the injections had ceased to be effective, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Throughout these 25 days, he had consumed less than half of his food supply, though his water reserves had significantly diminished. A nearby small river existed, but he dared not utilize its water, having seen no life within it. This hesitation was precisely why he had initially chosen to linger by the river. In the wasteland, rivers were akin to trenches. However, these days had not been wasted. He not only reached the 2nd level of Qi training, but his physical condition had also improved remarkably. Previously, he stood around 1.65 meters, slight in stature. Now he measured at least 1.75 meters. His long-neglected physique had begun to develop muscle, enhancing both strength and reflexes. Though he remained lean, nourishment, after all, was not something that could be restored in a day. During the past 3 weeks, he had spotted a few figures approaching from a distance, their intentions unclear. Jianlei avoided contact, typically firing a warning shot into the ground ahead of them, signaling them to leave. His aim was precise, which was intimidating, and the single shot demonstrated his ample ammunition. Jianlei believed his approach was reasonable. At least he had not resorted to using a blunt weapon. Nevertheless, this chapter of his existence needed to come to a close. Lingering too long could attract the attention of larger threats. His resources had diminished considerably, and while he could still endure for a while longer, one must always prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Having spent sufficient time in the wilderness, he resolved to seek out lucrative opportunities now that he had some means. Starting a venture with bare hands was indeed quite challenging. He planned to enjoy a good night's sleep, rise early the next morning to pack, and then scout for suitable locations for development. However, in the middle of the night, he was startled awake by a faint sound, the activation of an alarm system. Due to certain conditions, he had set multiple layers of alarm systems, each designed to respond in varying degrees. Currently, the alarm was of the most basic type, compact, slow, and with a considerable range. Its sound was subtle, meant only for his ears. In contrast, a more alarming and shrill siren was imperative for significant threats, not only to awaken him, but also to intimidate any potential intruders. He lifted his night vision binoculars for a closer look, discovering a diminutive figure approximately 500 meters away. A dwarf? Jianlei paused momentarily before returning to slumber. The wasteland was never short of peculiar individuals, and the likelihood of encountering a dwarf was far greater than on the blue planet. As long as the figure did not trigger a higher-level alarm, it could be disregarded. However, sleep eluded him. The presence of an unknown danger made it impossible to rest soundly. Moreover, Jianlei inherently struggled with feelings of insecurity in the desolate wilderness at night. What could this figure be up to? Fortunately, the silhouette shifted a few steps before curling up and remaining still. Nonetheless, Jianlei found himself restless throughout the latter part of the night, existing in a state of half-sleep. At dawn, he awoke and began to gather his belongings. Having resided on the small hillside for nearly a month, packing up was no quick endeavor. It was not until midday that he had made considerable progress, leaving behind some expendable materials out of sheer laziness. 3 months prior, he would have never overlooked such supplies. However, circumstances had changed, particularly with the presence of an enigmatic individual. Yet, he found little concern for someone who dared to sleep outdoors. During his movements, he realized that this figure might not be a dwarf after all. Having encountered numerous dwarfs and mutants, he possessed a fair understanding. This bald figure appeared too frail and diminutive. There was a stark difference between an adult dwarf and a genuine child, easily discernible to the trained eye. But what did it matter to him? Just as he was about to depart, he found himself unable to resist the urge to approach, giving the child a gentle kick. Alive? If not, just let me know, and I'll bury you. In the Wasteland, there was a strict requirement. If a survivor perished, they must be laid to rest. This was to prevent fallen individuals or mutated beasts from feasting on the corpses, and there were said to be other considerations as well. With a swift kick, the small body rolled over, revealing a pale, swollen face, yet a sunken belly. Jianlei recognized the symptoms of purple lichen poisoning, having experienced it himself. However, this child appeared severely affected. Without proper recovery, they would likely succumb to starvation. Jianlei shook his head in disbelief and turned to leave. However, just as he was about to push his motorcycle, he halted again. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed, "What a stroke of bad luck." He returned to the child's side, crouched down, and roughly pried open their mouth, forcing a nutrient solution inside. After completing this act, he muttered to himself, "It isn't that I forgot past lessons. I just can't bear to bury someone alive." Within 2 or 3 minutes of the nutrient solution entering the child's system, their eyes slowly opened. The toxicity of the purple lichen was not severe, causing primarily diarrhea and facial swelling, with the body's natural recovery mechanisms able to facilitate healing. However, during the recovery process, it was essential to intake nutrients to endure. The child was more faint than poisoned. While poisoning existed, there was nothing left to expel. Thus, their swift awakening was entirely reasonable. Upon seeing the child awake, Jianlei retrieved a plastic bowl, pouring in a modest amount of water. Around 5 or 6 sips worth. He added a pinch of salt and coldly instructed, "Drink." This was also a means to expedite recovery. He did not wish to present another nutrient solution only for the child to falter again. The child's eyes gradually focused as they emitted a few incoherent sounds, seemingly confused. A mute? Jianlei was momentarily taken aback, but dismissed the thought. Mutants existed, and disabilities were inconsequential. He assumed the child simply did not comprehend the purpose of drinking water, so he clarified, rehydration. Whether the child understood was of little concern to him. Unexpectedly, the child closed their mouth, swallowed hard a few times, then spoke, I am not mute." Their voice was notably hoarse, but still discernible. "Oh, que je ne dead." Remaining indifferent, it turned out the child was merely stuttering. The child swallowed again before speaking. I'm also not a stutterer. Hurry up and drink," Jianlei replied. Disinterested, the child hesitated, slowly sitting up, and took small sips from the plastic bowl. Throughout this process, Jianlei observed with curiosity but refrained from conversation. Once the child finished drinking, he took the plastic bowl and turned to leave. He had previously pushed the cart and motorcycle up the slope, and to depart, he first needed to push the car down before moving the motorcycle. As he maneuvered the motorcycle downhill, he noticed the child had regained some strength and was timidly following behind him. "Are you addicted to free food?" Jianlei remarked without looking back. The hairless wonder, should not follow me." The child, devoid of hair, eyebrows, or eyelashes, had earned this nickname by mere happenstance. The timid little one was momentarily taken aback, recalling the earlier mention of a life-for-a-life exchange. Their voice was still somewhat hoarse, yet markedly improved. "Why would I buy your life?" Que Jianlei replied dismissively. "With your frail physique, you can only scrounge for food." The wasteland was filled with individuals willing to sell their lives for labor. But such a weakling would be of no use. The hairless wonder's eyes darted. "I am useful, sir." Jianlei ignored him, securing the cart after pushing the motorcycle downhill. The child remained silent, watching from the side. Once Jianlei completed the securing process, he mounted the motorcycle without turning back and started the engine. The cart was laden with items, and although he secured them, he did not intend to accelerate too quickly. As the motorcycle began to gain speed, the hairless wonder grew anxious, shouting, "Sir, I am truly useful. Not useful enough. I'm poor." Jianlei continued to accelerate, unwilling to experience the tale of the farmer and the snake a second time. The child, witnessing this, genuinely panicked. "I can pay you." Having narrowly escaped death once, he was reluctant to face such peril again. Initially, he suspected ulterior motives, even questioning whether he might become a living organ donor. However, at that moment, resistance was futile. He could only reassure himself. This was far better than starving to death. Yet, as the child persisted in their efforts, it appeared they were genuinely seeking to assist him. This revelation shattered his preconceived notions. Though young, he possessed a profound understanding of the Wasteland. Acting as a saint in such a realm was exceedingly unconventional. What was more, the child's cart was clearly adapted for larger loads, indicating they were not lacking in resources. Such a person could be trusted to at least refrain from malice. Payment? Jianlei chuckled dismissively, increasing the throttle. The most unreliable aspect of the Wasteland was the promises of strangers. Those who could genuinely offer compensation were scarce, especially when it came to nearly starving to death. The hairless wonder, sensing the urgency of the moment, sprinted after him, shouting, "I am very familiar with this place." "More familiar than me?" Jianlei scoffed, no longer paying attention to him, setting aside the question of his experiences. How much information could someone of such tender years possess? Chapter 30. Still drifting as the child observed the vehicle receding into the distance, he found himself gasping for breath. Having sprinted far too quickly, in a moment of desperation, he could not help but shout, "Do you want the crystal of the mutated beast?" Quite audacious. Jianlei smirked disdainfully, but the next moment, he was taken aback. Crystal? He slowed the vehicle and turned to regard the approaching hairless creature, inquiring with a hint of curiosity, "What did you say?" The child, panting heavily, repeated, the crystal of the mutated beast." Jianlei could hardly conceal his intrigue and resorted to a teasing remark, "You really are a stutterer." The hairless creature paid no heed to the jest, merely asserting, "I know a great deal." As the motorcycle gradually came to a halt, Jianlei shot him a skeptical glance, asking, "With a crystal, how could you almost starve?" The hairless creature finally caught up, taking several deep breaths before posing a question. "Have you ever been weak?" He perceived the other as a solitary traveler brimming with resources, yet could not discern the features concealed beneath the other's scarf. Thus, he instinctively assumed that this was a formidable individual. Jianlei fell silent at the remark, contemplating. "Not only have I been weak, but I am not particularly strong now." After a brief pause, he inquired further, "Are you well acquainted with the Wasteland?" The child promptly nodded, affirming his familiarity. "What is this place called?" Jianlei asked, genuinely unaware of his current location. The child looked at him in astonishment. "You don't know? I'm the one asking you." After hesitating, he sheepishly shook his head. "I'm not very clear either. It's hard to discern directions in the wild." This statement held merit, prompting Jianlei to nod. "Then could you at least tell me which settlement it belongs to?" The child pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. "I don't know. I'm quite poor at navigation." "How can you claim to be familiar with the Wasteland?" Jianlei expressed his astonishment. "What about your appearance?" For survivors in the Wasteland, knowing the terrain was fundamental. If one could not even recognize the path, how could they dare to assert their familiarity? "I'm not familiar with these aspects," the child replied despondently. "I used to reside in a settlement, and my family was relatively well off. I possess a wealth of knowledge about the various specialties here, far more than you wild survivors." Jianlei contemplated this, reluctantly conceding that the child had a point. The crux of the matter was that his understanding of the Wasteland was not particularly profound. Throughout his 6 years of traversing, his activities had revolved around the chaotic stone encampment. Thus, this hairless creature did possess some utility. He then inquired, "Which settlement did you come from?" The child hesitated, shaking his head resolutely. "I do not wish to answer. My family is no longer around." It appeared that the settlement was not at peace either. Jianlei mused, and then asked, "Do you have the crystal of the mutated beast?" "Yes." The hairless creature nodded, then hesitated before admitting, "I dared not carry it. I hid it away." Jianlei readily understood. "You truly are quite weak." He then casually suggested, "Take me to retrieve it. I will purchase it at a fair price." "Do you believe me?" He spoke with conviction. although he currently lacked funds. He knew that with diligence, earning money would not be difficult. Would he ever go back on his word to this child? Absolutely not. I believe you, the child nodded, touching his bald head. Jianlei suddenly recalled something. The child could not possibly have been born without eyebrows and hair. Could he? Back on launching, he had pondered over beauty and makeup for a time. If one did not resort to surgical alterations, shaving off one's eyebrows could serve as a rudimentary means of disguise, fundamentally altering one's facial impression. Thus, he inquired, did you shave your head and eyebrows yourself? To evade enemies, such a sacrifice did not seem too steep. The child was perplexed, wondering whether the topic had strayed too far. However, this was his hope for survival. So he sincerely responded, not long ago, bugs infested my hair, so I shaved it off. I overthought it. Jianlei remarked, raising his chin, get in the vehicle. Where did you hide the crystal of the mutated beast? As he posed the final question, a sense of foreboding began to creep into his mind. The child leapt on a flatbed and then awkwardly confessed, I forgot how to get there. Jianlei fell silent, upon which he finally said, then you may disembark. To claim to be well acquainted with the Wasteland, yet possess nothing of value. Did he truly believe he was engaging in charity? I could do odd jobs. The hairless creature eagerly interjected. I possess a wealth of knowledge about the crystals of mutated beasts. In the next moment, he jumped off the vehicle and darted into the distance, exclaiming, please wait for me. I need to take care of something. The lingering toxins of the purple lichen had evidently not been thoroughly cleared. Jianlei stood there, bemused, shaking his head after a while. Among the survivors of the Wasteland, few maintained a sense of hygiene. It was not that they did not wish to, but rather that they lacked the means. The hairless creature, to avoid inconvenience, was willing to risk losing the opportunity for a ride. Such an attitude was commendable. In contrast, other survivors would likely prioritize survival above all else. Oliver Jianlei, having crossed over from a materially abundant society, could empathize with this mindset. Such a meticulous individual would not conduct himself with the same disregard as Lugis. Regardless, the other's actions evoked a rare sense of kinship within him. Those who emerged from settlements were ultimately different. Well, I shall wait for him. It is merely a few nutritional supplements and a bit of water, after all. He then slapped his forehead in exasperation, reflecting on how he had become frivolous after only a few days of prosperity. Nevertheless, despite his self-reproach, he was reluctant to amend his behavior. Perhaps there lay some unexpected delight ahead. Approximately 5 minutes later, the hairless creature emerged from behind a rock, dashing back towards him with remarkable speed. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the vehicle, thanking Jianlei. Thank you for waiting for me. Let us depart. Depart? Jianlei shook his head in resignation. You must tell me where to go. The child paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding, you don't know where you want to go? I don't need to know. Jianlei replied without hesitation. Just take me somewhere with a relatively stable order. The vagueness of this request left the child bewildered. Do you wish to go to a settlement? I certainly won't take you to a settlement. Jianlei replied nonchalantly. You left with the crystal. One crystal from a mutated beast could guarantee a place in a settlement. The fact that the hairless creature had fled a settlement while carrying a crystal indicated that he was undoubtedly in some trouble. However, Jianlei had no interest in probing further. Remarkably, the child, though young, comprehended this implication and did not deny it. Where were you planning to go just now? Wherever is fine. Jianlei replied casually, embodying a rootless drifter, indifferent to his destination. Weren't you the one who said you were familiar with the Wasteland? Offer a suggestion. The child contemplated for a moment and earnestly suggested, let us go to Hongyi settlement. The periphery there is relatively stable. Hongyi? Jianlei furrowed his brow. That is quite far. I truly don't know about other places, the child sighed. But Hongyi is close to mutated beasts. Then let's go to Hongyi. Jianlei stated, unable to resist upon hearing the mention of mutated beasts. He was uncertain how far Hongyi was. Yet proximity to mutated beasts, coupled with relative stability, was sufficient for him. His current dilemma was how to reach the Hongyi area. Maps were unavailable. He would need to return to the previous settlement to purchase one. Upon arriving at the settlement once more, the shopkeeper remained exceedingly cordial. However, upon a mention of buying a map, he wore a troubled expression. We belong to Honglu settlement. I possess maps within this range, but beyond that, I truly cannot help. Jianlei was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing, is this information suppression? This thought invoked a bizarre sensation within him, with Gauss rifles and laser guns already in existence. Was it still necessary to restrict maps? Then I would like a map of Honglu, he replied, not wishing to delve further into the matter. The shopkeeper promptly presented a map, stating, "Here you go, it's 1 silver coin. Is it truly that expensive?" Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow slightly. Is this map made of gold? Over on launching, a map album costs merely a few dozen coins. Why do you demand a silver dollar? The shopkeeper, with a serious demeanor, replied that transactions must be conducted in silver dollars. He did not specify who established this rule, but it was evident that the settlement was undoubtedly involved. Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment and inquired, "Isn't Honglu's silver dollar acceptable?" "That would only count as 9 silver coins," the shopkeeper answered without hesitation. "It's not accepted." "Then I shall not purchase it," Chu Jianlei stated decisively. In truth, even if it were a one-to-one exchange, he was reluctant to reveal his connection to Hong Si. Thus, he preferred to avoid it entirely. The shopkeeper glanced around, subtly gestured in a direction, and whispered, "Hong E is over there. You certainly know how to navigate social interactions." Jianlei smiled fondly. "Fill up the tank. And I need nutritional supplements and water, 2 Gauss rifles, and a vibration knife." Compared to their previous transaction, this one was significantly more substantial. Nevertheless, the supplies were still plentiful, and Chu Jianlei did not haggle as he departed with the hairless creature. As they sped through the desolate wilderness, the child seated in the vehicle could not suppress his curiosity. "Do you truly not know the way?" Chu Jianlei felt a strange sensation rise within him. "Do you believe you have the right to mock me?" "That is not my intention," the child replied, still sensitive. "If we capture a couple of survivors, we can simply ask them for directions. If that fails, we can inquire with others. Surely someone will speak." Chu Jianlei fell silent, eventually asking, "What if they refuse to talk?" Chapter 31. Child labor. The hairless creature was surprised by Chu Jianlei's words. "You have a gun. Why fear they won't speak?" Chu Jianlei retorted coolly, "What if they simply choose not to?" He had never considered himself a soft-hearted individual. Coming from a peaceful society on launching, he could kill without a flicker of an eye, his body betraying no discomfort. Those he aimed to eliminate undoubtedly had their reasons for death. However, to randomly interrogate 2 individuals and resort to murder when information was not forthcoming felt like crossing a line. While his personality was somewhat rigid and perhaps flawed, the notion of boundaries was one he preferred not to breach lightly. He would never associate with those cannibalistic survivors, nor did he wish to kill indiscriminately. The Wasteland had its own brutal rules, which he could not oppose, yet one must adhere to personal principles. He did not aspire to become like Sai Xianxing. The power to take life at will might seem appealing, but it was not his desire. The hairless creature paused, then sighed. "You can save me, so you cannot be one of those cruel individuals." Chu Jianlei did not respond. Despite the child's youth, one should never reveal too much in the Wasteland. After a moment of silence, the hairless creature added, "There's no need to kill. With your strength, you could simply pay for directions." Jianlei shook softly, shaking his head dismissively, yet he said nothing further. He had experienced being deliberately misled before on launching. How could he trust the integrity of Wasteland dwellers? In such vast desolation, a slight misdirection could lead to fatal consequences. The hairless creature fell silent, clearly sensing that Chu Jianlei had no intention of heeding his advice. From that point on, Chu Jianlei traveled by day and trained by night, and he was not averse to extra supplies of food and water. The hairless creature recovered swiftly. Indeed, the resilience of Wasteland inhabitants was remarkable, and being young, by the 3rd day, he eagerly volunteered to drive. While Chu Jianlei's training was evident to the hairless creature, he had no understanding of what Chu Jianlei was doing. He wisely refrained from inquiring and instead sought to demonstrate his worth by driving. Honestly, had he not made this request, Chu Jianlei might have considered dismissing him entirely. "I've already provided you with 3 nutritional supplements. You should be feeling much better. Do you wish to linger?" Watching the hairless creature operate the massive motorcycle, Chu Jianlei felt no guilt about employing child labor. Without hiring him, the child would surely perish. This was not a mere hypothetical scenario, but the stark reality of the Wasteland. Chu Jianlei attempted to meditate on the cart, but after several tries, he abandoned the idea due to the jostling. Nevertheless, reclining against the cart was far superior to riding the motorcycle continuously. Soon enough, he recognized the advantages of having the hairless creature as a driver. In the wilderness of the wasteland, the law of survival of the fittest reigned supreme, unchanged through the ages. After several days of travel, they encountered 5 or 6 groups of survivors, one of which numbered as many as 9. Upon seeing that a child was driving, greed flickered in the eyes of nearly all the survivors. However, upon noticing the figures and weapons on the cart, they collectively chose silence. Perhaps they were formidable foes or emerged from influential factions. In any case, few could afford to hire child labor in the wilderness. More commonly, such practices occurred within settlements. After repeated encounters, the hairless creature could not help but exclaim, "Sir, your presence is truly imposing." Imposing, you say? Que Jianlei scoffed. They all know that the first to strike is often the cannon fodder. The hairless creature understood immediately, so they are waiting for someone else to scout the path? Jianlei inwardly scoffed at the lack of wit in this observation. The sight of the diminutive hairless creature adeptly maneuvering the massive motorcycle was quite peculiar. Yet he handled it with ease. Shall we continue without observing our surroundings? What is there to see? Jianlei was disinclined to complicate matters, given their relatively improved conditions. It was only natural to wish for a more orderly place to settle. However, after a while, he abruptly asked, "What is there to see around here?" The hairless creature hesitated before responding. "We could observe various situations, and what if we encounter a herd of mutated beasts?" Jianlei paused, then replied, "Let us proceed this way for now. We will address it when we reach a camp." Such words proved to be both fortuitous and unfortunate, for soon after, they found themselves in trouble. The child was focused on driving when Jianlei suddenly shouted, "Wait, something feels off ahead." The hairless creature immediately hit the brakes. What feels off? The binding between the cart and motorcycle was somewhat problematic. The sudden stop caused a jolt forward and backward. Nevertheless, Jianlei was accustomed to it, rolling forward and jumping to the ground. He focused intently ahead, sensing the ground trembling. Is it a herd of mutated cattle? The hairless creature squinted, but saw nothing. Mutated cattle were valuable. The weapons Jianlei carried could certainly take them down. Yet, if it was merely a herd, they would have to flee. Even if they managed to hit 1 or 2, there would be no spoils to claim without a large team. However, Jianlei's brow furrowed as he leaped back onto the cart, observing the distant ground, which appeared to ripple. It's sandworms. The hairless creature swerved the vehicle, accelerating. Sandworms travel in packs. Jianlei was caught off guard, nearly tumbling off the cart. Fortunately, his physical condition had recently improved, allowing him to regain his balance in time. Unexpectedly, the hairless creature shifted direction again. Jianlei swayed once more, unable to suppress a sharp reprimand. "What are you doing? There are rocks ahead." The hairless creature pressed the accelerator to avoid the sandworms, insisting they must reach a rocky area. Jianlei was left speechless. He understood what sandworms were, but he had only heard of them in passing. His entire knowledge consisted of the fact that sandworms consumed everything and could grow to 10 or more meters, resembling enormous earthworms. When faced with the unknown, one should heed the counsel of the knowledgeable, even if that individual was a child. Yet, while glancing back, he still curiously inquired, "Don't sandworms consume rocks?" "They cannot ingest large rocks," the hairless creature replied, focused on driving. "Don't ask, just see how fast they are behind us." Jianlei cast a vigilant glance behind him, noticing that the soil ridges were swiftly advancing towards the motorcycle, their speed commendable. The resistance of traversing the ground was immense. Even the sandworms could not move quickly, though it felt as if there were dozens of them. Fortunately, none appeared mutated. He sighed in relief before turning to assess the situation. Dozens? There were swarms of sandworms, numbering in the thousands nearby. But the absence of mutations was a stroke of luck. Mutated sandworms were significantly swifter than their ordinary counterparts. The motorcycle, dragging a cart, could barely reach a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. In a direct encounter, escape was uncertain. Yet Jianlei pondered other possibilities. If the number of worms was limited, perhaps he could eliminate a couple. "The sandworms hold no value," the Wumao Guai replied without turning back. "Only a minuscule portion of their flesh is consumable." Jianlei rolled his eyes at this response, retorting, "With such knowledge, can you still consume the poisonous Zihua dye?" "That was due to hunger," Wumao Guai explained begrudgingly. "I have been forcibly controlling myself." Jianlei inquired further, "Is the meat of the sandworms high in energy?" "The edible parts are scant," Wumao Guai replied without hesitation. and they are found in the inner layers. The exterior is covered with a thick, chitinous layer that possesses slight toxicity, while the flesh inside is corrosive. The edible portion is minimal. Breaking through the chitinous layer is arduous, and one must guard against the seepage of corrosive fluids. Even if a sandworm carcass were readily available, the effort to dissect it and extract the edible meat would incur considerable costs. Killing sandworms also entails expenses, he stated. To put it plainly, it is economically unfeasible to slay them. Unless a sandworm poses a threat, there is no need for elimination. The gravel terrain was not far off, approximately 2 kilometers ahead, initially consisting of mere small pebbles. As they entered the gravel area, the pursuing soil ridges accelerated in their relentless chase. Jianlei watched in astonishment as more stones were dislodged from the ground, with several smaller rocks even launching into the air. Is this a joke? How long has it been hungry? Wumao Guai focused intently on driving. Only after a while commenting, the small rocks fail to impede our speed. The motorcycle's speed was diminishing, yet the sandworms seemed invigorated by the prospect of a meal. After running for about 3 kilometers, the sandworms were less than 400 meters from the motorcycle. The increasing number of stones caused the motorcycle to bounce erratically, making progress more arduous. After 5 kilometers, the sandworms closed in to within 200 meters. The stones growing larger, yet still relentlessly pursuing. In a moment of clarity, Jianlei decisively leapt from the cart and sprinted away, armed with several firearms. In the blink of an eye, he outpaced the motorcycle, leaving Wumao Guai dumbfounded. Hey, you're just leaving me behind? Jianlei gasped as he ran, responding. With less weight on the motorcycle, you'll certainly speed up. He swore this was his genuine thought, not merely a strategy to outrun a potential threat. Wumao Guai glanced back at the extending soil ridges and pressed the accelerator harder. The motorcycle was indeed lighter, yet it bounced more violently, making it difficult to maintain control. Jianlei recognized the truth in this, but had no intention of returning to serve as ballast. Fortunately, after 2 kilometers, they arrived at a stony area that significantly hindered the sandworm's pursuit. At that moment, the soil ridges were less than 50 meters away from the motorcycle. Without pausing, they continued their flight, running over another kilometer. Suddenly, a stone the size of a small car was dislodged and rolled several times due to the soil ridges. This seemed to mark a turning point, as the soil ridges gradually halted their chase. Chapter 32. I do not wish to be involved observing the sandworms coming to a stop. The two did not dare to linger and ran for nearly another kilometer before finally stopping. Wumao Guai appeared horrified, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his small arms trembling incessantly. Driving the motorcycle over the rocky terrain was a harrowing experience. Only those who had endured it could truly understand. Meanwhile, Jianlei gasped for breath while hastily consuming a nutrient supplement. Surely they won't pursue us anymore? Probably not, Wumao Guai replied, eyeing him eagerly. Could I have one too? Jianlei tossed him a tube of nutrient liquid, remarking, this is compensation for your protective efforts. After days of travel, they had grown somewhat familiar with one another. But resources could not be distributed carelessly. There had to be a principle. Wumao Guai ignored the formalities, thanked him, and gulped down the nutrient supplement. After quenching his thirst with a few sips of water, he cast a wary glance towards the direction from which they had come. Relieved that Jianlei had noticed the danger early on, Jianlei rubbed his forehead in frustration, expressing that he had lost his sense of direction. His sense of direction was remarkably strong, almost bordering on the extraordinary, allowing him to construct mental maps effortlessly. The direction he had been traveling aligned with the pathway discreetly indicated by the shopkeeper. He had a hunch that it led to the Hong Yi shelter. However, today's unfortunate encounter had clouded his sense of direction entirely. Retracing his steps might allow him to follow the tire tracks, but was that realistic? Once agitated, the sandworm swarm might not remain dormant for long. No need to rush, Wumao Guai replied nonchalantly. If we're to push forward, who knows what else we might encounter. Jianlei acknowledged the urgency of the situation and nodded in agreement, suggesting they press on a bit further before taking a break. After a night's rest, the two revitalized their spirits and continued their journey, attempting to navigate through the rocky terrain. It took the better part of a day to extricate themselves from the boulders, revealing the expanse of a new, unknown region. With dwindling fuel and water supplies, Jianlei resolved to locate a wilderness campsite. Fortuitously, The next day, they discovered a supply station. Not only did they replenish their supplies, but Jianlei also inquired about which settlement the station belonged to. The personnel at the supply station seemed unperturbed, noting that survivors wandering about was a normal occurrence. They readily provided the information. This place was part of the Hongwu settlement. Given that Hongwu was in close proximity to Hongxi, Jianlei produced 3 silver coins to pay. As expected, the attendant accepted his payment, returning change in the form of Hongwu silver coins. Jianlei further asked for directions to the Hongxi settlement and nearby camps. Having already made a purchase, the attendant willingly shared this information, even cautioning about several hazardous areas. Clearly, the information was reliable. Otherwise, the attendant risked repercussions. Jianlei temporarily set aside any plans to venture into dangerous areas and instead headed towards the nearest camp. Wumao Guai, which has greater offensive value. The mutated armored hedgehog or the corrosive giant lizard. The child hesitated before responding. Both species may be found in groups, making it difficult for a single individual to confront them. Particularly the mutated armored hedgehog, which can launch spines. Your laser gun might not even penetrate. Jianlei fell silent, genuinely not wishing to form a team. He merely wanted to know which held higher value. Surely the armored hedgehog, the child answered. And please don't call me Wumao Guai anymore. It's not discrimination, Jianlei replied as he halted the motorcycle, removing his mask. He then took out a small knife, carefully shaving off his eyebrows. See, now I look the part too. Wumao Guai expressed clear surprise. Why would you want to do that? Jianlei would never admit to having troubles. Better to avoid attracting attention. What about your hair? Wumao Guai muttered. Call me Xiao Jing, that is my nickname. Most survivors in the Wasteland had nicknames, especially when in the presence of strangers, rarely using their real names. Jianlei disliked the monique silique, but previously felt powerless to protest. Once they entered the settlement, he instructed, you can call me He Tian. The camp known as Tian Shui is quite substantial, featuring over 200 semi-underground structures. However, most of these buildings are occupied, and the few that are vacant happen to be uninhabited due to their owner's absence. Jianlei, indifferent to the surroundings, chose a soft spot at the camp's perimeter to excavate a pit approximately half a person deep. He placed a cart atop it and draped some tarpaulin, thus fashioning a makeshift shelter. At that moment, he found himself nostalgically reminiscing about his previous dwelling in the Chaos Stone Camp, a place he had painstakingly crafted over several years. This new abode was merely temporary. To construct something akin to his former residence would require at least a month. Yet, even in such a rudimentary shelter, he was soon approached by 2 men, one lean and one robust, both exuding a somewhat unruly demeanor, armed with a knife and a gun respectively. The lean man initiated the conversation, questioning, who permitted you to dig this pit? The Gauss machine gun could easily dispatch the 2 of them. Yet Jianlei regarded them with a sense of disdain. However, in the next moment, he reminded himself to remain grounded, despite his enhanced equipment and combat prowess. He was still a newcomer, unaware of their true intentions. Thus, he retorted calmly, is this place owned? While it is rare for outdoor camps to have owners, such instances are not entirely unheard of. The 2 men hesitated, not daring to assert ownership, for if they did, others would surely contest their claim. The lean man responded in a leisurely manner, you should remove your mask. Jianlei furrowed his brow. What was this demand? Recently, several notorious criminals had been apprehended, and the lean man answered in a casual tone, strangers are subject to inspection. Suppressing his irritation, Jianlei inquired, and what is your authority for this inspection? This time, the lean man refrained from boasting, stating, I am merely an ordinary adventurer, but anyone can claim the bounty. This felt like pure provocation to Jianlei. He suspected the man's motives were dubious. Nevertheless, as an outsider, it was prudent to cooperate. He gestured towards the hairless creature and asked, is there a child accompanying the criminal? The lean man fell silent, while the robust one grew impatient, exclaiming, why do you ramble so much? Let me make it clear, a warrant is a warrant. Given your ambiguous origins, we are entitled to inspect you. If you insist, we lack the right. The consequences are yours to bear. Jianlei felt a headache coming on. Consequences without clear boundaries were difficult to gauge. Thus, he simply asked, may I leave now? No. The robust man replied decisively, raising his Gauss gun, his expression unyielding. If you truly wish to depart, your suspicion will only increase. After pondering for a moment, Jianlei reluctantly removed his mask. Is this sufficient? The two men exchanged glances and slowly shook their heads. This individual was not a wanted criminal. Warrant claims involved bounties, and it was impossible to falsely accuse him. Jianlei understood the situation better now, his frustration lessening as he realized the warrant was indeed legitimate. However, the lean man spoke up again, stating, "This location is unsuitable for digging. It disrupts the camp's overall layout." Jianlei was puzzled. "I did not see you object while I was digging." With a stoic expression, he queried, "What layout are you referring to? Who determines its validity? Do you not see that you are unwelcome here?" The robust man, now impatient, urged him to leave. "Que Jianlei, ennuyé, conteud. Why did you not mention this before I began? Are you attempting to claim the fruits of my labor?" He had invested considerable time in excavating this pit, and the hairless creature had assisted him. Did they expect to take it without consequence? "Every camp has its planning," the lean man replied coldly. "We simply did not notice your digging. Not noticing is your fault, is it not?" Que Jianlei scoffed. Nonetheless, it was not surprising that the camp had a plan. Even if outdoor camps typically form organically, a camp is a place where everyone strives for improvement, including, but not limited to, communal facilities. Que Jianlei, always willing to consider the other side's perspective, suggested, "Then I will find another spot to dig. That should suffice, right?" To his astonishment, the lean man declared, "You may remain here, but you must pay a layout fee." So, they still sought to collect money? Jianlei asked coolly, "Is this fee a one-time payment or ongoing?" "Certainly a one-time fee," the lean man replied straightforwardly, 3 silver coins. While 3 silver coins were not exorbitant, they represented 2 months' worth of living expenses for Jianlei in his current plight. He paused momentarily before asking, "How can you justify that amount?" The lean man chuckled, then cleared his throat and loudly proclaimed, "I am collecting layout fees from newcomers. Who has an issue with that?" His voice boomed, echoing throughout the camp. No one dared to voice dissent. Instead, about 10 individuals apathetically observed the scene. Jianlei softly questioned, "No one else will collect layout fees, correct?" He was willing to pay a reasonable sum to resolve the matter. Yet, the lean man raised his voice again. "Who else will collect from his friend?" He then inquired, "What shall I call you, friend?" "Etienne, que Jianlei replied expressionlessly. "Whoever dares to collect from his friend, Etienne, disrespects me. Lao mo. Do not blame me for being impolite." After the lean man's proclamation, silence reigned, and he glanced at Jianlei with a smug expression, asking, "Well, is that acceptable?" "Very well," Jianlei replied, reaching into his pocket. When he withdrew his hand, 3 silver coins lay upon his palm. The lean man accepted the coins and, along with the robust man, turned to leave. Once they had distanced themselves, the lean man chuckled softly. What a complete novice. Jianlei, despite the lean man's belief that he spoke quietly, heard every word distinctly. However, thereafter, they exchanged no further words, and Jianlei ceased to focus on the conversation. He held a nonchalant attitude towards paying for safety. This habit had been cultivated during his time on Blue Star. He had never truly experienced financial hardship. As he matured and earned more through his own efforts, he developed a tendency to disregard minor expenses, regardless of how others perceived him. As long as he received payment and the task was accomplished, he was satisfied. Spending a little money to avoid unnecessary troubles, was that not a wise choice? That night, he and the hairless creature, Xiao Jing, slept within the shallow pit. Jianlei did not genuinely trust the child. In this unfamiliar environment, if Xiao Jing were to harm him, he would find it impossible to escape unscathed. With such a small frame, the hairless creature would undoubtedly be reduced to nothing by others. He believed Xiao Jing possessed sufficient awareness of this possibility. Though the conditions in the shallow pit were poor, it was the most comfortable sleep they had enjoyed since their journey began. As dawn approached, light rain began to fall. Yet the cart overhead provided ample cover, leaving the two undisturbed. When they finally awoke, it was nearly noon. Jianlei had initially intended to deepen the pit and improve their shelter, but the rain from the previous night rendered work inadvisable. Rain in the wasteland is a rare occurrence, and the falling droplets are often toxic, making it unwise to engage in construction. Jianlei donned his mask once more. The man known as Lao Mo had already inspected him, so wearing it again would likely pose no issue. He first visited the general store, where he fortuitously discovered 2 pieces of meat and some grain, which he promptly purchased. There was also a small repair shop, where he selected some materials, intending to reinforce his vehicle. Later, he stumbled upon a notice board for quests. One particular task piqued his interest, collecting the saliva glands of corrupted skin giant lizards. The reward was modest, at 2 silver coins per gland, but Chu Jianlei valued it, as it would reduce his hunting costs for the giant lizards. However, this was not a matter of urgency. He intended to linger in this place for a while, allowing events to unfold at a leisurely pace. Shortly thereafter, he came across a task that had been posted for quite some time, its ink already faded. It was a job involving the repair of a mechanical arm, with a generous reward, a minimum of 20 silver coins, with no upper limit. He was keen to undertake this task, but regrettably, despite there being no identity restrictions, it required notarization at the settlement. Chu Jianlei could only console himself, for he had never even seen a complete mechanical arm. To fully understand the underlying principles would likely demand considerable time and resources. The encampment was rather small, and after a brief exploration, he found that little time had elapsed. Observing that it was still early, he decided to venture beyond the camp. He ran 3 kilometers away, performing 2 sets of Bajuanjin and Wakingsi, and then stood in a stance for an hour. Following this, he sat cross-legged and began to practice the unnamed qi refining technique. Indeed, his days on that earthen slope were consumed by such dedication to cultivation. It was only by evening that he returned to the camp with an unhurried demeanor. Upon arrival, he discovered a young boy mercilessly beating a hairless creature. After a glance at the shallow pit and confirming that its contents remained intact, he refrained from intervening. He was unaware of the circumstances that had led to this confrontation, and in the Wasteland, it was not uncommon for the strong to bully the weak. However, a lean fellow was standing nearby, watching with interest. He approached and inquired, "Lao Mo, do you not intervene in such matters? Is this a common occurrence?" Lao Mo looked at him quizzically and replied, "As long as no one dies, it is permissible in the camp. Is that so?" Que j'en ai softly repeated, stepping forward to deliver a swift kick. With a dull thud, the young boy was sent flying several meters before rolling to a stop. Nevertheless, the resilience of the Wasteland denizens was remarkable. The boy sat up, shaking his head in astonishment. "You dare to strike me?" he seethed, clearly not one to back down easily, as he seemed poised to retaliate against Chu Jianlei. Equipped with both a long and short gun, Chu Jianlei was hardly fazed, merely snorting in response. "You are permitted to assault others?" A glimmer of malice flickered in the boy's eyes. He accused, "He attempted to steal from us." "You lie," the hairless creature retorted. "It was he who aimed to pilfer our belongings." The cart carried a substantial amount of provisions, yet when Chu Jianlei practiced, he had only taken the most essential portion. The majority of the less valuable supplies remained at the camp, guarded by Xiao Jing. The hairless creature, being diminutive, was inadequate to fend off a thief, thus its role was solely to witness the event. Yet, there existed an unspoken rule. Serious misconduct was generally unwelcome in outdoor camps. Chu Jianlei immediately understood that the hairless creature was speaking the truth. The young boy was indeed lying. As soon as Xiao Jing spoke, the boy sprang to his feet and fled, shouting, "Wait! The Iron Palm Gang will not let you off." The mention of the Iron Palm Gang elicited a peculiar expression from Chu Jianlei, who wondered if there was a Wudong sect involved. He had no intention of quarreling with such a young boy. He merely needed to exercise caution regarding any potential gang affiliations. As night approached, Chu Jianlei began to kindle a fire to prepare a meal. This time, he had procured some meat and made noodles, treating himself for the journey thus far. In Blue Star, he could almost be considered a gourmet, and the hardships of the past 6 years were best left unspoken. However, regrettably, this connoisseur was inept at cooking. At best, he could manage instant noodles or scrambled eggs. A gourmet savors flavors, while a chef handles the cooking. The seasonings available in the Wasteland were rather mundane, so his attempt at braised meat yielded a rather ordinary flavor. Barbecue? Not a chance. It was not that he could not produce it, but rather that oil was too precious to waste. It must be consumed rather than poured over charcoal to ignite it. The noodles, however, were simpler to prepare. The grains he purchased were powdery, somewhat akin to flour. Though making dough posed a slight challenge, it was not insurmountable. He simply added water gradually. Given the scarcity of water in the Wasteland, adding too much at once was virtually impossible. The conditions were too rudimentary for hand-pulled noodles, and knife-shaved noodles were similarly difficult. Hence, he opted for cat ears, which were comparatively simpler to make. Even if he had never attempted them, having observed others was sufficient. As he lit the fire, It drew the attention of many, their envious gazes directed towards him. Meat and grains. How delightful! Jianlei acknowledged his culinary skills were lacking. Yet the aroma was undeniably enticing. A little girl even exclaimed in delight, "Mama, I want some meat." With a crisp sound, another voice chimed in, "Mama, there's meat. Do you wish to eat?" Jianlei retrieved an iron basin, ladling a generous portion of broth and handing it to Xiaojing. "Here." Xiaojing was momentarily taken aback, incredulously pointing at himself. "For me?" Jianlei intended this as a reward for Xiaojing's diligence in guarding the camp, and upon hearing his hesitance, he retorted, "If you do not wish to eat, I shall pour it back." "No, I want to eat." Xiaojing eagerly nodded, rummaging through his bag for a plastic spoon. This pot held nearly 5 jin of broth, and he gifted Xiaojing just over a jin. Despite the hairless creature's youth, it was quite adept at eating, and this amount was suitable. The portion included not only meat and noodles, but also some broth. With nearly 4 jin remaining, Jianlei could easily consume it all himself, especially since he was at an age of growth. Since commencing his cultivation, his appetite had significantly increased. He could easily consume twice as much. At that moment, Lao Mo ambled over, drawn by the enticing aroma. "Ah, how delightful!" Xiaojing shot a glance at him, and, without hesitation, spat into the iron basin. "Pa." This tactic held little effectiveness in the wasteland. When hunger struck hard, as long as it was not human flesh, a bit of dirt was hardly a concern. Jianlei, hailing from Blue Star, was rather particular about his food. He only required a piece of filter paper for drinking urine. The hairless creature's behavior essentially communicated to others, "Do not covet my food." It was entirely reasonable for him to react thus, considering he would rather risk poisoning from consuming lichen than suffer from hunger. Jianlei glanced at him, then at Lao Mo, momentarily paused, and spat in the pot. "Pa." Lao Mo's lips twitched involuntarily. What kind of people are these? Chapter 34. Trouble Awaits. Lao Mo arrived with the intention of savoring a meal. Although he possessed some wealth, he scarcely indulged in meat more than twice a year, especially when he spotted nearly 4 pounds of food simmering in the black pot. While the wasteland was predominantly occupied by burly men, surely they could spare a little, couldn't they? However, the 2 individuals before him, one large and one small, both devoid of eyebrows, had the audacity to spit. To be fair, Lao Mo was not particularly perturbed by such behavior, yet he had to consider his dignity. With a grim expression, he stated, "I have already eaten. I came to inquire if you require assistance with the matters concerning the Taizhong gang." Jianlei furrowed his brows in confusion and asked, "Assist me?" Lao Mo regarded him coolly. "Do you think kicking air she wants will go unpunished? Someone will undoubtedly come looking for trouble. However, if you're willing to part with a couple of silver coins, I could facilitate a resolution, and this matter would be settled." Upon hearing this, Jianlei's first reaction was to glance at the hairless creature beside him. Did that mean he had endured a beating for nothing? His second thought was, "Lao Mo, are you hoping to secure a long-term meal ticket?" Nevertheless, he reminded himself to exercise restraint. Thus, he merely inquired, "Is the 3 silver coins from yesterday merely a fee for the arrangement?" "Of course," Lao Mo replied confidently. "I made that clear yesterday, one thing at a time." That is a load of nonsense, Jianlei thought, fully aware that yesterday's incident was simply extortion. The hairless creature had sought information about whether outsiders were indeed required to pay a fee for establishing a residence. Everyone he asked had merely smiled in silence, some with expressions that suggested they were looking at a fool. He promptly informed He Tiangu of this. Jianlei did not take it to heart. He had anticipated the possibility of being swindled. However, he was certain that Lao Mo was not merely a common extortionist. The very fact that he dared to ask those 2 questions indicated he possessed some strength. Paying for peace of mind was not shameful. Although parting with 3 silver coins felt somewhat unjust, as long as there were appropriate considerations in return, he could endure paying occasionally. Yet, collecting money again before the effects of the previous payment had worn off felt somewhat shameless. He did not dwell on the 3 silver coins, knowing that avoiding future dealings would suffice. Since it was a matter of fairness, he would handle it himself. Lao Mo was somewhat taken aback by his response. Such matters should not compel him to plead with the other party, should they? He turned to leave, casually remarking, "When they come looking for you, if you want my help, the price will be different." Jianlei did not respond but picked up his spoon and began to eat. After his meal, he resumed meditating. At this moment, Practicing Ba Duan Jin and Wu Qin, she seemed appropriate for digestion, but he did not want to draw attention from those in the camp. After about 4 hours of meditation, he finished and heard the hairless creature speak. "Hey Tiango, can you take me with you tomorrow?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Jianlei replied, "Stay here and watch the house." The hairless creature added, "I don't want to be beaten again. Let us take the cart out." Chu Jianlei firmly declared, "If he dares to hit you again, I will break his arm." There were unwritten rules within the camp. If you failed to steal on your first attempt and immediately tried again, you were challenging the rules. Those who challenged the rules, naturally, would not receive the protection of those rules. People involved in gangs should be more aware of this. As the two lay in a shallow pit, Xiao Jing quietly asked, "Can you lend me a high-frequency oscillating dagger?" This poor child had no decent weapon for self-defense, reminiscent of Chu Jianlei 3 months prior. "Que j'en ai replied calmement, sleep." You don't need to confront him. He quickly fell asleep, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Jing remained awake, eventually drifting off 3 hours later. The next day, Chu Jianlei rose early and turned to see the bloodshot in Xiao Jing's eyes. "Did you not sleep well?" The hairless creature hesitated before replying. "Should we not set up a residence today?" The residence was not necessarily a place for long-term stay. Chu Jianlei hesitated and shook his head, suggesting they wait a few more days. He understood well that newcomers did not easily integrate into a camp. However, his recent high-profile arrival might attract different kinds of trouble. Previously, he had not realized this, but the experiences of the past few days had opened his eyes. If he could not resolve matters with the Taizhong gang and Lao Mo effectively, he might not be able to remain here for long. Yet, he could not be blamed. When relocating, one must take all useful items along. Was he expected to seek a storage bag in a fantasy realm? Now, Chu Jianlei had come to the realization that pursuing cultivation was not feasible in a wilderness camp. Firstly, he lacked the funds to carry abundant resources for seclusion. Secondly, his cultivation would inevitably create disturbances, making it unsuitable in a camp. Not to mention, even practicing a set of Ba Duan Jin would attract onlookers. He was not worried about others learning it. After all, it was merely a means to enhance one's health, and if someone managed to learn it, that was their skill. However, this exercise routine clashed with the Wasteland style. Should someone inquire into its origins, it would be difficult to clarify and could lead to unnecessary complications. Consequently, Chu Jianlei did not intend to stay long at the Tianshui camp, deeming it unnecessary to labor over building a dwelling. In the blink of an eye, he had spent 7 or 8 days in the camp, and resources dwindled day by day. One day, while exercising, a sudden gust of wind sent a chill down his spine. It had rained the previous day, leaving the air somewhat cool. It then struck him that winter was fast approaching. During his time at the Tianshui camp, he had also inquired about the routes to Hong Yi and Hong Si settlements. The camp's inhabitants had not yet accepted him and spoke vaguely about the Hong Yi settlement. But he had learned the direction of the Hong Si settlement. Having been away from the Luanshi camp for quite some time, a sudden thought struck him. He wanted to return there for a visit. After all, he felt a lingering sense of unease regarding the events of the junkyard, fearing potential repercussions. With this in mind, he returned to the camp to brief the hairless creature before riding off on his motorcycle. Xiao Jing was eager to accompany him, but Chu Jianlei explained that it was inconvenient to take him along. In truth, he wished to bring him. After all, having another person would better disguise his identity. However, considering the risks involved in this journey, it was unnecessary to expose Xiao Jing to danger, as he might end up being a liability. Long story short, Chu Jianlei spent 6 days navigating his way back to the Luanshi camp. He concealed his motorcycle 50 kilometers away and approached the camp under the cover of darkness. Yet, upon catching sight of the camp, he was taken aback, his body instantly turning cold. The Luanshi camp had been destroyed. Most of the structures lay in ruins, a devastation that appeared to have originated from within. After recovering from his shock, he lifted his night vision binoculars, cautiously observing as he approached. After some investigation, it was as he had suspected. The entire camp was deserted, with most supplies vanished without a trace. What remained were a few worthless items, such as charcoal and scrap metal. Sister Pang's grocery store had been thoroughly ransacked, leaving almost nothing behind. His own dwelling had its roof overturned, the interior a chaotic mess, appearing to have lost very little. The crucial point was that the items he had collected were of little value. Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment, suddenly furrowing his brow. Could it be that? He hurried outside the camp, cautiously approaching a stone. Upon closer inspection, he carefully used his dagger to clear away the surface dirt, revealing an empty pit beneath. Indeed, he sighed in despair. It was the alloy ring after all. When Mr. Sai initially provided the alloy ring, he mentioned it was for urgent messages, capable of sending alarms that could be received from a distance. Jianlei speculated that if it could transmit signals over long distances, it was also susceptible to being detected from afar. Thus, before departing, he buried the alloy ring near the camp, anticipating that he might not return. To avoid detection, he crafted a rudimentary Faraday cage by hand and placed the ring inside. Now, however, that Faraday cage had vanished, leaving him in dismay. Was this the second instance of frequency omission? The first omission had caused him to traverse to this place after being electrocuted. The second omission, however, made Mr. Sai aware that he had stealthily slipped away. Jianlei could not help but frown. Was this Faraday cage his inherent nemesis? Yet, in the next moment, he dismissed his complaints. He had to confront the present reality. The destruction of the chaotic camp was undoubtedly a consequence of his escape, and Mr. Sai's wrath would be directed at this site. Having already experienced the ruthless and decisive nature of the Central Settlement's dealings, he was well aware of their merciless ways. Consequently, the demise of the old cripple in another camp was evidently due to him, or perhaps Morrison. Jianlei first covered the sand back over the burial site, and then silently departed several kilometers away. He chose a stone for concealment and began to calmly contemplate the challenges he faced. Ultimately, for words echoed in his mind, this was a significant predicament. Mr. Sai would certainly not believe that he intended to find a quiet place to await death, which was why he buried the alloy ring. Thus, he had two compelling reasons to seek him out. One was, of course, the information regarding the pink mech. Why would he flee if everything were fine? Perhaps new intelligence had emerged. The second reason was that he could endure the toxin without the antidote, which was a genetic modification agent. Jianlei could even surmise that the second reason would provide Mr. Sai with even greater motivation. Originally a failed agent requiring expensive medications for assistance, was it now deciphered? Undoubtedly, Mr. Sai would speculate that he had likely discovered a method to consume the agent without any detriment. A failed agent had swiftly transformed into a successful one. And without mentioning the profits, this alone constituted a groundbreaking discovery. Upon realizing this, Jianlei felt a tumult of emotions. Was he truly destined to become a fugitive? Chapter 35. Treasure Chest? Jianlei was acutely aware of the fervor that would erupt among the Wasteland dwellers when confronted with immense profits. Moreover, Mr. Sai possessed sufficient capability to cast a wide net and eventually locate him. That fellow might have already traced the clues to discover his intention to head to Hong Yi Settlement. The hairless creature had mentioned that Hong Yi Settlement was relatively orderly. But even so, they would still be beholden to the Central Settlement, correct? Time was of the essence. He needed to set off promptly. As for the remnants of the decimated camp, Jianlei had no intention of disturbing any usable items. He did not wish to leave evidence of his presence there. Although the area was currently unguarded, how could Mr. Sai's intellect allow him to relinquish such a potential lead easily? Furthermore, given that the alloy ring was a high-tech item capable of tracking, who could say whether there were hidden hands among the remaining supplies? After pondering this, Jianlei cast a final glance at the ruined chaotic camp before swiftly departing, crouching low as he moved. Farewell, chaotic camp. Though there was little to mourn, it was nonetheless the first stop on his journey through the wasteland. Yet in the next moment, a twinge of guilt arose within him. So many lives were lost because of him. He harbored no deep feelings for the inhabitants of the chaotic camp. If he had to name a few, it would be San Yi and Morrison. He owed San Yi a shipment, but that debt was now unpayable, which left him somewhat remorseful. However, this did not prevent him from eliminating San Yi's two apprentices, so his guilt towards San Yi was minimal. The real scoundrel was Morrison. Who concerned him more? There was no other reason. If he had to articulate it, this was the only person he had exploited since his arrival in this world. Yet, what the hundreds of lives lost? Jianlei felt as though a heavy stone weighed upon his heart. Lives in the wasteland were not valued highly. He had taken more than one or two lives, but these individuals perished because of him. This was different. Que jeunesse a echt deeply. And he silently resolved, once I grow stronger, I shall certainly take that scoundrel Sai's life, even if not for the sake of the deceased, for his own safety. As I must die. Regaining his composure, Jianlei hastened towards his motorcycle and set off for Tianshui camp. It had taken him 6 days to arrive, and he anticipated 4.5 days for the return journey. The route would be much simpler this time. He traveled day and night, arriving at Tianshui just as dusk fell. Upon reaching the shallow pit, he immediately noticed the hairless creature sporting a bruised visage. Frowning, he impatiently inquired, "Who did this?" The hairless creature hesitated before responding that it was an accident. Such a claim was hardly believable. Que Jianlei sleeps tweeted slightly. However, since the other party was not being truthful, he could not be bothered to press further. One must help oneself before seeking help from others. And if one had given up, why should anyone assist? Seizing the opportunity, he whispered, "Rest well today. We shall depart early tomorrow." Depart? The hairless creature was taken aback. Did this mean leaving the camp? Since Brother Haitian arrived at this camp, he had always ventured out alone, and this time he had been gone for over 10 days. The fact that he was now asking him to leave together was clearly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Que Jianlei nodded without elaborating. He had initially planned to leave alone. But considering the possibility of Mr. Sai pursuing him, given that fellow's style of action, Xiao Jing would undoubtedly face certain death. The hairless creature's eyes flickered, and he quietly asked, "Are we going to Hong E?" "Not anymore," Chu Jianlei replied decisively. With Mr. Sai's capabilities, if he managed to catch up, he would certainly be aware of my objective. Winter is approaching, so we need to gather some resources and find a place to hibernate. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a convoy had entered a certain settlement of Honglu. Descending from the vehicles were members of Honglu's patrol team. They presented a portrait and inquired if anyone had seen this person. Additionally, they asked if any strangers on motorcycles had visited recently. For ordinary outdoor camps, such occurrences were neither rare nor common. Soon, data began to accumulate, among which a certain individual who had been seen with 2 others was reported. This person wore a mask, rendering identification impossible, yet his mechanical processing and modification skills were formidable. The one who traveled with 2 others was plausible, as a small team had gone missing from a certain camp of Hongxi, having ridden 2 motorcycles. The key detail was that a certain grocer connected to the target was present in that camp. In any case, they would rather mistakenly apprehend than let someone go. Thus, they learned that this individual had returned after a period of absence, accompanied by a small child. As for the child's appearance, the details were somewhat vague, only that the child had wandered outside the camp for several days, completely devoid of hair on both head and eyebrows. Hibernation? The hairless creature pondered before nodding. It would be both perilous and arduous to venture to Hong E at this time of year. Then he raised an eyebrow, saying, "I can gather hibernation supplies easily, but given your substantial appetite, just gathering some resources might not suffice. In that case, we should gather as much as possible," Chu Jianlei sighed. For every winter prior had felt like a descent into hell for him. When hunger struck hard, he would have to venture out in winter to seek sustenance. Better to freeze than starve, right? The hairless creature hesitated before speaking. "Brother Haitian, you possess a silver-plated badge. That could be quite valuable." Chu Jianlei recalled that he had not even brought the badge during his visit to the chaotic camp this time. He had a multitude of items to carry: drinking water, fuel, ammunition, and outdoor living supplies. The motorcycle, however, was too small, barely accommodating an additional silver token. This token was a relic of San Yi, and upon hearing this, he inquired in a solemn tone, "What is its worth?" "It was a secret silver token, serving as a key," Xiao Jing replied softly, "capable of unlocking the treasure chest within the Juju district." A treasure chest? Chu Jianlei's interest was piqued. Was this akin to unlocking a treasure in a game? What treasures lie within? Xiao Jing thought the other party was rather uninformed, for the contents depended entirely on what the original owner had placed inside. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chu Jianlei admitted, "I stumbled upon this silver token by chance." He began to comprehend why San Yi had always carried it. It was essentially the key to a bank vault. "So my previous offer of $5 was indeed too low? You can dismiss the chance aspect," Xiao Jing nonchalantly replied. "The key certainly opens the door to valuable goods." His eyes sparkled with anticipation, and moreover, the secret silver tokens repository was located within the Hong Wu settlement. Chu Jianlei could not suppress his astonishment. "You can discern the significance of the silver token?" The hairless creature proudly straightened its neck, declaring, "I have mentioned before that I am well acquainted with the Wasteland." Discovering this silver token was somewhat unexpected for him, yet he had no intention of fleeing with it. Just as Chu Jianlei had surmised, Given his capabilities, he would be fortunate to retain even a single silver coin. Pondering how to retrieve the items within, he asked, "Are you aware of the procedure?" "I know," the hairless creature affirmed without hesitation. "It is unregistered, and extracting the contents is quite simple." Que Jianlei spirit lifted immediately. However, he soon felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely this vault wouldn't be empty? The hairless creature looked at him incredulously. Who would pay a premium to rent an empty vault? Jianlei felt slightly embarrassed, but asked nonetheless. "Is it difficult to enter the settlement?" "The secret silver token serves as a pass," the hairless creature stated with certainty. "Just present the token and you may enter." Jianlei's mind raced. So if we take our time with the treasure chest, can we remain in the settlement indefinitely? If they could hibernate there, that wouldn't be a bad idea, as the settlement's conditions were reportedly far superior to the outside world. You cannot afford to stay in the settlement. The hairless creature shook its head vigorously. Unless you have a status within the settlement and can secure work, even if they do not check, those from outside cannot endure for long. Then if we retrieve valuable items from a vault, won't that allow us to linger a bit longer? In the next moment, Jianlei nearly slapped himself. Having taken the items without the secret silver token, what right would they have to stay in the settlement? After some consideration, he asked, "With this, entering the settlement truly incurs no cost?" The hairless creature calmly shook its head. "I haven't heard of any fees. However, one should exercise caution when exiting the city with the items. Although it claimed to be knowledgeable, its youth limited its understanding. Caution is certainly required," Jianlei sighed. San Yu was quite respected among scavengers, possessing considerable strength, yet he dared not venture into the Hongwu settlement to claim treasures. Of course, it was also possible that he simply could not recognize the origins of the secret silver token, though Jianlei felt this likelihood was slim. Among scavengers, while they may lack various skills, their keen eyesight was not in question, especially since San Yi was a well-known figure among them. Thus, there must be other factors at play, and Jianlei was too indifferent to ponder further. He then purchased a map from a general store, obtaining one detailing the Hongwu settlement. There was nothing more. The map of this settlement was the pinnacle of what was available. The following morning, the two arose early to gather their belongings, piling everything onto the cart. The sight of their moving preparations was evident to others, prompting hushed conversations. The motorcycle, towing the cart, was slow, averaging a speed of around 30 kilometers per hour. When riding solo, the motorcycle could manage 35 kilometers without issue. Less than half an hour after leaving the camp, a cloud of dust rose behind them, accompanied by the sound of engines. Jianlei, possessing a keen sense of direction, navigated the vehicle expertly. Xiao Jing, using binoculars, scanned the rear and counted 3, 4, 5 motorcycles, along with an open-top truck. Que j'en ai focus d'intently en driving. The roar of the motorcycle engine drowned out the sounds from behind. However, he clearly heard the hairless creature's voice inquiring, "How far away are they?" "I can't quite gauge the distance," the hairless creature replied somewhat dejectedly, "but someone has already set up a machine gun." Evidently, it was not just directionally challenged, but also lacked a proper sense of distance. Chapter 36. Ambush. Jianlei did not find Xiao Jing's response surprising. After all, he was still a child. What could he possibly understand? "You take the wheel while I check what is causing so many vehicles to pursue us." Swapping riders on a speeding motorcycle was no small feat. Fortunately, the cart was tethered behind. The hairless creature, being diminutive, hardly caused any noticeable deceleration during the exchange. Jianlei arrived at the rear of the cart. The terrain was uneven and bumpy. Yet, he managed to discern that they were roughly 3 kilometers away. Were they about to open fire? Among the 6 pursuing vehicles, one resembled an open-top light truck, equipped with a mounted machine gun. The gunner had already begun to take aim. At a mere 3 kilometers, even a standard Gauss rifle could reach. Perhaps due to the cooling weather, visibility was exceptionally high today, offering clear sight lines. Jianlei's vehicle kicked up a cloud of dust, which would certainly obscure the view for those behind. However, the mounted machine gun was designed for sweeping fire and would likely not be deterred by such minor obstructions. The gunner had yet to fire, likely because the open-top light truck was in motion, making it difficult to aim accurately. Although firearms were prevalent in the Wasteland, ammunition was precious. Contemplating this, Jianlei retrieved a horn from the secured supplies, thinking, "What is the meaning of your relentless pursuit? The open-top light truck also had a horn, and a faint sound echoed back. "Stop, or we will reduce your vehicle to scrap and turn you into mush. The Iron Palm gang will only spare you if you comply." They were evidently eyeing a bounty. Jianlei furrowed his brow slightly, then sighed. His motorcycle had been modified for power, yet was hampered by the cart, severely affecting its speed. If they continued fleeing, they would inevitably fall within the enemy's accurate firing range in about 10 minutes. But did they really intend to bully them simply because they were outnumbered? Jianlei's brow furrowed. Such tactics were all too common. If the adversary truly consisted of seasoned veterans or even snipers, he would need to devise a means of escape. However, if they were merely relying on their numbers to intimidate, he felt confident in his chances. Realizing this, he loaded bullets into both his laser rifle and Gauss machine gun, slinging a bandolier over his shoulder. When it was time to fight, he would indeed fight. "Xiao Jing, I'll dismount to provide cover. You keep driving." "Understood," Xiao Jing replied without hesitation. "Be careful." Jianlei grasped a firearm in each hand and leapt off the cart. He set down the Gauss machine gun in his left hand and skillfully raised the laser rifle in his right. After kneeling and aiming for around 2 seconds, he decisively fired, targeting the gunner of the mounted machine gun. The laser rifle was almost impervious to gravity or wind. Only dust could interfere with its trajectory. In the next moment, a large hole appeared in the gunner's forehead. His body went limp, collapsing to the ground. His finger remained on the trigger, causing the mounted machine gun to unleash a volley of fire into the air. "They're using laser guns," someone shouted. The next instant, a motorcycle rider jolted violently, a large hole suddenly appearing in his chest. The motorcycle, racing at full speed, suddenly flipped over, and the gunman seated at the back was instantly flung into the air. The gunman had already sustained penetrating injuries from a laser gun. Fortunately, the alloy plate over his chest had absorbed much of the impact. However, the heavy fall from such a height rendered him incapacitated, coughing up blood. A sharpshooter indeed. "The enemy has a sniper." Others began to shout loudly, their faces turning ashen. Among the 5 motorcycles, one was a trike, accompanied by a convertible truck, and the pursuers numbered a staggering 16. They believed they could easily overpower the mere 2 opponents, with only one of them being truly combat capable. Little did they know, not only did the enemy possess laser guns, but they were also sharpshooters, making this battle far more challenging. Jianlei intended to take down the trike's rider, but the rider was exceedingly vigilant, adopting a zigzag route. The other 3 motorcycles followed suit. Even the convertible truck began to maneuver in the same manner. One man attempted to take control of the mounted machine gun, but was thrown off balance by the truck's erratic movements, struggling to maintain his footing. With a disdainful grunt, Jianlei set down his laser gun and picked up the Gauss machine gun to his left. His Gauss machine gun was a personal model, slightly less powerful than the mounted version, yet significantly more formidable than the laser gun. He aimed at the truck driver and unleashed a barrage of fire. Although the truck was navigating a zigzag path, the machine gun fired continuously, and in the next moment, the windshield shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. "Damn it!" The truck driver hastily slowed down while violently steering the wheel. He was infuriated, repeatedly shouting in rage. How dare he? This kind of bandit logic had its audience in the Wasteland. The strong oppressing the weak was deemed justifiable, and any resistance was considered wrongdoing. Yet, even their companions might not fully accept such reasoning. Seated in the trike's cargo area was a woman veiled in a scarf, who scoffed disdainfully at the commotion. They were about to counterattack, yet here they were, impotently furious. "Slow down." Upon hearing this, the rider quivered. Slow down? The enemy was wielding a Gauss machine gun, and now they were being told to reduce speed? Did they not also possess a machine gun? Indeed, a Gauss machine gun of the personal type was affixed to the cargo area. Not slowing down was not an option, the woman coldly commanded. If a machine gun proved ineffective, it would only draw fire. The enemy was attacking from a fixed position, and they could only risk using a laser gun for a shot. The rider was momentarily taken aback, but he did ease off the acceleration, still somewhat puzzled. "Risking? We are the ones at a disadvantage now," the woman replied icily, retrieving her laser rifle from her back. "Once the dust settled, I will have the opportunity to eliminate him with precision." She was an invited hunter, not a member of the Taizhong gang, possessing sharp instincts and remarkable marksmanship. However, she lacked the privilege of riding in the truck, which would have better showcased her combat prowess. In the next moment, a flurry of bullets struck the front of the trike. Had the trike not slowed down, it would have been hit directly. You were indeed right. The rider broke into a cold sweat. This fellow's shooting skills were extraordinary. The woman steadied her laser rifle, responding coldly. If he doesn't flee now, he will miss his chance. Jianlei was well aware of the reason behind his successful ambush. As the motorcycles and carts sped past, they kicked up a massive cloud of dust, concealing his figure. Now, Xiao Jing's motorcycle had ventured far, and the dust was gradually dissipating. He unleashed another half a belt of fire from the Gauss machine gun, lifted both guns, and sprinted away in a zigzag pattern. Using the covering fire to conceal his retreat, the woman accurately deduced his intention. He was trying to escape, pursue. Upon hearing this, the rider's spirit was instantly invigorated. Should they chase in a straight line? Zigzag, the woman coldly indicated. He could turn and counterattack at any moment. She held the laser gun steadily, pausing briefly before raising her voice. This is a rare opportunity to close the distance. He cannot be faster than that motorcycle. Everyone accepted her judgment. The preceding battle had lasted over a minute. In that time, the motorcycle ahead could have covered approximately 400 to 500 meters. Unless that motorcycle came to a halt to wait for them, the one called Haitian would not be able to catch up. And Xiao Jing showed no intention of stopping. Fully aware of how fast Jianlei could flee, the pursuers were left somewhat dumbfounded. Logically speaking, a person could not run faster than a motorcycle. Shouldn't the figure become increasingly clearer? After nearly a minute of pursuit, why did the figure seem to vanish from sight? The truck driver raised his hand, pushing aside the spiderweb-like windshield, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I don't believe you can maintain this pace. He assumed the enemy was in a burst of speed, which evidently could not last long. Many shared this line of thought, with some even shouting, go in a straight line, so we can aim. How can he aim while panting? This reasoning held some merit. However, after another half-minute of pursuit, someone felt something was amiss. Could that fellow be lying in ambush? This area was relatively flat, but not perfectly so. If the enemy found a dip to lie down in and donned a cloak of earth tones, an ambush followed by sudden strike could not be ruled out. Isn't that tantamount to seeking death? Someone retorted loudly. After hitting us, how would he escape? Does he need to run? Another countered, how many can hit him in a prone position? The woman in the trike quietly switched back to the laser rifle mode. Yet, the next moment, a beam shot out from the smoke, striking the truck driver squarely. The truck driver jolted violently, collapsing over the steering wheel. The truck began to spin erratically. This is bad. The woman's expression changed as she decisively commanded, turn around. We need to flee. Flee? The rider was astonished, but promptly accepted her advice. The front of the truck swung sharply. Due to the sudden turn, one wheel even lifted off the ground. The woman securely grasped the cargo area, but the strap of the laser gun suddenly whipped, inadvertently tightening around her neck. The woman was truly remarkable. With one hand, she grasped the strap and yanked it off her neck. The laser rifle spiraled away. Forget the gun, the woman said hoarsely. Run. As the rider dashed forward, he asked, can we not fight back? The woman replied succinctly, I haven't lived enough yet. At that moment, another flash of light appeared, and yet another motorcycle rider was shot. The motorcycle screeched to a halt, flipping over and sliding across the ground for 20 or 30 meters. Jianlei had originally aimed for the trike's rider, but upon seeing them decisively turn, he had no choice but to change his target. The other two motorcycles, witnessing this, were horrified and continued their zigzag course. Yet, some were shouting angrily, Waxizi, are you planning to flee in the midst of battle? Chapter 37. The sudden shift of opponents. Waxizi was the nickname of the female gunman, quite renowned among hunters. Upon hearing her nickname, the female gunman was infuriated. How dare you expose my name, Taizhong Gang? This matter is far from over. The revelation of her nickname was indeed a revelation, especially given the formidable adversary she faced. The trike sped away, kicking up a billowing cloud of dust. At this moment, even if Jianlei wished to pursue, he could not keep up with the trike, as his view was obstructed. Without hesitation, he switched to his Gauss machine gun and unleashed a barrage at the two motorcycles. A gunman on one motorcycle was hit, and the bullet took down the rider, who fell to the ground. The last motorcycle, witnessing this, was terrified and recklessly sped away. The swirling dust concealed the motorcycle from view. Jianlei did not wish to waste ammunition, so he adopted a prone position, aiming the Gauss machine gun and executing short bursts to eliminate the remaining members. After a dozen short bursts, 2 more individuals aboard the truck were struck down. The lone survivor, terrified out of his wits, leapt from the vehicle. Before leaping from the vehicle, he first discarded a Gauss automatic rifle, facilitating his exit for a counterattack. This notion was not without merit. However, at the very instant he rolled beside the Gauss gun, a beam of light shot forth. His body quivered, and his head fell to the ground, lapsing into silence. A foolish endeavor, Jianlei muttered softly, merely a ploy to make me engage a stationary target. If the adversary were to roll about indiscriminately, he would indeed find himself at a loss, especially with the swirling dust kicked up by the circling truck. The most prudent course of action would have been to leap from the vehicle while armed. Alas, such maneuvers demand considerable military acumen. For an ordinary individual in such a predicament, escaping injury while alighting for vehicle would be deemed fortunate. Having dispatched this individual, 3 opponents remained, 1 severely wounded, while the other 2 sustained minor injuries. Engaging these 3 posed a significant challenge, as some were incessantly rolling away, while others had taken cover behind a motorcycle. After half an hour, Jianlei ultimately succeeded in eliminating all 3. The hairless creature had long since returned on a motorcycle, and after running a considerable distance, he surveyed the situation behind him. It was inconceivable for him to simply ride away. While he could flee, the supplies on his vehicle would soon be exhausted, leading to a dead end. Jianlei cautiously delivered a finishing shot to each of them before gesturing for him to approach and inspect the spoils. The pursuit by 16 individuals resulted in 11 fatalities, along with 3 motorcycles and an open-top truck. The weapons and ammunition were abundant. Even the fleeing Scorpion had left behind a laser rifle. Regrettably, the laser gun was damaged. It was far less durable than the Gauss rifle. Nevertheless, it was not entirely useless. At the very least, it could yield some spare parts. Amusingly, the 11 opponents had barely fired their weapons, thus conserving a significant amount of ammunition. The greatest gain, of course, was the open-top truck. With this vehicle, he would no longer need to drag along a makeshift cart. After tidying the battlefield and loading the corpses onto the truck, Jing lamented, "What a pity 2 vehicles got away." "That will suffice," Jianlei replied, shaking his head. Fortunately, they lacked professionalism. Otherwise, escape would have been difficult. Despite his words, seeing the truck brimming with spoils made him chuckle. He truly felt like a transport captain. Jing could not drive, so the task of operating the vehicle fell to Jianlei. However, they had not traveled far when he discovered a troubling issue. The fuel tank was leaking. In the wild, Jianlei had no effective remedy for such a predicament. He could only find some plastic to plug the leak and use tape to secure it. Having just completed this task, he urged them to continue their journey. As a cloud of dust billowed in the distance, heralding the approach of a 3-wheeled vehicle. Dare to come again? Jianlei fumed at the sight. Leaping onto the truck bed and rotating the mounted machine gun, the adversaries, spotting him, were taken aback and hastily waved a red cloth in the air, tracing a triangular path. Fallen ones? Jianlei had not anticipated that the retreating party would encounter the fallen. After a moment's reflection, he seized the loudspeaker and commanded, "Keep moving, do not stop," and maneuver around from the front. He had no concern for the 3 adversaries. With his truck at a standstill and armed with a mounted machine gun, he felt secure. As long as they did not decelerate, he had no reason for apprehension. Even a sharpshooter would find it challenging to aim accurately from a bouncing motorcycle. The 3-wheeler, seeing their former opponent willing to cooperate, indeed passed from the front of the truck. Meanwhile, the riders shouted a warning, "Be careful, they have a mounted machine gun too." In pursuit of the 3-wheeler were a truck and 2 motorcycles. Amidst the swirling dust, visibility was poor, yet the general outlines were discernible. The pursuing vehicles, affected by the dust, initially failed to notice Jianlei's truck. By the time they did, they hastily slowed down to brake. Unfortunately, it was somewhat too late. Jianlei pulled the trigger, and the mounted machine gun erupted with a torrent of fire. The 3-wheelers circled back, and the woman in the truck bed seized the machine gun, unleashing a barrage. One could not deny that experienced hunters easily developed a sense of combat synergy. Jianlei targeted the truck with his fire, while the 3-wheeler focused on the 2 motorcycles. Shouts of alarm erupted from the opposing vehicles. "They're in ambush. Retreat quickly." Yet, it was ultimately too late. One motorcycle was struck mid-air, bursting into flames. Jianlei's barrage also felled the driver of the truck, and he continued to sweep fire across the vehicle. The remaining motorcycle, witnessing the chaos, spun around and fled. 5 minutes later, the battle concluded entirely. Jianlei and the three-wheeler had successfully vanquished the remaining fallen. As for continued conflict between the two parties, that was out of the question. The scorpion raised her hands high and proclaimed loudly, "I admit my fault today. I accept the punishment." Jianlei held no moral aversion and did not mind eradicating the threat completely. However, he recalled that in the previous skirmish, the three-wheeler had been the first to flee, and, clearly, some discord had arisen among their ranks. Thus, he aimed the mounted machine gun at them, questioning, "What compensation do you offer? Why pursue me?" The Iron Palm gang intended to fully infiltrate Tianshui camp, and the woman replied, curtly, "You inadvertently offended them." Jianlei had already surmised the underlying connections. He just anticipated it was related to the gang's incursion. Regardless, the notion irked him. "Oh, I offended them? It mattered little who offended whom," she replied readily. "They need to establish authority, and you happen to possess some supplies." Jianlei nodded slightly. He shared her sentiment. The identity of the offender was inconsequential. The conflict had already ignited. The appellation Iron Palm Gang arose from their mechanical arms, did it not? It was merely a mechanical hand. The woman was not surprised he could deduce this, although the gang leader typically refrained from direct involvement. After a pause, she expressed disdain. "What a waste of a mechanical hand. Even if wasted, it belongs to them." Jianlei remarked coolly, then inquired, "And you?" "I came here as a hired hand." The woman answered without hesitation, "I claim 30% of the spoils." Jianlei was not taken aback by this response. "What can you compensate me with?" The woman pointed towards the horizon. "All the spoils from the fallen are yours. How about that?" Jianlei scoffed softly, "If I do not act, you are as good as dead. Isn't it only fair that all is mine?" The woman retorted coolly, "Article 2 of the Purge the Fallen Agreement. You are aware of it, I presume. The spoils shall be equally divided." Jianlei recalled that this agreement had previously seemed distant to him, and he had not contemplated it. However, he had no intention of wholly acquiescing to her. It emphasized that participants were currently in a state of pursuit. Very well. The woman did not intend to quibble over this matter. In truth, she felt fortunate to be alive today. "Do you wish for anything else?" Xiao Jing spoke up first. "I want to eliminate that second snake. He has attacked me several times." "Indeed, that is one request." Jianlei nodded at the mention. It was a simple enough demand to fulfill. "Too easy," the woman replied haughtily. "Finding this little minion is slightly more challenging than killing him." Jianlei pondered for a moment, glancing at the other two. "Can these two be trusted? My brothers in life and death." The woman replied straightforwardly, "Everything you tell me, I will convey to them." "Then you will come as a hostage." Jianlei nodded slightly. "I have matters to attend to." "Is that a problem?" "Sister, do not listen to him," the rider interjected, growing anxious. "No problem," the woman replied without hesitation. She then glanced at the rider. "If he intended to harm us, he would have acted during the earlier rescue." The rider could not help but murmur, "We might not be able to escape anyway." "Silence," the woman chided. "Stepping out of the truck bed. Do you forget what I excel at?" The rider's lips moved a couple of times before he finally fell silent. As the woman climbed onto the horse trough and leaped directly into the truck bed, Jianlei felt a twinge of curiosity. "What are you best at?" he inquired. The woman hesitated briefly before responding. "Intuition." Jianlei paused, momentarily taken aback by her answer, then nodded, acknowledging its potential advantage in combat. He found it hard to believe that anyone could possess a stronger intuition than his own, yet he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on the matter. He retrieved a bungee cord and bound the woman's hands behind her back. "Let us proceed to examine the spoils." The rider and another man could only watch in incredulity, yet they lacked any inclination to resist. In the Wasteland, kidnappings were not particularly common. Here, life held little value. However, the woman was the leader of the trio, and Jianlei's demeanor did not exude excessive hostility. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the two men might retaliate, but for now, they refrained from any aggressive action. Upon driving closer, the group was met with a rather grotesque sight. Within the truck bed of the fallen ones lay 3 dismembered corpses. Chapter 38. Quick money. The other spoils from the fallen ones were meager, limited ammunition and fuel. There was some water, but the kind consumed by the fallen was deemed too risky for ordinary people. Many mutations among the fallen began with the consumption of tainted water. The remaining items consisted of firearms, a functional mounted machine gun, 2 Gauss rifles, and a shotgun. There were 3 oscillating knives, representing the entirety of the Fallen's equipment. The rider inspected the truck and was surprised to discover that it was still operational, albeit riddled with bullet holes. He turned to Jianlei, stating, "This vehicle is yours to keep. It seems quite fitting. What use do I have for this vehicle?" Jianlei replied, bemused. Even with the addition of the young boy Xiao Jing, they were merely 2 individuals, and the mute monster could not drive. This truck was significantly larger and had a cargo capacity at least double that of the light truck he had captured. However, in truth, the light truck's power was not inferior to that of the larger vehicle and might even exceed it. Jianlei had little interest in the cumbersome truck, likening it to a refuse vehicle used for garbage collection. He shook his head nonchalantly. "Too many bullet holes. It holds little value." The rider dismissed his concerns, stating, "What truck in the wild isn't riddled with bullet holes? If you don't want it, you could sell it to us. That is certainly an option." Jianlei responded without hesitation, "But what will you offer?" The rider was momentarily speechless. "You truly do not want it? There are only 2 of us." Jianlei replied coolly, "We cannot drive 2 vehicles. Name your price." Strictly speaking, the larger truck was not worth as much as the light truck. Both served dual purposes. One leaned towards transport while the other favored combat. It was clear which would command a higher price. Otherwise, it would not be used as a refuse vehicle. However, for this trio, procuring such a substantial amount of money on short notice was impossible. The rider bluntly replied, "We do not have that much money. We just lost a laser gun." "No need to elaborate," the woman interjected. "To make money, one must be prepared for loss." The rider felt wronged. If we still had the laser gun, the 3 of us could have taken down that group of Fallen. He boasted that with the remarkable marksmanship of the Scorpion, eliminating the Fallen team would have been effortless. "The laser gun was broken by your own hand. It is not my concern," Jianlei replied impatiently. "I inquired about your interest in the vehicle, and it was you who declined to purchase it, not I." The woman appeared astonished. "You truly intend to sell it? Is that not obvious?" Jianlei scoffed. "Do you think I can reach the accelerator in my home?" The woman nodded slightly before asking, "If we do not buy it, what do you plan to do with the truck?" Jianlei shrugged nonchalantly. "I will sell it to a junk shop. Any profit is better than none." The woman sighed, contemplating the loss. "My belongings are not your concern." Jianlei retorted without hesitation. "Do you have a means to sell it for a higher price?" "No," the woman replied succinctly. "But I know someone who can repair it for a better sale." "Repair?" Jianlei raised an eyebrow. "Is that reliable?" "Absolutely," the woman answered without hesitation. "I can help you fix your vehicle as well." After a moment of contemplation, Jianlei asked, "What about the corpses of the Fallen? Do you have any interest in them?" The corpses of the Fallen could be exchanged for a bounty while also enhancing the reputation of the hunter. Reputation might seem intangible, but it held its own value. Should a hunter kill over 100 Fallen, even a formidable figure like Sai Xiansheng would think twice before acting against them. Killing such individuals meant eliminating all witnesses to avoid repercussions, for the Fallen were regarded as humanity's common enemy in the Wasteland. For the trio of hunters, the 7 corpses of fallen ones would be sufficient to garner a wave of prestige. The woman paused for a moment before decisively responding, "I want them." "What will it cost?" She was indeed decisive and did not bother with trivial inquiries about Jianlei's motives. "A barter," Jianlei replied straightforwardly. "Water, fuel, ammunition, or energy blocks will suffice. If you have mutated beast crystals, those are also negotiable." "Ha!" The rider couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Haitian, just for 7 fallen. How much do you expect?" "I have not finished yet," Jianlei replied, ignoring him and focusing on the woman. "The large truck should also be included in the exchange." The woman's eyes lit up. "The large truck is also part of the deal. Let us prioritize." "Indeed, you are quite capable." Jianlei nodded. "The first priority is to repair my vehicle. Secondly, I will need water, fuel, ammunition, and energy blocks." The woman considered briefly, confirming that the order was the same. "You are quite rational. Being your adversary would be unfortunate. You are also quite astute," Jianlei remarked, nodding lightly. "You won't disclose this, will you?" "Of course." The woman quickly affirmed, demonstrating her intelligence by not delving into unnecessary reasons. She stated directly, "I have some silver coins. Should I procure the water? Or will you handle it?" Jianlei responded straightforwardly. "Which settlement?" "There are several, but primarily Hongwu," the woman replied succinctly. This was a shrewd hunter, not limited to a single source of silver coins. Her network was extensive. "Just give me what you can from Hongwu." Jianlei decided. He still possessed 3 silver coins from Hong Si, and there was no need to use those from Hong Lu, lest it raise suspicions of his dealings with Hong Lu. The woman thought for a moment. I can inquire about the mutated beast crystals, but this amount is insufficient. That is acceptable, Jianlei replied matter-of-factly. Do not push too hard. All right, then it is a deal, the woman concluded immediately. Can you ensure a little from this? That is not an issue. Jianlei stated unequivocally. Mutual benefit is the essence of business. The woman pondered for a moment before stating, May I have a word with the two of them? Of course, Jianlei nodded, adhering to the principle of trust and not suspicion. He then directed his focus to his ears. The woman approached her 2 companions, speaking softly. Let us handle this transaction properly, meet his conditions, and avoid any underhanded tactics. The 2 companions silently regarded her, not uttering a word. Yet their unspoken message was clear. Provide some justification. After all, we were adversaries just moments ago. The woman sighed. Did you not hear my concerns? He is willing to purchase even mutated beast crystals. Not only was she decisive, but her inquiries were also purpose-driven. After all, the spoils from Jianlei's 2 battles combined could hardly cover the cost of even half a mutated beast crystal, not to mention the considerable expenses incurred during combat. Her 2 companions may not have been particularly astute, yet they were not foolish either, and nodded in agreement upon hearing her words. The woman turned and returned, asking, In that case, will we sell the 3 motorcycles that He Tian Laogu has acquired? Jianlei pondered for a moment and replied, Let us sell 2 and keep one as a spare. Previously, he lacked the capacity to manage 2 motorcycles simultaneously, but now that he had a convertible light truck, retaining one as a backup seemed entirely reasonable. Subsequently, they began to clean up the battlefield. After half an hour, the area was cleared and they departed. The rider drove the large truck, while another sat in the passenger seat, tossing all their belongings into the cargo bed. The woman occupied the passenger seat of the convertible, with Jianlei at the wheel. Meanwhile, the hairless creature stood in the cargo bed, stepping on a bound box that allowed him to reach the trigger of the mounted machine gun. His small frame, juxtaposed with the enormous weapon, created a rather peculiar sight. Anyone witnessing this scene would instantly grasp the harsh reality of the wasteland. The large truck headed towards an unknown destination, and Jianlei chose not to inquire, simply following behind them. After traveling over 50 kilometers, he glanced around and shouted, Stop! The vehicle ahead gradually came to a halt, and the rider stepped out. Maintaining a distance, what is the matter? Jianlei gestured with his chin towards the rear. I have 11 corpses in my truck. This is a suitable place to bury them. Indeed, there was a naturally formed shallow pit to the side, making burial quite convenient. The rider's lips twitched slightly. Those 11 corpses had been allies just half a day ago. However, burying bodies in the wasteland was a necessary act, so he merely asked, What about the remains in our vehicle? That is unnecessary. Jianlei shook his head. They can also serve as evidence of the fallen's crimes. The task of digging the pit was entrusted to the 3 sturdy laborers. The woman, her hands bound behind her back, could only stand and watch, while the hairless creature, laser pistol in hand, remained vigilant, not only against the formidable woman, but also wary of any approaching threats. For a 7- or 8-year-old child, this pressure was rather overwhelming. Even in the wasteland, Hua Xiezi, however, perceived the situation differently. Witnessing He Tian laboriously digging, a tinge of fear crept into her heart. She did not believe that this sharpshooter, with a clear mind and swift speed, would relax his supervision over her. Relying on a child to keep watch over her? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not place their trust in such a notion. Thus, she surmised he must have a backup plan. She had no intention of resisting, merely hoping for a successful transaction. This outing had not only incurred no losses, but might yield a slight profit. As for the possibility of the other party reneging on their word and eliminating her 3 companions, only someone deranged would entertain such thoughts. If they wished to deal with her, the opportunities were plentiful, rendering any elaborate schemes unnecessary. Chapter 39. Entering the settlement, the burial site chosen by Jianlei was somewhat misleading. It appeared easy to bury bodies, yet the ground was quite firm. 11 corpses took up considerable space, and they could not be buried too shallowly. The 3 laborers spent an entire day digging a suitable pit. Once the bodies were placed inside and covered, compacting the soil took additional time. After completing the task, they decided to rest nearby, eat something, and take a nap. Jianlei, rarely indulging, prepared a large pot of meat soup noodles. During the meal, he even untied the woman's hands. The small group of hunters did not seize the opportunity to act, and the entire process unfolded in a peaceful manner. The woman ate contentedly, even asking, "Hey Tian, is all the food you mentioned of this quality?" Clearly, for Hua Xiezi, a meal of such caliber was not easily obtained. Que Jianlei replied nonchalantly. I simply have a penchant for culinary delights. Still, there are conditions, the woman mused inwardly. Her companion shot her a questioning glance. Are we really not going to take action? Hua Xiezi rolled her eyes. Don't be naive. Why would he untime me if he didn't dare? Clearly, they can profit through trade. What need is there for subterfuge? Are we to assume that they enjoy a tranquil life too much? On the other hand, Xiao Jing quietly asked Chu Jianlei, will these people leak information? He had begun to suspect that He Tian harbored significant secrets. His life and honor were now intertwined with He Tian's, and he felt compelled to consider his leader's interests. Chu Jianlei slurped a couple of mouthfuls of noodles before swallowing. I have this under control. Shall I add some chili? Although the wasteland lacked fresh chili, there were some spicy seasonings that posed no ill effects, which sufficed. After finishing his meal, he retied Hua Xiezi, but this time with her hands in front. This arrangement allowed for a more restful sleep, for binding her hands behind her made it nearly impossible to rest. In the wild, it was customary to keep watch at night, and that went without saying. The following morning, everyone rose to continue their journey and, by evening, finally arrived at a supply station. To their surprise, the station included a repair shop, and the owner was brought out by the rider. The proprietor examined the two vehicles and indicated that the business could proceed, but he would need to bring equipment and materials. In the wasteland, very few large tools were available. For sewing and patching, smaller equipment sufficed. Chu Jianlei paid little attention to their negotiations, remaining discreet while entrusting the matter to the three laborers. However, he did place a hood on the hairless creature and draped a cloth over him to prevent recognition. Xiao Jing did not reject this, and instead felt a surge of excitement, thinking, if only I had a short dagger, I could be considered an adventurer too. Indeed, in the wasteland, many mutated beings resembled adventurers of such stature. Chu Jianlei shot him a glance and casually handed him a short dagger. Here, it's yours now. Don't lose it. Currently, the resources he possessed were accessible to the hairless creature, so temporarily borrowing them posed no issue. However, officially handing them over was a different matter. Xiao Jing grasped the short dagger, fascinated, and meticulously wrapped the handle with twine. Before long, the repair shop owner returned, this time with a vehicle resembling a tractor. The truck was stocked with all manner of parts and materials, as well as cutting and welding tools, batteries, and so forth. His primary focus was on modifying the convertible light truck and a motorcycle that Chu Jianlei intended to keep as a spare. As for the truck and two motorcycles Chu Jianlei wished to sell, Hua Xiezi expressed no urgency, suggesting they could repair them later. During this time, the motorcycle rider departed, stating he needed to fetch supplies for trading. Chu Jianlei did not oppose this, watching him leave with a calm demeanor. In the wasteland, it was impossible to avoid all risks. At least for him, he lacked the capacity for complete risk avoidance. Nonetheless, he believed the other party was unlikely to engage in any trickery. Of course, even so, he leaned against the modified motorcycle, prepared for any eventuality. Ultimately, no unforeseen events transpired. 2 days later, the rider returned, laden with various supplies. There were a few nutrient agents, a substantial amount of food, at least 200 pounds, along with some water and ammunition, and 2 energy blocks. There was no fuel, as hunters rarely stocked such items. And with the supply station nearby, refueling was quite convenient. Hongwu possessed 12 silver dollars and some silver coins. However, Chu Jianlei declined to take the silver coins, as he was not so petty. When the rider arrived, the vehicles were nearly finished with repairs. Chu Jianlei greeted them, loading the supplies onto the truck, and then drove away in the convertible light truck. Hua Xiezi and the others exchanged glances, and the rider could not help but comment, "Are we leaving just like that?" Hua Xiezi shook her head slightly, speaking with a profound sense of realization. In this land, one must never underestimate anyone. The proprietor of the repair shop was inspecting the 2 motorcycles when he curiously inquired if they had suffered any losses. The rider casually replied that it was not quite the case, merely that the earnings were not substantial. Another individual remarked that returning alive this time was indeed no small feat, the trio transported the two motorcycles to the supply station, allowing the shopkeeper to continue his repairs. Meanwhile, they drove their truck straight to the Hongwu settlement, carrying with them the bodies of the fallen and the remains of 3 victims as evidence, which needed to be reported promptly to avoid decay. On the way to the settlement, the rider commented that it seemed the other party was involved in some unsavory dealings. To this, Hua Xiezi coolly suggested that they should refrain from mentioning this matter in the future and treat it as though they had never encountered them before. Surprised, the rider asked if that meant they were responsible for eliminating the 7 fallen ones. Of course, Hua Xiezi replied nonchalantly, questioning why they were given the truck, if not as evidence. Another member pondered aloud, suggesting that if one wished to claim the credit, they would need to conceal the whereabouts of the others. The rider was taken aback, realizing that He Tian had thought this through. Hua Xiezi remarked leisurely that one should not assume all adventurers were merely brutish. Meanwhile, Chu Jianlei was driving a convertible light truck, taking a lengthy route to also head toward the Hongwu settlement. To avoid suspicion, he deliberately chose the opposite city gate. Upon entering the city, the truck was halted by the guards who demanded to see identification. In such situations, failing to produce proper documents could lead to a severe beating, and loss of property was a common consequence. The hairless monster displayed a silver badge, stating they were there on business. The 2 guards exchanged glances, and one reached out for the badge, demanding to see it closely. Chu Jianlei swiftly pointed his laser pistol at the guard's forehead, questioning his intent. The guard froze, stubbornly insisting that checking identification was standard procedure. The hairless monster raised a short dagger, ominously asking if he believed he could be killed without consequence. The threat, spoken in a childlike voice, was somewhat disconcerting. The guard hesitated, recognizing that the 2 appeared to be drifters, but also knowing the risks of misjudging them. Suppressing his unease, the guard replied coldly that he needed to conduct a thorough inspection. The hairless monster scoffed, asking if he had noticed how the dagger was wrapped. The guard glanced at the dagger, his brow furrowing at the sight of a safe knot. The knot, made of coarse rope, was intended to prevent slipping when blood-soaked and was usually tied in a simple manner. Only those residing in the settlement would take the time to master such intricate knots. Understanding its significance, the guard realized this individual must have some background, so he no longer needed to inspect the badge but insisted on seeing other documents. Little Jing firmly stated that they were merely there to do business and that he need not concern himself with anything else, asserting that the silver badge was sufficient. The guard stiffened, declaring that without additional documents, no vehicles or firearms could enter. Little Jing argued seriously that motorcycles were permitted. The settlement was indeed cautious of outsiders, and restricting vehicles and firearms was a standard practice. The guard, still somewhat obstinate, realized that individuals with silver badges often held esteemed positions and could potentially receive preferential treatment. However, he had to maintain his stance, unable to concede. Fortunately, he eventually found a parking spot for the 2 and mentioned it would be free for 3 days. These rules were strict, and he dare not bend them. Little Jing angrily warned that if anything went amiss with their belongings, he would face dire consequences. The guard remained expressionless, as though he had not heard the threat. Chu Jianlei remained silent throughout, appearing as Little Jing's bodyguard. After retrieving a spare motorcycle, they covered the truck bed with a tarp. Just as they were about to enter the city, the guard stopped them again, requesting they remove their masks for identification, to ensure they were not wanted criminals. Little Jing erupted in fury, questioning if the guard was seeking trouble. Observing his aggressive demeanor, the guard became even more convinced that the 2 were of notable background. Nonetheless, he replied with confidence that it was merely protocol, and if they had identification, he could be open to negotiation. Chu Jianlei and his companion had lost their patience and reluctantly removed their masks for inspection. The guard was slightly taken aback to see 2 individuals without eyebrows, but he did not dwell on it, assuming they had undergone similar mutations or experiences. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed they did not match any wanted profiles and decided not to pursue the matter further, allowing them to pass. The roar of the motorcycle engines signaled their entry into the city. Chu Jianlei sighed inwardly, feeling that their venture might not unfold as smoothly as hoped. Chapter 40. Opening the treasure chest, the situation within the settlement was much as Chu Jianlei had envisioned. Most structures were low, single-story homes, interspersed with a few 2-story buildings and 3 or 4 3-story ones. The main thoroughfare was reasonably wide, measuring about 10 meters across. capable of accommodating 5 vehicles side by side. However, the side alleys were considerably narrower. Little Jing had not visited this settlement before, but he was relatively familiar with its general layout. The two did not seek directions, instead riding their motorcycles through the bustling streets and alleys. After wandering for some time, they discovered the lively marketplace, primarily situated in the east and west markets. The southern area was the affluent district, while the northern region was designated for adventurers. Little Jing suggested that, given this layout, the location for storing treasure chests should be in the south. Jianlei concurred and inquired out of curiosity about Little Jing's previous residence. Naturally, it was in the affluent district, though Little Jing's expression was obscured by his mask, hinting at a slight melancholy. Jianlei refrained from probing further, suggesting they first assess the prices of various goods and convert their findings into cash once they had acquired their treasures. As they reached the marketplace, despite both wearing masks, an attire not uncommon among the populace, some individuals still recognized them as outsiders. Consequently, a few approached them, offering to guide them for a minimal fee of just 1 nutrient solution. Little Jing bluntly remarked that they were in cahoots with the vendors and that he was not so naive as to be unaware of this. Jianlei observed the scene with intrigue, finding it somewhat amusing, as such occurrences were not rare, even on Blue Star. He was merely curious how a 7- or 8-year-old child could possess such insight. Reflecting on children from Blue Star, he recalled that being able to tie their own shoelaces at that age was already considered independent. It was often said that children from impoverished backgrounds matured quickly, yet Little Jing's familial circumstances were quite the opposite. Perhaps this was the nature of the Wasteland. After gathering information about the market, night fell. Without identification, they could not find lodging and were left to endure the night on the streets. Jianlei noted that many others were in similar predicaments, some even armed. The unfriendly gazes directed at them from certain individuals were disconcerting. Fortunately, Jianlei carried both a long and a short knife, while Little Jing brandished a short dagger, both intentionally displaying their weapons. The malicious individuals hesitated, ultimately retreating, likely calculating that the risk outweighed the potential gain. Jianlei wondered why there were no patrols in sight. Little Jing explained that the number of homeless individuals was overwhelming, making it impossible to monitor all of them. Thus, only the affluent district had patrolling personnel, while the others were left to their own devices. Of course, any gunfire would certainly attract the attention of the guards. However, such circumstances are rare, as those who gain entry into the settlement have undergone verification. After hearing this, Jianlei could not help but sigh, reflecting on the irony that while some have entered the settlement, others are left to wander the streets, some even armed. Wu Mao Guai responded nonchalantly, stating that opportunities abound within the settlement, and some individuals had once basked in glory. The night passed in silence. With the dawn, the two men arrived at a breakfast stall, marking Jianlei's first venture into dining out since arriving in the Wasteland. The stall specialized in processed nutritional agents, blended with various ingredients, rendering it far more palatable than consuming the agents alone. There were also grain-based breakfast items, although not exclusively made from grain. They were mixed with vegetables, perhaps even wild greens. There were even small portions of meat available, albeit at a steep price. Jianlei ordered a grain-based breakfast dish, finding it rather unremarkable, which promptly extinguished his desire to continue sampling. After breakfast, they resumed their inquiries regarding various market trends. Once they gathered sufficient information, Jianlei purchased 2 large pieces of meat and, somewhat casually, inquired about how to store items in a treasure chest, mentioning that he seldom visited Hongwu. The shopkeeper, not suspecting anything amiss, merely pointed in the general direction. Jianlei's question proved pivotal, as it pertained to the route to the affluent district, which was guarded. Upon seeing the silver medal, the guard inquired if they were familiar with the way. Xiao Jing, with an air of seasoned wisdom, retorted that the guide fee was not something the guard would earn today. His blunt manner, while somewhat abrasive, prompted a glance from another guard, who, with a flicker of realization, thought to assist. This guard understood the implications and could not suppress a scoff, aware that some individuals were not to be trifled with. The other guard, with a thin smile masking his true feelings, replied that he was well aware of who could be provoked and who could not. Attempting to access the treasure chest without revealing their identities suggested a potential misappropriation of the silver medal. One could never tell. Jianlei, riding a motorcycle with Xiao Jing, soon arrived at the location designated for storing the treasure chest. It was a shop that sold energy blocks. Within the settlement's confines, energy blocks were not produced, and only those of considerable means could afford to operate such an establishment. Before they could even enter the shop, they were intercepted by a guard who brusquely informed them that their disheveled appearance barred them from entry. Not only were they poorly dressed, but they also wore masks. Such attire might be commonplace in other districts, but in the affluent area, it was quite rare. As a wealthy individual, one was expected to present oneself well. Concealing one's identity was bound to attract unwanted attention. Xiao Jing, without hesitating, raised his hand to reveal the special silver medal. Observing from a distance, others took note, their eyes gleaming with intrigue as they murmured about unexpected wealth. The obstructing guard recognized the silver medal, but insisted that they were still not permitted entry due to their attire and instructed them to wait. At this point, Xiao Jing felt at a loss, as he was only aware of the general situation without grasping the finer details. Chu Jianlei, sensing the tension, interjected with a scoff, questioning if they would need to change clothes simply to deposit a few items. The guard, remaining composed yet unyielding, stated that he was merely following protocol and suggested that they need not make things difficult for him, as he would report to his superior. This manner of speaking seemed somewhat out of place in the Wasteland, prompting Chu Jianlei to detect a hint of civility reminiscent of the Blue Planet. Shortly thereafter, a well-dressed man emerged, unfazed by the attire of the two men, as affluent individuals were accustomed to the quirks of various characters. After examining the silver medal, he expressed surprise, noting that it was nearing expiration, having been issued 50 years prior. Before Xiao Jing could respond, Chu Jianlei blandly remarked that whether they came or not was their own affair. The man paused, then cleared his throat, suggesting he would check its status. Chu Jianlei and Xiao Jing remained silent, exuding an air of confidence. Moments later, the man returned, matter-of-factly announcing that there were still over 2 years until expiration, indicating that their timing was indeed fortuitous. Chu Jianlei, uninterested in prolonged conversation, merely nodded for him to lead the way. The treasure chest was not situated on a street front. The man guided them through a courtyard, past 3 guards, until they reached a warehouse. Inside, the warehouse was impeccably organized, illuminated by bright lights, with rows of cabinets neatly arranged. The man brought them to one cabinet, speaking earnestly, explaining that the contents had been untouched for over 40 years, yet due to the passage of time, they held no responsibility for any changes. Chu Jianlei asserted that they would assess the items themselves. Xiao Jing was even more direct, requesting the man to step aside. The supervisor turned and left, while Chu Jianlei placed the silver medal into the cabinet's recess, causing an almost imperceptible tremor. The tremor persisted for about half a minute, and when it ceased, he pulled the cabinet door open. While the cabinet was not small, the door and wall were remarkably thick, yielding a space of less than half a cubic meter. Upon witnessing the golden glow emanating from within, Chu Jianlei and Xiao Jing gasped in astonishment. Inside lay 2 thick layers of gold bars. On top of the gold was a partition, beneath which rested a stack of documents, alongside a small box. Upon reviewing the documents, Chu Jianlei discovered they were property deeds. The small box, when opened, revealed a dark ring adorned with intricate patterns. Chu Jianlei did not linger on it, swiftly returning the ring to its box and pocketing it. Gazing at the 2 layers of gold, he felt a pang of concern. Despite its compact size, it surely exceeded 100 kilograms. How would he transport it? Gold was exceedingly heavy, and its density rendered it cumbersome to carry. 100 kilograms of grain would be much easier to move than an equivalent weight of gold. Pondering this, he approached the warehouse entrance and beckoned to the supervisor, requesting his presence. Although the supervisor had initially sought to avoid complications, he could not refuse a customer summons. Curiosity piqued, he inquired about the nature of the request. Chu Jianlei, furrowing his brow, stated that he needed a sturdy bag capable of holding 200 kilograms, offering to pay handsomely. The supervisor paused, then replied that it was easy enough to procure a bag, but he needed to know what it would contain and whether it was corrosive or prone to damage. Chu Jianlei considered this, guiding him to the cabinet to load the gold. Upon seeing the gleaming gold, the supervisor's lips twitched involuntarily, his expression fluctuating. Indeed, this was a treasure chest from over 40 years ago. Now, gold was no longer permitted in trade. Chu Jianlei and Xiao Jing exchanged glances, realizing that gold was indeed a regulated material in the Wasteland, and trading it was illegal. However, Jianlei was not particularly concerned. While gold was regulated, the enforcement was not stringent. Having previously navigated the junkyards, he was well aware that gold could be extracted from many discarded components. Ultimately, that gold had never entered the formal market, but had been absorbed by private individuals. To be honest, while illegal, the enforcement was lax enough that even Fat Jia dared to accept gold. Contemplating Fat Jia brought a pang of guilt to Jianlei's heart. Hundreds of lives lost due to his actions. Anxiety washed over him as he realized that while gold could be traded, one must keep it discreet. The supervisor, regaining his composure, affirmed that trading gold was indeed permissible. As he did not expect the other party to be uninformed, he earnestly suggested that they would buy gold at a fair price. Jianlei paused, initially taken aback, then quickly grasped the implications. Given the shop's ability to sell energy blocks, it was entirely reasonable for them to privately acquire gold. Thus, he inquired how they would determine the price, specifically what the conversion rate would be, cautioning against any mention of Hongwu silver coins. The mention of Hongwu silver coins prompted a derisive laugh from the supervisor, clearly unimpressed with their value. He expressed without hesitation that it was undoubtedly the energy blocks, offered to you at a price of 70 of the market value. In the Wasteland, the general goods traded through barter often come with significant discounts. However, energy blocks are tangible hard currency, their value surpassing even the privately minted silver dollars of various settlements. Therefore, do not underestimate this 30 discount. It is indeed a gesture of genuine sincerity. Jianlei looked at him with interest and inquired, "What if I only wish to purchase a single bag?" "That can also be arranged," the supervisor replied without hesitation, exuding a certain air of Blue Star's elite professionals. However, it was ultimately different. In Blue Star, at the very least, one would hear a phrase like, "You need not buy, I shall gift you one." Yet the personnel in the Wasteland are complex and highly mobile, and the VIP system is relatively underdeveloped. "I must exchange a portion of energy blocks," Jianlei stated resolutely. He may not excel in social interactions, but he was not new to the world, and in such a backward place, mutual benefit is the proper path. He then asked, "I also intend to purchase some mutated beast crystals. Do you have any channels?" The supervisor finally hesitated. The rarity of mutated beast crystals far exceeds that of energy blocks. "In the end," he replied, "I must consult on this matter. The price may exceed your expectations." Jianlei gave no thought to the price factor. His greatest need at present was to swiftly enhance his strength. Deep down, he was not particularly concerned about material possessions, especially since these were all scavenged items. As for the future, should money become scarce, he thought, what is the significance of earning when one possesses strength? Thus, he straightforwardly inquired, "How long will it take?" The supervisor pondered for a moment, took a deep breath, and replied, "Within 2 days." "How does that sound?" "Not satisfactory. That's too long," Jianlei responded without hesitation. "Can you assist me in procuring some food, meat, and water?" "I am unable to assist," the supervisor replied candidly, his words striking a nerve. "We do not engage in low-end business." The store selling energy blocks was exceedingly arrogant, outright defining other supplies as low-end transactions. In truth, for certain established major clients, they could be flexible and assist in arranging low-end supplies. After all, business is business, and there is no shame in it. However, Jianlei's words truly struck a chord. "You should procure it yourself." Unaware of the underlying intricacies, Jianlei did not wish to ponder further and simply stated, "If I purchase 1,000 energy blocks, will you deliver?" The supervisor paused momentarily before nodding. Delivery within the settlement would require a certain security fee. "Very well," Jianlei nodded. "I wish to procure within the settlement. Will you send someone along to deliver together?" "No problem," the supervisor replied without hesitation, then emphasized, "Delivery is only free within the settlement." "I understand," Jianlei responded decisively. "Let us proceed. Bring along 1,000 energy blocks, and we will go shopping." "Wait," the supervisor interjected. "How much gold can 1,000 energy blocks be exchanged for? We have information regarding some mutated beast crystals that could facilitate your transaction." Jianlei shook his head and muttered softly, "No need. In 2 days, who knows how many adventurers will arrive. Worrying about being coveted is a sign of weakness. Yet to openly express such concern is not a reaction befitting the strong." Thus, There exists only one explanation. He was not genuinely afraid of the throngs of adventurers. He merely found it troublesome. However, Chu Jianlei indeed harbored concerns about his own combat prowess, as he was but a single individual, and Xiao Jing's combat capability was nearly non-existent. The supervisor quickly clarified, this is not a vertical business, it is horizontal. In other words, this was not under his direct purview, but within the Hongwu settlement, there were relevant channels. Que j'en ai understood. Was this not akin to the structure of large corporations on Blue Star? Branch managers hold significant power in their domains, yet important matters must still defer to the headquarters. Simultaneously, they have connections locally and can delegate certain private tasks. Such dealings are not necessarily illicit. On the contrary, they often enhance the company's influence. Therefore, Chu Jianlei was not surprised and asked directly, how long? One day, the supervisor thought for a moment and then corrected himself if he can offer a higher price. Perhaps only half a day. Ha! Chu Jianlei chuckled, then let it be one day. He then picked up a stack of documents, feeling somewhat idle, and said, please assist in checking these. The supervisor took them, glanced through a few sheets, and returned them, a hint of pity crossing his face. The configuration of his settlement had already changed. These areas had been requisitioned or transformed. Requisitioned? Chu Jianlei was not particularly surprised, but remained somewhat puzzled. Without land deeds or property certificates, with whom had they been requisitioned, and how was compensation determined? Compensation? The supervisor looked at him quizzically. Why does your line of thought seem so unique? Indeed, Chu Jianlei nodded straightforwardly, gazing at him calmly. He was uncertain whether there was compensation for requisitioning and demolition in the Wasteland. However, there was certainly a deeper story behind it. Hearing his words, a flicker of trepidation appeared in Xiao Jing's eyes. Yet the supervisor did not notice, as he was already taken aback by Chu Jianlei's phrasing and demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, he cleared his throat. I can inquire about this matter for you. I happen to be going out now to arrange inquiries regarding the mutated beast crystals. Very well, Chu Jianlei nodded, then secured the safe, retrieving the silver medal. We shall wait at the entrance. He was quite mindful of propriety. It was inappropriate for the two of them to linger here, as it was prudent to avoid suspicion in delicate situations. The supervisor looked at him in surprise before nodding slightly, and the three departed the storage room together. After securing the door, he hastily left. The two sat on the steps at the entrance, and Xiao Jing glanced around, finding no one, before speaking in a hushed voice. Brother Heiqian, requisitioning and renovating houses often equates to forcible acquisition, especially when the owner is absent. He felt that Chu Jianlei's earlier demeanor was somewhat out of place, possibly revealing a flaw. Chu Jianlei cast a faint glance at him and replied, indeed, that is the perspective of a child. Do not impose your limited knowledge. If there were no compensation, why would these items be placed in the treasure box? Xiao Jing blinked, momentarily stunned. Right, but before, as the two whispered, the supervisor entered a large room. The decor was quite exquisite, the items refined. Such a scene should not exist in the Wasteland. A middle-aged man lounged in a high-backed chair, smoking. Upon noticing someone enter, he lazily inquired, what is the situation? The supervisor earnestly reported the events and shared his assessment. The crux was that in the face of requisitioning, the mention of compensation was a rare perspective. The middle-aged man ceased his smoke, contemplating for 3 or 4 seconds before responding, that is not our concern, is it? The supervisor cautiously asked, should we facilitate the purchase of mutated beast crystals? We are businessmen, the middle-aged man replied without hesitation. Indeed, try to retain as much gold as possible. That is quite challenging, the supervisor cautiously replied. There is approximately 100 kilograms of gold. The middle-aged man paused, nodding slightly. Then do your best. Gold prices are about to rise. Chu Jianlei and Xiao Jing waited until evening. Xiao Jing's stomach was growling, and although he had nutritional agents in his possession, he forcibly suppressed his urge to eat. Chu Jianlei was not much better off, but consuming nutritional agents was hardly fitting for their current circumstances. Finally, the supervisor returned, carrying 2 food boxes. You must be hungry. Would you like to eat something? Xiao Jing felt somewhat tempted, but Chu Jianlei asserted, let us discuss business. He was all too aware of the numerous tales of greed and violence, and the order here was indeed terribly lacking. The supervisor spoke in a calm manner, stating that they were in contact with the holders of the mutated crystals, of which there were 5 to 8. If all went well, Results would be available by tomorrow morning. However, he noted that if you were to purchase directly with gold, it could easily leak out as gold transactions were strictly prohibited. Jianlei, pondering this, asked, with such a large establishment, do you lack the capability to manage this? The supervisor considered this for a moment before replying, if possible. I would prefer that you two do not meet at all. Jianlei inquired nonchalantly, is it to isolate the information and gain greater profits? The supervisor replied without hesitation. It is not as dire as that. We merely wish to retain as much gold as possible. Jianlei contemplated for a while, then huffed, very well. It is up to you. Ultimately, our gold must be exchanged for resources. He found it difficult to refuse, for if word leaked, both he and Xiao Jing would not survive their stay in the settlement. It would be prudent to allow the other party to profit a bit. Perhaps considering their own background, they would refrain from being overly aggressive. He then asked, is there any news regarding the requisition compensation? The supervisor, having discerned Jianlei's apprehension from his response, found it to be a positive sign. However, hearing the word compensation again brought a sense of disappointment. He forced a smile and replied seriously, I have looked into it. Compensation is available, but it has already been claimed by some individuals. Unfortunately, we are powerless to assist in this matter. As he spoke, he carefully scrutinized Jianlei's eyes. The supervisor wished to analyze the other's mindset through observation. However, he ultimately failed to achieve this goal, as Jianlei had grown accustomed to keeping his eyelids lowered. This mannerism had developed involuntarily during his time on launching due to intermittent episodes. In truth, he was not surprised by the situation described. It was merely a case of impersonation. Such tactics had long been employed on launching in various forms. Thus, he asked subtly, I presume it is inconvenient for you to provide us with the information on these individuals? The supervisor replied without hesitation, we have not inquired at all, as we are engaged in high-end business. This was a clear disavowal, while simultaneously elevating his own status. Understood, Jianlei refrained from further comment. We shall return tomorrow morning. The supervisor glanced at the food box in his hand and asked once more, are you not going to eat anything? No need. Jianlei waved his hand dismissively and walked out, with Xiao Jing closely following. That night, the two spent the night outside the energy block store, purchasing food from a street vendor. The affluent district had night patrols, but the energy block store itself was guarded. As the patrol approached to inquire about their identities, Jianlei coldly replied, we are sitting here, and no one is chasing us. Do you have any further questions? One must admit, privilege exists everywhere. The patrol, accustomed to wealthy individuals, naturally did not wish to provoke these two enigmatic figures. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, the supervisor returned, this time with matters truly settled. Regarding the crystals, his offer was 10 kilograms of B-grade gold or 50 kilograms of A-grade gold. He had finalized the deal for 6 crystals, 5 of which were B-grade and 1 A-grade. Based on this offer, the crystals alone would nearly deplete their gold reserves. Jianlei, of course, could not agree and firmly stated, half price. If it is reasonable, we will transact. If not, then it is settled. The supervisor, naturally, would not allow such a significant cut in price, and after much negotiation, they finally agreed on a 60% price. Jianlei was not fond of haggling, but the magnitude of this transaction necessitated seriousness. The supervisor, exhausted from the arduous negotiations, remarked that he had never encountered such a challenging negotiator. However, subsequent discussions were much more straightforward. 1 kilogram of gold exchanged for 1,000 silver dollars. This meant that 1 gram of gold equated to 1 silver dollar, and 1 silver dollar could purchase 1 energy block. Thus, 1 kilogram of gold could buy 1,000 energy blocks, and at a 70% discount, it would amount to 0.7 kilograms of gold. The energy block store sold large energy blocks, which could be divided into 100 smaller pieces. They referred to these smaller pieces as Li blocks, with 10 Li blocks constituting 1 Fen block. Jianlei opted to exchange 2 kilograms of gold for 30 large energy blocks. He also traded 8 kilograms of gold for 8,000 silver dollars, leaving him with 30 kilograms of gold. However, 8,000 silver dollars felt excessive. He had exchanged them for the energy block store's silver card. The silver card resembled a silver note, a plastic card with anti-counterfeiting measures, available in denominations of 100 and 1,000. Remarkably, this silver card was recognized not only within the Hongwu settlement, but also in other energy block stores. Although it served as an internal token, its liquidity surpassed that of privately minted silver coins from various settlements. In fact, 8,000 silver dollars were sufficient to purchase a decent armored vehicle. After acquiring the silver card, Jianlei set off to spend lavishly at various markets, with the settlement housing only a few tens of thousands of people. The sudden emergence of such a significant customer certainly attracted attention. Fortunately, he had escorts to assist with the transport of energy blocks, even if others were covetous. They would think twice before acting. His speed of purchasing was remarkably swift, as he had already calculated everything in advance. In less than an hour, he completed a substantial procurement, spending over 6,000 silver dollars. In addition to food, water, oil, and ammunition, he also acquired generators, winches, water purification systems, and even some books, along with an electromagnetic cannon. After completing his purchases, he hired individuals to transport the goods onto the off-road light truck, securing them tightly. The guard who had previously eyed the silver card was left dumbfounded, questioning how much money these two possessed. Amidst the gaze of onlookers, Jianlei drove away in the fully loaded light truck, immediately flooring the accelerator and speeding away. At least 4 factions had already set their sights on him, and upon seeing the light truck speed away, they immediately gave chase, with vehicles positioned ahead to block his path. Jianlei focused his inner energy on his eyes. The visibility that day was approximately 3 kilometers. This enhancement allowed his eyesight to surpass that of an average person using binoculars, as the movement of his eyes was more agile than adjusting the focus. Relying on this advantage, he maneuvered deftly, zigzagging for over 30 kilometers before forcibly breaking free from the encirclement. Bullets rained down around the truck, clearly aimed at forcing him to stop. Yet Jianlei paid them no mind. His truck was heavily laden with ammunition, fuel, and energy blocks. Should the adversaries aim to shoot, a detonation could very well ensue. Naturally, he had to remain cautious, as a deranged individual might attack without regard for capture. Just as he burst through the encirclement, he spoke in a hushed tone. Xiao Jing raised the protective shield. The recent modification of the off-road light truck was no mere talk. He had equipped it with a mesh alloy shield. Although the shield's defense could not match that of an armored vehicle, due to the latter's integrated design, its ability to obscure vital areas was not to be underestimated. If one shield was inadequate, another could be added. However, the modification was ultimately a crude effort, lacking a power mechanism and requiring manual operation. During the frantic 30-plus kilometers, Xiao Jing was jostled about, his small face paling. Yet, true to his upbringing in the Wasteland, he managed not to vomit. Hearing his brother's command, he began to unbuckle his safety belt, saying, "Brother, remember to drive on flatter ground." In a moment of tension, Jianlei impatiently retorted, "Do I need you to tell me?" Xiao Jing, with a belt secured around his waist, climbed step by step towards the truck bed. It was a laborious task, but being young and lightweight, he managed to raise the shield at the rear of the truck after 5 minutes. During the modification, Jianlei had only installed the shield at the back. Firstly, the convenience of escaping and the added weight from the armor plates contribute to the challenge. Despite his choice of lightweight alloys, ultimately, it boils down to a lack of funds. There are indeed lighter and sturdier armor plates available, yet they remain beyond his financial reach. Once the armor was raised, Xiao Jing resumed his crawl forward, this time against the wind, which posed an even greater challenge. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally managed to return to the cabin, stating his need for a nutritional supplement and some water. Jianlei, while keeping his gaze fixed ahead, began to consume the nutritional supplement and nodded in acknowledgement, expressing appreciation for the hard work. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds erupted from the rear of the vehicle. The pursuing vehicles, now agitated, opened fire with machine guns. Inside another vehicle, someone cursed loudly through the intercom, questioning which fool had lost their mind. It was a team of lunatics. Another intercom chimed in, indicating that the individual in question was indeed mentally unstable. Changed to his frequency. The one who had been cursing switched frequencies. "Are you insane? After all the effort we put in, we're not here to witness a reckless display of firepower." A brash voice retorted, "You know nothing. That guy may be in possession of mutated beast crystals." It was hardly surprising that such news circulated, considering Jianlei had just acquired 6 mutated beast crystals. How many people resided in the entire Hong Wu settlement? Those who could retain crystals were no ordinary individuals. All these people were interconnected, It was perfectly normal for outsiders to inquire about purchasing crystals. In fact, those who had received offers but hadn't T-sold their crystals were also monitoring the buyers' movements. As for the identity of the buyers, that was hardly a mystery. Even if Jianlei did not engage in large-scale purchases, the fact that he was consistently accompanied by those from the energy block store made it abundantly clear. The lunatic's stance was unequivocal. If they could not secure the opponent's resources, they would rather obliterate them. Although mutated beast crystals were rich in energy, they were relatively stable and could likely remain intact. I certainly know that, came the frustrated retort from the other side, who felt as if the information was being tightly controlled. You see the mutated beast crystals. I see that guy buying so many crystals for what purpose? While mutated beast crystals had numerous uses, anyone making such a substantial purchase might have discovered a new application. However, upon hearing this, the lunatic sneered. Are you sure you can find out? The other replied leisurely. How would I know unless I tried? I don't care about that. The lunatic decisively refused, advocating for destruction over allowing the opponent to escape. Unfortunately, they had rushed out without bringing the cannon. What is wrong with you? Just focus. It's a one-on-one situation. On the opposite side, there were two individuals, one large and one small. The smaller one couldn't even reach the accelerator and relied entirely on the larger one to drive. Yet, the pursuing vehicle had more than one occupant, and as long as they could keep up, it was only a matter of how far the other could run. Are you exhausted? The lunatic muttered, but did not continue to argue. He acted impulsively, driven more by emotion than reason. The Wasteland was never devoid of such characters. Yet he would heed reasonable advice. Unbeknownst to Jianlei, the mentality of his pursuers had shifted, yet he continued to drive the light truck at full speed. What surprised him was that despite occasional gunfire from behind, they seemed to be conserving ammunition. He found this puzzling. In his experience, survivors of the Wasteland were typically ruthless. If they could not obtain something, they would rather destroy it than let it benefit others. Furthermore, he had 30 kilograms of gold in his possession, which was indestructible. Jianlei did not realize that the authorities had indeed kept the news of the gold under wraps. Other matters could be disclosed without issue, but the 70 kilograms of gold they had secured could not be known by others. He chose to let go of his thoughts and focus on the frantic escape instead. He had procured a substantial amount of supplies this time, and while the vehicle was somewhat overloaded, it remained within the capacity of the light truck. Fuel consumption would undoubtedly be higher, yet his speed did not lag significantly behind that of others. Nevertheless, the distance between them was gradually closing, an undeniable reality. Chapter 43. Encirclement and Interception. While Jianlei focused intently on driving, Xiao Jing appeared pale, suffering greatly from the bumpy ride. However, he refrained from complaining and instead fixated on Black Tianji's movements. Jianlei possessed sharp observational skills, but lacked the initiative to observe actively when he was not fully engaged. After a while, he noticed something unusual and asked, "What are you looking at?" Xiao Jing earnestly replied, "Can you teach me how to drive? At this rate, I want to be able to hold on much longer." The problem was, you simply couldn't reach the controls. Jianlei responded helplessly. He was well aware that enduring this situation was not promising. Yet the lack of stature made it impossible for Xiao Jing to drive. If they were traveling on flat terrain, Xiao Jing might attempt to stand and drive or attach something to his shoes. However, as they sped through the wilderness, even Jianlei himself was jolted significantly, and it would be nothing short of catastrophic to let Xiao Jing take the wheel. Yet, Xiao Jing insisted the accelerator, clutch, and brake may not be necessary for now. I just need to steer. That's impossible. Jianlei chuckled, shaking his head, finding the situation amusing. In an emergency, you could be thrown right out. This is the Wasteland. Not only would the driver be thrown off, but the passengers would fare even worse. Xiao Jing continued to assert, "Let us find a relatively flat area. I could take control temporarily. Besides, you can catch up to the vehicle, right? We need to strike them hard." Jianlei pondered for a moment before smiling wryly, realizing that Xiao Jing was merely creating trouble. He had a plan for escape. Xiao Jing's eyes brightened at this. What plan? Jianlei, however, was disinclined to elaborate, briefly outlining the essentials of driving. In truth, driving in this wasteland didn't require much skill. One merely needed to avoid driving into deep pits. The next step involved maintaining a steady throttle, which was not particularly challenging. Simply don't let up on it. Xiao Jing gradually shifted toward the driver's seat, settling into Chu Jianlei's embrace. When we reach suitable terrain, you can jump out. Soon, they arrived at a flat expanse of gravel, where the bumps were negligible and the dust had significantly lessened. Dust served as a double-edged sword. It could shield both Chu Jianlei and Xiao Jing while also concealing the pursuing vehicles. Chu Jianlei unbuckled his seatbelt, seized a laser gun and machine gun, and jumped from the vehicle. He opted for the laser gun first, targeting a closed-off SUV approaching from the rear, which seemed intent on matching his speed to restrict his maneuverability. Gradually, they aimed to compress him into a net, leaving him no escape. Such audacious individuals had to be eliminated. Chu Jianlei initially intended to target the driver, firing once, and if that failed, he would shoot again. However, in the next moment, his eyes lit up. The fuel tank was unprotected. The pursuers were equally baffled by the sight of someone falling from the vehicle. "Wait, is that a person?" Someone shouted. "Has he lost his mind?" The next instant, a flash of light erupted, and an SUV was engulfed in flames. "How dare he?" The lunatic roared, realizing that the burning SUV belonged to his team. Overcome with rage, he shouted, "Open fire with machine guns." "Boss, we need to slow down first." The machine gunner in the truck chuckled wryly. Although the terrain was relatively flat, the truck was moving too quickly, causing significant inaccuracy in the gunfire. The lunatic was wildly reckless during combat and demanded the same from his team. However, after the battle, he would meticulously tally the ammunition expended and would not tolerate any waste. Hearing this, the lunatic decisively ordered, "Slow down." At the same time, other vehicles were startled. A motorcycle attempting to flank from another side quickly veered away. Chu Jianlei smirked coldly and shot the rider. "Damn it, a sharpshooter!" exclaimed a nearby light truck, astonished. As numerous vehicles swerved to avoid him, Chu Jianlei selected his third target. It was a convertible truck devoid of a windshield, yet its front bore some armor. In the desolate wasteland, the assortment of vehicles varied greatly. It was not unexpected for one to lack a windshield. When the opportunity arose, they would repair it. If time or conditions were lacking, they would make do. They had received news in haste, never anticipating the windshield's critical importance. Chu Jianlei's third shot struck the driver. The driver's reaction was swift. Upon sensing he was being aimed at, he instinctively turned his head. However, it was too late, as half of his skull was instantly obliterated. Chu Jianlei observed several vehicles noticeably decelerating, and he raised his machine gun to fire a few rounds before swiftly retreating. Ironically, his target during this spray of bullets was the small truck occupied by the madman. The madman had invested significantly in this vehicle, which was relatively sturdy. The bullets merely left white marks upon the glass. Yet, these marks were akin to hidden injuries. If they accumulated, the glass would inevitably shatter. The machine gunner in the truck's bed was still aiming, and upon witnessing this, he quickly took cover behind a shield, cursing inwardly the precision of the shots. In the next moment, Chu Jianlei had grasped two firearms and sprinted away in a flash. By this time, the pursuing vehicles had slowed down, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards him. However, given that they were still in motion, their accuracy was slightly off. Within minutes, Chu Jianlei caught up to a vehicle, grasped the door, and leaped into the driver's seat. This spectacle did not go unnoticed, as many onlookers, equipped with binoculars, observed every detail clearly. One exclaimed in frustration, "What on earth have we provoked?" The physical prowess of the wasteland dwellers was indeed commendable, but even the best had their limits. The temporary burst of speed required to catch up with a truck traveling at full speed was simply outrageous. Of course, in the wasteland's desolation, no vehicle could truly achieve full speed due to the atrocious terrain. Nevertheless, the current hard-packed sandy ground allowed for a relatively good speed of 50 kilometers per hour, roughly 800 meters in a minute. The fact that they could close the gap on the truck from a distance was nearly unbelievable unless witnessed firsthand. Yet, despite their fear, some dared to take risks. One shouted, "I fear not death, only poverty. Continue the chase." The madman's vehicle accelerated without hesitation, firing away. Spading no ammunition. He had completely unleashed his fury, disregarding the need to conserve bullets. He was acutely aware that his success in establishing a foothold in Hong Wu was predicated on his reckless disregard for life. If he were to quibble over minor expenses now, he would utterly jeopardize his very means of survival. Others, however, were more cautious, suggesting that armored vehicles take the lead while the more vulnerable ones harass from the flanks. This prudent advice came from seasoned individuals. But many motorcycles could only keep their distance. In this pursuit, motorcycles were destined to play a minimal role, unable to match the truck's speed. Some motorcycles had considerable horsepower. Yet with only 2 wheels, maintaining balance proved too challenging. After over 10 kilometers of pursuit, Jianlei fired once more. This time, he managed to kill a driver, breaking through the bulletproof glass with a series of 3 shots before claiming his life. Although he had only eliminated one, the pressure he exerted on the pursuers was immense. In such circumstances, no vehicle dared to approach too closely. The key was that everyone was on the move. None possessed Jianlei's ability to leap from a vehicle to engage in combat. Bullets did strike the convertible truck, but the reinforced alloy plating in the rear held up remarkably well. The chase continued, and unbeknownst to them, night fell. The pursuers had already trailed Jianlei for nearly 300 kilometers, and as their sunk costs mounted, their determination to capture him intensified. At present, 12 off-road vehicles were in pursuit, and nearly every occupant was resolute in their intentions. Nightfall? No matter. They turned on their headlights and continued the chase. It was not that the pursuers wished to expose their position. Rather, traveling at full speed in the wilderness at night necessitated the use of lights. Jianlei's headlights were also illuminated. There was no choice in that regard. However, the pursuing vehicles were equipped with searchlights, a hallmark of elite hunters in the wild. Those daring to engage in such an endeavor were undoubtedly elite. 7 or 8 powerful beams illuminated Jianlei's vehicle, and the discomfort of that experience was palpable. He felt that navigating at night was far more arduous than during the day. Yet, he finally seized an opportunity to leap from his vehicle under the cover of darkness. He extinguished 2 searchlights and possibly wounded one of the hunters. Then he made a decisive escape, and sure enough, bullets soon followed in pursuit. Once he jumped back into his vehicle, he tore open a nutritional supplement and gritted his teeth, questioning the abundance of night vision goggles. The silver lining was that, following this assault, the pursuing vehicles had unwittingly created some distance between themselves and him. There were not many searchlights in total. If he managed to disable several, the pursuers would surely hesitate to continue their chase. Thus, what followed was a test of endurance. Regrettably, the first vehicle to falter was a heavily armored truck among the pursuers. This vehicle broke down, and the reason was simple. They had rushed and neglected proper maintenance. Such occurrences were commonplace in the Wasteland. Survival was challenging, and they could not always keep their vehicles in optimal condition. Those who meticulously maintained their vehicles before crucial missions were considered competent adventurers. The pursuit of Jianlei had been a hasty endeavor, and gathering enough personnel for a blockade was already a commendable reaction. While vehicles in the Wasteland might not be advanced, they were certainly robust. However, considering the relentless high-speed chase they had undertaken for so long, mechanical failure was hardly surprising. The breakdown of this vehicle left many pursuers in disbelief. One exclaimed in frustration, "We were counting on outlasting him, yet our vehicles may not endure as well." They remained unaware that Jianlei's vehicle had just been refurbished, rendering it highly resistant to wear and tear. The first vehicle to break down ignited a minor dispute, as another vehicle, low on fuel, sought to purchase its remaining supply. With the front vehicles racing ahead, who could say how long it would take to exhaust their quarry? This notion sparked vehement resistance from the stranded vehicle's occupants. "If we give you our fuel, what will we do?" The 2 vehicles became entangled in this dispute while the others continued their pursuit. Before long, another vehicle succumbed to mechanical failure, reducing the pursuers to 9. Jianlei was somewhat oblivious to this, as the cargo in his truck obstructed his view. During the modification of his lightweight truck, he had installed a rear-view mirror, an uncommon feature in the Wasteland. In such an open expanse, one might wonder why a rear-view mirror was necessary. Nevertheless, even with this addition, his visibility was limited. On a chance glance over his shoulder, he noticed something amiss. There were only 9 headlights behind him. He did not believe any of the pursuing vehicles would dare to travel at night without their lights on. Xiao Jing, nestled in his lap, craned her neck to peer over his shoulder, asking curiously. Jianlei, impatient, admonished her for blocking his view. After counting the headlights, she returned to her position. "Did you anticipate they would break down? Was that your contingency plan?" "Not my contingency," Jianlei replied coolly. "I do not place my hopes for survival on others' misfortunes." He was not surprised by the sudden turn of events, though he had not previously considered this factor. Xiao Jing was momentarily taken aback, expressing a tinge of regret, wishing that a few more vehicles had broken down. Chu Jianlei remained silent, and after a brief pause, he remarked that Xiao Jing had performed admirably today. Otherwise, reaching this point would have been quite challenging. Today had indeed been thrilling, leaving Xiao Jing exhilarated yet somewhat apprehensive, nearly believing he might meet his end. This risk is one we must take, Chu Jianlei replied calmly, adding that their luck had not been entirely unfavorable. Is this what you call not bad? Xiao Jing could not help but retort, astonished by the number of vultures that had gathered. The vultures of the Wasteland were similar to those of Blue Star, being scavengers as well. Que Jianlei remède decay. Reflecting on why even Sanyi dared only to carry a silver medal, a moment's carelessness could lead to a grave fate. Noticing his silence, Xiao Jing probed further, asking about his contingency plan. It is currently in progress, Chu Jianlei replied nonchalantly. It could have been initiated earlier, but it is not too late now. Xiao Jing appeared perplexed and requested a clearer explanation. Chu Jianlei, smiling for once, noted that he had forgotten about Xiao Jing's poor sense of direction. I am heading toward the Scarce Jiaocui. Upon hearing Scarce Jiaocui, Xiao Jing gasped, recalling that it was a perilous area notorious for its mutated venomous snakes. Chu Jianlei had been informed on his first day in Hongwu that several dangerous locales existed within the settlement, with Scarce Jiaocui being one of them. Abundant in poisonous snakes, Chu Jianlei replied coolly that they did not have many companions and would have to seek assistance from wild beasts. Had it not been for Xiao Jing's unexpected idea, Chu Jianlei would have charged into another danger zone long ago, which was his original contingency. As for the probability of success, he was uncertain. Nonetheless, a singular thought consumed him. Anyone who sought to harm him would pay dearly, even at the cost of his own life. Thanks to Xiao Jing's suggestion, he successfully ambushed the pursuing vehicles 3 times, forcing them to maintain a safe distance. To be honest, he had never considered such tactics before, as he had never anticipated any assistance from the hairless creatures. Whether one called him obsessive or simply lacking in creativity, he had grown accustomed to operating solo and had never imagined relying on others for help. Xiao Jing's unexpected contribution provided him ample time to select the most suitable perilous location. The vehicles in pursuit soon realized something was amiss. Oh no! Are they heading towards Scarce Jiaocui? A chase ensued, with the atmosphere growing tense and disorienting. Yet those daring enough to engage were not mere novices. They might not possess Chu Jianlei's extraordinary sense of direction, but most were seasoned survivors in Hongwu. As they traversed the terrain, any recognizable landmarks would suffice for them to ascertain their location. Among the 9 adventurers in the vehicles, it would be strange if no one discerned Chu Jianlei's intentions. However, some were unfamiliar with Hongwu and questioned whether they should be concerned about getting stuck in the swamp. Scarce Jiaocui is merely an outdated name. It has long since dried up, someone replied with a chuckle, but it is indeed teeming with mutated venomous snakes. What do we have to fear? Our defenses are robust, and we move swiftly. That's not entirely accurate. There's a snake known as the iron wire snake, which is particularly resilient and can entangle axles. I happen to have some snake repellent powder with me. I'm considering selling a portion of it. Is anyone interested? Among the many adventurers, a few carried snake repellent, but most did not. The Wasteland's pollution had severely affected the soil, resulting in many snakes undergoing mutations, rendering most snake meat inedible. While certain venomous snakes had useful venom, the presence of mutated elements deterred most from using them. In simple terms, hunting venomous snakes was not worth the trouble. Although some were worth the effort, few would venture into their dens. Nevertheless, carrying a bit of snake repellent was quite common among adventurers. Soon, someone in the public channel began to criticize the sale of snake repellent, deeming it unethical. An opposing voice retorted, "My snake repellent was purchased, not scavenged from the roadside. Should I simply give it away?" These exchanges were largely trivial squabbles, as they had already pursued one another to this point. Not only had they incurred losses, but they had also expended considerable fuel. After sharing some snake repellent, the convoy surged into the Scarce Jiaocui. The colors of Scarce Jiaocui, purple, blue, and yellow, were not easily discernible at night. However, the night did have its advantages. As winter approached, snake activity during the night would significantly diminish. Chu Jianlei drove with his headlights on, charging forward and crushing numerous snakes that dared to cross his path, evading any counterattacks. The trailing convoy followed silently for more than 10 minutes when suddenly someone exclaimed, that bastard just threw out fuel, a mixture of white phosphorus and sulfur. White phosphorus, through slow oxidation in nature, can ignite spontaneously. When combined with fuel and ignited, it bypasses the oxidation process entirely. The combustion of white phosphorus produces a dense white smoke that is highly toxic. In the wilderness, while the presence of toxins was concerning, they were not overly fearful, as a light breeze could dilute the air. Discussing toxicity without considering dosage was mere folly. However, when sulfur was added, the situation became dire. Sulfur promotes combustion, and considering they were in a snake's den, the implications were severe. Jianlei's concoction was not extensive, but once ignited, the entire scarce jiaotsui erupted into chaos. His vehicle raced ahead, startling the venomous snakes, which then lunged toward the 9 vehicles behind. Many snakes had not even sensed the danger, but were merely reacting to the commotion among their fellows. Snakes are highly attuned to vibrations in the ground. Jianlei's passage created no significant disturbance, but the frantic movements of their kind signaled imminent danger. In an instant, countless venomous snakes surged toward the rearward vehicles. The 9 vehicles were robust and durable, with 3 being open-topped, providing some cover. Given that they all possessed snake repellent, they should have been relatively safe. Yet, the sheer frenzy of the snakes defied expectations. Countless venomous snakes launched themselves at the trailing vehicles, some colliding with metal, others with glass. Among them were numerous mutated snakes. The force of their strikes was not inferior to that of Gauss rifle bullets. While bulletproof glass could withstand Gauss rifle fire and even a limited number of Gauss machine gun rounds, an onslaught of countless strikes was overwhelming. Moreover, misfortune compounded upon misfortune. For the iron wire snakes had indeed arrived. Iron wire snakes are valuable game, with tough hides and sinews that can fetch a decent price. Their meat is also edible and quite palatable, particularly for those who appreciate texture. However, they are notoriously troublesome. When dozens of them converge, they can ensnare a vehicle's wheels, rendering it immobile. The appearance of iron wire snakes indicated that the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Then, an even more horrifying sight emerged. Winged snakes. They actually existed. As their name suggests, winged snakes can fly. Many claim snakes can fly, but that usually refers to their ability to launch themselves. True winged snakes, even without mutations, rival mutated beasts in prowess. Winged snakes are rare in the Wasteland, often dismissed as mere legend. Who would have thought that now? For 5 dark silhouettes soared overhead, and it was uncertain if any of them were mutated. Retreat. We must withdraw. Someone could no longer contain their panic. While wealth is alluring, survival takes precedence. Yet, slowing down was not an option. Some despaired, shouting that they might as well charge forward. But rushing forward was not as simple as it sounded. Scarce jiaotsui was not small, covering several hundred square kilometers. Gradually, the 9 vehicles became encircled by a myriad of venomous snakes. In the lead vehicle, Xiao Jing turned to look back, his heart racing as he asked, "Did you foresee all of this?" "Not at all. I was merely experimenting." Jianlei replied with an air of calm. "What I can assure you is that I can hinder them." His statement was somewhat modest. He had indeed pondered various factors. He did not utilize fuel, white phosphorus, or sulfur powder. Those who believe so are indeed mistaken. He based his actions on his analysis and employed a 1-cent energy block, adding a considerable amount of sulfur powder and pheromones. Naturally, he had some confidence in this concoction, which is why he chose to extricate himself from the situation. The violent reaction of a snake den was something he had not anticipated. However, it was clear that this was not the moment for meticulous contemplation. Go check behind. See who escapes the fastest, and sweep through with the Gauss machine gun. Whether or not you can hit them is of little consequence. The key is to impede their progress. Chapter 45. Winter Respite. Jianlei had always considered himself not to be a petty individual, willing to be amicable with others. However, his temper had not yet improved to the extent that he could tolerate others taking advantage of him. Regardless, his priority was to trap them and ensure his own escape. As for the matter of the 9 vehicles being completely annihilated in the Scarce marsh, he was utterly in the dark. He could hardly conceive of a den of venomous snakes being capable of such ruthlessness. He and Xiao Jing fled in haste, only feeling a sense of relief after they had exited the Scarce marsh, realizing that they were no longer being pursued. Xiao Jing nodded repeatedly, noting that he could no longer see the lights. It was not due to the distance of the lights. but rather because they were obscured by the horde of snakes. Continuing onward, Jianlei remained uneasy about their current predicament. What if the adversaries pursued them again? The two could only continue their desperate flight, escaping until dawn and then into night once more. During this ordeal, Xiao Jing could not help but ask Brother Haitian, what if the Sance Marsh had failed to contain them yesterday? Jianlei cast him a curious glance. Isn't there still the sandworm swarm? Xiao Jing pondered this and concluded that the distance between the sandworm swarm and the Sance Marsh was indeed quite considerable. However, being directionally challenged, he hesitated to inquire about specific operational tactics. Brother Haitian, we must have reached Hongxi by now? Jianlei expressed his uncertainty. I am not well acquainted with Hongxi, but I have heard that its garbage dump is rather famous. Most locals talk about the mines, few mention the dump. Yet since we are passing through, I do not mind taking a cursory look. In truth, he harbored some concern about the changes that might have occurred in the garbage dump where he had once eked out a living. Regardless, with his newfound resources, he was no longer worried about being recognized as he drove directly towards the Shattered Stone Camp. Upon reaching approximately 20 kilometers from the Shattered Stone Camp, he halted. Xiao Jing, go watch the rear. Inform me of any developments. The weather had turned cold, with the wind being mild and visibility surprisingly good, allowing him to see 6 or 7 kilometers away. Xiao Jing climbed atop the light truck, binoculars in hand, scanning the surroundings. There is no one. I can see the garbage dump. This is my first glimpse as well, Jianlei replied nonchalantly. Let's approach and observe. If you spot anyone, notify me. Understood. Xiao Jing responded, having heard that the scavengers at the garbage dump could be rather formidable and quite brazen. The light truck slowly made its way toward the garbage dump. But even as they neared within 3 kilometers, Xiao Jing remained silent. Is there truly no one? Jianlei stopped the vehicle and climbed atop the truck, using binoculars to scan the area. Indeed, there was no one in sight. He urged Xiao Jing again to continue driving. They pressed on until they were about a kilometer from the garbage dump, yet still found no signs of life. Jianlei found this rather peculiar and drove along the perimeter of the garbage dump for about 20 kilometers, still seeing no one. Xiao Jing exclaimed in surprise. There are indeed some usable items in the garbage dump. Jianlei shook his head, turning the steering wheel towards the camp where the old cripple resided. When they were about 500 meters away, he stopped the vehicle and disembarked on a motorcycle. Xiao Jing rode the motorcycle into the camp while he remained in the truck bed, hands resting on the mounted machine gun. The arrival of the off-road light truck did not go unnoticed by the camp's inhabitants, who cast curious glances in their direction. Although Xiao Jing was merely a child, riding the motorcycle with a short dagger at his waist commanded respect, and no one dared to disregard him. The presence of the vehicle-mounted machine gun further ensured that no one would attempt to intimidate the boy. Before long, Xiao Jing returned, bearing a map and a piece of news. The garbage dumps along the route have ceased operations. A significant figure has declared an early winter respite. Jianlei examined the map and selected a camp 50 kilometers away, driving in that direction. He procured some supplies and tools from the camp, taking advantage of the cover of night to depart. As they headed back toward the garbage dump, Xiao Jing curiously questioned, with winter upon us, why are we still heading to the garbage dump? Jianlei replied matter-of-factly, I intend to spend the winter at the garbage dump. The weather was growing increasingly frigid, making travel impractical. The consequences of encountering an unexpected cold wave would be dire. The most perilous locations often provide the greatest safety. He hoped this would hold true. However, he did not plan to settle in the vicinity, but rather chose a location 150 kilometers away. This site, apart from being distanced from a Shattered Stone Camp, held another vital feature. There was a waterhole situated over 2 kilometers from the edge of the garbage dump. The water from the Wasteland was not safe to drink, but he had purchased a water purification system. Upon arriving at the site, he noted that the garbage was relatively well organized, making it easy to establish a residence. After careful observation, he realized that the winter respite was no mere proclamation. During the day, vehicles patrolled irregularly, and occasionally drones circled overhead. For the following 10 days, Jianlei would drive away during the day and return at night to sift through the garbage piles. The refuse here primarily consisted of synthetic materials and some metal products, with minimal unpleasant odors. In addition to evading detection, he also needed to be cautious of any radiative materials. After toiling for 10 days, he finally excavated a substantial cavity within the garbage, large enough for the off-road light truck to enter without hindrance to his work. He spent an additional 2 days camouflaging the entrance so that it appeared inconspicuous to the outside observer. During the day, he could carry out tasks as long as he kept the noise to a minimum. Xiao Jing mainly assisted with the work while remaining vigilant for any incoming individuals. The refuse extracted from the cavity was initially strewn evenly across the far reaches of the garbage dump. Later, the garbage was repurposed by Jianlei to reinforce the passage, ensuring it was sturdy enough to withstand the impending harshness of winter. Before long, over 20 days passed. The cavity had transformed into a space measuring 4 meters by 6 meters and over 2 meters in height, complete with a 2-meter-long passage. Ventilation and observation holes had been created, and even a separate partition for bathing was established. As for interior decoration, that was not a priority and could wait until winter when time allowed. Finally, he made a thorough camouflage of the entrance, and by this time, the weather had turned quite cold. Recently, Xiao Jing no longer kept watch outside. Instead, he fetched water from the waterhole every evening. The water was heavily polluted, but the radiation was extremely low, which was quite satisfactory for Jianlei. The generator had been set up, powered by energy blocks, which explained his acquisition of over 200 energy blocks. With the generator operational, not only could it provide illumination, but it also powered the water purification system, allowing the pond water to be purified. The water purification system was designed to recycle its expelled fluids, enabling sustainable water usage. However, since water vapor would evaporate, Jianlei's intention was not merely to accumulate water for the winter. He also desired to bathe. Having traversed this realm for nearly 7 years, he had not once had the luxury of a bath, a situation he found unbearable. Beyond bathing, his clothes also required washing. There was no avoiding it. Previously, lacking the means, he had lived like a wild man, but now that conditions had improved, certain inconveniences could no longer be tolerated. Other items such as pots, bowls, and water tanks were fashioned from materials he scavenged locally. Do not underestimate the landfill. Although the items within may be somewhat soiled, there exists a plethora of resources ripe for repurposing. During this period, 2 minor cold fronts have swept through, causing a drastic drop in temperature. On the 33rd day following Jianlei's excavation, he finally proclaimed that the door could be sealed. Not all tasks were completed, yet the remaining repairs could be managed behind closed doors. Sealing the door did not imply it could never be opened again. Rather, it indicated a general reluctance to venture outside. The first order of business after sealing the door was to indulge in a bath. Xiao Jing, even more eager for a wash than Jianlei, had accumulated over 5 cubic meters of water after purification during these days. Before bathing, he meticulously cleaned an entire set of clothing, including socks, inside and out. Jianlei's bathing ritual lasted a full 3 hours, requiring 6 changes of water to achieve complete cleanliness. Outside, the temperature hovered around -20 degrees Celsius, yet within this modest cave, it was a balmy 18 or 19 degrees, warm as spring, accompanied by a gentle mist. This was indeed the essence of life, as Jianlei emerged wrapped in a bath towel, unable to contain his excitement. Xiao Jing swiftly entered the partitioned area with his clothes in hand. Following the bath, a thorough cleaning ensued, with all garments needing to be washed anew. Jianlei even fashioned an automatic mixer to serve as a makeshift washing machine. After the grand cleaning, the plan was to prepare a lavish meal 2 days later to celebrate. The feast would be hot pot. Jianlei was not particularly skilled in cooking, yet hot pot was deceptively simple, with dipping sauces that could be freely combined. In addition to meat for boiling, there were dehydrated vegetables purchased from Hongwu settlement. Had he not bought a substantial quantity of dehydrated vegetables, he certainly would not have spent so much. It was Xiao Jing's first experience using chopsticks. His grip wasn't quite correct, but he quickly adapted. Compared to the laborious chewing required for the dehydrated vegetables, he clearly preferred the meat. As he devoured his meal with gusto, he mumbled a question. "Hey Tiangu, why do you love vegetables so much?" Vegetables provide abundant nutrition and aid in digestive health. These are proper vegetables, not wild ones. Xiao Jing, without lifting his head, responded, "Then why not just take nutritional supplements?" Jianlei was momentarily speechless, taking some time to reply. The nutrients in supplements are not always perfectly balanced, and individual nutritional requirements can vary greatly. Since we were born with digestive systems, we ought to enjoy fine food. This is one of life's pleasures. This is a philosophy every gourmet should embrace. Xiao Jing, upon hearing this, looked up in astonishment, glancing at the makeshift bed nearby. The bed was cobbled together from synthetic materials, covered neatly with bedding. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Hey Tiange, you used to live in a settlement too, right?" Chapter 46. The Essence of Taiji After the Sumptuous Meal. Chu Jianlei enjoyed the sweetest sleep he had experienced since arriving in the Wasteland. Upon waking, he turned on the exhaust fan to ventilate the space, only to be surprised by the drop in temperature. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to nearly -40 degrees, a truly frigid climate. "Fortunately, my hands and feet are nimble," Chu Jianlei murmured softly, realizing he needed to enhance the ventilation system with a heat exchanger. The heat exchanger could conserve a significant amount of energy. Although he currently had ample supplies, he could not afford to be wasteful. Xiao Jing was fast asleep on the other side of the partition, breathing steadily. Chu Jianlei cast aside distracting thoughts, refreshed himself, and began his warm-up exercises. Recently, he had been preoccupied with preparations for the winter, feeling fatigued, and occasionally meditated to regulate his breath while practicing the unnamed qi refining technique. He had not practiced Ba Duan Jin, Wu Qin Shi, or standing meditation, as he had been quite active daily. After completing 2 sets of movements, he felt a slight warmth and began standing meditation. As his physical condition gradually improved, he found himself able to sustain longer periods of standing. However, after half an hour today, he began to struggle and ultimately concluded his practice. Reflecting on the truth of the adage, if one does not advance, they regress. If one does not practice for a day, they know. 2 days, their teacher knows. 3 days, everyone knows. He drank a cup of hot water, rested for a moment, and then consumed 2 nutritional supplements. With his stockpile of supplies, he could indulge in delightful meals and beverages, ensuring he would endure the winter without issue. Next, he prepared to meditate. It was advisable not to overindulge before meditation. Yet physical exertion was required, making nutritional supplements the most suitable choice. It was no wonder that in legends, practitioners always sought rare herbs and treasures, as daily meals often fell short in providing sufficient energy. As the warmth filled his belly, he settled into a cross-legged position and began his meditation, feeling acclimated. He then retrieved a box containing 6 mutated beast crystals, 5 the size of quail eggs, and 1 akin to a ping-pong ball. The B-class mutated beast crystals were all red, though their shades varied slightly. He regulated his breath and extracted the lightest-colored B-class crystal, commencing his qi circulation. A familiar, tumultuous energy surged within him, followed by the familiar sensation of fullness and pain. This time, the energy transfer proceeded exceptionally smoothly, one cycle after another, until he completed 5 cycles and felt hunger pangs. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Xiao Jing was eating the leftover food from yesterday. The little fellow had even warmed it on the electric stove. Chu Jianlei cast a resigned glance at him and took 2 nutritional supplements, squeezing them into his mouth. Xiao Jing looked at him, then at his own bowl, furrowing his brow in confusion. Are nutritional supplements really that delicious? Chu Jianlei's meditation session lasted an entire day, during which he consumed 6 nutritional supplements. Even so, he was ravenously hungry. After concluding his practice, he polished off the leftover food from yesterday. Feeling somewhat satisfied, he immediately began preparing a meal that, while lacking in flavor, at least ensured it was cooked. This routine continued for 3 days, during which his nutritional supplements dwindled rapidly. The lightest B-class crystal had shrunk by nearly 1/10 its size. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Xiao Jing asked, "Hey Tiange, what is the name of the fist technique you practice?" Chu Jianlei, while adjusting his posture for standing meditation, replied, "Ba Duan Jin and Wu Qin Shi." Xiao Jing's eyes lit up. "If I practice these, will I become as formidable as you?" "You are overestimating it." Chu Jianlei shook his head. "These are merely for strengthening the body and have health benefits." Xiao Jing then inquired, "Can you teach me? I want to learn." Chu Jianlei did not hold much regard for these 2 sets of movements and had no objection to others learning them. However, he hesitated at the thought of teaching someone else. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved, "I will finish my practice today, and I will teach you starting tomorrow." Xiao Jing easily reminded him of Rogers, yet there were significant differences between the 2. Firstly, Xiao Jing understood the value of reverence. Despite his youth, He comprehended what was permissible and what was not. He would rather endure hunger than risk exposing the mutated beast crystals, fully aware that attempting to exchange them for money would lead to certain death. Rogers, on the other hand, lacked this understanding, knowing only to employ any means necessary for his own benefit. Secondly, Xiao Jing was a valuable ally to Chu Jianlei. Not only had they fought together, but he also possessed a wealth of knowledge to share. Chu Jianlei relied on him to impart many secrets of the Wasteland. Given these 2 points alone, he considered passing on these techniques to him. However, today's schedule was already arranged, and he would have to wait until tomorrow, such is the nature of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Teaching Xiao Jing the next day proved somewhat challenging. For such simple movements, the lad struggled to execute them correctly, often lacking precision. Chu Jianlei had no intention of coddling him, allowing him to familiarize himself with the component movements first. Nevertheless, youth prevails. Xiao Jing's progress has been remarkably swift. By the 5th day, he has practically mastered 2 sets of movements. The crux of the matter lies in his unrelenting practice, repeating the exercises over and over again out of sheer boredom. Observing his improper form, Chu Jianlei could not refrain from offering guidance. Since Xiao Jing began training in martial arts, Chu Jianlei has also noticed a peculiar change. The lad's appetite has grown immensely. Previously, Xiao Jing's appetite was already substantial, giving off the impression of a burgeoning youth who could devour an entire feast. Now, with daily practices of either Ba Duanjin or Wu Qin Shi, his food intake has at least doubled. One day, he expressed a desire to learn Zhanzhuang. Chu Jianlei could not tolerate this. While he could teach Zhanzhuang under certain conditions, it consumes more energy than the 2 sets of movements. If he were to practice incessantly, they might find themselves ill-prepared for the winter. While saying they might not survive the winter was an exaggeration, it was nonetheless true that their food supplies would dwindle rapidly. In launching, martial artists are generally robust. Xiao Jing, being aware of his increased appetite, hesitated before replying, "But I have nothing else to do." Chu Jianlei firmly stated that excessive training is detrimental to one's health and suggested he find some work or read books. Despite the modest size of the room, there were plenty of tasks to occupy him. Xiao Jing accepted this arrangement, especially considering the consequences of overexertion, which made him somewhat wary. Thus, he engaged in training for only 4 to 5 hours each day, dedicating the remainder of his time to various tasks. However, his appetite continued to rise slightly. After all, Zhanzhuang truly expends a great deal of energy. By the 20th day of confinement, the faintest crystal had been half absorbed by Chu Jianlei. Based on this calculation, 5 B-grade crystals would sustain him for 5 months. Realizing this, Chu Jianlei was taken aback. 50 kilograms of gold would only suffice for 5 months of cultivation. The fortune he had acquired was purely a stroke of luck, having stumbled upon a secret silver token from a deceased individual. 100 kilograms of gold, even in launching, is equivalent to the total assets of a dozen middle-class families. How could such a vast fortune be consumed in such a short span? He began to doubt whether his ability to earn could keep pace with the expenditure. However, he soon discovered that matters were not as he had anticipated, for he had encountered a bottleneck. The Wuming Lianqiju had become increasingly refined, and Chu Jianlei defined his current level as the 3rd layer of qi refinement. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th layer should signify a breakthrough to a new realm, yet he found himself stuck. For 3 consecutive days, he felt no improvement, and the consumption of crystals was alarmingly slow. Instead, he experienced intermittent, subtle pains within his body and meridians, akin to a tearing sensation. With no guidance, relying solely on intuition, Chu Jianlei speculated that he might be overtraining. Reflecting on his journey, it had indeed been less than 4 months since he commenced his practice. Throughout this period, he had often been wandering or engaged in battles, leaving scant time for focused cultivation. Therefore, his rate of advancement was astonishing, to the point of inducing backlash. Arriving at this conclusion, his mindset shifted to serenity. What else had he yet to accomplish? Noticing Saozing practicing Ba Zuanjin, he recalled his earlier regret at not learning Tai Chi at that instant. A throbbing pain began to manifest in his head. Chu Jianlei promptly closed his eyes. This was a familiar occurrence. Sure enough, Xiaohu reappeared in his mind's eye, a small body with a disproportionately large head, slowly rotating. Was it still a deficiency in his foundational skills? A flash of insight struck Chu Jianlei as he reached for the mutated beast crystal. His assumption proved accurate. The throbbing pain in his head intensified, becoming increasingly unbearable. Curiously, the rotation of Xiao Hu seemed to quicken ever so slightly. He could not ascertain how long this state persisted, but when the pain became intolerable, he relinquished his grip. The throbbing stabilized at that point and gradually subsided. Shortly thereafter, an inexplicable piece of information surfaced in his mind. Essence of Tai Chi. I knew it would come to this. Afin m'aide grist que Jianlei sleeps. Xiao Hu, do you have the Huang, Di, Nei Jing? The cartoonish avatar vanished without hesitation, just as it had appeared. The essence of Tai Chi was indeed the Tai Chi he was familiar with. This excerpt remained vague, much like the Wuming Lianqi Ju he had initially received, filled with ambiguous phrases. Nonetheless, it was a promising start. He had never dedicated himself to studying Tai Chi thoroughly and launching. Though Tai Chi was renowned, what relevance did that hold for him? Regretting now was too late, but fortunately, Xiao Hu had gathered some materials. Indeed, this obscure essence of Tai Chi contained much information that Chu Jianlei had never encountered before. It undoubtedly touched upon his areas of ignorance. He felt as though he were glimpsing an entirely new realm. The ambiguity was inconsequential. He could refine it gradually, for this was a task he was well acquainted with. Chu Jianlei slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the mutated beast crystal in his hand, and indeed, it had diminished by a third. Chapter 47. Anticipation. Chu Jianlei found himself hindered at the third layer of Qi refinement, yet his understanding of Tai Chi was advancing at an astonishing pace. During his leisure moments, he had gradually begun to practice Tai Chi. Progress and cultivation cannot be rushed. He had once advised Xiao Jing, and he would certainly heed that advice himself. Xiao Jing, captivated by the elegance of Tai Chi postures, expressed a desire to learn. Chu Jianlei perceived that the child possessed discernment. He had never mentioned wanting to learn meditation. Was Xiao Jing ignorant? Chu Jianlei did not believe so. Anyone with eyes could see that the energy expenditure during meditation was the greatest. A person seated quietly in meditation could consume the most energy, which implies what? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence understands that high investment yields significant returns. In simple terms, much of Chu Jianlei's prowess likely stemmed from meditation. Moreover, those mutated beast crystals, far more precious than gold, were utilized during his meditative practices. Was Xiao Jing foolish? That was hardly conceivable. He simply refrained from pursuing meditation because he comprehended the profound depths involved. Without the capability, one should not covet such matters. Xiao Jing's history of wandering attested to his mastery of this balance. However, Chu Jianlei was in no rush to teach Xiao Jing Tai Chi. Firstly, he himself had yet to grasp how to instruct another. Secondly, he felt it necessary to remind him that, aside from cultivation and tidying up the room, he had external vigilance tasks to attend to. With the cold weather, drones would not be patrolling, would they? Even the drones in launching emphasized all-weather operations. The conditions in the Wasteland were harsh, but prior to the apocalypse, technological advancement had far surpassed that of launching. Thus, he believed that even in frigid temperatures of -60 degrees, drone patrols would persist. Human patrols might cease, but for the first 6 winters, he had struggled for survival, and he was truly unaware of the conditions near the garbage dump. Xiao Jing glanced at him with an oddly peculiar expression. Hey Tian Ge, I know this is your first time at the garbage dump, but surely you must have some knowledge of its conditions? Should I? Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow, stroking his chin. Then, with utmost certainty, he replied, I truly do not know. Please enlighten me. You cannot be serious, Xiao Jing exclaimed, looking at him incredulously. You are also someone who came from a settlement. I am genuinely not from a settlement. Chu Jianlei responded without hesitation. If anything I have done leads you to believe I am from settlement, please point it out so that I may correct it. It is impossible. Xiao Jing stated without hesitation. The knowledge and skills you possess could not belong to a wild person. Whether it is Wukingxi or Bajuanjin, or even standing meditation, these are not skills that an ordinary survivor could master. This is evident from their lifestyle habits. Which survivor would regard bathing as of such importance? Who would care about the health benefits of consuming vegetables? It is clear that you hail from a prominent family. Chu Jianlei smiled at her words, too weary to argue, and shifted the conversation to the topic of the garbage dump. After some contemplation, Xiao Jing responded, the garbage at the dump continues to increase, you know? I'm aware. Chu Jianlei nodded, thinking that naturally, the garbage at the dump would increase. If it were to decrease, that would be the garbage processing plant. Xiao Jing looked at him with keen interest. Do you know where that garbage comes from? I do not. Chu Jianlei answered succinctly. I have been fighting for survival. There has been little time to ponder such questions. Xiao Jing, however, paid no heed to his feelings and instead flaunted her knowledge. Every winter, the amount of garbage increases. Do you know why? I do not, Chu Jianlei said, a hint of impatience creeping in. I am not familiar with the intricacies of the dump. Because people discard garbage during winter, Xiao Jing replied mysteriously, appearing as though she held all the answers. If you have nothing more to say, I shall take my leave. Chu Jianlei remarked, feeling entirely fed up. He was indeed curious about the reason, but her manner provoked a sense of rebellion within him. I merely chose the most perilous place to spend the winter for safety's sake. I shall have no further dealings with this place. Seeing that he was somewhat irritated, Xiao Jing revealed the truth. The garbage comes from outside. Outside? Chu Jianlei was taken aback. Which outside? The news struck him with profound impact, as he had never considered the source of the garbage, assuming that after the apocalypse, the transport capacity of the wasteland was limited. Much of the garbage was harmful and thus needed to be categorized, but he had not contemplated the delays in transportation. It was not surprising that useful items could be found amidst the garbage. Even on Blue Star, many people made a living by scavenging, with some even amassing wealth from it. Chu Jianlei had not thought much beyond this. Each day upon waking, his thoughts were solely on where to procure food. Under the immense pressure of survival, how could he afford to ponder such trivial matters? Xiao Jing shook her head in regret. I do not know. I merely heard adults mention it in passing. Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment before asking, do you have any personal speculations about this news? Xiao Jing thought for a moment, then shook her head in confusion. I truly do not. I am still but a child. I too am but a child. Chu Jianlei replied, somewhat at a loss. Discounting his experiences on Blue Star, this body was merely 15 or 16 years old. He then inquired further. Do you have any other information regarding the garbage dump? Xiao Jing considered carefully before answering. It is said that there is not much useful garbage at this dump. High-value refuse seems to have been transported elsewhere. This response piqued Chu Jianlei's interest. There's an initial screening of the garbage? Xiao Jing continued to shake her head in bewilderment. She was simply too young. Chu Jianlei recalled a question that had long puzzled him. Why was the settlement prefixed with the character Hong? Were there perhaps other settlements with different prefixes? Xiao Jing shook her head again. I'm not sure about that either, but the Hong settlement is quite large, isn't it? Chu Jianlei shot her a glance, bemused. You truly do not understand what large means. The conversation reached a pause, and Chu Jianlei picked up a book to peruse. The books available for sale from the settlement were primarily stories, with very few scientific or educational texts. At most, there were guides on identifying plants and animals, as well as knowledge on the usage and maintenance of firearms, with travelogues being exceedingly rare. There were, however, some books on psychological studies and a few motivational texts. Yet, even in these motivational books, many individuals had their real names concealed. According to the editor's note, this was done to respect personal privacy, as the Wasteland was hardly a peaceful place. To Chu Jianlei, this confirmed his suspicion of an information monopoly. He could not believe that many repair skills for machines had not been documented. Was this a normal situation? The Wasteland was in dire need of reconstruction. If knowledge could be disseminated, it would significantly enhance the efficiency of garbage recycling and reuse. Thus, the existence of an information monopoly was inevitable, and the survivors in the wild were indeed the lowest tier of the Wasteland. This is unjust. Chu Jianlei felt a swell of indignation. Coming from Blue Star, he held fairness in high regard, to the point of being somewhat obsessive about it. However, he then reconsidered, but does this matter significantly to me? I am a practitioner. Once I cultivate successfully, even if there's a ceiling, I can break through it. So let it be unfair. There is no need to dwell on it for now. He had traversed dimensions, and for the local natives, it was a far more severe injustice. Having resolved this thought, his mood improved considerably, and he began to work on modifying the air heat exchange system. This winter was the most pleasant he had experienced since arriving in the Wasteland, although there was much to be done, and his days were filled with purpose. After 6 days, the faintest crystal was entirely absorbed, and Chu Jianlei had also compiled materials on Taiji. The consumption was considerable, but the gains were substantial, including not only Taiji Quan, but also Taiji Sword and Taiji 13 Sabers. The essence of Tai Jiquan involved the circulation of internal energy, but upon attempting it, he found it less effective than the Wuming Lianqiju. As for the Taiji sword, he had no intention of practicing it for the time being, as swords were not prevalent in the Wasteland. In truth, he held a greater affinity for saber techniques, not merely due to the several long sabers at his disposal. Saber techniques differed from sword techniques. They did not emphasize grace and lightness, but rather focused on roughness and wildness. This aligned more closely with his character, as swords seemed a touch too refined. He then commenced practicing Tai Jiquan and Taiji sabers. The indoor space was rather confined, making it impossible to practice with a real saber. Even wielding a short stick proved challenging. Jianlei had no choice but to propose a new suggestion. The room needed to be expanded, and some garbage should be moved outside. Winter had already persisted for over a month, and the outside was particularly cold. However, the two had remained indoors and felt somewhat stifled. Xiao Jing even suggested they should stock up on water. Their water reserves were not insignificant, but both of them were cleanliness enthusiasts and exercised daily, finding it uncomfortable not to bathe, especially for Jianlei. As he practiced, the impurities expelled from his body felt almost endless. He seriously doubted whether this body had ingested too many impurities while surviving in the wasteland for so many years. With frequent bathing, the evaporation of moisture increased, and their water reserves had diminished by nearly 1/5. Xiao Jing found their current living conditions quite comfortable and deemed it necessary to ensure a steady water supply. For this initiative, Jianlei expressed his support and even provided her with an overclocked oscillating knife to cut ice blocks. In such cold weather, one would expect the ice to be thick, but the water was exceedingly murky, making it easy to collect ice. Xiao Jing chose to retrieve water at night, only to unexpectedly return on the third day, dragging along a person. Brother Haitian, this person is on the verge of death. Should we save him? Chapter 48. Another one. Xiao Jing had brought back a middle-aged man, unkempt with a scruffy beard, his clothing stuffed to the brim, rendering him oval-shaped. However, a glance at his face revealed that he was emaciated, looking as if skin had been stretched over his skull. Jianlei gazed at Xiao Jing in astonishment, not expecting her to possess such strength. Xiao Jing was quite forthright, stating that he was light. His clothing was filled with insulating materials, making him easy to carry. Deep down, Jianlei was reluctant to take on another person. In the harsh winters of the wasteland, how many had perished from freezing or starvation? In the past, his original self perished from the cold and hunger just after winter's end. After a moment of contemplation, he finally voiced his question, asking what prompted the desire to save someone. The expression on Xiao Jing's face mirrored a hint of helplessness, reminiscent of the moment they first encountered one another. Jianlei did not wish to harm a child's heart, yet he retorted, claiming that he deemed himself useful. Perhaps he is indeed of use, Xiao Jing instinctively replied, quickly adding, the decision to save or not rests with you. Of course, it is I who decides. Jianlei's lips twitched slightly before he shook his head with a wry smile. You have already brought the person back. What more can I do? In the wilderness, he could easily turn a blind eye and keep his distance, but witnessing someone in peril up close made it difficult to suppress his conscience. Xiao Jing pursed his lips and suggested, I could simply toss him back out. After a moment of silence, Jianlei sighed, conceding that it was merely a bowl of water and a tube of nutrients. Xiao Jing remained cautious, first blindfolding the individual and then binding his hands and feet before offering him sustenance. Before long, the man let out a faint sigh, demonstrating the remarkable resilience of the wasteland dwellers. He attempted to move his limbs, shook his head, and then froze in place, remaining motionless, aware that he was awake. Xiao Jing grew impatient and declared, I saved you. Do you understand? The man continued to show no reaction, even halting his breathing. Stop pretending. Xiao Jing's irritation grew. And if you don't respond, I will promptly cast you outside. Finally, the man's body twitched, and he slowly spoke, asking, a fallen one? Xiao Jing scoffed, stating, look at you, so emaciated. What kind of fallen one would seek to revive you? The man nodded slightly in Xiao Jing's direction, exhaling deeply. If I were a fallen one, I would rather perish than be saved by you. What do you require of me? The latter part of his statement exemplified the typical mindset of a wasteland dweller. Saving a stranger in the frigid wilderness must surely come with ulterior motives. As for kindness, such considerations were never entertained by those in the wasteland. Xiao Jing anticipated this response and directly inquired, what can you offer? The man, perhaps due to the effects of the cold on his mind, took a long time to respond, seemingly unable to recall any useful skills. Then you are of no use, Xiao Jing declared without hesitation, bending down to grasp the hood atop his head. He began to drag the man outside, stating, "Now that you have awakened, you owe it to yourself." "Wait," the man finally expressed urgency, but he still managed to ask, "Why did you save me?" Xiao Jing replied, "I too have been saved by someone, so we are even." "Just a moment, I have skills," the man quickly interjected, claiming to possess over 20 years of wilderness survival experience. "This appears to be of little relevance," Xiao Jing mused, then inquired further, "Can you drive?" "Yes, of course." The man hurriedly responded, stating he could drive, repair vehicles, shoot, and fix firearms without issue. Xiao Jing's grip relaxed, and he exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" The man fell silent, finally muttering after a lengthy pause, "Aren't these just basic survival skills?" "I am the one asking you," Xiao Jing retorted without hesitation. "What else can you do?" The man appeared stunned, taking a long time before finally answering. "I have traversed many places and am quite familiar with the terrain and mutated beasts." Xiao Jing initially scoffed, but then paused, realizing that what he lacked was practical experience. He turned to Jianlei, asking, "Brother, how should we handle this person?" Upon hearing Xiao Jing inquire about driving, Jianlei understood what the young one was considering. It seemed that the previous incident of being pursued by numerous vehicles had left a considerable impression on him. Nevertheless, he answered calmly, "You need to consider carefully. We do not have an abundance of winter supplies." Xiao Jing promptly asserted, "I will keep an eye on him. He won't starve." Jianlei, in excellent physical condition, was unconcerned about this frail individual. The only worry was that if they took him in, their comfortable winter refuge would be exposed. They had painstakingly perfected this sanctuary over nearly 2 months. However, upon reflection, he realized that if the threat from Sai Xiansheng was not resolved, he could not risk spending another winter in this place. Thus, he relaxed, asking, "Why, after over 20 years of wilderness survival, did you nearly starve?" The man's mind seemed to work unusually slowly, and after a long pause, he slowly uttered the words, "Betrayal." "Huh." Upon hearing this, Jianlei could not be bothered to inquire further. Loyalty and betrayal were perennial topics in the Wasteland. He had no intention of rubbing salt into the other's wounds, merely glancing at Xiao Jing, advising, "Handle it as you see fit, but do not regret your decision." Xiao Jing fell silent, and the man likewise remained quiet, resulting in an unexpected stillness in the room. After a while, Xiao Jing kicked the man, demanding, "Aren't you going to make a statement?" The man waited a moment before quietly responding, "If words could prevent betrayal, there would be far fewer instances of it." "I do not care about that," Xiao Jing insisted. "You must speak." After another moment of silence, the man finally replied, "In that case, I vow that as long as I live, I will ensure you do not perish." "What a hassle," Xiao Jing grumbled, then turned to Jianlei, asking, "Should we let him stay or find another place?" "You decide," que j'en ai replied, genuinely uninterested, wanting to observe the young one's judgment and capabilities. Xiao Jing glanced around the room, hesitating slightly. Such an excellent winter location might be compromised. To survivors, where is not a home. Jianlei responded dismissively, "Would it not be better to reside in a settlement? Settlements are not nearly as comfortable as this place." Xiao Jing retorted without hesitation. He had ample grounds for such a claim when it came to valuable possessions. It was better to keep them hidden and secure than to risk exposure elsewhere. After a brief pause, he asked, "Should I remove his blindfold?" Que j'en ai shrugged, clearly uninterested in further discussion. "I told you to handle it." With one hand gripping a short dagger and the other untying the blindfold, Xiao Jing proceeded to free the man's hands and feet. Upon seeing the light, the man was taken aback to discover that his savior was but a child. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Looking around, he noticed another youth, and he was momentarily stunned. Are today's children so capable? However, his surprise was fleeting, as his expression soon turned vacant. He did not even attempt to remove the ropes around his feet, and simply sat there in a daze. Xiao Jing paid him no mind and directly exited through the door, stating, "I'm going to fetch water to bring this individual back." The water bucket had been left at the pond. Thus, this modest winter refuge welcomed yet another inhabitant. The man introduced himself as Lai Feng, and, after a quick shave, he appeared to be in his 30s. Lai Feng stood tall, over 6 feet, and was notably docile, or more accurately, rather dull. Most of the time, he sat at the entrance of the passage, the most secluded part of the room, motionless and lost in thought. Even during meals, unless Xiao Jing explicitly instructed him to eat, he would remain still. Of course, when the aroma of food wafted through the air, his eyes would occasionally flicker, but his body remained unmovable. He observed the training sessions of Jianlei and Xiao Jing, yet he did not dare to linger too long. Xiao Jing even attempted to go 2 days without giving him water, and he did not request any. The hairless monster assigned him some tasks, and he showed no resistance. Though he often paused mid-task, Xiao Jing suspected this man was simply trying to shirk work, having reprimanded him several times, yet he remained unrepentant. The hairless monster was so frustrated that he considered expelling him, but ultimately held back. If you enjoy idleness, I will just have to work harder. What vexed Xiao Jing the most was Lai Feng's attitude towards bathing. Initially, the hairless monster had not even contemplated the luxury of allowing him to bathe, as not everyone could indulge in such an extravagance. However, just a few days later, he could no longer endure it. The odor emanating from his companion was overwhelmingly pungent. After consulting with Jianlei, Xiao Jing commanded the other party to cleanse himself thoroughly. Remarkably, the individual known as Liefeng exhibited a degree of resistance, asserting that he would not squander resources so frivolously. Xiao Jing was compelled to brandish a short dagger, coercing compliance. After an untold number of baths, Liefeng finally emerged clean. He was a man of profound experiences, though his age did not seem particularly advanced. Despite dietary restrictions, he had gained some weight. He remained thin, yet bore a more human semblance. Subsequently, it was primarily Xiao Jing who interacted with Liefeng, while Jianlei spoke to him no more than 3 sentences. This was in accordance with the principles upheld by the Wumawai, who believed that once a person was brought back, they must be held accountable for their own actions. He also uttered a deeply philosophical remark. Maintaining distance allows for the preservation of authority. Jianlei surmised that this wisdom had likely been passed down from the previous generation, and indeed, it held a kernel of truth. Thus, unbeknownst to them, time swiftly passed. Eventually, Xiao Jing found himself unable to restrain his curiosity. Fearing to provoke Heitiange, he turned to Liefeng, eager to uncover the mysteries of his past. Liefeng was exceedingly reluctant to discuss his history, yet after being persistently pressed, he reluctantly revealed a fragment of his past. In summary, it appeared he belonged to a small team, with bonds forged through trials. However, due to entanglements with women, he had inadvertently fallen in with the depraved, leading to his current predicament. Liefeng spoke vaguely, and Xiao Jing found himself needing to inquire further, though with little success. Jianlei paid no heed to their exchanges. His concern lay in the potential for Liefeng to erupt in violence. Instinctively, he believed the likelihood of betrayal to be minimal, yet the possibility lingered. A month after Liefeng's arrival, Jianlei experienced a stroke of fortune, breaking through to the 4th level of qi refinement. In an instant, his aura surged like a torrent, and he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. He subsequently performed 9 cycles of qi to stabilize this sensation, then rose to practice Tai Chi recently. He had gleaned significant insights into Tai Chi, feeling he had nearly achieved a level of mastery. Yet, as he executed a set of movements, he was filled with exhilaration, each motion flowing seamlessly. After yesterday's practice, he pondered whether his recent performance had been genuine. Engrossed in his routine, he scarcely acknowledged his growing hunger. In the midst of his practice, he exhaled deeply, and in that moment, he understood why some individuals let out a long, resounding howl. The sheer ecstasy of existence was unparalleled. He then bent down, retrieved a short staff, and commenced practicing the 13 cuts of Tai Chi. His command of the 13 cuts was not on par with that of Tai Chi, yet at that moment, clarity washed over him, and the blade moved effortlessly, fluid in its motion. For an instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease, yearning to proclaim, "The Blade King is here. Who dares to challenge?" However, this remained a fleeting thought. Tai Chi emphasizes stillness to counter movement, and the 13 cuts adhered to the same principle. With utmost concentration, he practiced the sword play, oblivious to Liefeng's unusual demeanor as he observed with a furrowed brow. After a while, he could not help but beckon Xiao Jing over. "You are practicing swordplay, aren't you?" Xiao Jing glanced at him, nodding with a hint of pride. It was rare for someone to recognize that this was indeed swordplay. To the untrained eye, wielding a short staff might suggest one was practicing staff techniques. Only an expert could discern that Jianlei was executing swordplay. The trajectory of the staff, the angles of attack, and the wrist's power all indicated that this was, in fact, swordplay. Yet in the next moment, Liefeng frowned, questioning the origins of this soft, unassertive technique. Xiao Jing's eyes widened in indignation. You are not worthy to critique Tianji's swordplay. In his eyes, Jianlei was a figure of almost divine stature, and he could not tolerate any disparagement. Liefeng, though unimpressed by the swordplay, sighed in resignation. If you deem it good, then so be it. However, I hope you refrain from employing such techniques in combat. You are mistaken, Xiao Jing retorted with a scoff. I cannot even learn this swordplay. It all depends on Tianji's mood. Liefeng shook his head in disbelief. If you wish to learn swordplay, I can teach you something far more practical than this. You? Xiao Jing regarded him with disdain, shaking his head dismissively. Forget it. I have no interest in diminishing your spirit. The corners of Liefeng's mouth twitched slightly, yet his gaze soon became vacant once more. He had always been this way, though today was somewhat of an exception. Once Jianlei completed a set of 13 cuts, he grasped a towel to wipe away the sweat, feeling invigorated. Xiao Jing approached, recounting their earlier conversation without fear of Liefeng overhearing. Jianlei had caught some of the exchange, but showed little reaction, simply stating, a wealth of skills is never a burden. He was encouraging Wuma Ogwai to learn a thing or two from the other party, now that he had some hair. Surviving in the wild for over 20 years, the swordplay he had mastered might not be formidable, but it was certainly practical. I would never learn from him, Xiao Jing declared resolutely. Such a grown man, nearly starving to death. How embarrassing. He was consistently brusque with Liefeng, showing no courtesy whatsoever. Liefeng sat there, eyes drooping, offering no response, as if he had not heard at all. Jianlei held his tongue as well. In truth, in the past, he would have never interacted with someone like Liefeng. A crucial reason he had rescued Xiao Jing was that he was just a child. Had he encountered Liefeng instead, he likely would have walked away without a second thought. Presently, the three of them cohabited primarily due to Xiao Jing's presence as a bond. Thus, he merely smiled and remarked, the water is running low. I will fetch some more. Today, I shall treat you all to a feast. Having broken through to the 4th level of Qi, refinement deserved celebration, even though the other two were unaware of the significance. The depleting water supply was to be expected, given the additional person using it. Although Liefeng had yet to acclimate to bathing, every few days, Xiao Jing compelled him to wash. Hearing this, Xiao Jing approached and kicked Liefeng's leg, urging him to fetch water. Liefeng's response was somewhat sluggish, resulting in another kick. What? Are you trying to be lazy again? Liefeng rolled his eyes in resignation, grasped a water bucket, and wobbled out. The next day, the small room suddenly shook violently, as if the earth itself were trembling. An earthquake? Jianlei sprang up, alarmed. Trouble was brewing. Winter had barely passed. Xiao Jing hesitated for a moment before suggesting, perhaps it's just garbage being dumped. Jianlei reacted swiftly, moving closer to the observation hole. Xiao Jing's hand moved slightly, as if to stop him, yet ultimately did nothing. Indeed, it was garbage being dumped. The new refuse obscured their view through the observation hole. Fortunately, the ventilation hole was closer to the edge of the landfill, while the newly dumped garbage mostly accumulated in the center, causing minimal disturbance to the surroundings. Once the tremors subsided, Jianlei noted that the door was blocked and required clearing. Over the next 10 days, there were 2 more garbage dumps. Yet they were fortunate to be on the periphery of the landfill, experiencing little impact. However, the 3 individuals holed up for winter began to worry as the ventilation hole was nearly obstructed. They could not afford to be buried alive. The previous ease of their situation had now transformed into urgency, especially since they could not exit through the door. Xiao Jing murmured softly, it seems this place being exposed or not truly makes no difference. Jianlei retorted irritably, we need to start digging out. We truly cannot remain trapped here. Liefeng chimed in, fortunately, I brought back 4 buckets of ice yesterday. Thus, the remaining days of winter passed, consumed bit by bit. 2 months later, a mixture of rain and snow finally graced the desolate land. For the inhabitants of the wasteland, the rainwater that fell amidst the snow could hardly be trusted, as it was not necessarily pure. Yet, The message brought forth by the rain and snow was unequivocal. Spring had arrived. Jianlei and his two companions had successfully cleared a path to venture outside, with some surplus drinking water and a significant portion of their energy supplies intact. Jianlei expressed with resolute clarity, "I intend to leave. Those who wish to remain may do so." He was confident that Xiao Jing would accompany him, while he left the decision to stay up to the Silent One, Liefeng. After nurturing him throughout the winter with ample food and drink, and having gained at least 20 pounds, he ought to be content. As anticipated, Xiao Jing promptly declared, "Hey Tiangu, I will follow you. Lia, if you wish to stay, then stay." "How could that be?" Liefeng, typically taciturn, surprisingly reacted quickly this time. With a bitter smile, he stated, "I've said it before. As long as I live, I will not allow you to perish." In the subsequent 2 days, the trio quietly widened their exit route. On the third night, the off-road light truck emerged from the debris, racing toward the horizon. With winter just behind them, the journey harbored considerable risks, as certain areas remained icy and the threat of a late spring chill loomed. Liefeng, though often lost in thought and slow to react, still offered a suggestion. "Xiao Jing, many wild predators will emerge now that winter has passed." "I know," Xiao Jing replied without hesitation. The transition from late winter to early spring is the most perilous time due to scarcity of resources. However, I trust Heitinge. Liefeng fell silent. He was not one to engage in conversation, and if his words went unheard, he would refrain from speaking further. Jianlei found himself somewhat irked by Liefeng's silence. Commanding, "Lia, you drive." After a winter of consuming many resources, they still retained a fair amount, even managing to increase some supplies. For instance, the previously open-top truck now sported a roof constructed from salvage materials. In the realm of Blue Star, many might consider an open-top vehicle stylish and masculine. Yet Jianlei was acutely aware that driving such a vehicle in the wasteland signified one thing: you were impoverished. Not to mention, facing a storm or rain would leave one in disarray. Why was Liefeng behind the wheel? It was because he had yet to fully integrate into this small team. His sole weapon was a hyper-oscillation short dagger, clung to him since the moment he was near death. A true adventurer, even on the brink of starvation, would retain at least one weapon. The light truck, however, was well stocked with firearms and ammunition. Even Xiao Jing had borrowed a laser pistol. But Liefeng lacked the standing to claim such a weapon. Jianlei remained unperturbed by the wind, standing in the truck bed, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. The chill in the air was biting, and though this posture consumed considerable heat, he had no alternative. He could not allow Liefeng to man the mounted machine gun. With so many firearms and ammunition in the truck bed, choosing to depart at this moment was imperative. Any delay could result in detection. Fortunately, Jianlei had cultivated his abilities, rendering the cold's impact minimal. However, this approach necessitated a substantial intake of food, which was depleting rapidly. Their vehicle was headed toward the Hongsan community. This time, they did not rush, opting for a nocturnal journey and resting at noon to maintain the vehicle's condition. By the third day, they entered the territory of the Hongsan community. That evening, while Liefeng was driving steadily, he suddenly jerked the wheel. Almost simultaneously, Jianlei crouched down, narrowly avoiding a hail of bullets that whizzed past his head. Moments later, gunfire erupted from the front left. Chapter 50. Counterattack. Jianlei possessed keen instincts and reacted swiftly. Unfortunately, Liefeng was also quick to respond, executing the sudden maneuver just in time. Consequently, Jianlei's head collided forcefully with the truck bed, and stars danced before his eyes. "Damn it," he could not help but exclaim. But speaking caused his lower teeth to clash against his upper ones. Fortunately, he had cultivated his abilities, and although he was not exerting his full strength, some benefit remained. Soon after, a new volley of gunfire erupted, this time targeting the driver's cabin. Fortunately, despite his apparent dullness, Liefeng's 20-plus years of survival experience in the wilderness was not to be underestimated. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, skillfully dodging left and right. While the truck's windshield was bulletproof, Xiao Jing, seated in the passenger seat, though buckled in, was tossed about until he finally regained his bearings. He secured himself and shouted. Heitingu is still in the truck bed. If he, tightly strapped in, was feeling dizzy, then Heitingu must be in a precarious position standing in the truck bed. Liefeng maintained a tight-lipped demeanor, his eyes glinting with urgency, and after a pause, he stated, "This is an emergency." The instinctive mindset of seasoned adventurers dictated that the one controlling the steering wheel held the greatest authority. As for the person manning the machine gun in the back, if they were thrown off, that was a matter of their own vigilance, not to be blamed on others. Knowing that the truck bed contained numerous flammable and explosive materials, he refrained from swerving the vehicle to escape. His current actions were driven by hope that the youth named Haitian could regain control of the machine gun. Xiao Jing narrowed his eyes, drawing his laser pistol and aiming it at their assailants. "Drive properly." Li Feng's expression remained impassive, but he responded quickly, his hands never faltering. "People vildi, itrust Haitian." Xiao Jing declared, switching off the safety on his pistol, gritting his teeth as he said, "I will count to 3. Huh. Li Feng glanced at the rearview mirror, having mastered its function, and found it useful. He quickly noticed something amiss. Had someone jumped from the vehicle? Oh, then it's fine. Xiao Jing switched off the safety and holstered his pistol. Finally, Li Feng's expression shifted from stoic to surprised, casting a glance at Xiao Jing. "You trust him that much? Isn't that obvious?" Xiao Jing replied matter-of-factly. Li Feng clicked his tongue, hesitating for a moment before he could not suppress himself. "The number of opponents is uncertain. Adventurers are often bold, yet they are not without caution. So what if there are more?" Xiao Jing scoffed. "You have yet to witness Haitian Ji's prowess." Once Chu Jianlei regained his footing, he seized 2 firearms, unfastened his safety harness, and leaped from the vehicle. The number of adversaries was not his concern. The priority was to suppress their firepower so the truck could depart safely. He timed his jump perfectly, landing behind the vehicle. Regrettably, with winter just past, the concealment of dust was scant, and the enemy likely spotted his landing. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He crouched low, darting left and right, and lunged forward. The ambushers indeed noticed him, unleashing fire from 2 Gauss automatic rifles. Fortunately, a third gun was not directed at the truck. Li Feng realized this, and swiftly deduced that only 2 weapons were in play. "I will provide machine gun support." He intended to steer the truck back on course. But Xiao Jing coldly interjected, "Just drive. Leave the rest to me." Li Feng shot him a glance, feeling somewhat helpless towards the child. "Are you sure you are not putting him in danger?" "I am certain," Xiao Jing replied decisively. "Then shall we drive a little further?" Li Feng inquired. He had little concern for Haitian. His respect bordered on awe, but his worry for the child was palpable. "It's up to you," Xiao Jing responded nonchalantly. "Perfect." Seizing the opportunity while the enemy's attention was diverted, Li Feng swerved the steering wheel, swiftly maneuvering the truck away from the battlefield. The ambushers quickly recognized the shift, firing a rapid succession of shots that struck the truck's undercarriage. Chu Jianlei, taking advantage of the enemy's dwindling firepower, executed a sideways leap. He then swiftly raised his laser rifle, unleashing a 3-round burst. Behind a small earthen slope, someone fell backward, hands outstretched, evidently hit. Chu Jianlei discarded his laser rifle and swiftly seized a Gauss machine gun, continuing to crouch and leap forward. "Damn it," someone murmured from the opposite side. "Is it really necessary to be so ruthless?" Before the words could fully escape, a barrage of bullets rained down, prompting him to hastily bury his head in the dirt. In such a dire situation, once their firepower was suppressed, annihilation would be imminent. Chu Jianlei pressed forward while simultaneously suppressing the enemy, paying no heed to the expenditure of ammunition. There were 3 ambushers in total, armed with 2 Gauss automatic rifles and a long knife. He swiftly eliminated the 2 remaining foes with his machine gun. The one he had previously downed was not yet dead. He delivered a final blow, severing the opponent's neck. Regrettably, these 3 individuals were truly impoverished, and after a thorough search, he could only find a meager supply of ammunition and nutrients. "Ah, a bunch of paupers." Chu Jianlei spat disdainfully, frustrated at the waste of his ammunition. At that moment, Li Feng arrived, unable to contain his thoughts, remarking that those who ventured out to scavenge at this time were undoubtedly destitute. Chu Jianlei cast him a faint glance, not necessarily. The very first mutated beast crystal he obtained had come from a desperate individual who attempted to ambush him. Li Feng did not press the matter further. "Shall we dig a hole to bury them?" "Feel free," Chu Jianlei replied coolly, glancing at Xiao Jing. "I'll retrieve the laser rifle." Both were somewhat wary of Li Feng, a sentiment he was well aware of. Previously, he had little interest in this duo, two youngsters stumbling upon a cache of supplies was nothing extraordinary. However, witnessing the combat prowess of Haitian had left him considerably impressed. Both in terms of combat awareness and skill, he could be deemed a top-tier adventurer. What astonished him most was Haitian's marksmanship, truly remarkable. As a seasoned adventurer, he understood the immense value a sharpshooter brought to a team. Yet, Xiao Jing scoffed at this assessment. You have no idea. For Haitian, marksmanship is not his forte. While he could not articulate it explicitly, Xiao Jing believed that Haitian's speed of movement was far more astounding and that he prioritized enhancing his physical capabilities over marksmanship. In summary, having witnessed the battle unfold, Leifeng harbored new expectations for Chu Jianlei's abilities. After retrieving the laser rifle, Chu Jianlei did not merely watch as Leifeng took action. He produced a drill bit and connected it to a winch, beginning to bore into the ground, thus assisting in digging the hole while also complaining, "The ground is frozen too hard. It's difficult to dig. These fools are blind and expect us to do the work." Xiao Jing could no longer hold back. Bro, do they dare to intercept us with just those two guns? Are they out of their minds? A mounted machine gun on a light truck far surpassed the two Gauss automatic rifles in power and cost. Isn't it normal to take a risk for a greater reward? Considering Xiao Jing was still a child, he refrained from elaborating further. Leifeng, enlighten him. Leifeng indeed heeded his request, explaining as he dug, "These individuals are inherently poor. Venturing out to scavenge right after winter ends means they are desperate. Upon seeing a vehicle pass by, how could they resist attacking? As for whether they could win, that was a different question. Generally, passing vehicles would not engage since they were uncertain of the number of ambushers. In fact, ambushers typically believed that if they could eliminate the machine gunner, the odds would become even. Usually, vehicles would opt to flee, as it was not worth attracting unnecessary trouble. Those wearing shoes would not recklessly confront those barefoot. That is common sense. Leifeng operated with this mentality, generally opting to leave behind a few items, ensuring the ambushers did not labor in vain. Xiao Jing exploded in response. "We have so many explosives on our vehicle. What if they blow us up? If they do, they might scavenge some parts." Leifeng replied nonchalantly, "For them, any gain is sufficient." Xiao Jing was momentarily taken aback. Is it really that ruthless? Such unreasonable attacks, just for a bit of gain? Leifeng gazed at him with resignation. "Thus, we typically leave behind a few items as a form of toll. Meeting is a matter of fate." Xiao Jing's facial muscles twitched in disbelief. "You call that fate?" "Indeed," Leifeng responded calmly. "What else would you call it?" "Let's get to work," Chu Jianlei called to them. "We still have a long way to go." At his words, both fell silent. Xiao Jing respected Haitian, while Leifeng felt a tinge of fear. They continued on their journey and encountered other ambushes, but more often than not, ordinary people were reluctant to provoke them. 15 days later, they arrived at the territory of Hong Yi's settlement. Xiao Jing sighed in relief. "Finally here. I desperately need a shower." Previously, he had not been so particular, but the pleasantness of this winter had spoiled him. Hong, he could only take a temporary respite. As Chu Jianlei stated coolly, "This is not a place for us to linger." Xiao Jing looked at him in shock. "Didn't we agree on Hong Yi?" "Hong is no longer safe." Chu Jianlei replied casually. "I do not wish to remain here." He could not disclose matters concerning Mr. Sai. If the two wished to stay, he could leave behind some resources. He had no desire to involve anyone in his own affairs. "If you're leaving, I'm going with you," Xiao Jing declared resolutely. He then turned to Leifeng. "Old man, I can only assist you to this point. You're on your own now." Leifeng's face was filled with conflict, and after a long pause, he finally asked, "Where are you two going?" Chapter 51. A new home. The living conditions in Hong Yi settlement were considerably better than those in Hong Si. This place was backed by the endless mountains, which not only featured low shrubs, but also a small amount of arable land. There were even some springs that provided potable water, albeit in limited supply. Chu Jianlei pondered what awaited beyond the endless mountains. Leifeng turned pale at the thought. "You want to traverse the endless mountains?" Chu Jianlei knew that the central region of the endless mountains was a forbidden zone, characterized by harsh climate conditions and populated by formidable beasts and mutated creatures. Yet, the mere thought of Mr. Sai made him feel profoundly uneasy, as he perceived his situation to be perilously precarious. "Do you have any news from over there? If so, then we are even." It seemed reasonable to him to seek a bit of information in exchange for sustaining someone throughout the winter. Leifeng hesitated momentarily before responding. It should also be a wasteland with other settlements. Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow. What is the order like? What can it be like? Feng spread his hands, answering slowly. If the order were significantly better, it would have been widely known by now. Not necessarily, Xiao Jing countered. If someone purposely set up an information barrier, who would know? The term information barrier was something he had heard from Brother Fuguwei, yet he found it quite reasonable. Feng typically appeared lifeless and devoid of interest. However, upon hearing Xiao Jing's words, a glimmer of light emerged in his eyes. You actually thought of that. That's quite rare. But I'm just an ordinary adventurer. With a bit more knowledge about the outdoors, he replied modestly. Chu Jianlei pressed on. Is that area still a settlement with the character Hong? Feng contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. It should not be the main settlement with the character Hong located here. Que j'en ai incroyable de fierté. Have you ever been to the main Hong settlement? I am not worthy, Feng resumed his lethargic demeanor. Ordinary individuals lack the qualifications to enter. This was indeed the case. As Xiao Jing nodded in agreement, typically, formal residents of settlements are not qualified to go. Feng glanced at him and could not help but ask, are you very familiar with the settlements? Having wandered for many years, he had only visited the settlement twice. To his surprise, this young child had encountered a family tragedy. Xiao Jing replied with a hint of indifference, stating that only he had survived and thus had no choice but to roam outside. Upon hearing this, Feng pondered and inquired, did you provoke someone? The status of a formal resident in the settlement could not be easily revoked, even if one became an orphan. Xiao Jing maintained a calm demeanor, remarking that being remembered by others and failing to safeguard one's inheritance was not a fate he desired. Life in the wasteland was indeed cheap, and as he spoke of these matters, it felt as though he were recounting the misfortunes of another. Feng contemplated for a moment, then turned to Chu Jianlei. You too must have stirred trouble if you wish to traverse the endless mountains, correct? Que Jianlei, with a resigned click of his tongue, answered sullenly, as a survivor, who does not have a few enemies? Even with a resolution to settle scores with someone like Hua Xiezi, one cannot be certain of future encounters. No survivor could eliminate all potential foes. Those like Mr. Sai had surely transcended the realm of mere survivors. Feng, devoid of doubt in Chu Jianlei's words, curiously asked, you have never been to Hongyi settlement, have you? After a winter had passed, he had gained some understanding of the circumstances surrounding the two. Que Jianlei s'idoni nodded. He could not explain that he had offended someone from the main settlement. But with Feng's experience, it was evident he could surmise what Chu Jianlei feared. He spoke in a low tone. The order in Hong is quite commendable. Even if someone were to come looking, one must consider the consequences. Chu Jianlei regarded him with a stoic expression. Feng contemplated and then continued. If you wish to cross the endless mountains, you must be prepared to abandon vehicles and many supplies. This struck a chord with Chu Jianlei, who had not acquired his meager possessions easily. Such opportunities were rare, especially considering he had narrowly escaped from a siege involving over a dozen vehicles. He smiled wryly, admitting that the sense of security was indeed lacking, and he could always sell off some items. However, he reflected, how could he traverse the endless mountains if he sold everything? Feng seemed to grasp his thoughts and suggested, perhaps we should remain here temporarily. He meant that during this time, they could consume some supplies while also venturing into the mountains occasionally. This would allow them to acclimate to the surroundings and hunt some wild beasts. Should anything arise in Hong they could discreetly depart. Most importantly, winter had only just passed, and the endless mountains remained exceedingly cold. If they were to leave, summer would be the preferable season. Feng added, I will make an effort to gather information and see if I can acquire a map. If there are smuggling teams, that would be even better. Chu Jianlei was finally convinced, yet the last statement left him somewhat astonished. Are there truly smugglers? Feng shook his head impassively. Who can say for certain? Chu Jianlei nodded, conceding. Then let us find a place to settle. Outside Hong settlement. The number of houses far exceeded that of Hong settlement. Upon counting, one might estimate around 100,000 homes. The population here was also significantly larger than that of Hong. As Feng drove closer to the city outskirts, many gazes were drawn to the unfamiliar vehicle. Chu Jianlei suddenly declared, from now on, call me Fu Gue. Feng maintained a neutral expression, merely nodding slightly. Xiao Jing pondered for a moment and mimicked. From now on, I shall be called by Tian. As the vehicle approached the settlement, a road emerged, albeit one made of gravel, which was a commendable sight, evoking a sense of modern civilization. Nevertheless, a light truck laden with supplies remained a rare sight. Soon, a motorcyclist approached, inquiring whether they were selling their goods. Lai Feng adeptly handled such matters, dismissing the inquiry with an indifferent wave of his hand. They soon arrived at numerous houses outside the city, where another group approached, asking if they needed a shop. If the houses were not so rudimentary, the relentless stream of middlemen might have hinted at a semblance of a market economy. Lai Feng still ignored these individuals and parked the vehicle in an open area, placing a sign on the windshield, seeking to rent a small residential courtyard, parking available. Middlemen need not disturb. This tactic proved effective as inquiries began to trickle in. After approximately 2 hours, they settled on a modest courtyard consisting of 4 rooms. The commercial activity here was indeed vibrant. The landlord was even willing to accept goods in exchange for rent. However, the rent was not inexpensive. One automatic Gauss rifle would only cover a month's stay. After a lengthy negotiation, Lai Feng managed to secure a deal for 2 rifles for a 3-month rental. He felt somewhat disgruntled, realizing the landlord could easily profit from the arrangement. Jianlei shook his head, suggesting, one must allow the other party to earn a little. That way, they will be more accommodating. Lai Feng seized upon this remark, retorting, if I am to gather information, some costs are necessary, aren't they? Jianlei cast him a surprised glance. I thought you would want weapons. That can wait. Lai Feng replied nonchalantly, a long knife will suffice. Carrying a gun might lead to chaos. Indeed, he was a seasoned veteran. Jianlei couldn't help but silently admire him, recognizing the wisdom in wielding a sharp blade without hesitation. However, he had limited silver dollars and produced only 2, one from Hongxi and one from Hongwu. Do you know how to use them? He asked. Understood. Lai Feng nodded, thinking that this individual truly possessed silver dollars, and he quietly exchanged them from a distance. Thus, the 3 settled in quietly. In the ensuing days, Jianlei devoted himself to training. Jing, although also exercising, could not resist the youthful urge to explore from time to time. Residing near the settlement proved convenient, as most daily necessities could be easily procured. Jianlei did not remain idle. He possessed a certain aptitude for mechanical repairs. Over the past winter, he had managed to sift through some useful refuse and craft small items, which he could trade for goods. Within less than half a month, word spread that this tenant had formidable repair skills, leading some to seek his assistance. Typically, Jianlei would decline such requests, as he disliked being constrained. He preferred to create small items at his own pace, without adhering to anyone else's specifications. Repairing or customizing items based on others' demands made him uncomfortable, especially since many imposed deadlines, which he found increasingly distasteful. However, after turning down 2 requests, Lai Feng expressed his discontent. Your lack of cooperation is detrimental to my information-gathering efforts. The locals were well aware that the 3 were a group, and he had worked hard to establish connections, only to be met with constant reminders. Jianlei considered this and acknowledged that in this unfamiliar place, he should not alienate everyone. Thus, he replied, I can assist with simple repairs, but the other party must possess a good temperament. Additionally, there should be no time constraints. That is crucial. Lai Feng was not entirely satisfied with this response, yet he reflected that Fu Guei did not regard repair fees as significant. He consoled himself, well, something is better than nothing. Consequently, the situation grew rather peculiar. Requests directed at Fu Guei yielded no results, while inquiries made to Lai Feng proved effective. Nonetheless, Lai Feng had a keen eye for people, accepting 2 jobs that were both lucrative and uncomplicated. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and Jianlei found himself at an impasse, having nearly reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi refinement. He had consumed half of his 3rd mutated beast crystal and felt progress slowing. He resolved to venture into the endless mountains for a first-hand encounter with the beasts therein, hoping to encounter mutated creatures. Upon hearing this, Jing strongly insisted on accompanying him. Jianlei promptly refused, stating, if we run into trouble, I cannot be responsible for you. Moreover, Jing bore a significant responsibility. She had to safeguard the home. Over the past month, Liefeng had somewhat integrated into this small group, yet it was still far from reassuring. The crux of the matter was that Liefeng spent his days wandering about gathering intelligence. Surely someone had to keep watch over the premises. Chapter 52. The prey Liefeng rode his motorcycle for more than 100 kilometers. delivering Chu Jianlei to the foot of the mountain. He inquired of Fu Gui when he would return, suggesting he would come to pick him up. Chu Jianlei waved his hand, indicating that if he needed to return, he could simply hitch a ride. This time, he ventured into the mountains fully equipped, armed with a laser gun and a Gauss rifle, as well as an array of knives and several supplies. Thankfully, he had modified his backpack. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to accommodate so many items. After Hong E's arrival, Xiao Jing purchased some new clothing. Once the three of them changed, they finally felt less shabby. However, Chu Jianlei had actually altered his perfectly good clothes, adding numerous pockets and ties. He even revamped his backpack significantly, making it very form-fitting. Although he was not well-versed in ergonomics, he had spent a little energy, and Xiao who had devised a modification plan. The plan was rather rudimentary, undoubtedly with ample room for improvement. Still, Chu Jianlei deemed it sufficient given his current financial limitations. Upon seeing the modifications, Liefeng was thoroughly astonished, contemplating that the trio could open a shop selling backpacks and clothing. Chu Jianlei dismissed this idea, asserting that such items could be replicated without any bottlenecks. Moreover, in the Wasteland, there was no concept of patents. The most critical point was that he was only temporarily residing in Hong Yi, with no intention of establishing a permanent base there. As Chu Jianlei ventured into the mountains, he naturally attracted the attention of nearby survivors. He had no desire to engage with them and quickened his pace, soon distancing himself. Many areas at the mountain's edge were claimed, especially those suitable for cultivation. Prior to his arrival, Chu Jianlei had Liefeng assist him in acquiring a map of the surrounding area of the Endless Mountains. The map was inexpensive and commonly possessed by many adventurers, primarily to avoid intruding on others' territories. Chu Jianlei aimed to sidestep such troubles and head directly into the depths of the mountains. He moved swiftly, but his fully armed appearance caught the eyes of several individuals. Hey, here comes a lone wolf. A lone wolf referred to a solitary predator, typically someone who lacked the capability to earn such a title. As expected, someone expressed discontent, questioning the notion of a lone wolf, suggesting that the newcomer was likely just a naive dreamer. Others echoed this sentiment, remarking that carrying so much gear was an invitation for robbery. Although the order in Hong Yi was comparatively better, robbery was far from eradicated, especially in the Endless Mountains, where unexpected events were commonplace. However, the first speaker scoffed, "Robbery? Huh, who thinks they can rob this person?" He further challenged anyone skeptical to a wager. If one could rob this man, he would pay them 100 silver dollars. The order in Hong Yi was indeed stronger, as someone dared to make such a wager. 100 silver dollars was a substantial bet, and some voiced their objections. Yet, the challenger insisted that merely looking at the two guns on the man's person would make them worth at least 50 silver dollars. After a cursory glance at the other supplies, 50 silver dollars seemed to be a modest estimate. Ultimately, someone stepped forward, declaring, "If the payout is 30 silver dollars, I will take the bet." The order in Hong Yi thrived not only due to its commercial success, but also because many skilled individuals sought to test their luck. Some wagered on Chu Jianlei's prowess, while others remained skeptical. Thus, the wager was established. However, 2 hours later, the individual who had pursued Chu Jianlei returned, admitting defeat and offering half the wager. This person was truly incredulous, but ultimately had to concede. The reason was simple, even in a foot race. He could not keep up with Chu Jianlei, who was growing increasingly distant. Having brought so much gear, it was evident that Chu Jianlei was formidable. Thus, he decisively turned around, announcing that the bet was concluded. The other party was dissatisfied, arguing, "Why should I concede and pay half? Who knows what you did?" The challenger grew angry, stating that if not for the concern of word getting back to that man, he would have outright given up. Ultimately, he acknowledged that Chu Jianlei was indeed a strong adversary. Chu Jianlei emerged from the mountains 7 days later, still composed and focused, but now with 2 cuts of meat slung over his back. Is that the flesh of a Jinwan Xiong? Someone recognized one of the cuts. And that is Samway Shelley, right? It must be a B-class mutated creature. The crowd quickly gathered around him, asking, "Brother, are you selling that meat?" Chu Jianlei, lowering his eyelids, replied, "Please step aside. 5 silver dollars. Someone called out, "Where did you obtain that meat?" 5 silver dollars was still a fair sum, and Chu Jianlei accepted the coins, pointing in a direction. 110 kilometers away. That's the straight line distance. 30 kilometers into the mountains is a safe zone, like this very spot. Another 30 kilometers in is relatively safe, but beyond 100 kilometers lies the extreme danger zone. Skeptical, the individual retorted, "How could you have traveled that far alone? You buy information, I sell it," Chu Jianlei replied coolly. "If you don't believe me, why come to me?" His irritation was palpable, and the others around him dared not provoke him further. The wrath of a strong individual was not something to be trifled with. Someone, however, was perceptive enough to inquire. "Did you actually take down both the Jinwen Xiong and the Sanwei Shelley?" Chu Jianlei I twitched slightly. "I was fortunate. They both ended up taking each other out, leaving the spoils for me." The absurdity of such a statement left the majority speechless. The habitats of the Jinwen Xiong and the Shelley were entirely different. The former was a top-tier predator, while the latter, despite being carnivorous, would never dare to provoke the former. The Sanwei Shelley, undoubtedly a mutated beast, would still be wary of engaging with the Jinwen Xiong. The crux of the matter was that while the Jinwen Xiong had a fierce temperament, the Shelley was not lacking in intelligence. If it could not win, it would flee. It was implausible for them to engage in mutual destruction. Chu Jianlei paid no mind to the crowd's reactions. He was inwardly pleased. This foray into the mountains had yielded considerable rewards. Both the Jinwen Xiong and the Sanwei Shelley had fallen to his hand. The Jinwen Xiong, while tough-skinned and meaty, ultimately succumbed to his Gauss rifle. The Sanwei Shelley, however, was far too agile. It was genuinely difficult to aim, and it perished under the strike of his Taiji Shi Sandao. Had it not attempted a counterattack, he would have had to watch it escape. Even so, his left shoulder bore the marks of the encounter, bloodied and likely fractured at the scapula. Yet, he recognized that such battles were immensely beneficial for his growth. His encounters with both beasts and mutated creatures had spanned merely 3 days, certainly not 4. However, it was only through life-and-death struggles that he could truly feel the fervor and yearning rising from within. Thus, during these brief days, his previously stagnant cultivation began to show signs of progress. Remarkably, his appetite had surged as well. He had carried back more than half of a Jinwen Xiong and half of a Sanwei Shelley simply because he had consumed the rest. Within just a few days, he had devoured over 100 kilograms of meat, which astonished even him. Yet, hunger was a powerful motivator. For his cultivation to advance, a solid material foundation was essential. Otherwise, energy conservation would falter. As he circumvented the blockade of those individuals, nearing the foot of the mountain, he was once again intercepted. There was only one person blocking his path, but beside them stood a tricycle motorcycle with 2 others seated atop it. On the cart of the tricycle, a machine gun was mounted. The man blocking the way held a Gauss rifle, with a short dagger and a laser pistol hanging from his waist. He spoke in a commanding tone, instructing to set the lynx down for him to inspect. Chu Jianlei was taken aback, lowered his eyelids, and silently placed the 2 pieces of meat he had on his shoulder onto the ground, stepping back 2 paces. Unintentionally, he had already taken on a bow stance. The 2 guns on his back made it inconvenient to act, and at this distance, a long knife would be more suitable, just as it would have been when confronted by that 3-tailed lynx. He was uncertain of his opponent's background, but anyone daring enough to block the road at the foot of the mountain was certainly not an ordinary person. Moreover, with his left shoulder still injured, it was difficult to predict the outcome if a fight broke out. He merely hoped that his adversary would adhere to Hong Yi's rules and avoid escalating matters uncontrollably. After enduring hardships to reach Hong Yi, he had finally obtained a cultivation plan and genuinely wished to live a few peaceful days. The man blocking the road stepped forward, prodding the half-lynx with his Gauss rifle, then crouched down. He drew his short dagger and sliced off a small piece of meat from the lynx's belly, holding it up to examine. After a squeeze and a shake of his head, he regretfully remarked, "Tiske, it's a pity it's about to crystallize." Jianlei, with his eyelids drooping, remained silent, thinking to himself, what does it matter if it crystallizes? I cannot simply refrain from resisting. However, the fact that the other party could discern the crystallization process of mutated beasts piqued his curiosity. Without even raising his head, the man spoke again, 10 silver coins. "I'll take this lynx." Chu Jianlei, still with drooping eyelids, muttered softly, "Not for sale." The man finally lifted his gaze, staring at him for several seconds, and said, 12 silver coins, no more." Chu Jianlei continued to keep his eyelids low, replying, "I need it for myself." The man fixed his gaze on Chu Jianlei for quite a while, not blinking. Chu Jianlei stood there motionless, hands at his sides. After nearly 20 seconds, the man snorted, and though he left his next words unspoken, the threat was unmistakable. So, he was a meat tyrant. Chu Jianlei finally understood the background of these individuals. He replied coolly, "I don't have enough to eat myself." So he was still a wealthy man? The man smiled, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. A true wealthy person would never venture alone to hunt mutated beasts, would they? Chapter 53. News of the Mecca. The man blocking Chu Jianlei finally stood up. Since he wasn't interested in buying the meat of mutated beasts, Chu Jianlei had no intention of making things difficult for him. The weapons on the other side did not intimidate him, but the ability to single-handedly kill a B-class mutated beast left no doubt about their strength. Thus, he straightforwardly stated, "If you produce crystals, we will buy them at a high price." This is indeed a place of rules. Chu Jianlei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, he didn't hastily pick up the meat, but instead proposed, "I can give you half." The other party remained silent, observing him with keen interest, a smirk of derision lingering at the corners of his mouth. Chu Jianlei, ignoring him, asserted, "I want to learn how to identify mutated crystals." "Dream on," the man replied, turning aside, too lazy to look at him anymore. Chu Jianlei, whose pride was thin, truly wished to learn. Hence he didn't mind the other's rudeness and made a tentative attempt. If it was not possible, so be it. He took down the Gauss rifle and used the barrel to lift the 2 pieces of meat. With a deft motion, the over 200 kilograms of meat was effortlessly hoisted onto his shoulder. Then, he walked away briskly. The 3 men, seeing him take down the gun, instinctively felt a surge of caution, only to be astonished by his unexpected maneuver. Watching him swiftly disappear into the distance, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. After a long while, the machine gunner in the cart finally spoke in astonishment. He asked, quite skilled. The physical prowess of the Wasteland dwellers was generally superior. Carrying several hundred pounds while walking was no trivial matter. Yet, to flick the wrist and lift such weight was not something just anyone could achieve. The man blocking the way wore an unsightly expression, snorting coldly. Who asked this for? However, his thoughts were partially misguided. Chu Jianlei's actions were not only a display of strength, but also a precaution against a sudden attack. Crouching down to carry the meat would have severely limited his ability to react. He remained on guard until he had walked 5 kilometers, finally relaxing slightly. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he spotted several motorcycles in the distance and exhaled a sigh of relief. This location was worth frequent visits, significantly aiding his personal breakthrough. The return journey was much simpler, as there were motorcycles specifically for transport. Some people boldly demanded 10 kilograms of golden striped bear meat for a ride, but in the end, Chu Jianlei opted for a 3-kilogram piece. By the time he returned to the settlement, it was already midnight, and he alighted 2 kilometers away from his small courtyard. He was determined not to draw any unnecessary attention and preferred to remain low-key. The next day, the scent of meat wafted through the courtyard, and Xiao Jing did not venture outside, assisting Fu Gui in processing the prey. Originally, he had suggested preserving it, but Chu Jianlei had other plans. He intended to make meat floss. Meat floss is highly caloric and can be stored for long periods, a preparation for crossing the endless mountains. Although Hong Yi was currently peaceful, it was essential for him to remain vigilant. Most of the lynx meat and a small amount of golden striped bear meat were made into meat floss, with the remainder reserved for immediate consumption. With meat at home, the fisher rarely wandered, returning punctually for meals. Then, Chu Jianlei was astonished by Fu Gui's appetite. Though he said nothing, he couldn't help but glance multiple times. Chu Jianlei had something to say to him. "Fisher, the map you provided has some issues." "It can't be wrong." Fisher couldn't help but reply. "Many people have verified it." Chu Jianlei didn't argue with him, advising, "Be more meticulous while gathering other information, and avoid making mistakes again." Fisher was taken aback, silently nodding, and said nothing more. Chu Jianlei's injury required 5 days for recovery. The flesh wounds had not fully healed, let alone any fractures. During this time, he even began crafting some small trinkets. Wasteland dwellers were not so delicate. On the 6th day, he even started practicing Ba Duan Jin, feeling that the pain in his scapula had lessened. Xiao Jing advised him to rest for another 2 days, but he insisted it was of no concern. Ultimately, time waits for no one. Moreover, he believed that since he began practicing the Wu Ming Lian Qi Ju, his recovery abilities had improved considerably. Otherwise, with his voracious appetite. Where would all the energy go? A day later, the scabs began to fall off, revealing soft, new flesh beneath. After another 10 days, Jianlei felt that he had nearly fully recovered and ventured out for hunting once more. This time, he returned 12 days later, bringing back over a dozen iron wire snakes, 2 pangolins, and more than half a steel-haired wild boar. Jianlei had been injured again. The steel-haired wild boar was also a mutated beast, and although not classified, it proved to be quite a challenge. The critical issue was that this creature was recklessly fearless. Jianlei had sprained himself this time. While dodging, he accidentally stepped on a round stone, causing the injury. However, he strongly suspected that his ankle was also fractured. This time, he rested for 8 days, during which the swelling in his foot subsided, and he was unable to practice the Wu Ming Lian Qi Ju. Nevertheless, his appetite remained unchanged, and Xiao Jing couldn't help but grumble about needing to find a way to earn money. Yet, such adventures bore fruit. On the 3rd day after the swelling had subsided, Jianlei finally broke through his bottleneck. If nothing unexpected occurred, he should have reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. After breaking through the bottleneck, he was able to cultivate peacefully for a while. However, after 20 days of training, he returned to the mountains, engaging in both training and hunting for meat. This time, he roamed for over 10 days but had a meager harvest, only catching 3 salt sheep. The flavor of the salt sheep is exquisite, naturally imbued with a savory taste. Unfortunately, it is not a mutated beast and thus contains limited energy. However, upon returning, an unexpected surprise awaits him. The fisher has caught wind of a rumor. Someone is clandestinely attempting to sell a damaged mech. A mech. Upon hearing this, Jianlei could hardly contain his excitement. What type is it? How much damage does it have? What is the price? The fisher is certain that the mech is a transport type, with an intact rate of approximately 60 to 80%. As for the price, it is fixed at 8,000 silver dollars. For Jianlei, the price is not a significant issue. The transport mech is precisely what he desires. The mech's inherent carrying capacity is substantial, and possessing one would greatly enhance the likelihood of traversing the endless mountains. Specializing in transport makes it even more suitable for him. However, there is one problem. I must inspect the goods before the transaction. This is out of the question, the fisher replied decisively, as the other party is adamant about not allowing an inspection. Jianlei disregarded his words, merely gazing at him with a faint expression. Is this how you gather information for me? The fisher felt a bit uneasy under his scrutiny and awkwardly explained. Even a damaged mech is considered contraband. The regulations regarding mechs in the Wasteland are indeed particularly stringent, far more so than for gold. Being caught essentially equates to a death sentence. Jianlei waved his hand dismissively, speaking coolly, I have no interest in pursuing this further. Whoever wishes to buy may do so. He even began to suspect that this fisher had colluded with someone to deceive him. The same old tale of loyalty and betrayal unfolds at every corner of the Wasteland. Although Jianlei's sense of security is low, he understands the importance of restraint. Subsequently, Xiao Jing also approached the fisher for conversation. Are you harboring any ill intentions? Where would I find such thoughts? The fisher could not endure Xiao Jing's misunderstanding. You two have emerged from settlement. Are you not aware of how stringent the regulations on mechs are? I genuinely do not know, Xiao Jing replied candidly. My family had a mech back in the day. What kind of family is that? The fisher was taken aback, unable to comprehend how it could have fallen to such a state. Now I am the one questioning you, Xiao Jing impatiently stated. Are you conspiring with others to deceive Fu Guige? How could I dare to deceive him? The fisher spread his hands, forcing a bitter smile. He can return from the endless mountains with mutated beasts every few days. Am I insane enough to target such a person? Xiao Jing contemplated for a moment, and then sighed. Fisher, if you wish to leave, just say so. Neither of us will stop you. However, let's refrain from engaging in such nonsensical activities. Their conversation did not escape Jianlei's ears, and upon hearing it, he smiled faintly. Xiao Jing is still too kind-hearted. If the fisher truly wished to leave, he would not hesitate. He knows far too much. In response to Xiao Jing's words, the fisher fell silent, finally exhaling a long sigh. This time, Jianlei retained 2 salt sheep for himself and sold the remaining one. The meat monopolized by the meat tycoons primarily consists of mutated beast flesh, showing little interest in ordinary wild game. The salt sheep, however, boasts an exceptional flavor, commanding a price significantly higher than that of regular mutated beast meat. Thus, selling one to subsidize expenses was inevitable. Jianlei abandoned his pursuit of the mech. Yet this news still influenced him. He began to contemplate the flying backpack. The flying backpack is a concept from Blue Star. When he traversed here, it was merely in the experimental manufacturing phase. There may have been a few prototypes, yet their performance was decidedly unstable. However, Jianlei knew that the design plans had matured relatively well, with only two manufacturing bottlenecks remaining: materials and energy. In the Wasteland, these two bottlenecks are of little concern, even in this apocalyptic landscape. As Jianlei advanced to the fifth layer of qi refining, the rotation speed of Xiaohu increased slightly, making it easier to summon. He consumed minimal mutated beast crystals, and Xiaohu managed to retrieve various designs and data for the flying backpack. These materials were not developed by it, but were purely gathered from big data. Much of the information and data collected was concealed, essentially comprising a few broad frameworks. Nevertheless, for Jianlei, this was sufficient. He would resolve the issues of materials and energy himself. This time, he spent an unusually long period of nearly 20 days in the small courtyard. Aside from training, he focused on refining the design of the flying backpack. As for seeking Xiaohu's assistance, Jianlei stated, "I prefer to handle it myself. That fellow consumes too many mutated crystals." After 20 days, he ventured into the mountains again to hunt. This time, he was determined to hunt some mutated beasts for profit, as the materials for manufacturing the flying backpack do not come cheap. Chapter 54. The flying backpack. Jianlei was fortunate on this excursion, encountering a group of mutated beasts. They were a pack of mutated weasel foxes attacking a mutated stag with large antlers. The stag was quite large, weighing nearly 1,000 kilograms when fully grown. The weasel foxes, on the other hand, were smaller, weighing around 40 to 50 kilograms each, but there were over 30 of them in this group. Weasel foxes are carnivorous and can release anesthetic gas, making them highly aggressive. Jianlei seized the opportunity while the weasel foxes were preoccupied with the stag, striking swiftly. Initially, he used a laser gun for targeted shots, and after hitting 4 weasel foxes in quick succession, they finally realized they were under attack. Weasel foxes hold grudges. Seeing the stag falter, they immediately split off a dozen to charge at Jianlei. Their bodies are agile, rivaling that of the three-tailed lynx, and their movements are exceedingly erratic. Mid-air, they can turn and twist, giving the impression of defying the laws of physics. Relying on his agility and swordsmanship, Jianlei managed to slay 2 weasel foxes, but the remaining ones quickly altered their attack strategy. They began to leap around him, no longer engaging directly, but aiming to use their gas to incapacitate him. Jianlei, fully aware of their general characteristics, was unperturbed by their anesthetic gas. His training had progressed sufficiently that he could hold his breath for half an hour without issue. Thus, he switched to the laser gun, realizing that slow, methodical shots would not suffice. He began to fire multiple rounds. One by one, the weasel foxes fell, yet they did not retreat. In their experience, few creatures are unfazed by their gas, and certainly not this two-legged being. Since he remained standing, they assumed he was on the verge of collapse and pressed on. Eventually, after Jianlei had dispatched 28 weasel foxes, they finally recognized the futility of their efforts. The remaining weasel foxes scattered in disarray, only to be met with Jianlei's final 2 kills. His bounty amounted to 30 weasel foxes and 1 relatively intact stag. Only after driving away the weasel foxes did he realize, to his astonishment, that he had been poisoned. He had held his breath, but his body still needed to exchange gases with the outside world, resorting to skin respiration. The ensuing lethargy was quite uncomfortable, but fortunately, he carried a dose of the berserk agent. A single injection revitalized him instantly. As for the subsequent side effects, Jianlei was unconcerned. He would simply circulate his energy a few times and eat something to restore himself. 3 to 4 kilometers away, weasel foxes were still lurking, evidently monitoring him. Jianlei had no intention of feigning death to lure them. The mountains were perilous, and swiftly abandoning the entanglement was the wisest course. Nonetheless, this haul was substantial, requiring him to make 3 trips to transport his prey a distance. Fortunately, his speed of movement was remarkably swift. Otherwise, it would have taken ages to relocate these spoils. Even so, transporting the loot to a safe zone took him an entire day and night, consuming 20 nutrient agents in the process. Upon witnessing his prey, the onlookers were left utterly astounded. Had they not been aware that this individual had a history of hunting mutated beasts, a feat attributable to a formidable prowess, they might have been tempted to seize the opportunity. In truth, even at this juncture, the gazes directed towards Jianlei were somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, just then, the meat tyrant made his appearance once more, and surely, this time there would be some meat to sell. I have even sold the weasel fox. Jianlei responded without hesitation, including the pelts. The flesh of the weasel fox possesses a slight toxicity that necessitates careful preparation before consumption, rendering it rather unpalatable. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to exert himself over it. The pelts of the weasel fox, on the other hand, are far more valuable than its meat, providing excellent insulation and yielding garments that are exquisite luxuries. Particularly, as these belong to the same species of weasel fox, their patterns closely resembled one another. Jianlei not only sold the weasel fox, but also partook in a significant portion of the elk. He refrained from accepting any meat that had been gnawed upon by the weasel fox, opting instead to salvage unblemished cuts. Even so, the total amounted to nearly 200 kilograms. The meat tyrant had long since ceased to harbor any grievances against him, for they were well aware that this adept hunter of mutated beasts truly consumed his own spoils. The man who had first blocked his path even smiled, remarking on his elevated standards. Jianlei, wishing to minimize further interaction, simply stated a price. This time, the response from the opposite party was genuine, opening with an offer of 500 silver dollars, to which Jianlei countered with 600. The other party, beaming with delight, readily accepted. Deal. The fleeting thought of retracting this notion crossed Jianlei's mind momentarily. However, it vanished just as quickly, for he felt no sense of regret. Achieving his psychological expectations sufficed. Such trivial matters were hardly worthy of contention. Upon returning home, Jianlei procured numerous materials suitable for constructing a flying backpack and began his secluded research. Nearly simultaneously, news of his successful hunt for mutated beasts spread, particularly given the impressive sum of 600 silver dollars he had earned. In the Hong-E settlement, individuals of such prowess were exceedingly rare. Typically, those who obtained mutated beast crystals boasted even more illustrious achievements. However, the acquisition of crystals often hinged upon considerable luck rather than sheer strength. Moreover, hunting mutated beasts usually necessitated a coordinated team effort, whereas Jianlei ventured into the mountains alone. The weasel fox was not classified as a high-ranking mutated beast, yet even so, a team of over 10 would dare to confront a group of 30. Rumor had it that this individual had entered the mountains alone on multiple occasions, amassing substantial rewards. Shortly after this news circulated, some began to feel intrigued. The fellow named Fu Gui appeared to possess considerable wealth, hence his ability to indulge in mutated beasts so freely. A few days later, he could no longer contain himself and sought out Lai Feng, inquiring whether he was indeed interested in mechas. Though Lai Feng had been gathering information from outside, he remained rather lethargic. With a lackluster tone, he replied, "Does Fu Gui think I intend to swindle him? Please refrain from causing trouble. How could I possibly deceive him?" Fu Gui retorted, growing impatient, "I fear the stringent regulations surrounding mechas. Are you not aware?" Leaning lazily against the wall, Lai Feng could hardly muster the energy to respond. Yet, Fu Gui did not underestimate him. Fully aware that many formidable individuals lurked in the Wasteland, appearing harmless at first glance. Thus, he spoke earnestly. "Must your leader inspect the merchandise beforehand?" After a prolonged silence, Lai Feng finally replied at a leisurely pace, "The price may not be as you claim." Initially, Fu Gui had quoted an inflated price of 8,000 silver dollars, purely a tactic to exaggerate. The more illicit the item, the greater the potential profit. Thus, he remained unfazed, expressing a willingness to negotiate as long as a transaction could be finalized. However, it was inconceivable to inspect a mecha without a deposit. Hence, he proposed 100 silver dollars as a down payment, non-refundable should negotiations falter. Lai Feng, still languid, remarked, "If negotiations fail, you could silence me. Is a refund truly significant?" Truly, a seasoned adventurer with over 20 years in the wild had gained profound insight. Yet, Fu Gui was no fool. He understood the implication that they might resort to silencing him to seize the mecha. Lai Feng, with a weary tone, responded, "That was your assertion. I never suggested such a thing." Regardless, the fact that the other party agreed to inspect the mecha prior to finalizing the deal indicated a measure of sincerity. The two continued to negotiate, ultimately settling on a down payment of 50 silver dollars. Should the inspection of the mecha not yield a successful transaction, the deposit could be partially refunded based on the circumstances. Whether the outcome leaned left or right would be a matter for further discussion. Nevertheless, the terms established during this negotiation were far more practical. Fu Guo then insisted, "Be swift in informing your leader. Long nights breed many dreams." Lai Feng nonchalantly replied, "He has departed. Await his return." Has he ventured into the mountains again? Truly reckless, Fu Guo muttered, then grew furious. "Why then did you elaborate so much?" Lai Feng looked at him in exasperation and finally asked, "Was it I who sought you out?" At a loss for words, Fu Guo sighed after a moment. "When he returns, please inform me promptly." Chu Jianlei indeed ventured into the mountains once more, for summer had arrived, and it was time to stockpile additional provisions. As for the flying backpack, research had progressed to a certain extent, though the testing process remained rather intricate. The procurement of various materials and equipment had already cost Chu Jianlei over 300 silver dollars. Engaging in scientific research undeniably burned through funds. Yet, some results had emerged, as he had devised a solution for the propulsion system of the flying backpack, achieving preliminary success in testing. The durability of the materials was commendable, albeit the energy blocks consumed rather rapidly. He was confident that with continued experimentation, superior solutions would materialize. Unfortunately, certain materials that could be scavenged from the junkyard were of little monetary value when sold. Yet, when he sought to purchase them, their prices exceeded his wildest expectations. Such instances were not frequent, but even two examples had significantly dampened his spirits. His resentment towards the capitalist system grew stronger. "It is all your fault that I have incurred such expenses." In summation, he needed to continue preparing shredded meat, while also amassing more silver dollars to support his experiments. Additionally, he had a pressing need to hone his combat abilities. Thus his forays into the mountains were inevitable. This time, however, the spoils were rather lackluster. 2 porcupines, one of which was mutated. Que Jianlei Boursevralund. Finally reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement, all superficial, with 2 penetrating injuries. He had encountered other mutated beasts, but the effort required to engage them was excessive, and their meat was inedible. Moreover, he had yet to reach level B, thus failing to acquire any mutated crystals. Why endure such hardship? Nonetheless, to others, his harvest remained commendable. The meat tyrant still sought to purchase meat, but Chu Jianlei declared, "The meat of porcupines is quite palatable, so I shall not sell." The meat tyrant, resigned, recognized that Chu Jianlei genuinely consumed mutated beast meat for every meal and had developed specific preferences, given his previous substantial earnings. This time he could not afford to be overly concerned. Upon returning home, Chu Jianlei received news from Xiao Jing that he could pay the deposit and inspect the mecha. Chapter 55. The grand transaction. Xiao Jing maintained stringent and unyielding demands regarding Lai Feng. However, fundamentally, he did not seek to create difficulties. He believed he had rescued Lai Feng, integrating him into this small circle, and thus felt obligated to safeguard him. Now that Lai Feng had negotiated a favorable condition, he hesitated to disclose it to Fu Guo, and Xiao Jing offered to intercede on his behalf. Chu Jianlei had not anticipated that the matter regarding the mecha would have further developments. His desire for the mecha was genuine, prompting him to inquire further about the circumstances surrounding this change. Lai Feng had contemplated the reasons thoroughly and had even discussed them with Xiao Jing. Therefore, Xiao Jing candidly explained that the other party initially intended to dangle the offer before him, only for him to withdraw from negotiations. Now that they were aware of his capabilities and had waited in vain for him to approach, they took the initiative to reach out. Chu Jianlei analyzed the situation and found no logical inconsistencies, feeling a pang of temptation. In previous times, he had been somewhat averse to such underground transactions, deeming them both unethical and excessively risky. If the mecha can indeed be repaired, the likelihood of successfully traversing the endless mountains will significantly increase. Only by reaching the other side of the mountain can he completely escape the shadow of the Hongzi settlement. A profound sense of insecurity compelled him to take a gamble, to risk this perilous journey. At that moment, intuition overrode reason. He had the deposit available. He felt an urge to act, preferring to confront danger rather than remain in constant fear of an unknown threat. Jianlei had never feared death. Rather, he often worried that his demise might be without merit. Once he had made his decision, neither Xiao Jing nor Liefeng would object. 2 days later, in a desolate wilderness 20 kilometers from his settlement, Jianlei beheld the mecha. It was loaded in a freight truck, and after he scrutinized it, the truck drove away. Both parties were wary of each other, and the threat of violence or silencing had not materialized, indicating a mutual sincerity in their transactions. Jianlei's understanding of mechas was limited. His primary concern before arriving had been whether the mecha was pink. If not, then perhaps there was hope, but upon closer inspection, he realized the damage was severe. With his modest expertise, he could ascertain that the mecha's integrity would not exceed 70%. Both parties concealed their identities as the truck departed, with 2 individuals on each side. After a moment of silence, the opposing party inquired if he was satisfied. Jianlei clicked his tongue and muttered with disinterest about the damage. Of course, there were areas that were compromised. The other party replied nonchalantly. Otherwise, they would not be selling it. I meant the propulsion system. Jianlei retorted, his tone sharp. The mecha served as an individual weapon and could possess various auxiliary functions, with formidable defense and firepower. However, its effectiveness as a combat unit fundamentally relied on 2 components: the energy unit and the propulsion unit, typically located at the back of the mecha. This design evidently favored offensive capabilities, which was only logical. Who would design a weapon to encourage retreat? Are we haggling? The other party asked dismissively, urging him to make an offer. Jianlei straightforwardly stated 1,000 silver coins. That is impossible, came the immediate response, equally blunt. I have never encountered such a low offer. For 1,000 silver coins is the minimum. Realizing that an agreement was unlikely, Jianlei, who had little interest in bargaining, did not look back and declared, Liefeng, remember to retrieve the 40 silver coins deposit. The 10 I will forfeit is merely for having viewed the mecha. His reasoning was clear. Damage to the propulsion system equated to the destruction of the mecha's core. An automobile with a broken engine holds little value. One might as well dismantle it for parts. Retaining 10 silver coins was already generous on his part. Liefeng, standing behind him, lazily hummed in agreement. The opposing party was taken aback by the abrupt collapse of the deal. They had hoped to profit more from such a rare item. Yet, they were acutely aware that while this item was indeed rare, few had both the courage and the means to purchase it. Even among desperate rogues, it was challenging to find individuals willing to invest, particularly a wealthy small team like theirs. 2,000 silver coins is the lowest we can go. We lost 3 brothers and 4 heavily wounded for this mecha. After much deliberation, they finally settled on 1,500 silver coins. However, Jianlei did not possess such an amount. He had only a little over 200 silver coins remaining from the Hongi settlement, which he could not expend since he needed to procure materials. Additionally, he had some banknotes from the energy block store, convertible to over 1,000 silver coins, but still insufficient for the 1,500 required. Jianlei valued these banknotes for their versatility, believing that after crossing the endless mountains, they might be universally accepted, while energy blocks were mere consumables. Thus, it was preferable to conserve the banknotes. Ultimately, his only option was gold. He inquired about payment in gold, but the other party insisted on silver coins, mutated beast meat, or energy blocks. The first 2 were clearly infeasible, as Jianlei was reluctant to provoke the meat tyrants. He had 17 energy blocks on hand, which would suffice for a payment of 15, even considering he had acquired them at a discount and could still profit. However, that was not a feasible calculation. Crossing the mountains necessitated an ample supply of energy blocks, which could only be replenished at the settlement. Consequently, Jianlei asked what the rate for gold would be, only to find the other party uninterested. After all, they had managed to sell off such a hot commodity. Why would they want to acquire something less valuable? If gold was to be the medium, then 3,000 grams would be required. Jianlei was left speechless. 3,000 grams of gold could be exchanged for 3,000 silver coins. Was this not a complete reversal? However, such fluctuations were typical in the Wasteland's trade, where supply and demand could lead to considerable price variations. Surprisingly, Liefeng suggested, since we cannot reach an agreement, let it be. The other party is firm. We can withdraw 30 silver coins tomorrow. In this context, a 10 silver coin difference seemed trivial, and both parties departed, somewhat disgruntled. On the way back, Liefeng declared, 1 kilogram of gold can roughly be exchanged for 900 silver coins. I heard someone from Hongyi recently exchanged 2 kilograms for 1,800. Que Jianlei mused. I have always exchanged gold at a rate of 1 gram for 1 silver coin. Liefeng paused, but did not argue, perhaps acknowledging that Chu Jianlei engaged in larger transactions. Chu Jianlei remained silent, uncertain whether the other party had intended to profit at his expense, but did it truly matter? In such circumstances, it was only natural to receive compensation for assistance. Moreover, it was evident that Liefeng aimed to accompany him and Xiao Jing across the endless mountains. Under such circumstances, could he conceal a substantial sum of silver coins from him? Thus, these matters need not weigh heavily on his mind. Liefeng fulfilled his promise, returning the next afternoon. He had found an exchanger. Gold prices had risen recently, with 1 gram indeed equating to 1 silver coin. If this rate held outside the city, it was reasonable to assume it would be even higher within the settlement. A thought crossed Chu Jianlei's mind. Had he lost out during the last exchange? However, he quickly dismissed it. Such transactions were not about winning or losing. It was about acquiring suitable items at opportune moments, and a slight premium was hardly a significant concern. The exchange took place just outside the settlement, in a casino. There were many burly men overseeing the premises, each appearing fierce and formidable. Whether they adhered to the rules or had learned of Chu Jianlei's status, the exchange proceeded without issue. To his surprise, the other party asked whether he preferred silver coins or silver notes. Thus, he received 2,000 silver notes. He casually handed Liefeng 2 10 silver note bills and inquired, "Can these be used outside the city?" The other party smiled slightly, stating, "They are more stable than silver coins. I am merely extending a courtesy to Chu Jianlei. Otherwise, you would be slowly transporting silver coins." Chu Jianlei was taken aback and replied, "Thank you." "No need for thanks," came the indifferent response. "And remember to come see me for gold." It seemed this individual had ulterior motives, given the neatly stacked gold bars, surely not a collection of stray pieces. Upon hearing these words, Chu Jianlei unexpectedly relaxed, an inexplicable display of goodwill warranted vigilance, yet it was only natural when there were profits to be gained. The two departed from the casino, and Liefeng proceeded to explore the surroundings. The following noon, he returned to find Chu Jianlei and informed him that he had engaged in further discussions with the party selling the mecha. He had managed to negotiate the terms down to 1,400 silver dollars, in addition to the convertible light truck and some ammunition. While a typical second-hand light truck might not command such a price, this particular vehicle had been modified. Liefeng suggested that since they were bound to traverse the endless mountains, retaining the truck would serve no purpose. The mounted machine gun would not be retained. But with such an ample supply of ammunition, they could afford to leave some behind. Should they reconsider their decision to cross the mountains, they could always procure a superior vehicle. Ultimately, the convertible truck was a spoils of war. Regardless of its modifications, its foundation remained somewhat inferior. Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment before deciding against the exchange, stating that with so many items aboard, they would utilize them for as long as possible. The modifications to this vehicle had been witnessed by Waxizi and her companions, and should they be recognized, it might attract unnecessary trouble. Unbeknownst to him, Waxizi and her companions were trailing a convoy on their way to Hong Es settlement. Chapter 56. In dire straits, Waxizi felt somewhat unfortunate. Last autumn, after a skirmish, she had claimed a minor victory, yet not long after, they found themselves surrounded. The assailants were formidable figures, ruthless and demanding their cooperation. Numerous defiant hunters were killed on the spot, and she discerned that the attackers merely sought to establish dominance. These individuals were not merely brutish. Waxizi, perceptive as she was, chose to submit. Her combat prowess was considerable, but why take unnecessary risks? What followed was an interrogation, as the intruders sought a person known as Sha Chu. Waxizi honestly recounted the circumstances her group had faced. To her surprise, some believed that a character named Hei Tian might very well be Sha Chu. As for the presence of an additional child, what was the significance of that? Many survivors had combat partners they encountered by chance. Regardless, even if it was merely a possibility, this group thoroughly investigated the individual devoid of eyebrows. Throughout the winter, they remained relentless, braving the frigid temperatures in search of Sha Chu. Initially, it was anticipated that with the arrival of spring, matters would ease. Yet, these individuals continued their pursuit. Later, news surfaced that Sha Chu might have headed to Hong Yi, prompting them to dispatch yet another team to the area. The powerful had now determined that, regardless of whether He Tian was indeed Sha Chu, he had undoubtedly devised numerous methods of utilizing the mutated crystals. While the merchants of energy blocks were indeed formidable, it was worth noting that the acquisition of mutated crystals had originally been made from the inhabitants of the settlement. A simple investigation would reveal this fact. When it came to the applicable techniques for mutated crystals, those two warranted thorough examination. Ideally, they would secure the methods for themselves. Having encountered the individual without eyebrows and recognized the modified vehicle, Waxizi and her companions were ordered to follow. The rider, driving the vehicle, could not help but murmur, "Who have we offended? This is truly unfortunate." This truck had been sold to them at a low price by He Tian. Waxizi, however, coolly replied, "Mind your tongue if you wish to survive." "I thought there was no one around," the rider retorted nonchalantly. "What has this Sha Chu done to warrant such attention?" "It's merely a matter of interests," Waxizi replied lazily. "At least 3 teams are investigating him." She did not believe it to be a vendetta, stating bluntly, "Ordinary individuals need a certain standing to provoke such powerful figures." The rider sighed, lamenting their entanglement in such significant affairs, hoping they would not be silenced. Upon reflecting on the possibility of being silenced, Waxizi mused that many were already aware of the situation. Would the adversaries truly resort to such extreme measures? Yet, she shivered involuntarily, hoping that would not be the case. The rider quietly drove for a while before suddenly asking, "Do you think those 2 might also be in Hong Yi?" "How would I know?" Waxizi muttered softly, "I do hope he isn't." At that moment, a voice crackled through the communicator, announcing wild camp detected ahead. Assume combat formation. Combat formation. The rider sighed deeply, pondering the immense stakes involved in inspecting each camp. That evening, Jianlei concluded the transaction with his adversary. He even rented a heavy truck to transport the mecha. The trade proceeded without incident, and Jianlei's reputation had grown considerably around the periphery of Hong Yi settlement. The other party was only slightly surprised, inquiring if they were not to exchange the light truck and ammunition, to which Jianlei replied, his expression stoic, "Yes, we have acquired more funds. Do you have any mecha left?" His words were a subtle jab at his counterpart. Fearing retaliation, the other party could only chuckle awkwardly. Had I known it was silver notes, a minor concession would not have been an issue. With the silver notes already in hand, such insincere flattery was but child's play. Jianlei chose not to engage further and departed with live foam in the heavy truck. They dared not transport the mecha back to the small courtyard, knowing it would surely attract trouble, and instead transported it to a vast underground warehouse. The warehouse, steeped in age, had reportedly been constructed over 200 years ago. Initially built to stockpile winter supplies, it had even housed some survivors through the cold months. However, after 2 collapses, it was abandoned, as houses proliferated outside the city, and landlords preferred to see it remain desolate. It stood as a large underground ruin. If someone were to notice them entering or exiting, it could lead to complications. The 20-ton mecha could only be serviced in this location. For Jianlei, the acquisition of the mecha was, in truth, a fortunate stroke of luck. He had just perfected the propulsion system of his flying backpack. There are myriad types of propulsion systems, and the flying backpack was a design from Blue Star, ostensibly without much to reference. Yet, the reality was rather different. When he designed the propulsion for the flying backpack, he had considered energy blocks as the power source. His convertible light truck, a product of the Wasteland, was powered by fuel. Upon a meticulous inspection of the mecha, he discovered that indeed, the propulsion system was damaged, but the transmission system remained intact. As for the mecha's other damages, those were trivial. At worst, the armor was slightly deficient, and the left arm was somewhat unresponsive. Jianlei's primary interest in this mecha lay in its transport capabilities. Combat was a secondary concern. Having accumulated so many possessions, he was reluctant to forsake them all. With the mecha now in his possession, he decided to indulge a little. Producing the 3rd mutated crystal, he silently mused about matching it to his design propulsion. The small lake reappeared, slowly spinning, and Jianlei felt a familiar throbbing in his head. However, this time, it did not take long before new information emerged. The propulsion design for the flying backpack could indeed be transplanted to the mecha, though it felt somewhat disproportionate and mismatched. Jianlei's original design was intended to carry around a ton of supplies, without the necessity for the flying backpack to achieve flight. Merely bearing weight sufficed. Yet, the mecha itself weighed 20 tons, placing it in an entirely different power category. Some materials would undoubtedly need to be replaced. The most problematic aspect was the energy efficiency. The propulsion system of the flying backpack was already lacking, and transplanting it to the mecha would exacerbate this issue. Yet, none of this mattered. Traversing the endless mountains left no room for concerns about cost. If they were to discard many unnecessary supplies, crossing the mountains would be somewhat easier. But could they afford to do so? This transport mecha was equally indispensable, regardless of how much energy it consumed. What are energy blocks? They are commodities that can be purchased with money, but can security truly be acquired in such a manner? Jianlei began to busy himself within the underground warehouse. After 3 days of labor, he finally pieced together a functional propulsion system. The utility of the machinery is not the focal point. At least it has commenced movement. As for testing, it is indeed rather inconvenient. Although the vicinity is deserted, the sounds produced by the machinery are rather pronounced. Over the course of 4 days, he diligently refined the drive system, frequently utilizing the small lake. Li Feng often procured various materials and had them delivered at night. After 4 days, the situation had improved slightly. Jianlei had spent 7 days in the underground warehouse and felt a bit stifled. He maneuvered the machinery into a compartment, stacked large stones, and, under the cover of darkness, returned to the small courtyard. When dawn broke, he inquired of Xiaojing about the remaining silver dollars. While he was away, Xiaojing had primarily been in charge of safeguarding, and there were 87 left. The expenditures on materials had been quite substantial over the past few days. Jianlei sighed thoughtfully, stating that he would venture into the mountains for a hunt and return to prepare some shredded meat. It was time for them to depart. Xiaojing tilted his head in contemplation and could not resist asking, "Do we really have to leave? Better to be prepared than to be caught off guard." Jianlei replied casually, emphasizing the importance of being well equipped. In a hushed tone, Xiaojing remarked on the notable depletion of ammunition and shredded meat, attributing it all to him. He had assumed the role of the group's steward, while Haitian focused solely on his cultivation, and Li Feng remained indifferent to all matters. "A wise rabbit has 3 burrows," Jianlei retorted without hesitation, advocating for a continuous sense of vigilance for personal benefit. Hearing their conversation, Li Feng emerged yawning. "Boss, you're back." Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to regard Haitian as his leader. "I'm off for a shower. I'll discuss a few matters with you later." Watching him retreat, Jianlei felt a tinge of curiosity. Had he learned to proactively bathe? It was merely that he lacked the means before. Xiaojing dismissively responded, "With the means available, who doesn't he appreciate the comfort of cleanliness? So, I've influenced some of their habits." Li Feng was quick in his bathing routine, emerging in under 10 minutes. While drying his damp hair, he excitedly relayed, "Yesterday, I uncovered some news. A smuggling crew likely operates from here to the other side of the mountains." Jianlei fell silent, and after a pause, unable to contain himself, he asked, "Is that all?" Li Feng replied soberly, "If you wish to learn more, it will require financial expenditure." Jianlei felt displeased, recalling that he had recently provided $20. Was it his fault for being too frugal? "That was for routine socializing," Li Feng retorted, unable to suppress his irritation. "I'm paying for information, which is reasonable, but who would regard a few tens of dollars in the context of smuggling?" Before Xiaojing could interject, Jianlei cleared his throat and said, "Very well, I shall give you another 30. Currently, the group's firearms were off limits to Li Feng. However, after he received the 30 silver dollars, what firearms could he not procure outside? Thus, his statement seemed somewhat peculiar and left a strange impression. Li Feng sensed something amiss, but still insisted on 100 silver dollars. Xiaojing could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, $100? Why not just rob someone?" "This is smuggling," Li Feng replied, looking at him with helplessness. If caught, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, the essence of smuggling lies in the channels. $100 for a piece of information is quite reasonable. Chapter 57. The turn of events upon hearing Li Feng's words. Xiaojing felt somewhat uncertain and glanced toward Jianlei. "What do you think, brother? If it's 100, then so be it." Jianlei responded with an impassive expression. To gather intelligence, one must be willing to invest. He contemplated whether to abandon Li Feng and traverse the mountains with Xiaojing instead. Li Feng sensed the discontent emanating from them. However, he had already become a living ghost. Despite the vast wasteland, nothing truly mattered to him. Thus, he took $100 silver note and turned to leave. Xiaojing could not refrain from asking Jianlei, "Do you have an issue with him?" After some thought, Jianlei shook his head. "Not really. Perhaps it's just a matter of incompatible personalities." He dismissed these thoughts and instructed, "Focus on guarding the place. I will procure some materials." The machinery still required refinement, and having been abandoned for so long, many parts needed maintenance. With $87 silver, it might not suffice, but it would have to do for now. Upon his return later that evening, only $3 silver remained. He handed the 3 to Xiaojing, advising him to be frugal as he planned to venture into the mountains again. Just then, Li Feng returned, announcing that a smuggling team might enter the mountains in a month's time. Jianlei pondered and asked, "How will the cost be calculated?" "Each person will incur a charge ranging from 100 to 200 silver dollars. The price is not fixed, and the risks are borne personally. If one performs exceptionally in combat after entering the mountains, some fees may be refunded or even a profit could be made. In the Wasteland, anyone could become a hunter, thus making the smuggling escort fees variable." Jianlei was not solely concerned with this. He merely sought to understand whether, given a willingness to pay a certain price, they could indeed cross the mountains. For him, 1 to 200 silver was not an exorbitant sum. The crucial matter was that this information implied that even if they crossed the mountains, evading pursuit might still prove impossible. "This cost is not something the average person can bear," Li Feng replied seriously. "Moreover, the risks are immense. Those who can afford it are unlikely to take such chances." Jianlei contemplated for a moment before inquiring, "Can the influence of Hongzi reach that side?" "The other side is the Zhouzi settlement," Li Feng confidently replied. "The influence of different factions is extremely limited." Jianlei stared at him blankly, eventually asking, "You've known this all along? Haven to you?" Li Feng's expression remained unchanged. After a pause, he replied, "Xiaojing is still a child. It's too dangerous." Jianlei shook his head helplessly, which was precisely why he harbored a dislike for Li Feng. Although Li Feng was in a state of emotional desolation, he possessed a strong will. Jianlei sought an outdoor survival expert familiar with the wasteland, yet this expert spoke in half-truths, which was quite frustrating. If Li Feng had any ill intentions, it was not apparent. Previously, he had refrained from discussing the news from beyond the mountains, solely to prevent Xiaojing from accompanying Jianlei into peril. Now that Jianlei was nearly prepared, should any changes arise, they would undoubtedly need to traverse the mountains, and Li Feng could not obstruct that. Hence he revealed the truth. Nevertheless, Jianlei could not tolerate such concealment. He was accustomed to comprehensive planning. He shook his head and offered no response to this revelation, directly retreating to his room. After dinner, he meditated until late at night, departing on foot with a substantial supply of goods. Following his departure, a dialogue ensued between Xiaojing and Li Feng. "Why didn't you speak the truth from the beginning?" Li Feng remained silent for a long while before replying, "For your sake." Xiaojing sighed in resignation. "Heitian Fugue does not appreciate your attitude." After another prolonged silence, Li Feng remarked, "He is too self-assured. He will inevitably face significant setbacks." "He will not," Xiaojing exclaimed. "Akin to a cat with its tail stepped on." After a pause, he sighed, "Once we cross the mountains, you might as well take your leave." Li Feng remained silent for a long time, ultimately stating, "I can fend for myself. I will be your neighbor when the time comes." Jianlei returned 3 days later. Arriving at dawn, this round of processing and maintenance had been remarkably successful, and his spirits were considerably lifted. After breakfast, he shouldered his burdens, preparing to venture into the mountains for hunting once more, while reminding Xiaojing, "Watch over the place. I will head into the mountains again, and upon my return, we will be thoroughly prepared." Xiaojing, accustomed to his actions, quietly asked, "Do we really have to leave?" "We shall see," Jianlei replied casually. "If it is possible to stay, I would prefer not to roam aimlessly." Xiaojing's eyes brightened slightly, interpreting prepare to mean they would not need to frequently enter the mountains. "It simply means not as often as now," Jianlei responded. "If we avoid the mountains, will we merely sit idle? I hope fortune favors me this time. It will surely be well." Xiaojing clenched her small fist. "And then you can teach me Tai Chi." Chu Jianlei smiled and turned to exit the room. After leaving the courtyard, he felt a slight unease stir within him. Could this be a premonition? Once again, he was transported by a fissure to the foot of the mountain, only to return. Chu Jianlei ventured deeper into the mountains, encountering some individuals who greeted him, but he was indifferent to their salutations, merely nodding slightly before hastening onward. May there be a bountiful harvest. However, luck, as it often does, proved to be fragile under scrutiny. He wandered the mountains for 4 days, only to encounter 2 C-class mutated spotted badgers. Though merely C-class, these badgers were exceptionally fierce, their hides tough, and their tempers combative. Reminiscent of the bravado of the Blue Star's Pingtugu, Chu Jianlei had no desire to engage. The meat was inedible, and only the pelt held any monetary value. Yet, having inadvertently trespassed into their territory, he found himself pursued relentlessly, unable to escape. After much evasion, he finally managed to slay the 2 badgers. It soon dawned on him that the female badger was pregnant, explaining their frantic behavior. The value of the pelts hardly compensated for his exertions. On a brighter note, the unborn young within the female badger were edible. At least it was better than nothing. Chu Jianlei retreated to the edge of the safe zone and began to prepare this tough dish. Unbeknownst to him, while he was cooking, a convoy arrived at Hongyi. Among them were familiar faces. 3 days later, he hunted a nest of iron-skinned rabbits, 2 large and 5 small. The meager yield left him somewhat disheartened. He chose not to cook further, but instead opted to marinate the rabbits, planning to return after another 3 days. While the scant harvest was disappointing, clinging to it out of despair was not a mindset to adopt. The following day, while exploring the surroundings, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Ascending a small dirt slope, he raised his binoculars for a closer inspection. Upon spotting a familiar figure, he froze. It was Hua Xiezi. Identifying people in the desolate wilds was quite a challenge. Everyone donned drab clothing, many obscured their faces. However, Chu Jianlei had a good memory and was adept at recognizing individuals. Besides, Hua Xiezi's attire was almost identical to that of their last encounter, in both color and style. Notably, although she wielded a laser rifle, her right hand rested on her left chest, making a gesture. On the Blue Star, this gesture signified "oh," but in the Wasteland, it represented "I bear no hostility." Most Wasteland dwellers, like Blue Star inhabitants, favored their right hand, with the heart positioned on the left, placing the dominant hand over the heart, with the thumb and index finger forming a circle to indicate the heart's location, was indeed a friendly gesture. Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow slightly, sensing trouble was brewing. A careful glance around revealed no other figures. Nevertheless, he refrained from approaching and instead concealed himself behind a bush. Meanwhile, Hua Xiezi surveyed her surroundings and approached the small hill, her visibility seemingly unobstructed. However, when she was around 50 or 60 meters away, Chu Jianlei called out, "Don't move." Hua Xiezi paused, momentarily stunned, yet she did not react aggressively. Instead, she spoke in a low voice. "Is it Haitian? Hierbo no intentions. Otherwise, you would already be dead." Chu Jianlei slowly rose from his crouch, aiming his Gauss automatic rifle steadily at Hua Xiezi. He inquired, "What brings you here?" "To find you," Hua Xiezi replied, while scanning her surroundings for any sign of others. "If you haven't brought anyone," Chu Jianlei retorted casually, "what do you want with me?" "I was compelled to seek you out." Hua Xiezi continued to glance around, though the barrel of her laser rifle remained steady. Chu Jianlei couldn't help but curse under his breath before asking, "Who forced you?" "The big shots at the main settlement." Hua Xiezi turned her back momentarily to check for anyone following her. "They're searching for someone very important, and they also want to find you." Had the identities of Heikian and Shaku not yet been connected? Chu Jianlei asked nonchalantly, "Who is this important person?" "You don't need to know," Hua Xiezi replied, her tone indifferent. "Some knowledge can be detrimental to your well-being." "All right, you have a point," Chu Jianlei responded casually. "But I assume you haven't inquired about how significant that person truly is." Hua Xiezi nodded slightly. "I haven't lived enough yet." "So, what do they want with me? Can't you fathom it?" Hua Xiezi looked at him with curiosity. "If the information is correct, you exchanged a substantial number of mutated beast crystals at the settlement?" Chu Jianlei paused, then snorted derisively. "Those greedy vultures." Hua Xiezi regarded him with intrigue. "Some even believe you might be that important individual." "Nonsense. I've never been important. Chu Jianlei retorted lightly. What about my companions? Chapter 58. Unforeseen news. Hua Xiezi was not surprised by Chu Jianlei's inquiry. He was likely unaware of the kind of individuals that had set their sights on him. Thus, she solemnly stated, you should be more concerned about yourself. You have no idea how cold-blooded those people are. Chu Jianlei nodded slightly at her words. From her reaction, it was clear this was not a trap. Indeed, the questions he posed to Hua Xiezi were laden with intent, knowledge he had gleaned from his time on the Blue Star. So he pressed further, just how cold-blooded. A flicker of fear crossed Hua Xiezi's eyes. They will kill without hesitation for the sake of establishing dominance, slaying many without a second thought. You will understand that sense of superiority when you see it firsthand. I have indeed seen it. Que Jianlei président was the name of that important individual. Perhaps I can leverage it somehow. Shako, Hua Xiezi replied succinctly, previously near the junkyard in Hongxi. She comprehended the line of his reasoning. Indeed, this issue is connected. Chu Jianlei inwardly lamented. I've never heard of him. It's truly unfortunate for my companion. The one named Laikong has passed, Hua Xiezi answered calmly. He was too eager to protect that child. As for the child, they had severed his right arm on the spot. I don't know what happened afterward, but judging by those big shots methods, he couldn't possibly have survived. Que Jeunesse Ailid twitched uncontrollably. He had anticipated a grim outcome, yet when his suspicions were confirmed, he found it difficult to accept. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice trembling. What will happen to my belongings? Hua Xiezi sighed softly. She understood his feelings. They could do anything, and no one could stop them. Though she did not directly answer the question, her silence was an answer in itself. Chu Jianlei remained silent for a time before inquiring. Why are you telling me all this? He could not believe that she had developed a sudden fondness for him. Thus, revealing such information, wasn't she afraid for her life? Hua Xiezi smiled wryly. Because if they find you, I don't wish to be silenced. She might not necessarily face death, but when it came to personal survival, who would gamble on uncertainty? She merely hoped that Haitian could escape smoothly. As long as they couldn't find him for a day, her life would be extended by a day. Whether Haitian was actually Shaku was of little consequence. She only wished to survive. Chu Jianlei was momentarily stunned before realizing this logic affirmed that the residents of the main settlement acted without restraint. Nonetheless, he could not shake the suspicion that this might be a trap. What if they sought to establish a grand feat and gain substantial benefits? His thoughts are not dark. Rather, he suffers from an acute lack of security and an incurable obsession. So, you ventured into the mountains alone to seek me out, unafraid of being discovered? Who told you I came here alone? Waxizi rolled her eyes in response, recognizing the meticulous nature of his reasoning. Upon arriving at Hongyi, her convoy promptly initiated a thorough investigation. Jianlei adopted the alias Fugue, which proved somewhat useful, yet not significantly so. The three of them were newcomers, and within the group, there were both a large and a small presence, neither of which lacked financial means. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the casino where Jianlei engaged in gold transactions serves as a front for a prominent figure in Hongyi. Discovering his dealings in gold, coupled with the distinctive style of the gold bars, essentially confirmed suspicions. Upon entering the courtyard, it became evident that although the modified off-road vehicle bore alterations, its original characteristics remained intact. During this process, the unexpected reaction to the fissures being eliminated was quite intense. At this point, Waxizi could not help but exclaim, Fisher is none other than Liefeng. Within the entire home community, he ranks among the top 20 hunters. Had it not been for the betrayal of his female companion, his entire team would not have been obliterated. Any ordinary individual attempting to challenge him would only be courting disaster. Jianlei was momentarily taken aback, truly surprised that the seemingly despondent Fisher had such a significant background. Thus, it becomes understandable that others would attempt to sway my choices. After all, who has not led a whirlwind at some point? Waxizi held a very high opinion of Liefeng. He had killed 3 individuals before being recognized, and Xiaojing was also caught in the crossfire. At that time, Xiaojing's reaction was quite intense. However, he was ultimately just a child and was eventually apprehended. The influential figures of the community were exceedingly irate about this battle and contemplated executing Xiaojing as a deterrent. Nonetheless, someone suggested that since Haitian managed to attract Liefeng, he might possess some connections, and killing the child would complicate matters in locating him. It is easy to imagine that Xiaojing would undoubtedly face considerable hardship ahead, with little chance of survival. In truth, Xiaojing was unaware of Heiqian's origins, much less that he was the foolish Jianlei. However, Jianlei's mood did not lighten as a result. Instead, it grew heavier. His sentiments towards Fisher were quite complex. Yet Xiaojing genuinely resonated with him. Such a vibrant life, not even having reached 10 years of age, was now ensnared. The pursuing convoy had dispatched numerous personnel to search for Heiqian. Upon learning that Heiqian had entered the mountains, everyone began to scour the area. Receiving orders that whether alive or dead, capture was imperative. Waxizi was not secretly reporting. She was indeed one of the mountain searchers. However, having faced Jianlei in combat, she understood just how formidable he was. The critical point was that she did not wish to be silenced. Thus she had long prepared to convey information. How fortuitous. Jianlei remarked casually that you would encounter me. He never believed in coincidences. From a probabilistic standpoint, low-probability events were tantamount to impossibilities. I am aware you have battled the Wolverine, Waxizi replied nonchalantly. She could sense that he acted with great caution, and thus she responded candidly. It was merely my good fortune to discover the scene of the battle, allowing me to erase the traces. Among the inhabitants of the community, many excelled at tracking. Yet my skills in this regard were not lacking. Jianlei sat in contemplation for a moment, finding no glaring errors in her logic. Thus, he chose to trust her. Where is Xiaojing currently being held? I do not know if he is alive or dead. A flicker of unusual light danced in Waxizi's eyes. If you truly have the means, can you eliminate those lofty individuals? Eliminating them is essential, Jianlei murmured softly, but at present, the conditions are not met. A hint of disappointment briefly flickered in Waxizi's gaze, yet she gently suggested, then you should flee. Jianlei regarded her coolly. Where would I escape to? Consider it yourself. There is no need to consult me, Waxizi replied decisively. I do not wish to know. Jianlei lowered his eyelids, pondering for a moment before abruptly asking, what rank do you hold among the hunters? Beyond the 200 mark, Waxizi answered candidly. There is simply no comparison to Liefeng. After a pause, she added, however, in life and death combat, he may not necessarily be my match. I do not concern myself with rankings. In the Wasteland, surviving is the true victory. What does ranking truly represent? Jianlei lifted his gaze to her, nodding thoughtfully. You are primarily afraid of death. Those who fear death often cannot unleash their full combat potential. Who is not afraid of death? Waxizi readily admitted. Liefeng's superiority lies in his fearlessness. There is no detailed ranking system in the Wasteland. At most, there are some recognized strong individuals. Claims of who ranks first or second are mere nonsense. Under different circumstances, even someone ranked over 100 can turn the tables on a top 10 contender. This has happened more than once or twice. The motivation behind these rankings stems from a collective of formidable individuals who, upon encountering one another, afford each other mutual respect. While Waxizi acknowledged Liefeng's strength, she remained unconvinced. Jianlei waved his hand. Enough. You may leave now. You mean I can actually leave? Waxizi was taken aback and could not help but inquire. Do you not want me to do anything else? What else could you possibly do? Jianlei sighed in exasperation. Betray those powerful figures? You may share your plans. Waxizi replied earnestly. Perhaps I can offer some assistance. I hope you understand that if you fail, I stand a significant chance of being silenced. I certainly trust you. Jianlei stated with sincerity. Through their two encounters, he had gleaned some insights into Waxizi's character. Her abilities were indeed commendable, yet she lived with excessive caution and had too many concerns. Thus, he raised his chin slightly. You may leave now, as though we have never met. Waxizi paused, yet did not hastily depart. If you seek to traverse the endless mountains, count me in. Jianlei found himself at a loss for words. Was my intention truly that transparent? He did not deny his aspirations, yet the plan to traverse the endless mountains had only been disclosed to Xiaojing and Fisher. Everyone in Hongyi is aware. Waxizi regarded him quizzically, as if observing a simpleton. Jianlei realized that Fisher might be the source of the leak. It puzzled him. After all, he was no novice. How could a simple inquiry lead to such a breach? Perhaps it was a deliberate attempt to prevent me from traversing the endless mountains? This individual was indeed resolute in his opinions. However, pondering further was futile. A life was lost, and the deceased take precedence. Unbeknownst to him, Liefeng excelled in wilderness survival and combat, Yet his information-gathering abilities were not particularly strong. Had he been adept at social interactions, he would not have faced betrayal, nor would he have fallen out of favor. Moreover, the presence of newcomers in the community carried an imposing aura. Some individuals, wishing to avoid retribution, would willingly provide information. In the next moment, Jianlei refocused his thoughts, glancing at Waxizi. "Why do you wish to leave home?" After contemplating, Waxizi replied, uncertainly. "The commotion this time feels excessively large." Still afraid of death, Jianlei understood, and then he recalled another question. "Does that foolish Sioux have any news?" Chapter 59. Infiltration. Jianlei inquired about news regarding the foolish Sioux, naturally with intent. A seasoned individual like Waxizi discerned his thoughts and straightforwardly responded. "Most people have ventured into the mountains to seek you out. Only a few are waiting at the foot of the mountain, and only a handful are investigating leads on the foolish Sioux." Upon hearing this, Jianlei breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thus, perhaps the Mecca has yet to be discovered? Waxizi had been observing him closely. Although Haitian habitually lowered his eyelids, she still sensed his relaxation. Cautiously, she posed a question. "Do you intend to venture out of the mountains?" Jianlei lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at her, remarking that the question she posed was somewhat inappropriate. His primary intention was to assist her, while Waxizi was eager to avoid any misinterpretation on his part. For instance, they had managed to acquire at least a dozen night vision goggles, rendering it quite challenging for anyone to venture out at night. Such devices were scarce in the Wasteland, and Jianlei had come upon one purely by chance. In a typical adventurer team, possessing one or two would suffice, unless there was a large-scale conflict among adventurers. These goggles were primarily used for nocturnal vigilance, as few would hunt in the dead of night. Clearly, the convoy they were tracking had scavenged a considerable number from the Hong East settlement. Jianlei could not help but mutter, "Whom have I offended?" He then looked at Waxizi with earnestness, expressing his gratitude. Although he was accustomed to being cautious, without her warning, he could still find himself in trouble. "I merely wish to assist you," Waxizi replied seriously. "I can help you locate a passage." Jianlei remained silent, gazing at her with indifference, as if to say, "Do you think I would trust your empty words?" Waxizi instinctively defended herself, stating that helping him was also in her own interest. Yet, this reasoning lacked persuasiveness. From her perspective, assisting him could indeed benefit her. Thus, she added, "Your supplies may not suffice to traverse the endless mountains. You need to return and gather more." Jianlei's eyes betrayed no emotion as he replied, "I truly do not lack for supplies." Waxizi contemplated further. "I can also prepare some supplies. We can support each other while crossing the mountains." Finally, Jianlei spoke. "Is it possible for you to abandon your companions and accompany me?" "That is impossible." Waxizi understood this well. Both of her companions had been her battle partners for many years. It was only then that she realized Jianlei was worried they might usurp control. "Where's the master and where's the guest?" Acknowledging that her words indeed reflected his concerns. However, this matter was easily resolved. If they truly wished to cross the mountains, they could choose their own path without needing to accompany him. Waxizi stared at him in astonishment. "Without your expertise, how could we dare to contemplate crossing the mountains? Regardless, thank you for the notification," Jianlei said as he produced a 2-layer energy block and placed it on the ground. He then took a slow step back. "You may leave. I will ensure my own safety." Waxizi stared at him for nearly 5 seconds before stepping forward to pick up the energy block and turning to leave. After walking about a kilometer, she glanced back, but the figure she had seen earlier was nowhere to be found. Jianlei felt a heavy sense of oppression. Yet in such times, maintaining composure was paramount. With a dozen night vision goggles guarding the mountain's exit, he would not gamble on which route might be unmonitored. Thus, his choice was to remain hidden. However, he would not place his complete trust in Waxizi, and so, after nightfall, he continued deeper into the mountains. The endless mountains were far from tranquil at night, especially since he was already deep within a dangerous zone and needed to venture further. Yet, there was no alternative. No matter how ferocious the beasts, they could not rival human cunning. Fortunately, since his training, he had become keenly aware of his surroundings, and he carried a night vision goggles with him. After all, each time he ventured into the mountains, he would remain for several days. And even if he did not hunt at night, self-defense was essential. Some creatures were cold-blooded and invisible to night vision, at such times. His eyesight and hearing would be put to the test. Besides his sharp senses, he also possessed formidable knife skills, which gave him the confidence to delve deeper. The journey was fraught with peril. The first half of the night went relatively smoothly, while the latter half saw him besieged by a swarm of snakes, from which he narrowly escaped. By dawn, he found himself ambushed by 2 mutated mountain giant lizards. After a fierce struggle, he managed to slay one. The other, sensing danger, attempted to flee but was shot down by his laser rifle with a series of 7 or 8 shots. He could not afford to let this creature escape. Should others discover the injured lizard, he would face encirclement from all sides. Unfortunately, not only was the meat inedible, but every part of the creature was worthless. The 8 snakes he had slain during the night were similarly devoid of value. Jianlei not only needed to eliminate these creatures, but also find a place to dispose of their corpses to avoid detection. Ordinarily, he would have avoided such encounters, but traveling at night made caution difficult. After 2 battles, he felt a deep sense of loss. It was purely a losing venture. That night, he advanced nearly 70 kilometers, but in terms of straight-line distance, it was likely less than 30 kilometers. After dawn, he sought a place to rest, which coincidentally allowed him to meditate and cultivate. Once night fell, he concealed his fire and stewed a pot of meat. Regardless of its taste, it needed to be cooked. The journey that night went somewhat more smoothly. While on the 3rd night, he encountered minor complications. By this time, he had traveled over 70 kilometers in a straight line, facing numerous dangers. He believed that a small team of 3 or 4 adventurers could hardly reach this point. Those tracking him must be elite. Yet even an elite team could not silently penetrate this far. Encounters with beasts or mutated creatures would inevitably lead to combat, which would surely alert him. After another rain in the mountains, Jianlei decided to pause for rest. The following day, he did not continue, but instead excavated a temporary shelter. He remained there for over 20 days, during which he hunted 2 golden-striped bears. With meat and firewood, he focused solely on his cultivation, casting aside all distractions. It was not until the weather began to show signs of cooling that he cautiously made his way back. Previously, his excursions into the mountains lasted no more than 13 or 14 days, but this time it extended to a month and a half. Even if his pursuers were patient, they could not sustain such extensive efforts indefinitely. The return journey was fraught with challenges, especially since he was not retracing his steps and had diverted onto new paths. Upon reaching the safe zone, it was another 8 days later, and he bore over 100 kilograms of mutated beast meat on his shoulders. Unfortunately, the conditions in the mountains did not permit him to make meat floss. He could only sprinkle some salt and cure it. Upon arriving in the safe zone, he wrapped the meat in canvas and buried it in a chosen spot. By this point, nearly 2 months had passed since his entry into the mountains. However, during the day, Jianlei noticed suspicious individuals scanning the area. He was not surprised that they would not easily give up on him. Nevertheless, the fewer people there were, the better news it was for him. The exits from the mountains were limited, with no more than 5, whether easy or difficult. However, Jianlei did not choose those paths. Instead, he opted for a location that was virtually inaccessible. It was a continuous steep slope, over 3 kilometers from a nearest mountain exit. During the day, he observed the surroundings and confirmed that there was indeed no one present. When night fell, he checked again and found no one. This was reassuring. While there would surely be guards during extensive searches, the reduced number of personnel suggested that this low-probability area might have been abandoned. Under the cover of darkness, he stealthily descended the mountain, only to unexpectedly discover some areas rigged with alarm bells and traps. Fortunately, his caution and slow pace allowed him to avoid any danger. However, this indicated that his pursuers were indeed determined to capture him. As he departed the mountain's base, dawn was breaking. Jianlei did not overreach. Instead, he found a depression, dug a pit, and lay down inside, covering himself with a camouflage canvas. Time passed swiftly, and, as evening descended, he lifted the canvas and sat up. The next task was to traverse the night road. In this desolate wasteland, few dared to undertake such a journey, save for large teams. However, large teams would inevitably turn on their headlights, making them easily visible from afar. Jianlei hastened his way and finally arrived at the abandoned warehouse just past midnight. After surveying the surroundings with night vision goggles, he confirmed that no one was present and cautiously entered, wary of potential alarms. As it turned out, his concerns were unfounded. The interior was utterly devoid of life. Climbing over the piles of crumbling bricks and broken tiles, he noted that his markers had not been disturbed. Finally, he beheld the long-coveted mech, untouched and in its original condition. This seemed almost unbelievable. Such a large mech had evaded extensive searches despite its less-than-stellar concealment. Yet, the reality was indeed as he noted. Jianlei could only speculate that the opposing forces had concentrated their attention on Tian, whose movements were traceable, leading few to concern themselves with events beyond the mountains. Even the news from the foolish Chu would only circulate within the settlement. Perhaps someone had searched the abandoned warehouse before, but with night vision equipment at hand, a cursory glance would suffice. At that moment, Jianlei felt immense gratitude towards those with whom he had negotiated. Had the mech transaction not been so sensitive, this information might have been leaked by now. In truth, even at this juncture, he remained uncertain whether his presence had been divulged. Regardless, the fact that the mech remained undiscovered was a boon. Jianlei first disabled the traps concealed beneath the mech, which could trigger a series of violent explosions. He then climbed into the cockpit and made a few adjustments, finding it remarkably similar to his previous experience. In fact, it felt even more fluid, likely due to the maintenance performed last time. Many of the deep maintenance processes required time to settle. In simple terms, the mech's conditions slightly exceeded his expectations, justifying his perilous return. Many intense maneuvers were inconvenient to test at that moment, so Jianlei exited the cockpit once more. Gazing at the mech, he could not help but reminisce about the fissures that had facilitated the mech transaction. As for Fisher, how should one describe him? He was somewhat autocratic in his dealings, yet undeniably a good person. Alas, he was now deceased, and Xiao Jing was likely in dire straits as well. Contemplating this, Jianlei found it increasingly difficult to suppress his wrath, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the electromagnetic cannon. This cannon had been procured at the Hongwu settlement. It was not a standard weapon of the mech, as all its original armaments had been removed. During his extensive shopping spree at Hongwu, he had been compelled to acquire a powerful weapon due to the lack of sufficient firepower. Otherwise, he would not have spent over 6,000 silver coins at the settlement, having purchased an abundance of items. However, since acquiring the electromagnetic cannon, it had remained unused. Mounting it on an open light truck would not only attract attention, but also make it a target. Fortunately, with the mech now in his possession, he had the sudden inspiration to equip it with such a weapon. Although it was not a personal weapon, the mech would wield it without issue. As for why the cannon was not stored in his courtyard but here, it was due to his lack of a sense of security. During his time in the rocky encampment, Jianlei had struggled to find sufficient food, even digging 3 makeshift shelters and stockpiling some supplies. Those supplies now appeared rather trivial, yet they had been painstakingly gathered during his struggles. Following the recent assault on the courtyard, he had suffered significant losses, but his core assets remained largely intact. All the mutated crystals were kept on his person, as were the banknotes. He had also carried out several essential supplies, including gold, energy blocks, ammunition, and a considerable amount of shredded meat. Taking advantage of the opportunity to hunt mutated beasts in the mountains, he buried some of those supplies in select locations. Given his mindset, such actions were entirely rational. It was merely a precaution. Thus, when the Scorpion had presumed he lacked sufficient supplies, it was a gross misunderstanding. In summary, his losses in the courtyard amounted to 3 kilograms of gold, 3 large energy blocks, and a truck. Other losses were mere trifles, a few weapons, some ammunition, and a small amount of shredded meat. As for the generator, it was something he had originally intended to sell before acquiring the mech. Bringing the electromagnetic cannon here stemmed from a similar rationale. Only the mech could utilize it. Regarding the safety of the location, if he lost the mech, losing an electromagnetic cannon would be of little consequence. Gazing at the cannon, a flurry of chaotic thoughts surged within Jianlei. Should he really depart quietly without inflicting any suffering upon his adversaries? He was acutely aware that, from a rational standpoint, leaving at this moment was the most prudent choice. The opposing forces were formidable, and he could bide his time, developing his strength for a decade or so, returning for vengeance when he was powerful enough. He had already escaped the initial weakness that had plagued him and possessed the woming Lianqi Ju to cultivate. Becoming strong was merely a matter of time. Yet, he could not suppress the flames of anger within him, and, at that moment, his body surged ahead of his mind. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself to remain calm and to temper his fury. However, the next moment, a glimmer of realization struck him. It seemed that maneuvering the mech into the mountains would not be an easy task. He had finally found himself a justification to take action. The mech weighed only 20 tons. In theory, it occupied little space, with dimensions around 2 meters wide and less than 3 meters high. However, when activated and in motion, it would inevitably produce some noise. Under full load, the noise level could surpass that of a heavy truck. Moreover, transporting the mech would involve expanding various cargo compartments, further increasing its dimensions. Stealthily maneuvering such a mech into the mountains would prove challenging. Having identified this rationale, Jianlei slept soundly, departing the warehouse just before dawn. He no longer carried the Gauss rifle, opting instead for a laser rifle and a long knife as he roamed the area. In the morning, he finally encountered someone. The individual, riding a motorcycle, stopped abruptly upon seeing him and reached for the Gauss rifle on his vehicle. He shouted, "In Hongyi settlement, no one is allowed to wear a mask. Who are you?" "No masks," Jianlei muttered softly, raising his weapon and dispatching the man with a single shot. Was this truly a direct affront against him? The prohibition against masks seemed counterproductive to the interests of Hongyi settlement. Their ability to thrive in such a bustling environment was largely due to their emphasis on maintaining order within their jurisdiction, without delving too deeply into the identities of outsiders. If they believed that strictly verifying the identities of newcomers would ensure order, they were gravely mistaken. Those who could not pass the identity check typically fell into two categories: the utterly malevolent or those marked by others. In the past, Hongyi had indeed been indifferent to such matters, which had contributed to their prosperous growth. Now, however, the ban on masks clearly reflected the pressure exerted by the central settlement, which Hongyi could no longer withstand. As Jianlei pondered this, he approached the fallen man, casually digging a hole in the ground to bury him. With his increasingly profound cultivation, such minor tasks consumed little of his time. He then mounted the motorcycle, glanced at the dashboard, and muttered, "What a miser. Barely half a tank left." Subsequently, he continued to roam the area while still wearing his face covering. If anyone questioned him, he would retort, "You first reveal your background." Many followed the trend of interrogating masked individuals, hoping to catch a big fish, despite their own insufficient strength. However, among those masked individuals, the mix was far more varied. If one dared to disclose their name, what if they were remembered by the other party? The reactions of most people were merely awkward smiles. There was no intention to offend, as the atmosphere had recently become rather tense around Hongyi. Jianlei had ventured out all day, and only two groups dared to confront him. However, both were swiftly dealt with by him. He had no interest in uncovering their backgrounds. When the inhabitants of the central gathering point confronted the Rift and Xiaojing, did they inquire about their origins? He did not ask, nor did I. In this world, there ought to be some semblance of fairness. Those who recoiled did not perceive anything unusual in his reaction. Indeed, there were far too many unruly individuals like Hongyi. During this period, conflicts erupted between the two factions, those who wore masks and those who did not. Initially, the people from a central gathering point attempted to impose their will, but the numerous adventurers from outside were not accustomed to such behavior. If it came to blows, they would simply leave. If they died, so be it. The populace, unafraid of death, puzzled the inhabitants of the central gathering point. Consequently, in this area, most people ceased to wear masks, yet there remained a few stubborn individuals. Those who insisted on checking would have to mentally prepare for the possibility of being struck down. Jianlei's thought process was not so clear. He had never been adept at discerning the hearts of others. However, he could surmise that if he acted aggressively, those who followed would likely be intimidated. Indeed, as he loitered throughout the day, having eliminated two groups, others merely inquired and subsequently kept their distance. A team eventually approached him, offering, "Brother, you are quite formidable. Shall we collaborate?" Jianlei glanced at them, unfazed, and asked, "Collaborate on what?" "To capture Tian." They replied earnestly, "We have basically pinpointed his operational area." "You have locked onto my operational area?" Jianlei found this amusing and inquired about the potential rewards. The other party's eyes suddenly filled with caution. "You do not even know this?" Jianlei gestured to the mask on his face. "On my first day here, someone attempted to remove my mask." "Ah, I see." The other party chuckled and then, with a hint of mystery, stated, "Eliminating him will earn you 1,000 silver coins." 1,000 silver coins for me to take down my own self? Jianlei shook his head. A 1T participate. You may enjoy yourselves. The other regarded him with an expression of profound pity. You truly do not realize what you are missing. Jianlei rolled his eyes, yet he remained acutely aware of his own identity. By the end of the day, he finally discerned that the people from the central gathering point had not departed. The leaders occasionally resided within the gathering point, but the true operational hub was situated outside the city. It made sense. Placing the command center within the city would disrupt Hong E's own order. Such an arrangement would only occur if a significant figure from the central gathering point descended. Regardless, he had learned that the camp of the central gathering point lay at the heart of the road leading to the mountain's base. He then followed several groups to observe from a distance. During this process, some continued to discuss his mask, but Jianlei paid them no mind, quietly noting the location of the operational center. Near this hub, he caught sight of an unforgettable armored vehicle. For the average person, an armored vehicle was simply an armored vehicle. All similar types appeared the same. However, this was not the case, as most armored vehicles in the Wasteland had undergone repairs and modifications, leading to notable differences. Jianlei, with his keen eye, immediately recognized it as Mr. Sci's armored vehicle. With mixed feelings, he departed silently on his motorcycle. By nightfall, Jianlei stealthily returned, surveying the command center from 3 kilometers away. Was Mr. Sci currently within the gathering point, in a tent, or inside the armored vehicle? Chapter 61. Night Raid. On this occasion, Jianlei arrived bearing an electromagnetic cannon. The cannon was quite heavy, nearly 200 kilograms without its mount. So to conserve energy, he first transported it by motorcycle for 5 kilometers before carrying it the rest of the way. Yet, compared to the cannon's recoil, this weight was trivial. This was not a weapon meant for individual use. Only a mech could withstand it. The human body certainly could not. Nevertheless, Jianlei was well prepared. Choosing a location with a good vantage point, he dug a pit in the ground and placed the shield he carried inside, stabilizing the base and walls. He then positioned the mount within, packed the earth tightly, and finally set the cannon on the mount, securing it with straps. He brought 3 rounds of ammunition, as any more would be excessive and cumbersome. Jianlei waited until nearly midnight before carefully loading the first round into the chamber and pulling the cannon's firing mechanism. His target was the armored vehicle in which Mr. Sci sat. He had no intention of dealing with the other one. A muffled explosion followed, and the armored vehicle erupted into a ball of flames, triggering a fierce conflagration. This was a standard Gauss round, but he had aimed at the fuel tank. The high-temperature projectile ignited the tank instantaneously, causing some ammunition to detonate as well. Shortly after, a second loud bang rang out. This time, Jianlei fired a high-explosive round aimed at the central tent. In the wilderness, tents are often more than mere shelters, particularly for individuals of stature. This tent was equipped with partitions to mitigate the heat and provide some protection. However, to an electromagnetic cannon, this defense was nearly non-existent. The central tent shattered in an instant. Jianlei did not bother to assess the aftermath. He unlatched the cannon mount, hoisted the cannon, and fled. The mount was expendable. With tools and materials, such a device could be easily reconstructed. As he ran, he carried the cannon on his back, hoping it would shield him from bullets. Fortunately, he had only fired 2 rounds. Otherwise, the heat from the cannon itself would have scorched his back. Enemy attack. Someone shouted, but due to the distance, the words were barely audible. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the first searchlight swept over. By the time all 5 searchlights illuminated the area, half a minute had passed. It was late at night, and not every adventurer was prepared for a sudden attack. Moreover, in the face of an unexpected assault, no one could ascertain the number of attackers or their weaponry. Defense was the instinctive response. By the time they realized there was only one assailant and began to pursue with their vehicles, a full minute had elapsed. Jianlei had not anticipated this turn of events. Had he known, he would have opted for the mech. However, such a choice would ultimately expose him, making his current approach seem more prudent. Relying solely on his legs, he sprinted desperately, but the presence of the electromagnetic cannon inevitably hampered his speed. Nevertheless, he refused to part with it, even under duress. Even so, he managed to maintain a pace of approximately 60 kilometers per hour, albeit only for about 10 minutes. Less than 2 minutes into his flight, gunfire erupted behind him, soon followed by the sound of a mounted machine gun. However, Jianlei finally reached the location of his motorcycle, grabbing the Gauss machine gun beside it as he continued his frantic escape. After running about 10 meters, he turned and unleashed a barrage, instantly igniting the motorcycle's fuel tank. He continued to flee, and this single action bewildered the pursuers behind him. Visibility that night was low, less than 3 kilometers, and the pursuing convoy could only keep pace with him due to their night vision goggles. With the fuel tank ablaze, their night vision became temporarily ineffective. Jianlei sprinted for another 3 minutes, and the number of vehicles in pursuit grew, with some evidently gaining speed. As the opposing party neared the blazing motorcycle, Jianlei produced a firebomb from his possession. He activated the delayed fuse, channeling his internal energy into his arm before flinging it with great force. That throw was no less than 300 meters. 2 minutes later, the delayed fuse detonated. Although it did not strike the vehicle, it effectively disrupted their night vision equipment once more. After running for another 3 minutes, Jianlei felt his stamina waning, and without hesitation, he consumed 3 tubes of nutrient solution. Gritting his teeth, he continued for another 3 minutes when a deafening explosion erupted behind him, marking the detonation of the incendiary device he had previously planted. The incendiary was set to trip with a long cord, and while the pursuing vehicle was over 30 meters away, it only experienced a slight shockwave. However, the occupants were not only jolted, but also startled, causing a noticeable reduction in their speed. In the midst of this chase, Jianlei took a significant detour, spending nearly 20 minutes to reach an abandoned warehouse. At this point, the pursuers had closed in to within 3 kilometers, their searchlights illuminating the night. The silver lining was that the pursuers were now behind him, allowing him to escape deeper into the mountains without obstruction. Under the glare of the searchlights, the figures of the pursuers became vaguely visible. Though the darkness rendered them intermittent shadows, a slight improvement over complete invisibility. Nonetheless, many were aware that the warehouse ahead presented a formidable challenge. Someone shouted loudly, mocking Jianlei's apparent belief that he could resist within the abandoned warehouse. Was this not a joke? Those familiar with the terrain remarked that 3 entrances had collapsed, leaving only one effectively blocking the exit. Another added that it seemed possible to tunnel through the west entrance, but caution was advised. More suggestions followed, including utilizing their electromagnetic cannons to avoid frontal confrontation while establishing a fire blockade. Another voice chimed in, advocating for the deployment of several cannons to collapse the exit. Effectivement suffocating que Jianlei. The discourse varied widely, yet no one was willing to charge into the abandoned warehouse. Many wasteland dwellers were fearless, but they did not court death. Gradually, 7 or 8 vehicles converged near the warehouse, sealing off the southern and western exits. In the distance, headlights flickered, indicating that more vehicles were en route. Although Jianlei had been fortunate, the intense 20-minute sprint had left him on the verge of collapsing. Upon entering the warehouse, he swiftly equipped his mech with the electromagnetic cannon, connecting it to the ammunition supply. Next, he climbed into the cockpit of the mech, finally allowing himself a moment of respite. He then steeled himself, stowing the Gauss machine gun in the storage compartment, while another machine gun was already mounted on the left arm of the mech. After organizing the mech, he flexed his limbs to adjust, preparing for combat. At this point, any noise he might provoke became inconsequential. Unexpectedly, the mounted machine guns outside unleashed a frenzied barrage at the entrance, yet their bullets began to stray. Jianlei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that these individuals were excessively fearful. He confirmed that they intended to seal him off from the outside. This was fortuitous. After his exhausting run, he could take the opportunity to steady his breathing and hydrate. The energy from the meat floss was substantial, but his heavy panting forced him to rely on the nutrient solution. After consuming 5 tubes of the nutrient solution and sipping some water, 5 minutes had elapsed, and he could no longer afford to wait. Jianlei was uncertain whether the enemy had brought artillery with them. Large-caliber artillery seemed unlikely, but rapid-fire cannons were a different matter. The electromagnetic cannon he had procured was not a machine gun, nor was it large-caliber, but it was capable of penetrating armored vehicles. Small-caliber rapid-fire cannons could inflict considerable damage on a mech, especially since this was merely a transport mech, not a combat mech. Repeated hits on its vulnerable spots could lead to destruction. Jianlei was certainly not going to wait for them to bring large-caliber artillery. While they had blocked the main entrance, it posed little concern. He had frequented the warehouse long enough. For someone with a severe lack of security, observing the terrain while taking refuge outdoors was essential. He knew where the weak points were in this warehouse, which had collapsed twice before. At that moment, over 10 vehicles had assembled outside, and someone proclaimed loudly that the notorious Haitian was undoubtedly inside. This individual was likely from the central settlement. He had procured electromagnetic cannons and over 80 rounds of ammunition from Hongwu. 80 rounds of ammunition was a terrifying figure indeed. Sommillon murmure, acknowledging que Jianlei est impressive escape, labeling him a hardened bandit. Others suggested using suffocation rounds, asserting that if they were to mount a strong assault, they would need the settlement to send in tanks. Suffocation rounds were akin to the thermobaric munitions of Blue Star, typically comprising toxic or flashbang grenades, which were nearly non-existent in the Wasteland. Environmental impact was not a concern at this stage. What more could it affect? The critical issue was the presence of many mutants, whose effects rendered various special munitions less effective. No way. Someone suspected of being from the central settlement voiced opposition. He could not reveal that the target might possess mutant crystals or that this individual had new methods of utilizing those crystals. With a grim expression, he stated, "Does Hong Yi possess heavy mechs? We must capture this individual alive and publicly execute him at the central settlement." This was a sentiment echoed by others. To kill him in such a manner would be too lenient. Just then, the ground trembled as something broke through the roof of the warehouse. Someone with keen eyes could not help but exclaim, "A mech?" The towering mech turned its head and raised the electromagnetic cannon. With a muffled bang, an armored truck outfitted with protective gear was instantly engulfed in flames. What the hell? Someone cursed, incredulous that he possessed a mech. This is completely unplayable. Someone shouted angrily, starting their vehicle in a frantic attempt to escape. Jianlei's movements were swift, but the transport mech did not possess the agility he had envisioned. After obliterating 3 vehicles, the remaining ones roared to life, desperately accelerating away. Though merely a transport mech, it was still a weapon of war, far superior to any modified truck. Armored vehicles could engage in combat with mechs, yet in terms of maneuverability, mechs retained the upper hand. The last armored vehicle, however, had not yet arrived, as the electromagnetic cannon posed a significant threat to its survival. Chapter 62. The shift from offense to defense after destroying 3 vehicles. Some of the pent-up frustration within Jianlei was somewhat alleviated. Although the electromagnetic cannon boasted immense power, it ultimately could not match the speed of laser rifles, making it challenging to hit moving targets. His supply of ammunition was limited, with only about 30 rounds remaining. Unfortunately, a truck began to accelerate as it fled, firing its machine gun at him. This truck had undergone extensive modifications, visibly robust, and crucially, it was equipped with a machine gun at the rear. Jianlei, seeing this, was filled with rage. He launched a high-explosive round, which detonated just 2 meters from the truck, creating a substantial hole. The truck lurched violently. Jianlei swiftly switched the ammunition supply, and in the next moment, a standard round struck the rear of the truck with great force. The truck bore another significant hole, coming to a halt but continuing forward due to inertia. Jianlei switched back to high-explosive rounds and fired again, causing the massive truck to break apart. Witnessing this, the other vehicles fled in terror, none daring to retaliate. However, Jianlei was not satisfied. He spotted another truck of a similar model and fired 2 rounds, destroying it as well. His assessment proved correct. Both trucks belonged to the Hong Yi settlement as city guard. The remaining vehicles, upon seeing this, were utterly terrified and fled for their lives. Jianlei maneuvered the mech out of the warehouse, surprised that those pursuing him had not brought machine guns. Long after, he came to realize that the adventurers across from him not only underestimated him, but were also somewhat concerned about the requisitioning by the Zhongjuju Dian. The Zhongjuju Dian operated with a ruthlessness and arrogance that made the survivors wandering in the wilderness wary. Moreover, was it truly necessary to carry a machine gun to track down an adventurer without a vehicle? Since there was no machine gun to retaliate with, Jianlei felt no urgency to flee. He maneuvered his mech forward and picked up 2 seemingly intact vehicle-mounted machine guns. While he himself was armed only with a personal firearm, he also selected a few rounds of ammunition. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a water purifier, not electric, requiring filter changes and paper replacements. Frankly, he had already planned to raid some mountain spring water, as those springs were indeed located in the mountains. With this device, the issue of drinking water was effectively resolved. The gathering of these spoils took merely over a minute, after which he did not linger, turning to dash towards the endless mountains. While he was scavenging, his position was relatively fixed, and others could fire upon him. However, no one dared to provoke him further. After a while, someone exclaimed in alarm that he was heading into the mountains. At night, discerning direction was challenging. Those who could realize this were already considered survival experts. Ironically, a vehicle was also fleeing in the same direction, creating chaos, as everyone was attempting to escape. Unfortunately, the speed of this vehicle could not match that of the advancing mech. Such occurrences could only happen in the wasteland or wilderness. On flat roads, these trucks could easily reach speeds of 120 to 150 km/h in a short span. Yet, the mech traveled at a speed of just over 90 km/h on highways. In the wild, the mech could maintain a speed exceeding 80 km/h, but the truck could barely reach 60 km/h. Any faster, and even if the occupants could endure it, the chassis would not withstand the strain. In fact, even those trained for space travel might struggle with such jolts. Witnessing the mech drawing closer step by step, the occupants of the truck fell into despair. What have we done to provoke him? Why is he relentlessly pursuing us? This was an adventurer team, hastily summoned, and of course, the employer would pay a certain fee. More crucially, they were also enticed by the high bounty, which fueled their enthusiasm. Realizing they had hit a brick wall, they decisively fled, a common occurrence among Wasteland adventurers. At that moment, the public channel was in disarray, and they were unaware that the other party might be intending to enter the mountains. If it comes to it, let us fight, someone shouted. There were always those unafraid of death among the adventurers. Stop the vehicle, commanded the leader in the passenger seat. Everyone jumped out and ran. Perhaps he only intended to scavenge. Just moments ago, Jianlei had scavenged those spoils with relative clarity, even in the dim light. The truck screeched to a halt, and 4 occupants leaped from the vehicle, scattering and disappearing into the night. The leader did not flee. He jumped down, raised his left hand, and pressed his right hand to his chest, forming an O gesture. This combination signified his surrender and willingness to capitulate. Whether the other party would accept it was beyond his consideration. Having scrimped and saved for so long to acquire a vehicle, which he had spent a fortune to modify, he was loath to abandon it. Thus, even at the risk of death, he had to take a gamble. If he were killed, at least he might preserve the lives of his comrades. If he could also save the vehicle, that would be ideal. Jianlei, however, was not blinded by rage. Upon seeing the other party's intent to surrender, he halted the mech abruptly. What did this mean? Upon witnessing his willingness to communicate, the leader was suddenly elated, gesturing towards the truck. You can take anything from the truck, but if you break something, it won't be good. If you let me take it, I want to hold back. Jianlei raised his hand, forcibly wrenching down the vehicle-mounted machine gun. He then collected a box of ammunition. What do you need? I hope to keep the vehicle. The leader replied straightforwardly. We were merely summoned, and we harbor no ill intentions towards you. He employed a slight rhetorical flourish to disguise his greed for the bounty. If he had truly resisted, he could have feigned effort, and the Zhongju Dian would have been powerless against him. The influence of Hong Iju Dian, designated as number 1, was unparalleled among other gathering points. What would I want with your vehicle? Jianlei stared at him in astonishment as he gathered his spoils and continued to sprint. The leader then realized that the individual was merely passing through, while he had voluntarily exited the vehicle to surrender. So you intended to enter the mountains. Why didn't you say so earlier? We could have given way. While this sounded easy to say, executing it on the battlefield was an entirely different challenge. Nevertheless, he felt a slight relief, having paid a price. They managed to preserve the vehicle. Otherwise, if that individual had gone mad, it was not uncommon for adventurers to act on impulse and kill indiscriminately. However, he did not anticipate that, after his team survived the darkness, they would be purged by the Zhongju Dian the following day. The Zhongju Dian's personnel were furious, believing this team had not only fled in battle, but had also surrendered on the battlefield and aided the enemy. Such individuals should not be spared. What purpose would they serve if left alive? Ultimately, this small team could not escape the fate of annihilation. Further illustrating the tyranny of the Zhongju Dian, Chu Jianlei did not dwell on such matters, controlling the mech as he charged towards the Endless Mountains, which represented the final obstacle. The outskirts of the Endless Mountains were inhabited by farmers tasked with defending against beast attacks, and indeed, there were real cannons present. Although most of the cannon barrels were aimed deep into the Endless Mountains, there were no static emplacements, only mobile artillery. The wasteland bore the marks of a post-apocalyptic atmosphere. Not only was the air and water contaminated, but the electromagnetic interference was also significant. However, short-range radios were still operational. Chu Jianlei did not believe that the speed of the mech could outpace radio waves, so upon entering the mountains, another battle was inevitable. However, his assumption was slightly mistaken. As he ventured into the mountains, he did not encounter any formidable resistance. He chose a rather difficult path, and the terrain did not pose significant challenges for the mech. Sporadic artillery fire was directed at him, and Chu Jianlei retaliated without hesitation, expending ammunition to destroy the enemy positions. After dismantling 2 firing points, no one else dared to fire upon him. Within their ranks, there was communication. They had already heard of this individual taking out 2 trucks with 5 shots. Who would want to provoke someone willing to expend ammunition for revenge? After testing the waters and losing 2 artillery pieces, they deemed it prudent to cease hostilities. Surely, it would not be wise to have everyone perish in this manner. As the mech advanced into the mountains, the commotion it generated was considerable. However, it was nighttime, and most would avoid instigating trouble. Thus, Chu Jianlei surged forth, crossing from the safety zone into the danger zone, and then into the extremely dangerous zone. Yet, behind him, 3 mechs gradually entered the mountainous region. These were the mech forces of Hong Iju Judian. In total, the entire gathering point had only 9 mechs, none of which were heavy-duty models. However, the equipment of these 3 mechs far surpassed that of Chu Jianlei. Not to mention, these 3 were combat mechs, unlike Chu Jianlei's, which was merely a poorly equipped transport mech. The mobility of combat mechs exceeded that of transport mechs, and their operators were typically more spirited. We must exert ourselves to catch up. We cannot afford to lose face to a mere transport mech, was the response from Comrade. Combat mechs were tough and agile, posing a considerable challenge. The electromagnetic cannon in Chu Jianlei's possession, if unable to accurately target, could merely inflict some damage, perhaps not even influencing the battle. Regrettably, their pursuit arrived a tad too late, with a gap of at least 3 to 4 hours. By this time, Chu Jianlei had already ventured into an extremely perilous zone and had begun to slow his pace. The Endless Mountains at night, even clad in mech armor, instilled fear in him, as there were countless mutated beasts capable of corroding his armor. Thus, by dawn, he sought refuge in a cave he had previously earmarked for safety. In the ensuing days, the residents of the Zhongju Jian and the followers of Hong Yi were frantically scouring for traces of Heitian. They remained relentless, even during the night, which attracted numerous mutated beasts. Chu Jianlei remained motionless, having lingered in his hiding place for over 10 days. It was not merely about distance in this scenario. He had buried a significant amount of supplies within the safety zone. While he could run far, those supplies included many energy blocks, which were vital for the operation of mechs. He believed he had effectively camouflaged himself, with adequate protective coloration and thermal shielding. However, by the 5th day, he sensed something amiss. Looking up, he frowned. Was that a flying mech? In the legends of the Wasteland, most mechs were capable of flight. However, many could only soar close to the ground, perhaps at heights of 300 to 500 meters, to evade terrestrial obstacles. The stark reality was that the number of operational flying mechs was exceedingly rare. Mechs were already scarce, and in this apocalyptic era, the conditions for maintenance were non-existent. Thus, the majority of mechs could not take to the skies, even though it was well known that they once could. Chu Jianlei had even heard that transport mechs were capable of flight. Yet evidently, in his current predicament, flight was beyond his reach. He had no choice but to continue surviving while increasingly feeling the inadequacy of his safety. Just as he anticipated, as time wore on, the number of individuals from the Hong Yi settlement searching the mountains swelled. At its peak, an estimated 20,000 to 30,000 had entered the mountains. It remained unclear what benefits or orders had been issued by the Zhongju Judian. However, the influx of people brought both disadvantages and advantages. The chaos was such that it lacked the order of fewer participants. Particularly at night, most would not continue the search, and their haphazard camps disrupted others. Conflicts were not uncommon, especially near the Hong Yi settlement, where rules were strictly adhered to, yet the dangerous zones were a different story. Disputes could escalate into violent confrontations, even resulting in murder and plunder. After all, the area was rife with wild and mutated beasts, making disappearances commonplace. In fact, this large-scale incursion of adventurers had provoked a response from beasts. The timid fled deeper into the mountains, while the bold or ferocious became even more aggressive. During this time, Jianlei narrowly avoided detection twice, one time with an adversary wielding a metal detector. Fortunately, he took advantage of the mass movement into the mountains, venturing out at night to catch some rabbits and roe deer. When the searchers approached, he released the animals, causing the hunters to decisively redirect their efforts toward the wildlife. As time continued to unfold, over a month passed, bringing 2 rainfalls and a gradual drop in temperature. Autumn heralded a fierce season for the beasts, who needed to accumulate fat and food for winter. Consequently, casualties among the searchers surged, even though those remaining in the mountains were predominantly elite. Eventually, complaints arose, rapidly escalating in volume. The beasts were preparing for winter, and so too must humans. If they did not take this opportunity to stockpile supplies, they might not survive the winter. The response from the Zhongzhu was succinct: suppress. If the noise was bothersome, eliminate those causing it, and silence would prevail. However, this time, the targeted demographic was excessively large, and Hong Yi had always been known for its adherence to rules. Some even resorted to assassination attempts against the Zhongzhu representatives, employing ambushes, traps, and poison. The Hong Yi Guard, initially aligned with the Zhongzhu, had lost 2 vehicles of personnel to Haitian's machinations, creating a substantial rift of animosity. As tensions escalated between the survivors of Hong Yi and the Zhongzhu, they could no longer remain passive. If this continued, the image painstakingly cultivated by the Hong Yi settlement would be utterly destroyed. Thus, those in power within Hong Yi could no longer contain themselves and began negotiations with the representatives of Zhongzhu. Both parties bore ill sentiments, and a confrontation nearly erupted. Ultimately, it was the Zhongzhu representatives who conceded. They could not afford to offer substantial compensation to such a large crowd, nor were they willing to divulge the nature of the transgressions committed by those they were pursuing. Regardless, they asserted that they could manage without the indigenous populace of Hong Yi. However, once the natives of Hong Yi withdrew, the beasts preparing for winter surged forth. Even the adventurer teams they had hired could no longer withstand the onslaught, and casualties began to rise significantly. The critical issue was that no one understood the reasons behind Haitian's extensive pursuit, which had persisted throughout the summer and autumn. If you believe we are unworthy of knowing, do not blame us for our negligence. At this juncture, the representatives of Zhongzhu could no longer command the loyalty of the people. Consequently, they disbanded some teams while raising hiring prices to retain others. Their territories were now delineated as safety zones and danger zones, with the extremely perilous areas rendered inaccessible. It was evident to all that this was the final stand of Zhongzhu, retreating in disgrace. Thus, they gambled everything on the belief that Haitian was concealed within this expanse. A retreat had its merits, significantly enhancing efficiency and providing a measure of safety. However, another half-month elapsed, and still, no news of Haitian emerged, prompting further reductions in personnel. As winter began to set in, Zhongzhu could only station a few guards at several mountain passes while the bulk of their forces retreated in dismay. During this period, Jianlei was becoming increasingly agitated. Were it not for his obsessive nature, compulsive tendencies, and profound sense of insecurity, he would have surely succumbed. By day, he could meditate and practice martial arts, but at night, he could only lie still and rest. As his vitality surged, the likelihood of being detected by night vision equipment increased. With fewer people around, he discovered opportunities to delve deeper into the mountains. Yet, he had numerous supplies buried within both the danger and safety zones, and he was reluctant to leave them behind. Once the searchers withdrew to the mountain passes, he observed for 3 additional days before he began to unearth his hidden supplies. The losses were not substantial. He was down 5 kilograms of gold, along with some firearms and ammunition. This outcome had been anticipated given the presence of metal detectors. Fortunately, the metal detectors were not overly abundant, and the vast expanse of the endless mountains, coupled with the multitude of scattered metallic debris, worked in his favor. The individual who absconded with the gold was clever, stealthily removing it without a sound. Otherwise, he would have likely encountered an ambush. Upon inventorying his possessions, he found his primary wealth comprised 20 kilograms of gold and 13 sizable energy blocks. Other supplies, including firearms, ammunition, and food, were sufficiently stocked, originally prepared for 3 individuals. The thought of the trio reduced to just himself evoked a wave of melancholy within him. A famous saying from a golden-haired companion flooded his mind. Perhaps this is the essence of life. Due to the loss of 5 kilograms of gold, he approached his remaining 2 supply caches with heightened caution. However, at the last sight of buried supplies, he was astonished to discover, through his night vision goggles, that someone was lying in ambush. There was only one person approximately 300 meters away from his hiding spot. Who could be so audacious? Curiosity stirred within Jianlei as he pondered the audacity of someone daring to lay in wait alone. The buried items were merely ammunition. If he wished to avoid trouble, he could easily abandon them without regret. Yet, considering the effort he had put into earning his money and his desire to train, this batch of ammunition represented a significant value. Most importantly, his curiosity piqued. Who was this individual that dared to ambush him? He chose to wait until dawn instead of approaching under the cover of night. Once the sun rose, peering through the bushes, Jianlei was taken aback. It was Hua Xiezi. Her intentions were unmistakable as she sat still, her gun resting on the ground beside her. This woman truly left him at a loss. He crouched low, intending to leave quietly, knowing she had likely guessed that the ammunition was his. If it had been someone else guarding it, he might have dealt with them. However, leaving without confrontation left him feeling somewhat conflicted. But with her, it was different. Hua Xiezi had provided him with timely warning, sparing him from peril. At that moment, he had offered her 2 energy blocks as a token of gratitude. Yet, reflecting on the intensity and duration of the search, he felt that amount was rather meager. Just as he resolved to slip away unnoticed, Hua Xiezi stood up, stretching her limbs. She then pulled out a tube of nutrient supplements and began to move about, holding her gun in her left hand while her right formed a gesture at her chest. Unfortunately, the direction she was heading was precisely towards Jianlei's hiding spot. Given the elevation of the terrain, it seemed he could not escape. Jianlei decided to remain and observe her actions. As she approached within 100 meters, she raised her gun, cautiously glancing left and right. Initially, Jianlei intended to let out a sigh and feign indifference. However, seeing her tension, he simply uttered, "Don't move." Hua Xiezi froze, and after a couple of seconds, exhaled deeply. "You scared me." She then approached briskly, gun still in hand. "You haven't left after all." Jianlei sat up, unarmed, and asked helplessly, "It's winter. Why are you here?" "I was looking for you," Hua Xiezi replied without hesitation. "I figured you wouldn't part with this ammunition." Jianlei lowered his eyelids, contemplating before speaking. "I was merely curious about who would dare to lay in ambush alone." Hua Xiezi shook her head. "If I want to take it, I would have done so long ago. I want to go to the other side with you." Jianlei was left speechless. The endless mountains were indeed perilous, especially in winter. "You have Mecca. It's worth the risk," Hua Xiezi replied without hesitation. "What about your 2 companions?" "Jianlei inquired. One is dead, and the other is maimed," she answered calmly. One of Hua Xiezi's teammates, a fellow adventurer, had been shot dead by a sniper during a tumultuous encounter. The other, the rider, had been bitten by a venomous snake and had bravely severed his own left arm, rendering him incapacitated. Trust among the 3 was unquestionable. However, losing an arm meant he could no longer continue as a hunter. This was the Wasteland. Betrayal existed alongside camaraderie. But ultimately, reality must be faced. Hua Xiezi had left the truck with the other, a gesture of respect for their bond. If his left arm could be fashioned into a prosthetic, the rider might still drive the vehicle and engage in some form of trade. After all, it was a means of survival. Having encountered He Tian personally, Hua Xiezi had been left to guard the mountain pass. The settlement had promised her some compensation, but she had little interest in it. What truly piqued her interest was finding He Tian and exploring the other side of the mountain together. Hua Xiezi feigned enthusiasm for the bounty, inviting others to join her into the mountains. However, the others thought she had lost her mind over money, especially with the weather growing colder day by day. Thus, she ventured alone, wandering during the day and waiting at night for He Tian. Jianlei frowned as he listened to her story. Had this been 3 months prior, he would have flatly refused. However, having witnessed the search efforts, he could not deny that this woman had been of great assistance to him. As for her possible ulterior motives regarding his possessions, Jianlei did not completely dismiss that notion. Yet, it was merely a possibility. He could almost attribute his survival to her intervention, a wager he was willing to take. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Why take such risks?" Hua Xiezi answered candidly, "Because I have no companions left. Finding someone trustworthy is difficult." The wasteland truly was as such. Lone wanderers struggled to survive, and seeking warmth in numbers was the way forward, but choosing allies was no easy task. Even the formidable Lai Feng had faced betrayal from his comrades and nearly perished from hunger and cold. Hua Xiezi chose He Tian as her ally due to his reliability. "Although I do not know you well, I admire your courage to confront the settlement for the sake of vengeance for your companions. It's merely an unresolved sentiment." Jianlei replied casually, "But that alone is not enough to justify such a risk, is it? I could easily take your ammunition. Yeah, I buried it again." Hua Xiezi replied nonchalantly, "If I obtained that batch, it would suffice for my sustenance for a year or two, and you would remain unaware." After a moment of silence, Jianlei shook his head. "Not enough. I wish to grow stronger," Hua Xiezi stated decisively, "to be as strong as you." News of He Tian's prowess had spread throughout the Hong Yi settlement. The mecha were secondary. Anyone lucky enough could potentially acquire one. What truly mattered was the fact that he had managed to evade pursuit for over 20 minutes while carrying an electromagnetic cannon. The bodies of wasteland dwellers were indeed resilient. But carrying a 200-kilogram object and running for 20 minutes was no small feat moreover. He Tian's running speed was nearly 1,000 meters per minute, completing a 100-meter dash in 6 seconds. Across the wasteland, it was uncertain if anyone could achieve such time. Furthermore, this was not a mere burst of speed. He sustained it for over 20 minutes. Just this speed alone was enough to inspire awe, let alone the fact that he bore an electromagnetic cannon. Hua Xiezi not only knew these details, but also understood that He Tian's marksmanship was exceptionally precise, and his mechanical repair skills were remarkable. In the wasteland, wealth was illusory. Only through personal strength could one find true security. Jianlei chose to believe her words, for his past experiences had taught him that this woman possessed a keen sense of priorities. He nodded slightly and then asked, "Are you certain that you can acquire strength for me?" Hua Xiezi replied without hesitation, "I will demonstrate my worth. The value is for you to determine." Pausing for a moment, she added calmly, "Those powerful individuals pursuing you must have their reasons. It cannot merely be due to a mecha." "You are quite forthright." Jianlei chuckled wryly. "I offer you a piece of advice. If you retrieve that ammunition now and leave voluntarily, I will not hold it against you." "I will not choose that option," Hua Xiezi replied, gazing intently into his eyes. "Otherwise, I would not risk being shot by you, steadfastly waiting here. I desire to grow stronger." Jianlei responded impassively. "Yet in the endless mountains, your chances of perishing are quite high. This is my own choice. I will not regret it. I would only regret missing an opportunity to grow stronger." "Very well." Jianlei nodded decisively. Her resolution only encouraged him further. "Retrieve the ammunition and leave. There is no need to return for supplies, is there? If the other party is entirely unprepared and merely wishes to benefit from him, then cooperation is impossible." However, it seems that Waxizi has not disappointed him, as she smiles gently. "I have already brought the supplies, and they are located less than 20 meters from your stash." In an instant, Jianlei's trust in her surged from 70% to 85%. With no one around, Waxizi began to excavate in broad daylight, while Jianlei kept watch. The items Waxizi had buried were scarce, consisting of a substantial quantity of nutrients, some warm clothing, and ammunition. Surprisingly, there were even 3 energy blocks, equivalent to 30 cents. Waxizi expressed her regret, saying, "I know mechas consume energy blocks, but I truly have little money." Yet, what puzzled Jianlei most was the abundance of filters and filter paper. Waxizi replied nonchalantly, "After that battle, they analyzed what you might need. Apart from the mounted machine gun and ammunition you seized, there was also a water purifier. I thought you might require filters and filter paper." Jianlei glanced at her and nodded slightly. "You are quite thoughtful. However, the box beneath that water purifier contains many filters and filter papers." After retrieving 2 sets of supplies, it was still not noon, and the two did not linger. confidently departing. As for the abrupt disappearance of Waxizi, neither of them discussed it. Anything could happen in the mountains. However, there was a slight regret regarding Waxizi's physical condition. Although she carried only 1/3 of Haitian's load, they had not traveled 70 kilometers by nightfall. Seeing her panting heavily, Jianlei remarked dryly, "Hand me that ammunition box." Waxizi, without pretension, removed the ammunition box weighing nearly 30 kilograms, saying, "I can manage the journey, but not the load." This was a natural shortcoming of women. Despite being relatively agile and fit, their capacity for heavy lifting was often lacking. Jianlei took the ammunition box and casually inquired, "What happened to Xiao Jing in the end?" "What else could happen?" Waxizi replied coolly. The next day she was gone. As survivors in the Wasteland, they had witnessed too much life and death to have any emotional fluctuations. It was simply a matter of getting used to it. Jianlei fell silent. And after a while, he asked, "Who makes the decisions among the people in the settlement?" "A woman named Salins," Waxizi answered matter-of-factly. "She lost her hair to an electromagnetic cannon and swore to kill you." "A woman?" Jianlei is foothold. Is Sale a surname? Surname? Waxizi turned to look at him with curiosity. "You actually know about surnames?" In the Wasteland, many names are randomly chosen. To have a surname passed down is somewhat commendable. The distinction between surnames and clan names was unknown to many, as most only transmitted clan names, not true surnames. Jianlei did not respond to this query, but asked, "Is Sale a surname or a clan name?" "It should be from the family of Sci-Fi," Waxizi replied, displaying her knowledge. Salins is likely a branch of that family, being the youngest of 3 siblings. Sci-Fi, Jianlei murmured, "I'll remember this family." "You remembered?" Waxizi looked at him in surprise. "That is an entire family. If it were just about the Salin siblings, I wouldn't be too surprised. Haitian indeed possesses such potential. But how could one contend with the entire Sci-Fi family?" Jianlei did not answer, but eventually said, "Keep moving. At this pace, we won't arrive before dawn." Waxizi could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Do you really intend to deal with Sci-Fi? There is nothing real or unreal about it." Jianlei replied casually, "My partner cannot die in vain." "But you have killed so many adventurers," Waxizi stated solemnly. "They cannot die in vain either, can they?" Jianlei regarded her with a strange look. "I appreciate your candor. But which side are you on?" "My side?" Waxizi pondered for a moment, then realized he meant choosing sides. However, that metaphor was rather crude. "You really aren't crude enough." Jianlei replied without hésitation. "If your legs were sturdy enough, we would have arrived by now. I have worked hard to keep my legs this slender." Waxizi was utterly speechless. In the Wasteland, robustness was considered beautiful. Only those from privileged backgrounds paid attention to balanced physiques. Waxizi was somewhat ambitious, striving to enhance her combat capabilities while maintaining her figure, which was no small feat, feeling a bit aggrieved. She could not help but defend herself. "Don't you think this looks good?" However, in the next moment, Jianlei abruptly pulled her to the side. "Be careful. It's a winged snake." Chapter 65. Geothermal winged snakes are quite rare. Although they do not fly high, they are far more troublesome than ordinary snakes. As winter approaches, snakes preparing for hibernation can be as fierce as those in early spring. Waxizi had been extremely cautious, but snakes are inherently difficult to guard against, let alone the winged snake. This situation is challenging to handle. Even if encountered during the day, it is especially precarious at night. A rider was bitten by a venomous snake and had to sever an arm to withdraw from the ranks of adventurers. Her ability to wait for Haitian in a dangerous zone was also a considerable risk. Yet, after pulling her aside, Jianlei swiftly drew his knife, and a 3-meter-long winged snake fell to the ground. Waxizi stared in astonishment at the man beside her. "Is that it? Just like that? What else is needed?" Jianlei asked, glancing at her curiously. "A battle cry, perhaps?" Waxizi paused for a moment, genuinely impressed. "You truly have remarkable skill. Do you have any crystals? C-grade? What do you think?" Jianlei replied casually. "The membrane can fetch a bit of money. Take it if you want." On this winged snake, the membrane was the only valuable part. Everything else was worthless, and the meat was inedible. Waxizi indeed took the time to cut off the 2 wings of the winged snake. This was not tied to personal economic status. All adventurers in the Wasteland shared the same principle of not wasting any usable resources. After stowing the wings, they continued walking for a while before she asked, "Have you become this relaxed when dealing with C-grade mutated beasts?" She was not lacking in experience fighting mutated beasts. She had battled many B-grade creatures, but always in a team. Encountering a C-grade mutated beast alone was rare, as most times it was an unexpected encounter. Yet, the C-grade winged snake was not easier to deal with than a B-grade mutated beast, yet Chu Jianlei had dispatched it with a single strike. Chu Jianlei did not respond, pretending he hadn't heard anything worth boasting about. They continued walking until dawn, yet they still had not reached their destination. Waxizi, panting heavily, was filled with resentment. She suggested, "We must take a break. I might be holding you back. However, you'll come to realize that I am not the type to only drag others down. Let us go." Chu Jianlei remained unmoved. Ahead lies the territory of the purple blood arrow fox. They are usually asleep at dawn. The purple blood arrow fox is also a mutated beast, one that does not fall within any rank. The fox king may be C-grade. This creature possesses sharp spines. Its fur is of little use, and it holds no hunting value. They often appear in packs, so it is better to avoid them altogether. By the afternoon, they finally arrived at Chu Jianlei's hideout, having ventured over 100 kilometers into the extremely dangerous zone. "No wonder others can't find you," Waxizi remarked, then expressed surprise. "Is there really a water heater? I need to take a shower first." Chu Jianlei nodded slightly. He appreciated a clean partner, although this temporary shelter was rudimentary. Having been confined there for so long, he had managed to make it somewhat livable. After both took their showers, Chu Jianlei took out a pot and heated the stew he had prepared earlier. Though there is an abundance of meat floss before the harsh winter fully descends, it is essential to savor fresh game first. "You are in rather good condition," remarked Hua Xiezi, gazing thoughtfully at his face. Chu Jianlei felt a bit perplexed under her scrutiny, asking, "What are you looking at?" Both had removed their masks. Hua Xiezi's complexion was slightly tanned, marked by the traces of wind and frost, yet she remained undeniably charming. Her face flushed slightly at his words. She found it difficult to admit that he appeared quite handsome. Lowering her head to eat, she casually remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that you resemble that foolish Chu you mentioned." To her surprise, her observation struck true. Chu Jianlei, however, paid it little mind. Over the course of the year, he had not lacked for sustenance, not only growing taller, but also gaining weight, or rather, becoming more robust. He was no longer the scrawny figure he once was. As he devoured his meal, he casually responded, "From now on, you can call me Xiongmao instead of Heitian." Pondering this, Hua Xiezi confirmed that she had never heard of such a creature. Was it a bear or a cat? Yet, she refrained from questioning further, nodding slightly. "Then I shall be known as Huang Xiezi." It was quite common for adventurers to change their aliases. Chu Jianlei felt that referring to her as He Xiezi would be more fitting, but deemed it unnecessary to voice this thought. Once satiated, Chu Jianlei retreated into the mecha to sleep. One advantage of the transport mecha was the ability to rest within its storage compartment. Hua Xiezi offered to keep watch, inquiring if Heitian could take turns during the latter half of the night. Chu Jianlei replied nonchalantly, "You can also sleep. I've set up numerous early warning devices outside." Upon hearing this, Hua Xiezi made herself comfortable, cleared a storage compartment, and nestled inside to sleep. Both endured considerable hardship, sleeping soundly until nearly noon the next day. After tidying up their belongings, they set off towards the depths of the mountains as dusk approached. Initially, Hua Xiezi insisted she could walk, but after less than half an hour, she decisively opted to lie down in the storage compartment. Traveling on foot in the mountains was simply too slow. The mecha offered far greater convenience. Chu Jianlei controlled the mecha to move at a steady pace, covering approximately 30 kilometers per hour. He could have gone faster, but this speed was more energy efficient and produced less noise. By dawn, they had covered nearly 200 kilometers. However, in terms of direct distance, it was likely less than 50 kilometers most of the time spent navigating. As dawn broke, Chu Jianlei began searching for a suitable place to rest. Such locations were not difficult to find in the mountains. Once located, he commenced excavation with a mechanical arm. Although Hua Xiezi was an experienced adventurer, it was her first time witnessing mecha construction. She couldn't help but exclaim, "With a mecha, survival in the mountains becomes so much easier." Que j'en ai mutated. It is indeed advantageous, but it consumes energy blocks at an alarming rate. The mecha swiftly excavated a spacious hiding spot. He maneuvered the mecha inside, while Hua Xiezi camouflaged the entrance. They remained vigilant against the potential threat of airborne mechas. Days turned into weeks, and a month later, they had traversed roughly 1,000 kilometers in a straight line. Along the way, they encountered both wild beasts and mutated creatures, including an A-grade mutant, a colossal horned eagle. However, Chu Jianlei refrained from engaging, instead opting to outlast the creature by remaining motionless, a process that took him 2 days. He chose not to consider the mutated crystals for now, believing that the horned eagle's meat was inedible and the effort to hunt it was unwarranted. He was uncertain how much farther they needed to travel to exit the mountains. Thus, conserving resources was imperative. In fact, after half a month in the mountains, he ceased excavation altogether, as it consumed too many energy blocks, and flying mechas could not venture this far into the mountains. Hence, they traveled by day and selected relatively safe locations to rest at night. During this time, Chu Jianlei felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards live phone. Had he not inquired about the mecha, navigating the endless mountains would have proven exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, ordinary combat mechas might not have sufficed. This transport mecha was indeed the most practical. At the beginning of the second month, they encountered a severe cold wave. The already treacherous terrain of the endless mountains became even more daunting after the cold front, with fierce winds and slippery rocks. Fortunately, they had the mecha. Had they been on foot, they would have had no choice but to seek shelter in a cave. After a day's travel, Chu Jianlei selected a wind-sheltered spot and released Hua Xiezi. He realized they could not continue as they were. The rapid depletion of energy blocks necessitated finding a hiding place. Hua Xiezi's expression darkened, for this meant they might not escape the endless mountains. However, Haitian's rationale was sound, and she suggested, "Let's find a resting place near a water source." They had ample filters and filter paper, but relying solely on self-circulation felt quite inadequate. Many mountain springs in the endless mountains remained unpolluted and drinkable. Chu Jianlei concurred with her suggestion. A drinkable spring implied the possibility of wildlife coming to quench their thirst. Thus, their task for the following day shifted from traveling to locating a reliable water source. After 2 more days, they finally identified a spring with fish and shrimp still frozen within, all of which showed no signs of mutation. Nearby, they stumbled upon a cave inhabited by a group of black-backed golden monkeys. Combat érupted instantanéously. The black-backed golden monkeys possessed formidable strength and thick hides, making them formidable opponents among C-grade mutated beasts. Fortunately, Chu Jianlei was sufficiently astute. The mecha's left hand wielded a mounted Gauss machine gun, while the right brandished a long knife. The hyperfrequency oscillating blade barely managed to penetrate the monkey's fur. It was fortunate that he was equipped with the mecha. A typical person, even with a long knife, would struggle to breach their defenses. To truly vanquish the golden monkeys, reliance on the mounted machine gun was essential. The electromagnetic cannon would undoubtedly yield superior results, but Chu Jianlei preferred not to collapse the cave, especially since ammunition for the cannon was limited. In total, there were 17 black-backed golden monkeys, and Chu Jianlei spent a full 3 hours concluding the battle. Had he not been equipped with the mecha, even binding 4 or 5 of them together would have likely resulted in his demise. The long knife was completely destroyed, but that was inconsequential. He had expended over 300 rounds from the machine gun, which amounted to a fifth of his stock. The silver lining was that the meat of the golden monkeys was edible and not unpleasant. After exploring the cave further, he discovered it twisted and turned for about 700 or 800 meters. Strangely, the innermost part of the cave was surprisingly warm, even to the point of being hot. Hua Xiezi was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is happening here?" Chu Jianlei was also uncertain, but could hazard a guess. It must be geothermal energy? However, this term clearly touched upon Hua Xiezi's knowledge gap. What do you mean by geothermal? Chapter 66. The giant beast Chu Jianlei offered a rough explanation of how geothermal energy is formed, but Hua Xiezi's attention was elsewhere. "I understand, but where did you acquire this knowledge?" Chu Jianlei was somewhat puzzled. He recognized the information monopoly in the Wasteland, but did such knowledge require such isolation? Was it truly so difficult to learn? Very difficult, Hua Xiezi asserted without hesitation. "I have never heard anyone mention it." She then nodded thoughtfully, finally grasping why communal living spaces offered ample heating during winter. Chu Jianlei grew curious. Do the heating systems in Hong Wu rely on geothermal energy? Not just Hong Wu. Hua Xiezi replied without hesitation. Most communal living spaces do. No wonder they were so cautious in their site selection. Chu Jianlei understood. If that were the case, it made sense to keep such information confidential. Hua Xiezi cast a glance at him, inquiring how he came to know such things. Chu Jianlei, upon hearing this, couldn't help but recall a certain middle-aged scavenger who possessed knowledge of gene modification potions due to family heritage. It was likely that he too had perished at the hands of the Sci family. He sighed softly. After all, who among them didn't have some family background? Hua Xiezi remained silent, but thought to herself that knowledge of geothermal energy could hardly be something an ordinary household could possess. Nevertheless, it was precisely this mystery that had led a group of black-backed golden monkeys to seize the cave. For Chu Jianlei and Hua Xiezi, this venture was undeniably worthwhile. Geothermal energy could save a considerable amount of energy, not to mention the meat from over a dozen golden monkeys available for consumption. However, the issue of drinking water required serious consideration. Chu Jianlei braved the biting cold to search the surroundings and stumbled upon a hibernating striped hedgehog. The striped hedgehog was not a mutated beast and was quite particular about drinking water. After consuming melted ice water, it showed no adverse reactions. However, Chu Jianlei remarked that the taste of the hedgehog's meat was rather poor, replete with an earthy flavor and an unpleasant sourness. The two then began to modify the cave, making it more habitable. With last year's renovation experience, Chu Jianlei, despite the lack of scrap materials, managed to design something somewhat presentable. Yet most of the time, he only contributed verbally, while Hua Xiezi did the physical work. Initially, Hua Xiezi was somewhat reluctant, feeling that she didn't need someone directing her. However, after the renovation, she was completely convinced. What could this guy not do? Of course, her primary interest remained in the cultivation with Heitian. The Baduan Jin and Wu Qin, she were easy enough. After watching a few times, she learned them and even inquired if she could mimic him. Chu Jianlei appreciated having an additional helper, especially one who brought her own provisions, and he didn't mind her learning, sharing some key points. Hua Xiezi picked it up swiftly, even faster than Xiao Jing, clearly demonstrating that talent is indeed an objective reality. After several days of practice, she genuinely felt the benefits, sweating profusely after multiple repetitions. However, she found Tai Chi and the Tai Chi 13 swords somewhat perplexing, as they could not be understood merely by sight. She hoped Heitian would impart some essential points, but he simply stated that they would discuss it later, as Xiao Jing had yet to learn. Hua Xiezi felt somewhat speechless. After all, he was just a little child who couldn't even drive. Yet, she refrained from comparing herself to a deceased person. She then asked one last question regarding his seated posture, but Chu Jianlei replied tersely that she shouldn't concern herself with that for the time being, offering no further explanation. Even without his words, Hua Xiezi could tell that this particular practice consumed the most energy. As for his reluctance to share, she truly understood. Her worth had yet to be demonstrated, and it was entirely normal for him to have reservations. Days passed quietly, with the black-backed golden monkeys being notably larger than humans, with mature golden monkeys weighing up to 400 kilograms. Of course, this was the weight with fur. Once skinned and disemboweled, they weighed less than 200 kilograms. Yet even so, the combined weight of 17 golden monkeys, both large and small, amounted to approximately 2.5 tons of meat. During his cultivation, Chu Jianlei's appetite was quite substantial. Yet 12 to 13 kilograms of meat a day sufficed. Coupled with a small amount of staple food, he hardly needed nutritional supplements. The cave also contained winter supplies stored by the black-backed golden monkeys, primarily consisting of berries, dried fruits, and some cured meat. Chu Jianlei felt indifferent towards the monkeys' stored food. Setting aside hygiene concerns, the food they could consume was not necessarily suitable for ordinary humans. Regardless, Chu Jianlei felt no pressure, as he had ample provisions prepared, including plenty of meat floss. Initially, Hua Xiezi was taken aback by his appetite, but over time she grew accustomed to it. In fact, due to her practice of Baduan Jin and Wu Qin Shi, her appetite had increased significantly. As the weather grew colder day by day, the two resided comfortably in the cave, oblivious to the harshness of winter. However, Hua Xiezi would venture out every couple of days to observe the surroundings, ensuring they were not caught off guard by any unusual occurrences. This was also a demonstration of her value. For adventurers, maintaining vigilance is an excellent habit. Yet, each time she returned, she would be so frozen that she would dash back in a flurry, regardless of how many layers she wore. Chu Jianlei estimated that the lowest temperature here could be well below -60 degrees. One day, after Hua Xiezi returned, stomping her feet to warm herself, she shared an important discovery. 2 kilometers away in the snow, she had found enormous footprints. Chu Jianlei was startled upon hearing this. When he stepped outside to take a look, he was astonished to find that this creature's weight must exceed 2 tons. He couldn't definitively identify the animal, but the footprints in the snow indicated it was likely not a carnivorous creature. Carnivorous animals typically have sharp claws, whereas this animal's footprints were flat. However, the hooves were exceptionally large, comparable to a basin. Hua Xiezi felt a mix of dread and excitement. This creature was likely at least a B-level mutated beast. The thought of such a formidable being living nearby was hardly reassuring. Perhaps it was seeking water? Chu Jianlei considered that a creature capable of moving in the dead of winter might not be restricted by its surroundings. Noticing the overcast sky, which hinted at impending snowfall, the two decided not to linger and hurried back to the cave. The following morning, it indeed began to snow, with the flurries continuing for 3 days. Yet, it was precisely because of this snowfall that the mysterious creature finally made its appearance. Chu Jianlei stood at the mouth of the cave, gazing at the colossal being before him, towering over 3 meters and weighing around 7 to 8 tons. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "A mammoth? What is it called?" Hua Xiezi promptly pulled out a notebook, eager to jot down this obscure knowledge. Que Jianlei, tout distracté d'y responding, mused internally that if it were indeed a mammoth, it would explain its indifference to the cold. However, the next moment, he shuddered, wondering what it wanted in their cave. The cave's entrance was not particularly large, barely 3 meters high and around 4 meters wide. Even the black-backed golden monkeys had to bend slightly to enter. Logically, this mammoth should not be able to fit through the entrance, yet it seemed to have its own methods. It bent its front legs, attempting to crawl into the cave, and, judging by its adeptness, it was clear that this was not its first time doing so. Unfortunately, Chu Jianlei and Hua Xiezi had made modifications to the entrance after their arrival. Not only had they raised the ground level, but they had also built stone walls on either side. The elevated ground and stone walls were not resistant to impact, and the fierce mountain winds would easily topple them. Nevertheless, this did not deter the two. In the dead of winter, the low temperatures were not a concern, and they had also located a water source. The reinforced ground and ice walls exceeded 3 meters in thickness, for which they were truly grateful for the extreme cold. Such thick ice barriers would not yield even to a mammoth weighing 7 or 8 tons, even if it possessed the force of a Blue Star tank. Its flesh and bones would still have to withstand the impact. The mammoth crawled a few times, realizing it could not enter the cave, and became enraged, swinging its long trunk and striking heavily against the ice wall. Chu Jianlei had already reacted. It seemed that this creature was aware of the presence of black-backed golden monkeys in the cave. One could easily deduce that while black-backed golden monkeys were tough and immensely strong, they were mere infants compared to a mammoth. To put it bluntly, with a weight of 400 to 500 kilograms, the black-backed golden monkeys weighed less than 1/10 of a mammoth, making it hardly surprising that they had made it onto the mammoth's menu. However, it is certain that on its menu, the black-backed golden monkey is indeed a formidable adversary. If there were any alternative, it would likely refrain from selecting this dish, as the combat prowess of the golden monkey group is undoubtedly greater than the sum of its parts. Within the cave, there are 17 black-backed golden monkeys. With such a substantial gathering, regardless of their fighting capability, it is not a mere slaughterhouse from which one could casually extract a specimen for consumption. The mammoth, grand as it may be, is rather emaciated, likely due to the frigid conditions, compelling it to seek sustenance within the cave. Of course, these are merely Chu Jianlei's conjectures, and the veracity of his assumptions remains uncertain. What he can ascertain is that although the mammoth lacks claws, it is indeed an omnivorous creature. Hua Xiezi hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Hey Tian Xiongmao, what classification does this mammoth belong to?" Chu Jianlei shrugged his shoulders innocently, expressing his ignorance. "I am uncertain whether this is a mutated beast. Logically, if one is bold enough to confront pack-dwelling mutated creatures, the mammoth should also be a mutated beast, and a more advanced one at that. However, he truly lacks clarity, as none of the data he has gathered on wild beasts includes such a classification. Even the term mammoth originates from his memories of launching." Upon hearing this, Hua Xiezi felt a pang of disappointment, questioning whether the meat was even edible. Shall we engage it? Chu Jianlei cast a bewildered glance at her. How could we not? Chapter 67. Exiting the mountain, Chu Jianlei's concern was whether this mammoth might have companions. With their winter refuge under scrutiny, relocating was not an option. At this juncture, considerations of whether the creature's meat was consumable were irrelevant. Safeguarding their home was paramount. Initially, he leaned towards resolving the issue with a mounted Gauss machine gun. Hua Xiezi, who operated the machine gun, fired off 20 rounds with precision, given the close range. Nevertheless, despite the explosive bloodshed that erupted from the mammoth, it became increasingly agitated, its long trunk violently striking the icy wall with escalating ferocity, causing the entire cave to tremble. Hua Xiezi, experienced as she was, maintained a steady grip on the machine gun. After the mammoth struck thrice, she pulled the trigger once more as it lifted its trunk for a fourth blow. Another 20 rounds were unleashed, resulting in further gory bursts. Following the mammoth's fourth strike, which shook the cave to its core, it surprisingly turned and fled. Alarmed, Hua Xiezi realized that the mounted machine gun's firepower would not suffice to subdue the mammoth in the short term. Open fire. Chu Jianlei had already entered the mecha, which was positioned at the cave's entrance. To ensure precise targeting and to fully utilize the electromagnetic cannon, he even excavated a pit at the entrance, allowing the lower half of the mecha to nestle within it, enabling the left arm to operate the cannon. The initial use of the machine gun was merely to conserve ammunition and energy cells. Chu Jianlei reacted swiftly upon witnessing the mammoth's retreat. He squeezed the trigger simultaneously as Hua Xiezi shouted. A shot rang out, piercing the mammoth from belly to back. Its vast form shuddered violently before crashing to the ground. The two did not rush outside, aware of the resilience of wild creatures. Should it feign death, they could afford to wait 10 hours or so, after which it would succumb to the cold. In this bitter chill, even if the scent of blood lingered, it was unlikely any other animals would approach. Silence enveloped the cave until Hua Xiezi suddenly exclaimed, "Its blood is red." Chu Jianlei replied, "Red does not necessarily mean it is not mutated. It is best not to consume it indiscriminately." Hua Xiezi nodded in understanding, contemplating instead to seek a striped hedgehog to test for toxins. Chu Jianlei remained silent for a moment before responding. "That will have to wait until spring." Hearing this, Hua Xiezi fell silent, sighing heavily, perhaps until summer. The cave descended into a profound stillness. Both understood that their supplies might last until summer, yet the uncertainty of escaping the endless mountains loomed large. Nevertheless, life must continue, and their resilient spirits soon dismissed their aimless musings. 3 months later, Chu Jianlei let out a mighty roar, rising from the ground with newfound vigor, having broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. On this day, fortune smiled upon them. Hua Xiezi returned from an outing, her face alight with joy, proclaiming that the weather had warmed. Deep within the endless mountains, spring should have arrived over a month ago, yet the mountains were only now responding. Good news. Chu Jianlei nodded, hoping for a thaw within the month. The meat of the black-backed golden monkey had been nearly exhausted, though the meat floss could sustain them for 3 to 4 months. However, they had been confined to the cave for over 4 months, and without the ability to cultivate and train, it would have driven anyone to madness. Hua Xiezi's training over the past few months yielded results. Her flexibility had notably improved. The people of the Wasteland did not place much value on flexibility, yet she believed that diverse skills never hinder. She even learned joint lock techniques from Chu Jianlei. While she also attempted Tai Chi, her interest in such a soft style was limited. What she truly wished to master was the 13 swords of Tai Chi, but Chu Jianlei withheld instruction, urging her to first master the foundational Tai Chi after a winter of confinement. Hua Xiezi had ventured out at times to scout. Her complexion improved significantly, rendering her increasingly charming. Yet, Chu Jianlei did not entertain any frivolous thoughts. Despite their solitary coexistence, nothing untoward occurred. Hua Xiezi made no deliberate advances, for procreation was a luxury for adventurers in the Wasteland. Chu Jianlei, having experienced women prior to his journey, was not oblivious. Yet he thought it best to focus on his cultivation. The temperature rose swiftly. Within a month, it had climbed to around -20 degrees. Que j'en ai suggested. It is time for us to depart. Although the weather remains frigid by the calendar, it is now late spring or early summer. Should we delay further? If we cannot escape the endless mountains by summer, we may encounter grave troubles. Hua Xiezi was not devoid of reason, yet she still pondered the mammoth. Taking advantage of the still frozen state, they each wielded a long knife, rigorously dismembering the mammoth and bringing the parts into the cave to thaw. A miracle occurred. Beneath the mammoth skull, they discovered a mutated crystal. The orange-hued crystal indicated that it was an A-class mutated beast. Typically, spoils would be divided between team members. Yet Hua Xiezi clearly stated, "This is yours." However, she claimed the mammoth's tusks as her own spoils. As for the mammoth's meat, both dared not covet it. Chu Jianlei sought another striped hedgehog, but found none. They could have waited a few more days to capture another creature for toxicity testing, but both were adept at controlling their desires and chose to forego the meat. Throughout the winter, they had ample time to contemplate. What if they could not escape the endless mountains? Before departing, they sealed the cave entrance, ensuring it remained secure for potential future use. Once their bearings were confirmed, the mecha resumed its journey, only to discover the cold intensifying. Yet Chu Jianlei remained calm. This indicates we are still ascending. Once it begins to warm, we shall know we are nearing the exit. At the coldest point, temperatures plummeted to around -40 degrees. Fortunately, after half a month, the temperatures stabilized, and after another 4 to 5 days, a noticeable warmth returned. Chu Jianlei and Hua Xiezi exhaled in unison, for they could finally glimpse the dawn of their escape from the mountains. However, as the temperature rose, new challenges emerged. With the increasing warmth came a proliferation of animals, all of which had endured a winter of hunger and exhibited heightened aggression. They were compelled to carry the carcasses of hunted animals, casting them aside to divert attacking pack animals as they made their escape. In a perilous encounter, the two found themselves besieged by a flock of over a dozen iron-feathered vultures, a B-grade, mutated beast capable of flight. They were compelled to adopt a nocturnal lifestyle, taking 3 days to elude these relentless creatures. The root cause of their predicament was their earlier decision to hunt 2 mountain giant lizards at night, leaving the carcasses along their escape route. Although the mountain giant lizards held little value and were easily discarded, the act of hunting them had consumed their precious energy blocks and ammunition. After sensing a rise in temperature, they trekked for another month and a half, finally catching sight of distant plains and basking in the warmth. However, by this time, less than a third of their initial supplies remained. Under the cover of night, Chu Jianlei and Hua Xiezi disembarked from their mecha, gazing out at the shadowy expanse of the plains. After a prolonged silence, Hua Xiezi inquired whether they should conceal the mecha first. Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow and muttered softly, expressing his unease that it did not feel like midsummer. His meticulous nature allowed him to remember their entry and exit dates with precision. If memory served, they should be at the tail end of summer, akin to the sweltering days of launching. This ought to be the hottest time of the year, yet the temperature here was surprisingly cool. Even if he occasionally meditated deeply, he could not misremember the date by more than 3 days. Hua Xiezi, however, did not perceive this as an issue, reasoning that they were still in the mountains and perhaps it had recently rained. Both were unfamiliar with the Zhouzi settlement, utterly in the dark regarding the local conditions. Concealing the mecha was imperative, which consumed 2 days of their time. Chu Jianlei then meticulously buried the remaining supplies, dispersing them in various locations, much to Hua Xiezi's astonishment. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked if he was not afraid of forgetting their locations or being discovered by others. Chu Jianlei refrained from answering her first question. Carrying all the supplies was impractical and perilous. After 2 days, they finally descended the mountain, only to find the foot of the mountain surprisingly devoid of people. Another 2 days, and about 100 kilometers later, they finally encountered a convoy consisting of 4 vehicles and 5 motorcycles. Upon spotting the two, the convoy slightly veered off course. Adventurers in desolate wilderness were best left undisturbed, and it was evident that the two were not to be trifled with. Hua Xiezi carried 2 laser guns and a personal machine gun, along with a long knife and a large backpack. Chu Jianlei was similarly equipped with 2 laser guns, a mounted machine gun, a long knife, and an even larger pack. As the vehicles maneuvered around them, they began to slow down, and a modified trike broke away from the convoy, heading directly toward them. Both individuals simultaneously unslung their laser rifles, though they did not point them at the trike, merely observing it. The trike was equipped with a mounted machine gun, but the gunner inside did not draw their weapon. Caution was essential when encountering strangers in the wild. Yet there also existed a modicum of goodwill. The trike's rider, a bald man wearing a mask, appeared quite formidable. When they were over 100 meters apart, he halted his vehicle and called out, asking where they were headed. "Our vehicle is broken," Hua Xiezi replied succinctly, "and we are unclear about the direction. Could you kindly direct us to the nearest camp?" "A woman?" The bald man expressed surprise, followed by a laugh. "Why should I tell you? Then why did you ask me?" Hua Xiezi raised her laser gun, coldly asserting, "You go your way." Unfazed, the bald man laughed heartily, his convoy behind him, with several mounted machine guns now trained on the pair. "Who do you think you are to act so brazenly?" In response to his provocation, Hua Xiezi pulled the trigger. A beam of light struck the ground a mere half-meter from the trike, sending dust flying. She coldly stated, "Do you think you can bully us because we are outnumbered? How many do you intend to lose?" Logically, they could not hope to match the convoy's firepower. Yet did they wish to incur losses? She was indeed fierce, daring to fire while being targeted by mounted machine guns. The bald man paused, then laughed, raising a thumb in admiration. "You are quite the shot. Are you carrying a machine gun?" The weight of just 2 guns and a knife was considerable. And if she had a machine gun, she must have ample ammunition. What was remarkable was that she was a woman. What caliber of physical fitness did that imply? Furthermore, at a distance of over 100 meters, her shot had landed precisely, clearly not a mistake. "You need not engage in pleasantries with me." Hua Xiezi was well aware of the protocols for dealing with unfamiliar adventurers. "I do not wish to take a life. Do not make a misstep, and we shall coexist peacefully." The bald man hesitated, then gestured towards a direction, advising them to head that way, estimating it to be around 20 kilometers. Hua Xiezi remained coldly fixed on him. "Take us there, and I shall offer you 2 kilograms of C-grade mutated meat. Forget about silver coins. We are capable of handling C-grade mutated beasts." The bald man chuckled again, turning his arm about 90 degrees. "Ah, I miscalculated. It is indeed that direction. Mountains and rivers bring encounters." Hua Xiezi replied assertively, "But I will not pay for directions." He seemed unconcerned by the small sum. "We purchase C-grade mutated meat. We will take you to the supply station for free. What do you say?" Hua Xiezi countered, "It is only 2 kilograms. Consider it a gift." Although the initial exchange was tense, it ultimately bore positive fruit. A truck was willing to transport them, and Jianlei effortlessly leaped into the truck bed, grabbing onto the railing. The gunner inside the truck glanced at him in surprise, sensing the weight of his pack. "Just how heavy is that?" Jianlei remained silent, lowering his eyelids, while Hua Xiezi remarked blandly, "Excessive curiosity can be detrimental." The gunner fell silent, though his gaze towards the pair conveyed both caution and a hint of hostility. After approximately an hour of travel, they arrived at a supply station situated roughly 30 kilometers away. Without the convoy, Jianlei and Hua Xiezi might have gone days without encountering another soul. In the unfamiliar wilderness, with low visibility, it was conceivable that they could perish from hunger or disorientation. Upon reaching the supply station, Hua Xiezi retrieved a cloth bag from her pack and handed it to the bald man. He opened it and exclaimed softly, "What kind of mutated beast meat is this?" "It is C-grade," Hua Xiezi replied tersely, leaving the veracity of her claim to his discretion. Her demeanor was rigid, not solely due to nearly being deceived, but also because of the probing nature of his initial attitude. Had she not exhibited strength, it was reasonable to suspect he might have transformed into a bandit. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, a member of the convoy who had been in the driver's seat earlier. Curiously, he leaned in to take a look and also express surprise. "Did you catch this in the Endless Mountains?" Hua Xiezi ignored him, turning to follow Jianlei to the repair shop. However, one of the convoy members, a slightly portly middle-aged man, recognized the meat. "Blackback golden ape? Are you serious? This is a prize find." He quickly approached Hua Xiezi. "Please hold on. How much blackback golden ape meat do you have? I will buy it at a high price." "None," Hua Xiezi replied without even glancing at him, decisively turning him down. "Could you at least share where you encounter the golden ape? I will pay a high price for that information." He forced a smile, eager for the news. Hua Xiezi continued to ignore him. When one buys information at a high price, it often entails more than just information. Jianlei, meanwhile, was inquiring with the repair shop owner about a trike, stating he wanted one and that it needed modifications. "A modified trike?" The shop owner regarded him skeptically. "That won't come cheap. Do you have enough funds?" Jianlei pondered for a moment before asking. Do you accept payment in cash? The silver note was naturally accepted. The shopkeeper assessed the individual before him, pondering whether it was a note from the settlement or from the energy block. Can settlements now issue silver notes? Jianlei felt a flicker of intrigue. This was not what he had anticipated. Waxizi spoke up, inquiring about the exchange for the energy block store's silver note. The shopkeeper's demeanor brightened at the mention of the energy block's currency, asking which settlement they hailed from. Without hesitation, Waxizi produced a silver note for inspection, confirming its validity. It was a 10-unit silver note, and Jianlei was taken aback, thinking to himself that she possessed such assets. This was certainly not provided by him. No problem. This will do, the shopkeeper assured, promising a conversion of 10 silver units. If you have energy blocks, one can be exchanged for 11 silver units. 1 unit of energy block for 11 silver units? Waxizi's expression became more serious as she replied, I still wish to purchase energy blocks. The shopkeeper, not wishing to press further, stood up and said, there are 2 3-wheeled vehicles in the backyard. You may choose. As the trio entered the backyard, the plump middle-aged man was taken aback. Who were these formidable individuals? Jianlei and his companion were unaware that energy blocks were utilized far more frequently in the Zhou character settlement than in the Han character settlement. Thus, the energy block store's silver notes held real value. The Zhou character settlement had indeed issued silver notes, but complications had arisen. Currently, 10 units of the settlement's silver could only be exchanged for 6 or 7 silver units, leading individuals to prefer energy block notes. The plump middle-aged man assumed the two were merely tough adventurers, not realizing they were residents of the settlement. He gestured to the bald man, asking, What did you just say? The bald man had also noticed the scene. Faced with a significant client, he swallowed hard and responded awkwardly, I thought they were just wanderers. Could you save me some trouble? The plump middle-aged man snapped, baring his teeth in frustration. They are residents of the settlement. Who would have thought? The bald man sighed in dismay. I came here with good intentions. Save your good intentions, the plump man retorted. Do you not understand that no adventurer should be underestimated? I was already cautious, all right? The bald man replied helplessly. Besides, aren't adventurers abundant in the wilderness? The convoy had come for supplies and needed to rest after driving for 6 hours. While they were taking a break, they saw a light truck emerging from the small courtyard.